My name is Ye Chao, and I'm a corporate slave. A month ago, because I stayed up all night finishing a design draft, I woke up and found myself isekai'd into this world. This is the world of a novel titled, The Great Moguls of the Cultivation World Are Madly in Love with Me. The female lead of this novel is Yoon Kwei, who bursts into tears whenever things don't go her way, making all the big shots fall head over heels for her. Usually, next to a main character like this, there is always a stepping stone. Unfortunately, that stepping stone is me. I, Ye Chao, am the ultimate sacrificial pawn. When the junior sister is captured, I take the blade. When her spiritual root is damaged, I have to offer up my own spiritual root. I gave my heart and soul, only to end up with the sword through my heart. Tragic doesn't even begin to describe it. Let's talk about the most recent incident. Ye Chao returned covered in wounds, from a place where death was almost certain. Senior sister, did you really manage to bring back the Fuyuan grass? The one asking was Sujuo, a core disciple of the Yueqing Sect. Behind him was Elder Yun Yin of the Yueqing Sect. This is great. Fuyuan grass grows at the bottom of the demon abyss in the Three Realms. Everyone knows the demon race is sealed there. I thought you wouldn't be able to get it. Now junior sister's injuries can finally be healed. Hearing this, Ye Chao available her teeth. I have to give it to junior sister again? Yeah. Take the Fuyuan grass to the medicine pavilion. Once the pill is refined, deliver it to the hibiscus court. That day, Ye Chao decided she'd had enough and said she didn't want to give the Fuyuan grass to her junior sister because she needed it herself to reach the foundation establishment stage. Sujuo immediately questioned her. You're using it yourself? But junior sister needs this spirit herb more than you do. That's right, Eiki's body is frail, while your constitution is much stronger than hers. Let Eiki use this Fuyuan grass first. Wait until the Sect tournament opens later, and I'll have your senior brother bring one back for you. Ye Chao was silent for a moment, then glanced down at her blood-stained hands. Not to mention that Fuyuan grass is extremely rare, but the Sect tournament will be crawling with top-tier experts. Master, how can you guarantee that you'll definitely be able to snatch one? Herb again for junior sister? Everyone just dotes on junior sister, while I don't even have the right to object. Ye Chao let out a cold laugh. So just because she's weak, she's in the right, and because I'm strong, I deserve to die? Impudence! Yun Yin swung his hand and unleashed a palm strike. Ye Chao was sent flying into a house pillar. Then he used a technique to extract the Fuyuan grass from Ye Chao's storage space. Born rebellious and lacking respect for your elders. Get back to your cave dwelling and reflect on your sins. After saying that, he stuffed the Fuyuan grass into his sleeve and turned to leave. Without my direct order, you are not permitted to step 1 foot outside the mountain gate. Ye Chao was now seriously injured. She struggled, grabbing the pillar to pull herself up. The legendary demon abyss couldn't even wound me this badly. Yet I returned to the Sect only to be beaten like this. This damn cultivation world. Sujuo then stepped forward and grabbed Ye Chao's hand, offering a half-hearted apology before starting to make excuses for the junior sister again. Ye Chao found this guy's grip incredibly painful, and on top of that, he kept yapping about junior sister in her ear. She yanked her hand away from him, nearly throwing a punch at his face in the process. She needs it, so you guys can just rob me? Turns out the Yueqing Sect achieved its current status entirely by getting rich through robbery. It's just one herb we're taking from you. Why are you being so difficult on purpose? That's right, I'm being heartless, shameless, and difficult on purpose. Go find your gentle and kind junior sister already. Stop bothering me! From now on, I have nothing to do with your sect. Ye Chao left in a rage, this cannon fodder side character role. Whoever wants it can have it, because I'm freaking done. After returning to her room, Ye Chao quickly packed her things, snatching 100 spirit stones as travel expenses while she was at it. Just as she stepped out the door, she suddenly heard someone mutter the word, trash. Ye Chao turned around and saw that it was actually Sujuo. She asked in a cold voice, what did you just say? Seeing Sujuo flinch from being intimidated, she chuckled and said, you're right, I am the trash of this inner sect. Trash like me can't keep up with, Ye Chao said, then tossed back her name tag. After that, she simply turned and walked away. Sujuo stood there dazed, not understanding a thing. Leaving the sect with such joy, has senior sister gone crazy? In order to change her fate, she headed down the mountain throughout the night to quickly join a new sect. At Yunjiang City Street, the market was bustling with steamed buns, their delicious aroma wafting through the air. Ye Chao walked by and smelled a fragrance, thinking to herself that one must eat to cultivate the way. Right now, the original host is only at the 3rd level of qi condensation, still a long way off from the Anedia stage. Ye Chao looked at the pot of buns and began to drool. Her stomach growled as she ran up to ask the owner, how much for one bun? The owner, thinking she was a VIP customer, quoted a price of 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing that, she retreated to a corner to count her money, with her life on the line. Not just unlucky, but broke too. The prices for goods in Yunzhong City are truly unbelievably high. My entire net worth is only 100 mid-grade stones. It's completely not enough to spend. No wonder. The original host lived such a tragic life and refused to leave. The mountain. But as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. Ye Chao became determined to make money at all costs. It seems I can only focus on earning money now. As for how to make money, she wasn't sure yet. But then her brain started working. The highest paying professions in the cultivation world are either talisman masters or alchemists, even though the original host was a sword cultivator. And I've never drawn a talisman before. Maybe I'll try drawing the talismans of the Yue King sect. She found an inn to sit for a bit and try drawing them, testing a few basic strokes, remembering and forgetting, using all her brain cells. She finished a talisman that didn't look too bad. This should count as a success, right? Is drawing talismans really this easy? Thinking that, suddenly a drop of liquid fell. She looked closer and was startled. It turned out to be blood dripping from her nose. All right, it seems I underestimated talisman drawing. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. Stuffing 2 pieces of paper into her nostrils, Ye Chao remained determined to persevere and draw a few more. Half an hour later, Ye Chao fainted as her mental energy gradually faded, her consciousness slipping away while her nose bled like a faucet. Even though she only made Gale talismans and low-level drowsy talismans, these talismans should still be enough to earn some cash. She heard that once you slap a Gale talisman on, it can make a person run at lightning speed. She immediately attached a talisman to her own body to test the effectiveness. Unexpectedly, she waited forever, but nothing happened. She persisted in drawing another one, but still saw no reaction. It seems even the core disciples of the Yue Qing sect can't succeed on the first try. I overestimated myself. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden gale sent her flying at high speed, blasting her far away. That actually hurts! But she suddenly realized, does this mean my Gale talisman was a success? She happily took the talismans to the black market to sell them. Standing in the middle of the road, she laid out the talismans and hawked her wares. Strong Gale talismans, drowsy talismans, cheap and effective. 1 mid-grade spirit stone per sheet. Don't miss out as you're passing by. Step right up. Her sales pitch was quite impressive. Suddenly, from behind her, a very handsome guy in red appeared. He is Mu Chongxi, a core disciple of the Changming sect. Everyone who saw him looked terrified and scrambled to make a quick exit. Mahjong. She stepped right onto the talismans Ye Chao was selling. Although Ye Chao was furious, she still forced a friendly smile and said gently, "Fellow cultivator, please step aside, you're stepping on my stall." The youth in red replied, "My bad, I didn't hurt you, did I?" Ye Chao quickly replied, "I'm not physically hurt, but your actions have caused me severe emotional damage." Mu Zhangxi scratched his head. "Then I'll just compensate you with some spirit stones, all right?" He held a high-grade spirit stone in his hand and asked if that was enough. Ye Chao's eyes sparkled like stars the moment she saw the money. "Truly a money grubber, haha!" She quickly snatched the high-grade spirit stone and pocketed it, right in front of the dazed guy in red. Didn't expect her to agree so quickly. Ye Chao thought to herself, 1 high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 mid-grade ones. This guy is seriously loaded. Then Mu Zhangxi leaned down to pick up a talisman, asking Ye Chao, "Are you a talisman master?" Ye Chao gave a slight nod. At the same time, a crowd gathered nearby, whispering, "That young man seems to be a core disciple of the Changming sect. Being able to ride a sword, his cultivation is at least foundation establishment. There's no one else it could be besides a core disciple. So, the young girl next to him must be a core disciple too. The talismans she's selling probably aren't half bad then." After that, a lady came over to ask, "Little sister, what kind of talismans do you have? Let me see." The next person also wanted to take a look. One by one, people swarmed her, wanting to buy talismans. In an instant, Ye Chao sold out all her talismans by leeching off the clout of that Changming sect core disciple. Can't believe they sold out immediately. Having the protection of a sect is nice. Once I get back, I definitely need to sign up for a new sect. Ye Chao looked delighted because business was booming today. Mu Zhangxi pulled her back with a sleepy look and asked, "Are you leaving just like that?" Ye Chao asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Don't you need me to compensate you anymore?" Ye Chao looked confused. "Didn't you already pay me with a spirit stone?" The guy said with a sincere expression, "But you suffered emotional damage." Hearing that, Ye Chao thought, where did this idiot come from? Or are all the core disciples of the Changming sect this stupid? He takes everything literally. Ye Chao cheerfully asked, "What's your name?" Thinking that a beauty like him would normally have a name in the novel, she izakai'd into, "My name is Mu Zhangxi." Ye Chao was shocked. Mu Zhangxi, the simp, who destroyed his own Dao heart for the female lead in the novel. Isn't his name Mu Zhongxi? That is so pathetic. Ye Qiao sighed. You said you're a core disciple of the Changming sect. So do you know what the benefits for an outer disciple are like at your place? He honestly replied. Our Changming sect is dirt poor. Since joining the sect, I've been eating steamed buns every day. At home, I was a young master with no worries about food or clothes, so I feel like I've been scammed. I secretly planned with my second and third senior brothers to escape from Changming sect, but we were caught by the sect leader halfway there. He chased us all the way back, the sect leader saying he wouldn't know how to survive without us. Hearing this, Ye Qiao asked, what are the names of your second and third senior brothers? One is named Shui Yu, and the other is named Ming Xuan. Ye Qiao thought to herself, great, the backup male lead and the simp male lead from the novel. That's enough. Ye Qiao curiously asked Mu Zhongxi. So what about the world's top sword sect? Do they get to eat and sleep? And what about the Chengfeng sect and Bishui sect? Ye Qiao thought to herself, the prices in Yunzhong City are insane. Right now, I just want to find a sect and be an outer disciple with zero ambition. Mu Zhongxi was stunned by her question. You're asking if the sword sect allows sleep in the world's top sect? If you don't work hard, you'll be surpassed. So they meditate and practice swordsmanship before dawn. In the morning, they study heart mantras, and at night they must engage in 1v1 combat. As for Chengfeng sect, they're all narcissists. They think ugly people don't deserve to enter the sect. Their appearance requirements are strict. Mu Zhongxi suddenly moved closer to Ye Qiao. He leaned in to look closely at her face and said, you look okay, but currently they only accept male disciples. Ye Qiao asked, is the cultivation world sexist too? Mu Zhongxi replied, it's not that, it's just their sect's heart mantra. It's particularly unsuitable for women. As for the Bishui sect, their alchemist disciples are many, they don't eat food. They just take abstinence pills. Hearing this, Ye Qiao could only cry inside. Is the cultivation world crazy? Wajong, she said. In that case, my Changming sect is still the best. We get 5 steamed buns per meal. Hearing about food, Ye Qiao made up her mind. Then I'll go to Changming sect, not for the 5 buns, but mainly because I love being in chaotic places like the Changming sect. I mean a lively sect. Ye Qiao asked Mu Zhongxi, when does your sect open for registration? Mu Zhongxi told her it was today, and I think it ends by this evening. What? Ye Qiao was shocked, but the guy continued. Don't tell me you didn't know Changming sect is one of the 5 major sects of the cultivation world. Recruiting outsiders is a massive event. Surely any human would know. But as for Ye Qiao, she didn't know a damn thing. Wait, am I not a human? Well, she's technically not from this world. Mu Zhongxi reminded her. There's only half an hour left until registration ends. If you keep dazing off, you won't make it. He offered his hand to take Ye Qiao there via sword flight. Hearing this, her face lit up with joy, like she had found a ray of hope. This was also her first time riding a sword. Mahjong. She lifted Ye Qiao up and zoomed through the sky. But Ye Qiao suffered from a fear of heights. She wondered if Mu Zhongxi even had a flying license. Ye Qiao got airsick and was about to throw up. She grabbed Mu Zhongxi's hair and yanked it for dear life. After a mid-air struggle filled with loud screaming, the two finally touched down at the Changming sect, where the selection was underway. Crowds of people were busy participating. Sua Yu, a core disciple of the Changming sect, and Elder Zhao were chatting with each other. Yue reported to Elder Zhao that there's only half an hour left until the selection ends. Where am I supposed to find a genius for you? This year, even those with slightly good talent have probably gone to other sects already. Anyway, or maybe, Changming sect for nearly 100 years has ranked dead last in every competition. Our resources completely can't keep up. Elder Zhao, with a gloomy face, stroked his beard and replied, regardless, we have to come try our luck. Who knows, maybe we'll find someone with outstanding talent. Elder Zhao suddenly remembered Mu Zhongxi. Oh right, hasn't that brat Mu Zhongxi returned yet? Shuiyu sighed softly and shook his head. He's probably out playing again. Elder Zhao said with a dissatisfied look. Mu Zhongxi does nothing productive all day. With only these lazy core disciples, relying on them for next year's sect tournament is less reliable than relying on a good sprout falling from the sky. The two looked at each other and bowed their heads. Just thinking about it, they knew that was impossible. Suddenly they looked up at the sky. It seemed like something was actually falling from the sky. Shuiyu and the elder both froze with their mouths wide open. It turned out to be Ye Qiao and Mu Zhong, Sai riding a sword, zooming down from the clouds, while screaming at the top of their lungs. Move, everyone move out of the way. The two of them hit the ground with a massive thud amidst the shock and amazement of Elder Zhao and Shuiyu. The two were buried deep in the ground, creating a crater. Just looking at it, you know that had to hurt. Muzhongxi and Ye Chao still stood up straight, trying to act all cool and badass. That was intense. Did you see my landing posture? I call it the golden rooster standing on one leg. Ye Chao gave a thumbs up, signaling it was great, very great. Her face was beaming, even though she was in quite a bit of pain. Looking at the hole the two had created, Elder Zhao's aura flared up with an angry expression. Who gave you permission to smash the square? Do you have any idea how hard it is to repair the ground? Ye Chao scratched her head and offered, Then let me fix it for you. Muzhongxi put his arm around Ye Chao's shoulder and said, It's fine, it's just a hole. Elder Zhao isn't that petty, haha. Well, I actually think he is that petty. Hearing this, the elder nearly coughed up blood from anger. This Muzhongxi is a real headache. He's going to be the death of me. Then, Elder Zhao straightened his face and asked Ye Chao, Who are you, and what are you doing here? Ye Chao looked dazed for a moment and then replied, I am Ye Chao, and I want to join the Changming Sect. She said it with a very serious and sincere face. The elder thought Ye Chao was trying to provoke him on purpose. Even though Ye Chao explained that she wasn't, Elder Zhao still felt like he was going to explode. Are you trying to irritate me to death? Inside the Changming Sect, the outer disciples were gossiping among themselves. That's truly badass. There are over 1,000 outer disciples in the Changming Sect. In this batch alone, this person just arrived on the first day of registration and has already been marked by Elder Zhao. Shui stood in the crowd, watching the drama. Where did this weirdo come from? Truly interesting. At a corner of the Changming Sect, under an ancient tree, Shui took out an ID token and handed it to Ye Chao, saying, This is your ID token, take it. Next month, there will be a talent assessment. I am Shui Yu, a core disciple of the Changming Sect. Ye Chao happily accepted the token. But as soon as she heard the name Shui Yu, Ye Chao was stunned, her eyes wide open. He's the warm-hearted backup guy from the novel. He looks like a decent person. Shui looked at Muzhongxi, then asked, Where did you pick up this disciple? Muzhongxi scratched his head and replied, Met her at the black market. She said she wanted to come to the Changming Sect, so I just brought her along. Shui Yu put his arm around Muzhongxi's shoulder and whispered, Are you sure you aren't being used? The uniform representing a core disciple is so prominent. Muzhongxi crossed his arms and talked back. Don't judge others by your own standards. Do you think everyone is as dark-minded as you? Yu suddenly showed a dark expression. You idiot! The two whispered to each other, while Ye Chao stood there confused. Suddenly, Ye Chao remembered she had forgotten something. It turns out she forgot to say thank you. She immediately turned around and bowed to Muzhongxi. Thank you for bringing me to the Changming Sect. Hearing this, Shui Yu put on a pensive face. Just as I thought, isn't she here to cling? On to connections, total suck-up. Just as he finished that thought, Ye Chao said to Muzhong, 11. About your great kindness. The word thanks isn't enough to describe it, so I won't say thanks anymore. After finishing, she waved goodbye to senior brother Mu. See you later. Muzhongxi grabbed Ye Chao's wrist, not letting her leave yet. Wait, didn't you make some money at the black market? Since you look so poor, how about we split the stones I helped you earn? 30-70? Turns out he just wanted a cut. Hearing that, Ye Chao immediately haggled. 80-20 for me, she thought. Didn't expect him to be greedy for such a small amount of stones. Hearing Ye Chao bargain for an 80-20 split, Muzhongxi said, You're really greedy over just a few spirit stones. Ye Chao replied, This isn't about spirit stones, this is my life. She was ready to risk it all to protect her purse. Muzhongxi looked on, feeling completely helpless. Fine, I don't want it anymore. Hearing that, Ye Chao instantly tucked her bag away. Oh, then I won't give you any. That's even better. Drawing talismans is expensive after all. Shui witnessed this scene with his eyes wide as he stared at Ye Chao. The guy had a different thought now. Any other cultivator would have died of embarrassment. But this girl is incredibly shameless. Seems like I really did misunderstand her. At the outer disciple quarters of the Changming Sect, everyone was looking at Ye Chao and gossiping. She's the disciple who just joined and already smashed the square. Yeah, that's her. She's pretty cracked to have. The inner sect elders remember her already. Some others whispered that she was just a social climber. True, where there are people, there's drama. Ye Chao walked with the posture of a serious leader, hands tucked behind her back, nodding her head at everyone. Yep, whatever they say is right. Seeing this, the crowd criticized her even more. This person is seriously thick-skinned. Suddenly, a young man appeared, poked Ye Chao's shoulder, and asked, Hey, do you know Muzhongxi? Ye Chao shook her head. Not close, just a random encounter. The boy put his hand to his chin and thought, Makes sense. A core disciple. How could he be hanging out with outer disciples like us? Oh, right. My name is Du Chun. I'm a sword cultivator. And you? Ye Chao. Brief and to the point, she replied with a few words. Ye Chao, an orphan. Haha. Duchun heard that and thought this little girl really has a knack for killing a conversation. He quickly thought of a new topic to chat with her, asking her if she had classes tomorrow, and if she wanted to go together. Yaqiao put on a pensive face, thinking that since she's in a strange new place, living alone wouldn't be ideal. Having someone to walk with is better than nothing. Therefore, Yaqiao gave a finger gesture. Okay, deal. At the Changming Sect Square, the cultivators were in class, everyone having been handed thick books. That was the Changming Sect's Outer Disciple Sword Manual, the Breeze Technique. Although it's just basic knowledge, you still can't afford to be lazy. There will be an elder in charge of checking homework. Yaqiao was nodding off while reading, because she stayed up all night drawing talismans yesterday. This cultivation world is really something. Just joined, and haven't even had time to adjust. Yet classes have already started. So boring. Before she could even look at the book, she saw her peers, the other cultivators, already practicing their swordsmanship. Everyone's sword swings were imprecise, each person having a different style and a different strike. Yaqiao then focused her mind, staring at the Breeze Technique manual. The more she looked, the more miraculous it felt. A mystical world began to open up. She imagined the sword strikes, in the book gradually moving. Everything was crystal clear before her eyes. She didn't understand what the situation was either. Suddenly, there was a pat on her shoulder, making those sword strikes vanish. It turned out Duchun had appeared behind her and asked, "Have you learned it yet? I've seen you standing there for nearly an hour." Hearing that, Yaqiao shook her head. She herself was confused, not knowing if she had actually learned it. Looking at it, she seemed to understand. But she hadn't tried it in practice, so she couldn't be sure. Saying, "I learned the sword technique after one look. I'll try it again in a bit." Duchun softly comforted Yaqiao. "It's fine. In just one afternoon, it's obviously impossible to master the Breeze Technique that quickly. Furthermore, I heard this batch of outer disciples includes some from great noble families. It's better to stay low-key." Hearing this, Yaqiao opened up a bit. Relieved of the burden, she nodded and thanked Duchun. Yaqiao thought to herself, "Forget it. I won't try anymore. Being too OP might get me ostracized. Being average is fine. I just want to live a peaceful life as an outer disciple." Time passed in a flash. Elder Zhao announced that today's class was over and everyone should head to the cafeteria. Hearing the word food, Yaqiao got hyped. She sprinted toward the cafeteria. Mu Zhongxi appeared out of nowhere, chasing after her and calling her name. Yaqiao turned around, surprised, wondering what was up. She was excited for a meal, yet this guy, Mu Zhongxi, was asking her to go somewhere else. "Yaqiao, I'll take you for a spin." Yaqiao asked, "Are we still using your life sword?" The material of swords in the cultivation world is very unique. Even the most common ones, like the black sword, are very heavy. I wonder what a cultivator's spirit sword is like. Mu Zhongxi nodded and replied, "Yeah. Its name is the Zhao King Sword, ranked 3rd among spirit tools. It was a greeting gift from my master." Seeing this precious sword, Yaqiao drooled and wanted to touch it. "Can I feel it?" Heh. Mu Zhongxi immediately yanked the sword back, not letting Yaqiao touch it. "This is my wife. My sword is my wife." "Then can I touch your wife?" Mu Zhongxi frowned. "Can you please be polite?" Fine, fine. Just one quick touch." Isn't he being a bit too stingy? Yaqiao touched the sword. Suddenly, a burst of cold energy emitted from the blade, making her whole body shiver. "So cold," Mu Zhongxi explained. "The cold is probably due to the spirit sword's material. My sword is made from 1,000-year-old glacial ice." But wait, why didn't the Zhao King sword attack you? Before, anyone who tried to touch it would be blasted away. Turns out this sword is very spiritual, and spirit swords are usually very grumpy. Especially high-grade spirit swords like the Zhao King sword. They only follow one master and repel anyone else who touches them. But this time, when Yaqiao touched the sword, there was no counterattack. Yaqiao thought, "This just proves that I'm lovable." Talk about being full of yourself. When it was time to eat, sitting in the dining hall, Yaqiao got to eat her 5 steamed buns, just as planned. Having something to eat is better than nothing. After all, one bun was worth 3 spirit stones down the mountain. It's the first time I've seen someone eat so much. Mu Zhongxi was also surprised. "Oh, so you're a sword cultivator? Then why do you know how to draw talismans? Are you a dual-path cultivator?" Yaqiao replied, while munching away. "No, I was just doodling. Right now, I only know how to draw the most basic talismans." She thought to herself that she hadn't even seen a talisman guidebook yet, completely relying on the memories of the original host. She couldn't really be considered a talisman master. Seeing this, Mu Zhongxi offered a suggestion. If you wanted to learn talisman drawing, why not ask Ming Xuan for advice? However, he's from the direct line of the 8 great noble families, and the only talisman master among the core disciples this year. He's incredibly arrogant and has a difficult personality. Normally, he's only on good terms with 3rd senior brother. At this point, Yaqiao fell into deep thought. She remembered that Ming Xuan is the second male antagonist in the novel. Later on, because he couldn't break through, he developed a heart demon, eventually falling into the demonic path and becoming the young master of the demon race. After turning demonic, he fell in love with Yun Kui at first sight and began his journey of fighting over the female lead with all the other men. Ming San turns demonic, Mu Zhongxi destroys his own Dao heart and becomes a normal person. Why is it that a group of perfectly fine genius sprouts can't live long lives? Scene change. It's already 2 months later. Chun stood outside knocking on Ye Chao's door. "You're not still sleeping, are you? Get up quickly." Ye Chao was fast asleep when she heard the knocking. Her eyes were barely open as she heard Du Chun's voice drifting in. "Second senior brother and Shuayu want to select inner disciples from our place. Elder Zhao told us to gather at the square." Ye Chao was still super sleepy, but hearing about the assembly, she had no choice but to get up. She stretched her arms a few times. "I get it, I'm up." Somehow, it's already been 2 months at the Changming Sect. Even though she practiced her sword on time every day, she'd sleep the rest of the day and no one said a word. A lazy person has their own way of cultivating. To avoid getting kicked out for having trash cultivation, she used talismans to set up a spirit array in her room. That way, even while sleeping, spiritual energy automatically flows into her. So now Ye Chao has gone from the 3rd level of qi condensation, successfully up to the 5th level. She's honestly a total genius. At the square, Du Chun talked to Ye Chao. Everyone was chatting with each other, wondering what would be discussed today. Looking at the 2 people above, on the left is senior brother Shuayu, and the one on the right is Ming Xuan, a core disciple of the Changming Sect. Seeing Ming Xuan for the first time, the male antagonist from the novel, Ye Chao was shocked. "Is that Ming Xuan?" Du Chun replied. "Handsome, right? Every female cultivator in the Changming Sect wants to marry him." Hearing that, Ye Chao whispered, "Well, they're probably going to be disappointed. His mental state is unstable. Who knows, he might turn demonic any day now." Even though Ye Chao and Du Chun were whispering very quietly to each other, Ming Xuan's ears could twitch and pick up even the tiniest sound. Hearing Ye Chao say his mental state was unstable, he started thinking, how could Ye Chao possibly know that his mental state was unstable? Ming San stared intently at Ye Chao. Yu turned to whisper to Ming Xuan, "She's the outer disciple I told you about not long ago. Pretty interesting, right?" Ming Xuan simply said, "She's an earthquake potato." He thought Ye Chao looked like a potato. "You shouldn't talk about a girl like that." Second senior brother, Ming Xuan, mused, "She even cursed me to fall into the demonic path later." "I say she's short, so what? Is that not allowed?" "No, girls are the cutest creatures on earth." Shui fell into a delusion, imagining a scene where he gifts her everything. "All of these are from your senior brother. Don't be shy. If I had a junior sister, I would definitely give her all the best things in the world." While Shui Yu was lost in his imagination like that, Ming Xuan turned to ask Elder Zhao what Dao Ye Chao was cultivating. Elder Zhao replied she was a sword cultivator, with average grades, far behind the other outstanding outer disciples. Importantly, this girl goes straight to sleep after daily practice. "I don't know how she can sleep so much," Ming Xuan thought. "How could a disciple with no ambition like her know that my mental state is unstable?" He was very curious. At the peak of Changming Sect, the 2 disciples, Shuayu and Ming Xuan, both spoke to the sect master in unison. "Master, we have finished selecting this batch's inner disciples. The sect master of Changming Sect is Qin Fan." He paced back and forth anxiously, his mind in a mess. "I heard the Yueqing sect recently recruited a core disciple with a top-grade water spirit root. Yun Yan brought her back from the mortal world. Top-grade spirit roots can be counted on one hand. In the end, Yueqing sect made a preemptive strike and snatched her. These days, Yueqing sect's reputation is sky-high. When will you guys finally make me proud?" The 2 disciples, Ming Shen and Shui Yu, listened to the sect master's words, letting them go in one ear and out the other, completely ignoring what he said. Although Changming Sect doesn't lack geniuses, every year they fall behind other sects. Mahjong. Xi and Ming Xuan usually spend all day bickering. The internal conflict makes him very worried. Disciple Chu Xingyun has the highest cultivation, but he looks half dead all day, as if he'll leave this beautiful world the very next second. Only Shuayu is different. He's usually the sect master's star of hope within the Changming Sect. While the disciples and the sect master were discussing sect matters, Mu Zhongxi appeared. "Why is it so lively today?" "Master, what did you call us here for?" The sect master looked at Mu Zhongxi. "You brat, can you stop causing trouble for me? Running down the mountain with outer disciple Ye Chao all day? Is your dad or your mom down there? That you're so diligent about going down the mountain?" Mu Zhongxi said aggrievedly. "Except for Ye Chao, no one else plays with me, so I can only hang out with her. Those 2 are always together. If they don't play with me, who else am I supposed to play with? And senior brother Chu is nowhere to be found all day. The outer and inner disciples are all scared of my status. Only Ye Chao will go down the mountain with me. Hearing this, the sect master fell silent. That's why I called you all here today. I want to ask if you want a junior sister or a junior brother. Because I'm preparing to recruit a new core disciple. The great tournament is approaching, but I haven't found a suitable core disciple yet. Might as well ask for your opinions. A junior sister, obviously. Other sects all have junior sisters. Our sect is just a bunch of smelly men. Even those sword cultivators, who don't know the first thing about romance, have junior sisters. Mingshan fanned himself and countered Mu Zhongxi's opinion. It's not like you're not a sword cultivator yourself. Mu Zhongxi and Ming Xun started bickering. What do you mean by that? Standing to the side, Shui Yu counted on his fingers and said he didn't want a junior brother. Look at Mu Zhongxi, even the big golden dog at the sect gate. Thinks he's annoying and not cute at all. Shui Yu also expressed his preference for a girl. After listening to the disciples argue, the sect master agreed. I've already taken in 4 men, so a female disciple it is. Who do you think we should pick? There are some decent outer disciples this year, and the inner sect has a few girls with high-grade spirit roots. As soon as the sect master finished, everyone spoke in unison. Without hesitation, naming Ye Chao, Shui Yu said, Master, I think she's not bad. I don't know why, but I have a feeling this junior sister will make this sect a lot more lively. That works too. I love a good party. Shui Yu and Mu Zhong both voiced their desire to recruit Ye Chao as a female disciple, hyping up how lively she is. As for Ming Xuan, he just went along with the others. Hearing his disciples offer such opinions, the sect master asked, You're talking about that outer disciple Ye Chao? I heard that girl's talent isn't high. She's not self-disciplined and sleeps all day. Plus, she constantly drags Mu Zhongxi down the mountain. Yes, that's exactly her. Anyway, our sect is already at the bottom. I haven't seen any geniuses around today either. So Ye Chao is fine. She's chill and interesting. Wajung, I defended Ye Chao with all his might and expressed his wish to recruit. Ye Chao is a female disciple for the sect. Hearing his disciple speak so wholeheartedly, the sect master fell into deep thought. Even though Mu Zhongxi's reasons are a bit eccentric, it's not entirely unreasonable. After all, Changming's sect has been dead last for 100 years. Who the 5th disciple is doesn't seem that important. Fine then, no more arguing. So it was finally decided. Yahello would become the female core disciple of Changming section. Cutting to another scene, Ye Chao was just focused on sleeping. Finally, I can get some sleep. Before she could even close her eyes for 5 seconds, a voice echoed from outside the door. Ye Chao, the sect master wants to see you. Come immediately. I've been in the sect for 2 months, and I only know outer disciples and the elders. Who else would want to see me at this hour? How could a VIP like the sect master summon me? I have a feeling this isn't anything good. At the sect hall, Ye Chao dragged her sleepy body there. The sect master informed Ye Chao that he would recruit her as the 5th core disciple. These are your 3 senior brothers. You've met them, right? Ye Chao was dazed and speechless. The sect master continued. This girl is silent and not speaking. I'm afraid she's just shy. Hearing that, Ye Chao had no choice but to reply. Of course we've met. A few days ago we were still playing down the mountain, and today he's suddenly my senior brother. Mu Zhongxi started deluding himself again. He thought Ye Chao was silent right now because she was happy, to the point of being speechless. The sect master stroked his beard and told Ye Chao to pack up, as she would be moving in here tomorrow. Ye Chao looked miserable, but still had to accept. This disciple obeys. This made the sect master think, this little girl isn't bad at all. She's even moved to the point of tears. Who knew that although her talent isn't high, and she eats a lot of buns, she's very grateful. Back in her room, Ye Chao flopped onto the bed. I don't get it. Why did things develop to this point? I just planned to stay here and drift through life, eating 5 buns every meal. And now I've become a core disciple. I heard that among core, inner, and outer disciples, core disciples have the heaviest workload. Besides participating in the grand tournament, they have to attend classes and train. According to what Mu Zhongxi said, there's even an inner sect elder who personally trains. His reaction speed. He gets beaten every day in class with a ruler hitting his head. It hurts a lot. Back then, I insincerely pitied him with a few words of comfort. I didn't expect it would be my turn now. Lying on the bed, 2 streams of tears flowed out. Ye Chao is just way too unlucky. The next morning, everyone heard the news that Ye Chao would become the female core disciple of the Changming sect. Everyone was gossiping. Did you hear? Ye Chao became a core disciple. Her grades in class weren't even as good as mine. Someone definitely let her in through the back door. Some said Ye Chao's talent isn't high, and her test results were poor. Even if they wanted to pick a core disciple, They should have picked someone from the inner sect. Everyone was wondering, isn't senior sister Ning much more suitable than her? The senior sister, Ning, everyone was mentioning is Ning Sing, an inner disciple of the Changming sect. At Ye Chao's place, Du Chun helped Ye Chao pack her things and luggage. All right, I finished helping you pack your stuff. You're something else. Without saying a word, you actually became a core disciple. Ye Chao put on a miserable face and looked down. Seeing this, Du Chun pinched Ye Chao's cheek. Give me a smile. Why the long face? Ye Chao tried to force a smile while 2 streams of tears fell. With a smile like that, it's better not to smile at all. Ye Chao handed something to Du Chun. This is a spirit talisman I'm giving you. Stick it on your bed frame. At night, you can cultivate just by lying there. Du Chun was quite skeptical. Ye Chao didn't know if he believed her or not. Wait, you can cultivate just by lying down? Does such a good thing actually exist in this world? Ye Chao didn't need to explain much. Try it and you'll see. I've gotta go. Just as she stepped out the gate, suddenly a sword lunged toward her face, pointing straight at her forehead. It turned out to be Ning Sing, an inner disciple of the Changming sect. She pointed her sword at Ye Chao and questioned, "What makes you think you're qualified to be a core disciple? Is it just because you're close with senior brother Mu? Otherwise, how could a mid-grade spirit root trash like you be allowed to live on the main peak and cultivate with senior brother Ming Xuan?" With the sword tip pointed right at her, Ye Chao remained calm without a hint of fear. She gently pushed the sword aside. Senior sister, if you have something to say, let's talk calmly. Drawing swords is forbidden in the Changming sect. You have no idea how much I envy you. Hearing this, Ning Sing was very surprised. She blankly asked in return, "What do you envy about me? Envy that I didn't become a core disciple?" Ye Chao is truly miserable. She softly said, "I envy everyone who doesn't have to try hard." Ning Sang had a million question marks in her head. She couldn't tell if this person was just crazy. Suddenly, a figure appeared. From behind them, this person was Chu Xingyun, a core disciple of the Changming sect. Holding a flower, he spoke up. "Ye Chao, let's go." Ye Chao walked over and bowed to the eldest senior brother. She had met Shui Yu, Ming Xuan, and Mu Zhongxi, but Chu Xingyun still hadn't made an appearance in the novel. This top disciple is a total hunk, who wants to die all the time. Every day he's dancing right on the edge of life and death, until he's finally saved by the gentle, kind, and popular female lead. From then on, he becomes a diligent and hardworking member of the female lead's harem. Ye Chao recalled the novel's plot, nodding and swaying as she thought. Seeing Ye Chao acting like that, Chu Xingyun looked displeased. He reached out, his trembling hand, placed it on Ye Chao's head, and pressed down. Ye Chao panicked, clutching her chest as her head popped back up. Chu Xingyun let go of her for a moment, but then he snapped and pressed Ye Chao's head down again. Ye Chao shook her head, thinking to herself that this eldest senior brother must have some serious OCD. Seeing Shuiyu approaching, Chu Xingyun grabbed Ye Chao by her hair and lifted her up, then tossed her towards Shuiyu, making her dizzy. "Here's your junior sister," he said, then quickly left. Shuiyu was also completely dazed, not knowing what was going on. Senior brother Chu's sword speed just now was way too fast. It left Ye Chao looking pale as a ghost. Just looking at eldest senior brother's face, it was obvious. He really wanted to slash off that stray hair on top of her head. No, I have to endure. At the main peak's bamboo forest, Shuiyu and Ye Chao were walking and chatting together. Ye Chao turned and asked third senior brother, "Doesn't Changming sect have an initiation ceremony for disciples?" "Nope. The 4 of us never had one either." Ye Chao was shocked. "Huh, what? None of the 4 had one?" She asked why other sects seemed to have them. Thinking to herself, she remembered in the original story, when the female lead Yun Kuei was recruited as a core disciple by the Yue King sect. It was a massive event with people coming from everywhere to celebrate. Why is the Changming sect so budget and simple? Shuai cleared his throat and gave a light cough. Probably because we don't have enough funds. Makes sense. The Changming sect is notoriously broke. In the cultivation world, the easiest money is made by talisman and pill masters. But the Changming sect barely has any of those. Naturally, being inferior to other sects makes sense. The more Ye Chao thought about it, the more depressed she became. Yu explained things to her. We only have 2 classes we need to attend, which are mental law and training. Both classes have elders there to guide us. If you're stuck, you can ask the elders or come find me. As soon as he finished, Ye Chao's face filled with horror. Isn't this just like being back in high school? What kind of karma is this? I worked so hard to escape that high school prison just a few years ago. I just isekai'd here only to end up in another prison. Walking a bit further, a sudden wave of spiritual energy hit her. The spiritual energy is so thick. It actually made Ye Chao feel quite uncomfortable. Finally, I understand why a core disciple's cultivation can far surpass a normal person's. With this wild, chaotic spiritual energy being inexhaustible, and limitless. Suddenly, Shuiyu pulled a medicine bottle from his robes. This is a spirit-stabilizing pill. Swallow one, and you'll feel much better in a bit. Yeqiao reached out to take the bottle. The original story mentioned the effects of the spirit-stabilizing pill. It can stabilize one's spiritual energy. For those with unstable foundations, who brute force their cultivation using heavenly treasures, taking this allows for rapid growth while providing a solid base. Even a genius like Shuiyu, after 3 years at Changming Sect, only refined 3 portions. And he gave all of them to the female lead, Yun Kuei, the medicine that was supposed to be gifted to the female lead. Yet now I have a portion for myself. Yeqiao quickly popped the pill into her mouth, and didn't forget to thank her 3rd senior brother. You're so kind. Shuiyu smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, this junior sister is so adorable. She's definitely very polite. So well behaved, unlike that blockhead. Mu Zhongxi only knows how to open his mouth to demand things. How could he call the guy a blockhead like that? Suddenly, something went whoosh through the sky. She exclaimed, "Whoa, that birdman is fast!" From the corner, there was a loud thud. Turns out, it wasn't a birdman, but the blockhead. As Shuiyu just mentioned, speak of the devil, Mu Zhongxi is here. It turns out, Mu Zhongxi and Ming Shen were chasing each other. Mu Zhongxi stood up and pointed his finger in frustration. Ming Shen, you looking for a fight? Ming Shen didn't back down, raising 3 talismans in his hand. Like I'm scared of you. Witnessing this scene, Yeqiao was shocked. Is this how they always live together? It looks like they can't wait to stab each other twice. Shuiyu answered her question. Exactly. Just wait for them to finish fighting. No need to worry. It seemed like this was a very frequent occurrence, and quite normal in the eyes of others. In her head, Yeqiao was secretly cheering. Fight! Fight! Go for it! I've never seen people fight before! Mahjong, Xi and Ming Xuan glared at each other with murderous intent. On the other side, Shuiyu saw Yeqiao's expression. Why do I have the illusion that this junior sister is actually super excited? She immediately put on a look of extreme sorrow and started wailing. This acting was a bit too realistic. Shui saw that expression and recognized it instantly. Don't think that just because you changed your face. I can't see how much you're enjoying this. Shui stood up and stepped between the two who were radiating murderous intent, acting like a referee. All right, stop arguing and get to practice. Elder Duanyu will be here soon. Cutting to the training grounds. Everyone was diligently practicing their swordplay. Yeqiao also joined the session, but before long, she was struck by Elder Duane until her mouth bled. Elder Duanyu of the Changming Sect was surprised. For a core disciple, you sure can't take a hit. Mu Zhongxi spoke up to defend her to the elder. She's not like me. She's not used to being beaten for years like this. It's only Yeqiao's first day here. Being a bit gentler with her wouldn't hurt. Yeqiao and Mu Zhongxi had known each other for a while, so he defended her fiercely. Hearing this, the elder replied, That's obvious, I have my own plan. Yeqiao was in so much pain she clutched her ribs with difficulty. As she stood up, the elder handed Yeqiao the Qingfeng scroll. Try reading the Qingfeng manual first. This is a mental law that can increase your speed. Every core disciple gets a copy. Your senior brothers have already passed. In these next few days, use your free time to practice. I'll be back in 3 days to test you. If you're slow by then, prepare to get kicked. Yeqiao was dazed and terrified. Kicked? How hard? This is honestly way too tragic. I originally just came to Changming Sect to eat buns and drift through life, but now I've ended up as a core disciple, and I even have to practice the Qingfeng steps. This is way too much work. Elder Duanyu glanced over at Mu Zhongxi, then gave him a powerful kick and barked, What are you standing there for? Go practice. Elder, can't you just talk to me properly? You're being so brutal, showing your disciple no love at all. Seeing that scene, Yeqiao turned pale. Even though I like trolling, I don't like getting kicked. The fear forced Yeqiao to actually train hard. In a flash, 3 days had passed, and it was test day, but Yeqiao's level. Elder Duanyu opened his mouth to yell, Faster! Then shouted again, A little faster! Still way too slow! Yeqiao ran while being chased by the elder, screaming at the top of her lungs, Qingfeng steps. I finally know why we have to learn this first. The perk of Qingfeng steps is being able to dodge fast. Just as she was about to be kicked, Mu Zhongxi grabbed her hand. Don't slack off. It's not over yet. If you don't want to get stomped, follow me. Another clutch save. So Elder Duan kept chasing the two of them, praising them. Not bad. Keep running for your lives. Ha ha ha. Standing in a corner nearby, Ming Xuan sipped a cup of hot tea and called out, Is Yeqiao a small potato? How are you so tiny? Does your family not feed you? Hearing that, Yeqiao got triggered instantly, but she tried to suppress her emotions. Serenity now, serenity now. If others are mad, I won't be. Getting angry only hurts yourself, and no one can take the pain for you. He's a core disciple. He's the best, so he doesn't get chased and kicked. yet he mocks others' suffering. How absolutely annoying. Flash forward to 2 months later. During this time, she has been training hard. During the mental law class, Elder Zhao was lecturing everyone on mental techniques. Did everyone understand the mental law I just explained? Next, I want to ask, Before he could even finish his sentence, Ye Chao stood up, thinking to herself, Elder Duane's training is way too exhausting. The reinforcement field of the peak can boost a level 5 chi refinement to level 9 in just 2 months. Seeing Ye Chao stand up like that, Elder Zhao called on her, answer the question I just asked. If you can't, go clean the library pavilion. Why did I stand up for no reason? Now I have to recite. Ye Chao was actually just daydreaming, so how could she have noticed Elder Zhao's question? She was confused and anxious. Man, why does Elder Zhao call on me every single time? Do I have a beef with him or something? Turning around, she saw Ming Xuan sitting there, yawning. Ye Chao immediately came up with a wicked idea. Elder Zhao! Senior brother Ming Xuan said he knows the answer to this. She pointed the finger straight at Ming Xuan. Ming Shen was totally blindsided by this sudden betrayal. Ye Chao successfully threw Ming Shen under the bus. Elder Zhao asked Ming Shen, well then, why don't you explain it to your juniors? Ming Shen was stunned, staring daggers at Ye Chao. He couldn't believe Ye Chao would actually pull a stunt like this. Ye Chao locked eyes with Ming Xuan. If you don't go to hell, who will? Second senior brother, you're the hope of the Changming Sect's talisman department. She said this while wearing a sly smirk. With great power comes great responsibility. So you just work a little harder, okay? Thinking to herself, senior brothers are meant for trolling. And it's not like he doesn't call me short potatoes all day. This was the perfect chance to get some payback. As the class continued, Elder Zhao was passionately lecturing, but Ye Chao was sleepy, hiding behind her book and nodding off. Slowly, she drifted off into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a soft voice whispered in her ear, Junior sister, class is over. Hearing the words, class is over, Ye Chao instantly snapped awake. With eyes wide and bright, she stood up, knocking over her desk, joyfully and excitedly heading toward the cafeteria. In the middle of that excitement, suddenly someone grabbed her arm. It was Ming Xuan covering his face while laughing. Only then did Ye Chao snap out of it and look around, seeing everyone still focused on the lesson, staring at her with confused looks. Elder Zhao stood there, his face turning red with rage. Ye Chao was still wondering in her head, wait, isn't class over? Why are they still sitting here? Before she could finish her thought, Elder Zhao barked, Ye Chao, why are you standing up? What's this? Are you expressing dissatisfaction with my teaching style? So you kicked the desk to liven up the atmosphere? Ye Chao was extremely flustered hearing that. Meanwhile, Ming Shun saw this and laughed to himself. Justice is served. Karma comes when you least expect it, junior sister. Before he could keep mocking her, Elder Zhao turned and pointed his finger right at Ming Xuan. And you too, Ming Xuan. You didn't even know the answer to such a simple question. The two of you will go clean the library pavilion. Together after class. Hearing that, Ming Xuan was stunned. His smile slowly vanished. Talk about backfiring. When Ye Chao heard that Ming Xuan was punished too, she looked absolutely thrilled. She looked at Ming Xuan with a provocative gaze. Come on then, let's hurt each other. The wheel of karma turns. Heavens spare no one. Senior brother, at the library pavilion, Ming Xuan and Ye Chao arrived to clean with sluggish footsteps. Manager Yu of the library pavilion seemed very familiar with Ye Chao, likely because cleaning the library pavilion wasn't Ye Chao's first rodeo. Ye Chao here to sweep again? Since I started Elder Zhao's class, I've been here sweeping for over 10 days straight. Inside the library pavilion, Ming Xuan sat dazed reading a book, while Ye Chao had to do the sweeping, with a very unpleasant expression. When she swept near Ming Xuan's feet, she stopped and snapped at him. Move! Ming Xuan nudged over slightly as they glared at each other. You're the only core disciple in the sect's talisman department of the Changming Sect. I'm even your second senior brother. Don't you know how to show your senior brother some respect? Hearing that, Ye Chao gave some half-hearted applause. Wow, you're just so amazing. Then she glared at Ming Xuan again with sparks flying. Manager Yu walked over and gave them a reminder. If you don't finish cleaning, you don't get to eat. Ye Chao threw down her broom and stopped sweeping. If we're sweeping, we both do it together. Then she just flopped down on the floor. An hour later, both were starving. They looked at each other and finally came to an agreement. Then they teamed up to form a cleaning squad, moving at lightning speed, scrubbing like crazy while dust flew everywhere. In just a flash, the two of them had almost finished. If we knew it'd be like this, we wouldn't have stayed mad and wasted a whole hour. Then the two of them bolted toward the cafeteria. Manager Yu, we've swept 2 floors already. We'll grab some food and come back to finish the rest. Manager Yu was furious seeing the mess. He had to endure all that flying dust. These 2 brats. Then Manager Yu turned to speak to a mysterious person. who had just appeared. Is that girl really the talented seed you mentioned? She looks more like a hungry ghost reincarnated to me. As Manager Yu was whispering, it turned out the person was actually Elder Duan Yu. He believed Ye Chao's memory was top tier, basically a photographic memory. This Qingfeng mental law, even a naturally hard worker like Mu Zhongzi took 10 days to master it. But Ye Chao understood it in just 3 short days. That's why Elder Zhao and I came up with the idea to make her sweep the library pavilion more often, just so she'd have a chance to look at more books. That way her talent wouldn't go to waste. But look at the result. That girl just sweeps and runs. She never even thought about reading the books in the pavilion. Truly pointless. Manager Yu looked at Duan Yu with a skeptical gaze. If she really has a photographic memory, she should have mastered the sword kinesis by now. Why were her assessment results so average? Elder Duan fell into deep thought. This is indeed hard to understand. Perhaps the two of us made a misjudgment, switching to Ye Chao and Ming Xuan. After eating their fill and being fully energized, Ye Chao stretched her arms. Only 2 floors left. Once we're done, we can go sleep. Ming Sen glanced at her, wondering to himself, are girls these days such big eaters? From what I remember, the other junior sisters in the sect only eat 2 bites. Yet Ye Chao just downed 5 buns in one go. After eating, she even looked completely blissful. Unbelievable. Ye Chao pointed her broom at Ming Xuan's face. Let's go, we're sweeping the 3rd floor first. The 3rd floor was filled with all kinds of books on talismans. Where did all these books come from? Ming Sen answered her question. I heard they were passed down from the ancestors. Every single book in the library pavilion is one of a kind. In every sect, the library can only be accessed by core disciples. Outer and inner disciples aren't qualified to come here. Ye Chao curiously opened a book to read. This is the fire control talisman. What's it used for? It looks extremely valuable. Ming Xuan looked at her with suspicion. Why is a sword cultivator like you asking about this? She immediately made an excuse. Even though I'm a sword cultivator, I have a natural yearning for talismans, especially after hearing that the cultivation world has a genius like my second senior brother. I became even more interested. Hearing this, Ming Xuan felt very satisfied. He coughed lightly, then watched closely. I'll only teach you once. With a few basic strokes, Ming Xuan drew a talisman and showed it to Ye Chao. This is the fire control talisman. The talisman instantly burst into flames. Seeing the talisman blazing right in front of her, Ye Chao looked absolutely impressed, clapping nonstop. That's magical, so badass! It was her first time seeing an authentic talisman master draw a talisman like this. Ming Xuan was smug hearing that. Well, obviously. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But Ming Xuan had no idea about Ye Chao's talent of remembering everything after seeing it just once. She immediately picked up the brush. Perhaps Ming Xuan didn't need to teach her. She already remembered it all. Then she drew an identical talisman on her own. The talisman flared into flames before Ming Xuan's dazed and shocked face. She succeeded on her very first try. It was too impressive. Suddenly, the talisman began to twitch. At that moment, Ming Xuan remembered that this fire talisman could move. The talisman instantly zipped past Ming Xuan, latching onto a bookshelf in the library pavilion. It caused a fire to erupt instantly. Ming Xuan immediately used a water spell to stop the blaze. The fire was extinguished, but quite a few books had already been burned. And right then, Manager Yu stormed in. Seeing that scene, he roared, Ye Chao! Ming Xuan, you two dare to play with fire in the library pavilion. Have you lost your minds? Or do you two have a problem with this old man? Ming Xuan and Ye Chao both felt incredibly guilty. Their mouths continuously denied it. No, we wouldn't dare. Manager Yu pointed at the burnt bookshelf. You wouldn't dare, yet you still dared to burn the library pavilion. At a glance, at least a dozen talisman manuals are scorched. And they were unique copies too. Looking at the tattered remains of the books, Manager Yu was heartbroken. Witnessing this, Ye Chao felt her conscience prick and suggested, Manager Yu, I'm so sorry. May I ask if there are any shadow recording stones? Because Ye Chao thought, if they were unique copies, they must have used shadow recording stones to back them up. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be a devastating loss. Manager Yu turned back with teary eyes. Even if I gave them to you, what use would it be? These stones can only be viewed once. After viewing, they're destroyed. Don't tell me you can remember everything just by looking once. Hearing that, Ye Chao spoke with sincerity. How about this? If you trust me, could you give me the shadow recording stones for those dozen talisman manuals? I will reconstruct the complete versions for you. Since Ye Chao expressed it that way, Manager Yu felt a glimmer of hope and asked her, is that for real? Ye Chao nodded vigorously, looking very sincere. If that's the case, then give it a try. Then Manager Yu handed the shadow recording stones to Ye Chao to watch. He ordered Ye Chao to go to the forbidden area to copy them. You can't come out until you've finished copying them. With a serious expression, partly because Manager Yu wanted to see if this girl truly had the ability to remember everything at a glance like Duan Yu said. In a corner, Ming Xuan thought he was out of sight, so he quickly tried to slip away, but he still couldn't escape Manager Yu's eyes. The two of you go together. You both can only come out once she's done copying. Ming Xuan quietly obeyed. So annoying. He still couldn't avoid this disaster. Soon enough, this news was spread to Elder Duan Yu. Elder Duan, with a helpless look, sat and spoke to the first senior brother. That little junior sister of yours has caused trouble again. She burned down the manager's library pavilion, and she even burned it together with Ming Xuan. Hearing this, his face remained expressionless, lost in deep thought. When Ye Qiao registered to join the sect, she smashed the square into a giant crater. She hasn't been a core disciple for long, yet she's already burned down the library pavilion. Are we recruiting a junior sister, or did we just pick up a little troublemaker? Cut to Ye Qiao and Ming Shen in the forbidden area. Second senior brother, this forbidden area is so scenic and quiet. It looks perfect for cultivation, Ming Xuan informed her. This is where the founder of the Changming sect ascended. They say he left behind many treasures. Of course, it's dangerous everywhere, so it's labeled a forbidden area. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere. At that same time, third senior brother Shui Yu was also in this forbidden area. He turned his head and waved to greet them. What did you two do wrong to end up in here too? This forbidden area is where core disciples go for self-reflection. Normally no one comes in. Ye Qiao calmly and softly replied, yeah, I burned the library pavilion. Thinking it was a joke, Shui Yu then asked, and him? Ye Qiao bluntly said, yeah, he burned it with me. Hearing that, Shui Yu was shook. Has my senior brother and junior sister finally gone crazy? Do you two have a beef with the manager? Ye Qiao also honestly explained, I didn't. I was just playing with fire and accidentally burned the books. Shui Yu felt his mind boggling. Playing with fire? Is that something a normal person does at night? Once Shui Yu was done questioning them, it was now Ming Xuan's turn to ask back. What about you? Why are you in here? Shui Yu smiled friendly and recounted. I refined some pills and gave them to the brothers around me to take, who knew the effects were buggy and ended up poisoning them. Hearing that, Ye Qiao was left speechless. This guy is more like a disciple from some demonic cult, actually setting up the brothers around him like that. Ming Xuan sat down, not wanting to waste any more time. Junior sister, hurry up and copy them. I can't get out of here until you're done. Paper and brush were ready. Ye Qiao pulled out the shadow recording stone and entered her divine sense. Ye Qiao focused with all her might. Pages of text flew up one by one, appearing right before Ye Qiao's eyes. Just one look, and then they vanished. Ye Qiao quickly copied them down. Her handwriting was way too ugly, though. I wonder if anyone can even decode this later. Senior brother Shui Yu looked at Ye Qiao curiously. What is our little junior sister doing? Copying books? Ming Shan explained the situation to Shui Yu. She burned over a dozen talisman manuals on the third floor. To make the manager stop being angry, she confidently claimed that she could rewrite all dozen books from memory. Shui Yu was shocked. Rewrite them all? If she really has that kind of memory, what kind of monster genius is our little junior sister? After a day of diligent copying until she was dizzy, Ye Qiao was completely exhausted. The two senior brothers looked at Ye Qiao's papers. In her rush to speed things up, Ye Qiao's handwriting looks like chicken scratch. Who could possibly read what she wrote? On the other side, Ye Qiao was not doing well. She was so drained that she just collapsed and fell asleep. I wonder when this will finally end. Over there, the two senior brothers both looked very worried for Ye Qiao. They cheered her on. Hang in there, you can do it. One rubbed her shoulder, the other massaged her arms. When will you... Getting out of here depends entirely on Ye Qiao. Hearing those words of encouragement, Ye Qiao weakly pulled herself up. Fine, I'll try even harder. Help me up, I can still keep writing. Another half hour passed. Ye Qiao could no longer even hold her brush. I'm done studying, just let me die. Her face was now deathly pale. With a headache and dizziness, she had reached her limit. Shui Yu said, You've just used up too much spiritual energy. But whether we get to leave or not is all up to you. You have to keep pushing. Junior sister, I have some mind-boosting pills. Need a few. Then get back to work. Ming Shan also seriously encouraged her. I believe that as long as you try hard enough, we can definitely live the life we've always wanted. Ye Qiao's face filled with hope upon hearing those words. That's what he said out loud, but inside, Ming Shen was thinking, hurry up and finish copying. I'm dying to get out of here. Determined, Ye Qiao tossed the mind-boosting pills into her mouth. Munching down on the pills, Ye Qiao was instantly filled with passion again. Her face regained its original glow. Shui Yu suddenly exclaimed, Now that I mention it, you've broken through! Hearing that, Ye Qiao checked her divine sense. It seemed so. She was now at the peak of chi refinement, just one step away from foundation establishment. While copying the books, I felt my sea of consciousness expand. So it's because I've broken through! Watching this, Ming Xuan was also left in awe. Is breaking through really this simple now? Going from late-stage chi refinement to the peak is a real challenge. Spending 3 days to gain enlightenment. Very few people can break through so smoothly. Shueyu speculated. Could it be that she broke through because she gained insights? Into the talismans? Alchemists break through by refining pills. Talisman masters by drawing. But isn't she a sword cultivator? Do sword cultivators also break through by drawing talismans? Have you ever heard of dual cultivation across 2 paths? Isn't it only a handful of gifted people who can actually pull that off? Though they say the founder of our Changming sect was a dual cultivator of 2 paths. After a while of the 2 brothers whispering to each other, Ye Qiao jumped right in between them, patting their shoulders and telling them to stop overthinking. Maybe it's just because the spiritual energy here is so dense. Then Ye Qiao picked up her brush once again. All right, less chatter. I still have to finish copying these books. After a period of diligent recording, it was 2 days later. The 3 of them brought the copied books to Manager Yu. He was absolutely stunned to see that the entire set of talismans had been completely finished. He stood in deep thought for a moment. Then he told Shueyu and Ming Xuan to head back first. Those 2 bolted out of there instantly. Goodbye, Manager Yu. Bye, little junior sister. What a pair of heartless guys. Manager Yu then called Ye Qiao aside for a private talk. At the library pavilion. Manager Yu, why did you bring me to the 3rd floor? He wanted Ye Qiao to help him with a small task. Hearing that, Ye Qiao immediately raised her guard, asking what kind of task it was. In her head, Ye Qiao had a feeling it wasn't anything good. I don't want to get mixed up in any unnecessary trouble. If I have time for this, I'd rather just go to sleep. Manager Yu dusted off a certain book. He seemed to cherish it deeply as he spoke. This scroll was passed down by the founder of the Changming sect for future generations to study. Inside, it records many different alchemy formulas from ancient times. If you could memorize all those books from the shadow recording stones, then this ancient remnant scroll shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Hearing that, Ye Qiao quickly tried to secure some profit. Manager Yu, I'm only human, not a god. Manager Yu asked what she meant by that. Turns out, Ye Qiao is down to read, but it's going to cost extra. After all, my sleep schedule is very precious. Talk about seizing the opportunity. But the Changming sect is currently dirt poor. So broke they barely have anything to eat. And here's Ye Qiao demanding cash. So Manager Yu suggested, I can give you a bottle of medicinal pills. Hearing that, Ye Qiao, who hates reading the most, realized if there's payment involved, that's a different story. Still, Ye Qiao walked away, choosing to ignore him. Suddenly, the elder grabbed her shoulder. Make it 2 bottles. This is my final offer. Hearing that, Ye Qiao still turned her back to leave. Instead of doing that, I'd rather just go back and take a nap. Manager Yu gritted his teeth and endured it, grabbing tight onto Ye Qiao's braid. As long as you copy these ancient texts without missing a word, you can take whatever spirit stones you want from the Pill Pavilion. Since he was the manager of the library and also oversaw the Pill Peak and the Medicine Pavilion. Hearing this, Ye Qiao turned around, her eyes lighting up as she flashed a smile. Heh, now that's more like it. Deal! Manager Yu broke into a cold sweat. Why do I feel like I just walked into a trap? Holding the ancient scroll in her hands, Ye Qiao simply pressed it to her forehead and immediately entered her divine sense. Is this the inside of the ancient remnant scroll? Looking at the layout, this was the library pavilion, but it wasn't as magnificent as it is now. As she looked around, she suddenly saw an old man with white hair standing next to an alchemy furnace. This was the founder of the Changming sect. He was muttering, saving the flower spirit? The Changming sect is about to starve to death, and yet I'm still refining pills. Once this old man gets some money, I'm going home to raise pigs. Hearing the old man say he wanted to raise pigs, Ye Qiao thought to herself, if circumstances allowed, I'd actually love to go home and herd pigs too. The old man began to move his hands to refine. Whoosh, whoosh! Condensing the pill, controlling the fire, and filtering the herbs. All done. Now only the final step remained. The spirit pill seal! Ye Qiao opened her eyes. Witnessing this, she had memorized everything. Then she picked up her brush and began to write. Manager Yu, watching this, couldn't believe that this stubborn brat that actually had the skills to write so fluently and quickly. After a long while, finally, Ye Qiao finished copying the entire book. Along with that, drops of blood dripped from her nose. Manager Yu handed Ye Qiao a key and said, you should hurry back and get some sleep. Ye Qiao dragged her exhausted body, step by step, back toward her room to sleep. She casually tossed one of Shueyu's mind-boosting pills into her mouth. I'm not sleeping anymore. I'm going to the pill pavilion to bleed them dry. In the middle of the dark night, Ye Qiao arrived at Sueyu's door to invite him to go to the pill peak. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Shueyu peeked through the door and saw Ye Qiao staring at him with wide eyes. Junior sister, it's late at night. Are you out here role-playing as a female ghost? Ye Qiao replied. Third senior brother, let's head to the pill peak. Because in her hand, she was holding the key. Manager Yu gave me the key to the medicine pavilion. He said it's to thank me for helping him copy the remnant scroll. I can take any pills I want from the pavilion. But I don't know anything about alchemy, so come with me. Ye Qiao flashed a lovely smile, putting on a cute face. Shueyu was also very surprised that Manager Yu actually dared to give the key to Ye Qiao. Thinking of that old man's face, it's like a plucked rooster. This is a rare occurrence indeed. Shueyu flashed a devious smile and whispered to Ye Qiao, easy peasy. I'll take you there to pick him clean. The two immediately moved to the library pavilion. Inside, there were many types of rare medicinal pills. Some could replenish spiritual energy. Others could heal wounds and many other effects. After a while of searching, the two of them finally returned, with their hands full of loot. Third senior brother, you really know these medicinal pills like the back of your hand, don't you? Shui flashed a smug smile. I wouldn't dare. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. Standing behind the footsteps of the happy duo was a face drenched in tears, with trembling hands and feet. This was the Pill Peak master of the Changming Sect. Those two little brats didn't just take a tenth of the rare pills in the medicine pavilion. They even uprooted the spirit herbs in my field. If it weren't for the fact that they're core disciples, I'd definitely kick them to the moon. Back at her room, Ye Qiao didn't forget to thank Sueyu. Third senior brother, thanks for going to the pavilion with me and bringing me back. Shueyu looked around Ye Qiao's room. Talismans were scattered everywhere. Junior sister, the spiritual energy here seems denser than anywhere else. It's just like the spiritual energy in the forbidden area. In a place with such perfect conditions, you should be working hard on your cultivation. There's only half a year left until the Sect conference. Shueyu looked extremely worried. Ye Kapu nodded as if she agreed. You're right, she said, but then immediately hopped onto her bed. But a great philosopher once said, you must go to sleep by 10, or it's bad for your health. Then she calmly closed her eyes and fell fast asleep. The third senior brother witnessed this and broke into a cold sweat. This girl is seriously stubborn. Yue wondered who this philosopher was. I'm trying my best to advise her, and she just goes to sleep like that? It's like trying to forge rotten iron. While he was worrying, like that, Ye Qiao was already deep in her slumber. Yue could only lower his voice. Good night, little junior sister. By the next morning, sitting in the dining hall, Ye Qiao overheard two disciples at the next table talking to each other. One said, I just refined 2 pills. How about we sneak down the mountain today and sell them? The other replied, sure, with 2 pills. We can probably earn 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Then we won't have to keep munching on plain buns anymore. Hearing that, Ye Qiao's eyes lit up. She popped her head between them. Is making money that easy? The two of them nodded vigorously at Ye Qiao. That's right. Theoretically speaking, only you sword cultivators are poor. 1 bottle of mid-grade spirit recovery pills from us alchemists can be sold for 300 high-grade spirit stones. But our cultivation is low right now, so we can't refine spirit recovery pills. In our sect, only senior brother Shueyu can refine them. Hearing this, Ye Qiao cried out at her fate. Why am I so broke? I'm just a poor sword cultivator. Luckily, she went on a looting spree at the medicine pavilion yesterday. Now she had quite a few high-grade pills. But those rare items from the Pill Peak can't be sold. What if I refine my own pills to sell outside? I'll use the ancient alchemy methods I recorded yesterday. Maybe I can give it a shot. Ye Qiao pressed the 2 brothers for info. Can you tell me how much an alchemy furnace costs roughly? A decent furnace is about 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, Ye Qiao panicked. She broke into a sweat, stuttering as she spoke. 10,000? And high-grade spirit stones at that? Forget it. I'll just go find something in the kitchen and borrow a big wok to refine pills. A big wok is still a pot. In front of the giant wok, Ye Qiao began the process of refining pills. The wok bubbled and boiled on the stove. Thinking to herself, the spirit herbs she'd looted from the pill room last night were coming in handy. After that, she tossed all the herbs in, following each step exactly as she had seen the founder do in the ancient remnant scroll last night. Shouldn't be any issues. First, use spiritual energy to crush and temper the spirit herbs. Then apply the pill seal. After using the ultimate spirit pill seal for a while, the process was finally complete. What kind of pill am I going to end up with? I followed the method I saw last night, down to the last detail to refine this. Even though during the scenting stage, I chose my favorite snail noodle flavor. Then Ye Chao nervously opened the lid. Inside was a pill, but it looked a bit strange. Every pill third senior brother refines is perfectly round and shiny, white and plump. Why? Does my pill look a bit too nutritious? With a suspicious look, Ye Chao stared at the pill over and over. But one shouldn't be too picky. At least this thing is edible, right? Thinking to herself, back in the modern world, I was a total disaster in the kitchen. Now I've succeeded on my first try. Not bad. They say the founder's ultimate spirit pill can temper spiritual energy. I'll go find someone to test it out. If I'm looking for someone, I'll start with third senior brother. In the classroom, third senior brother was lecturing the inner disciples. While refining pills, you must keep your mind calm and your spirit peaceful. During competitions, some will maliciously interfere to distract you. At that moment, we should ignore them, just like I do. Then Shuayu raised his hand to demonstrate for the disciples. He gathered his energy and began refining the pill. Everyone looked at Shuayu with eyes full of admiration. Third senior brother is so amazing, as expected of a core disciple. Ye Chao came rushing in at full speed. Third senior brother, I brought you something good. The pill reeked of pungent snail noodles, making Shuayu cover his nose and gag repeatedly. Keep that pill of yours far away from me. Ye Chao stubbornly insisted he take a look. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, leaving both of them dazed and panicked. Shuayu stuttered, Junior sister, you're truly vicious. In all my years of alchemy, this is the first time I've been pushed to... It turns out, Shuayu's alchemy furnace had just exploded. Ye Chao kept pestering Shuayu to try the pill. Shuayu flatly refused, because the smell of the pill was truly unbearable. At that moment, Elder Zhao came stomping in. He pointed his finger directly at Ye Chao. Ye Chao, how dare you bring manure into the classroom? It turns out, Elder Zhao had mistaken the smell of the pill for the smell of literal poop. Ye Chao, terrified, hugged her pill close. You don't have to love it, but please don't insult it. For better or worse, it's the first pill I've ever refined. How could you use such uncivilized language to describe it? Elder Zhao angrily told Ye Chao to get out. Ye Chao split the pill in half with her hands, then placed one half into Shuayu's palm. Third senior brother, I'm heading out first. Remember to swallow this and give me some feedback. Shuayu looked at the half pill in his hand, only able to manage a forced smile. Suddenly, the figure of a young man appeared peeking through the window. It was the fourth disciple, Mu Zhongxi. Seeing his savior appear, Shuayu immediately had an idea. He gestured for Mu Zhongxi to come over. Little junior sister refined a few pills. I'll share some with you. Hearing that, Mu Zhongxi quickly stepped inside. For real? Junior sister can actually refine pills too? The opportunity arrived. Shui, you quickly shoved the half pill into Mu Zhongxi's mouth. That pungent, stinky flavor made his face turn pale green. He was speechless, instantly gagging. What on earth is this smell? At the same time, Ye Chao rushed over to Ming Xuan's room. Senior brother, she called out loudly. Second senior brother. I'm here to share some good stuff with you. Seeing the half pill in her hand, combined with its unique aroma, Ming Xuan wondered what it was. Ye Chao flashed a smile. This is a medicinal pill. Ming Xuan resisted weakly. Does Shuayu hate me that much? To research this kind of bioweapon just to poison me? Ye Chao pouted. I'm the one who refined this, you know. In that case, Ming Xuan forced a smile. That wasn't very bright, trying to save himself. Oh, really? Ha ha! I knew that loser Shuayu could never refine a pill this big. But little did he know that flattery brought disaster. Ye Chao took the half pill and instantly stuffed it into Ming Xuan's mouth. Then you should give it a try. Ming Xuan fired no better. His face also turned extremely pale as he started gagging nonstop. Truly, when someone is sad, another is happy. While the two brothers were suffering like that, Ye Chao seemed incredibly joyful, skipping and dancing around happily. Scene changed to the inner sect elders meeting. The elders were sitting and discussing among themselves. Elder Duan spoke up. That girl Ye Chao is stuck at the peak of chi refinement. I think we should have the core disciples prepare a bit. In a few days, they'll head to a secret realm for training. Elder Zhao stroked his beard and thought to himself, hurry up and get that brat Ye Chao out of the Wushang sect. If she doesn't leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist punching her. The sect leader spoke up. If you all have no objections, then let the kids go. Manager Yu was overjoyed. The sect leader is truly wise. He thought to himself that he finally got rid of those brats. If fire wasn't banned, I'd be eager to go out and light a couple of firecrackers to celebrate. Scene change. Shuayu went to find Ye Chao and knocked on her door. Ye Chao opened the door with a half-asleep face. Shuayu said, Junior sister, a small secret realm just opened below Yinzhong City. Hurry up and pack your things. Tomorrow, the three of us will take you out for training. The secret realm beneath. Yunzhong City was usually split between the Wenjian sect and the Yueqing sect in previous years. But those core disciples of the Yue King sect have their eyes. On the back of their heads, they probably won't care about a small realm. Hearing that, Yeka was intrigued. A small secret realm in Yunjiang City. She recalled the original story mentioned this realm. There are many treasures inside too. The heroine, Yun Shu, even gathered quite a few ancient spirit herbs. But in the original story, among the 5 sects, only the Yue King sect went to this secret realm. This time, the Changming sect is going because I caused a butterfly effect. In a flash, tomorrow arrived. The 4 siblings were preparing to head down the mountain together. All 4 were dressed in red robes. These are the cloaks of the Changming sect, core disciples, made from 1,000-year ice silk. Impervious to fire and water, they look stunning and beautiful. Mu Zhongxi urged Ye Qiao, hurry up and put it on. She thought to herself that the core disciple cloaks were a bit too flashy, weren't they? She told her seniors to change into everyday clothes instead. The more ordinary, the better. Mu Zhongxi was confused. Why? Is our core disciple attire not good looking? Ye Qiao replied that wasn't it. But Ye Qiao's point was that if they wore these, how could they pull a fast one on anyone? Wouldn't it just be exposing themselves? Everyone listened to Ye Qiao and went to change into commoner clothes. Isn't this a bit too plain? Mu Zhongxi asked. Is this okay now? Ye Qiao closed her eyes and nodded. It's perfect. No time to waste. Plus, everyone quickly get on the cranes so we can head out. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Yunjiang City. The place was crowded with people trading all kinds of talismans. Ming Xuan spoke up. I heard that recently. A type called the Spirit Gathering Talisman has been circulating on the streets. Supposedly, you can cultivate even while lying down. Maybe we should buy some to try it out. Hearing this, Ye Qiao immediately stopped him. Ming Xuan, don't. They're all scams. Ming Xuan was puzzled. How do you know it's a scam? Let's just buy one and try. It's not like it's expensive anyway. For a broke soul like her, Ming Xuan's not expensive. Was actually super pricey. Only a pauper like Ye Qiao could understand. She pulled Ming Xuan's arm. Let's go find an inn to stay at. Once the other sects arrive in a bit, we won't have a place to stay. Everyone looked at Ye Qiao with extremely suspicious eyes. Ye Qiao is being so weird today. How could they know what was on Ye Qiao's mind? I have to stop my senior brother from wasting money. I was the one who drew those spirit-gathering talismans just to make a quick buck. But once other cultivators found out they actually worked, things spiraled out of control. The 5 great sects strictly forbid disciples from unauthorized trading of talismans. I'm afraid someone will recognize them and lock me in the forbidden area. I had to stop selling them. As a result, small merchants saw a business opportunity and started counterfeiting those talismans. Everyone started making fakes, and the price is 10 times higher than what I originally sold them for. Ming Shen couldn't convince Ye Qiao to let him buy a talisman, so he could only sigh. Fine, let's find an inn first. He thought to himself he'd just come back and buy it later. At the Yunjiang Inn right now, several people were standing in front of the door, gossiping. These are the core disciples of the 5 great sects. Judging by the outfits, it looks like the Yueting sect. Others spoke with admiration. Is that the new junior sister the Yueting sect just took in? She really is radiant and sparkling. Don't you see her senior brothers surrounding her? Treating her like a precious gem? We can't mess with them. We should keep our distance. Seeing the lively crowd gossiping and laughing, Ye Qiao couldn't help but run over to eavesdrop. And then she immediately recognized, inside that inn is the female lead of the original story. The female lead, Yun Shu, from the Yue King sect. Then Ye Qiao turned around to talk to Mu Zhongxi. See that girl over there? Heh. Mu Zhongxi didn't understand what Ye Qiao meant by that. I see her, so what? Ye Qiao thought to herself. Among the supporting male leads in the novel, the first one to fall was Mu Zhongxi. This idiot has no judgment and gets played by the female lead. He was toyed with in the palm of her hand and suffered miserably. She really wanted to save Mu Zhongxi from this fate, so she opened her mouth and said, 4th senior brother, have you ever heard the saying, with no woman in your heart, drawing your sword makes you a god? The first page of the sword manual is to let go of your crush. Kill everyone with one fatal blow. Hearing Ye Qiao talk such nonsense, Mu Zhongxi looked very skeptical. Ye Qiao, have you gone crazy? Stop talking trash. Hurry up, Ye Qiao. Go book the rooms already, or they'll all be snatched up by others. Inns in Yunjiang City know how to hike prices based on location. The later we arrive, the more expensive it gets. Hearing that the prices would go up, money being Ye Qiao's most sensitive trigger, her eyes lit up in shock. What? Then what are we standing around for? Let's rush in. So she scrambled and dragged Mu Zhongxi to rent the rooms. In a rush, she was about to call the boss to book 4 rooms, but she reconsidered and turned to consult Mu Zhongxi. 4th senior brother, which room type should the 4 of us use to save money? While the two were discussing, standing behind Ye Qiao was the figure of the female lead, Yun Shu. she recognized that it was senior sister Ye Chao. But then she thought Ye Chao was gentle, quiet, and reserved, unlike this lively and energetic girl. Yet they looked exactly the same. Then Yunshu stepped toward the two of them. I wonder, fellow Taoist, which sect's junior sister are you? Ye Chao turned around and replied, dismissively, just a small sect, not worth mentioning. Yunshu looked aggrieved and speechless. At that moment, a man came over and interrupted the conversation. He was Song Hanqing, the first core disciple of the Yueqing sect. Then he led the female lead, Yunshu, away. Yunshu was very angry and annoyed right now. While walking away, she didn't forget to glance back. Mingxuan witnessed this and spoke thoughtfully. That young girl is the new disciple of the Yueqing sect. I heard she's a water spirit root genius. Wu Zhengxi asked curiously. Right, but who's that guy next to her? He's even better dressed than us. Mingxuan replied. That's the first core disciple of the Yueqing sect. He's at the same level as our eldest senior brother. Naturally, he's going to be a bit arrogant. At this point, Ye Chao was stunned. What? Then she turned away to scheme. The top disciple of the Yueqing sect is here, but I didn't call our eldest senior brother along. When it comes to fighting for spirit herbs, our side won't have the edge. On the other side, the Yueqing sect was also discussing things among themselves. Song Hanqing spoke up. Of those four, 2 are in the golden core stage. 1 is half-step golden core, and that girl is only at chi refinement. Yunshu asked, with so many golden core disciples, could they be core disciples from some great sect who have also arrived? That girl, her senior's cultivation levels are so high. Then the innkeeper stepped out. Fellow Taoists, the other rooms are all full. Right now, only the premium suites are left. Premium suites are 100 high-grade spirit stones each. Hearing the innkeeper say that, Mu Zhengxi and Ye Chao were completely shocked. What? 100 high-grade spirit stones? Is this place run by scammers or what? Hearing that, Shuiyu and Mingxuan felt totally embarrassed. This is so cringeworthy. Core disciples. Which sect's disciples would behave with such virtue? Witnessing this scene, the Yueqing sect disciples started gossiping. All right, don't overthink it. To be this broke, how could they be core disciples of any major sect? I bet they're just some rogue cultivators who finally hit golden core after hundreds of years. Hearing this, the female lead Yunshu started getting narcissistic, feeling superior and thinking to herself, exactly, what kind of core disciples would be so embarrassing? It's better if they aren't core disciples of a major sect. The disciples of the various sects, everyone is standing outside the secret realm of Yunzhang City. The inside of the secret realm is filled with mist. If inhaled, it will cause dizziness. To avoid any accidents, many people buy specialized artifacts in advance to ward off the mist. Ye Chao asked worriedly, do we have any artifacts? Jueyu shook his head. No, Changming sect doesn't have any artifact cultivators. No one knows how to forge artifacts. If you want them, you have to buy them from Changfeng sect. They have plenty of artifact cultivators. Hearing this, Ye Chao was terrified, her face turning pale. Is it really that casual? So we just walk in without doing anything? I remember in the original story, every time the female lead entered a secret realm, she had a mountain of artifacts and pills. Why is it so pathetic now that it's my turn? Mingxuan spoke up. If you can hold your breath, then just do that. If not, just find something to cover your nose. Though it might be a bit annoying during a fight. Ye Chao fell into deep thought. If it's just mist, then it probably isn't much different from the morning fog back in the modern world. Thinking of this, Ye Chao tossed a handkerchief into the air. Then she used her sword to make a few basic moves, shredding the cloth into several pieces as they fell. She continued to act busy and focused on making something. The final result was a set of thick face masks. Mission accomplished. The 3 brothers looked at Ye Chao in utter bewilderment. Ye Chao handed each senior brother a mask to put on. These are face masks inside the secret realm. They should block some of the dangers from the mist. She put the mask over her mouth to demonstrate for her brothers, then looked at them with expectant eyes. Hurry up and put them on. Even though this thing looked very strange, since their little junior sister was looking at them so expectantly, the brothers had no choice but to put them on for now. The 4 of them wearing masks immediately attracted stares from everyone. Looking into the distance, they saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be Sujuo. This time from the Yueqing sect side, it's him and Song Hanqing entering the secret realm with Yunshu. Seeing Ye Chao staring so intently at Yunshu like that, Sujuo raised an eyebrow in annoyance. He looked at Ye Chao but failed to recognize her, thinking to himself that since his junior sister Yunshu is so beautiful, countless female cultivators must hate her. Looks like another female cultivator jealous of his little junior sister. Sujuo glared with wide eyes to intimidate her. Ye Chao turned her head away and clicked her tongue. In the original story, Sujuo is at most considered a backup tire. He doesn't even qualify for the title of a supporting male lead. Suddenly, a young man noticed Ye Chao. He ran over and asked, "Little friend, what are you wearing on your face?" "Is it a new artifact refined by the Chengfeng sect? But there's no spiritual energy on it." Ye Chao honestly held up the masks. "This is a face mask I created. Although it can't compare to an artifact. Inside the secret realm, it might block the dangers caused by the mist." Hearing that, several people were dazed, not knowing if this was actually true. Ye Chao saw another business opportunity. She stood on a rock and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Money back if it's fake. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones each. You won't lose out, and I'm not scamming anyone. Do you guys want to give it a try?" Since the price was cheap and the item was unique, everyone scrambled to buy them. Each person bought one. The gathering became a very lively marketplace. Seeing this, Mu Zhongxi didn't know what else to say. This junior sister is truly something. As long as it involves spirit stones, she's always incredibly enthusiastic. Shuiyu also replied, "If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand in front of so many people and sell stuff like that." On the other side, Suzhou and Yunshu witnessed the selling and showed their disdain, fighting over such petty profits. How embarrassing. Yunshu acted pityingly. They must be from a small sect with no money. That girl is a little bit pitiful. She's clearly the same age as me, yet she has to talk so submissively just for a few spirit stones. A moment later, the secret realm opened up and everyone rushed inside. Ye Chao held the bag of spirit stones, her spoils of war, looking extremely excited. Entering the secret realm, dark clouds whizzed past. Mist swirled everywhere and everything was shrouded in darkness, looking incredibly gloomy. Mu Zhongxi asked Ye Chao doubtfully, "Little junior sister, can your face mask really block this mist? Where did you get these weird things anyway?" Ye Chao said proudly, "It's the wisdom of the predecessors." Wei stood to the side, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness for the development of science." He had originally prepared breath-holding pills, intending that if this thing of little junior sister, Ye Chao's didn't work, he would share them with everyone. Who would have thought these masks actually worked? Now it seems they aren't needed anymore. The Yueqing sect side used a protective artifact, which was a lotus flower, but it didn't seem to be very effective. Sujua made a suggestion. "Eldest senior brother, I noticed that after everyone put on those face masks, none of them showed any signs of being poisoned. Maybe we should go buy some just like them." Song Hanking spoke up, agreeing with Sujuo's idea. "Even though our protective artifact can ward off the mist, it consumes way too much spiritual energy. Anyway, it's only 5 low-grade spirit stones. Just a small price to pay." Then he reached out his hand to block Ye Chao's path and spoke, "I wonder if this fellow Taoist has any masks left." This took Ye Chao completely by surprise. "Whoa, didn't expect that!" Even the Yueqing sect people are taking the initiative to buy. However, Ye Chao isn't a pushover. She took this opportunity to hike up the price. "I do, of course I do. But times have changed. The current price isn't the same as before." Song Hanking grew impatient. "So what do you mean by that?" He thought to himself. People from small sects really love taking advantage of situations. She narrowed her eyes like a fisherman. 100 high-grade spirit stones for a single face mask. Hearing Ye Chao scream such a price made even Song Hanking freeze in shock. Hearing her words, Suju also yelled out, "That's 50 times higher than before. You're trying to pick a fight with us. So you intentionally set the price that high, right?" Actually, Ye Chao hadn't forgotten the old grudge. Back then, when Sujuo told Yunyin about the mayfly grass, the original owner spent all her effort to get it back, only for the spirit herb to be snatched away. Ye Chao could never forget this. She sighed. "Well, it can't be helped. Who told our small sect to be so broke? Surely the esteemed core disciples of the Yueqing sect aren't lacking a few spirit stones, right? It's just a tiny amount. These core disciples from the great sects all care way too much about their reputation, so don't blame me for taking the chance to fleece you for cash. After all, I don't care about face anyway." Then, Ye Chao even tossed the mask in her hand to taunt them, making their blood boil with rage. Sujo was absolutely salty now. "Our Yueqing sect definitely has money, but we aren't stupid. 100 high-grade spirit stones can buy a whole bottle of pills. Who needs that toy?" But then he reconsidered. "But if we don't take it, countless rogue cultivators around are watching, and it directly affects the Yueqing sect's reputation." Everyone was staring intently at the two of them. Afterward, Sujuo had to bitterly hand over 300 high-grade spirit stones to Ye Chao while she only lost 3 masks. "Deal," Sujuo thought to himself. "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like everyone around us is laughing at us." Going deeper into the secret realm, there were many strange herbs and flowers. Watch your step. There are many spirit herbs here that can move, and some even have aggressive traits. Furthermore, You shouldn't touch random things inside the secret realm. Don't run around either to avoid being separated. Mu Zhongxi noticed the Yueqing sect people kept glancing around and wondered, what are those guys who spend money like trash from the Yueqing sect even doing? Yui pondered, maybe they're looking for powerful rogue cultivators to follow and reap the rewards as the third party. The Yueqing sect bunch loves chaosing the most. A long time ago, I entered a secret realm with eldest senior brother to train and came face to face with Song Hunting. At that time, I finally found a martial heart grass. But as soon as eldest senior brother went to kill the guardian beast, it was stolen by Song Hunting, who swooped in for the kill. He claimed that this herb was spotted by our Yueqing sect first, so it's ours. Hearing Sueyu's story, Mu Zhongxi couldn't help but worry. What should we do then? Should we put some distance between us and them? I don't want to work hard fighting for half a day, only to have it snatched away by someone else. He quickly pulled Ye Chao's hand. Let's move faster, don't let them track us. But Ye Chao pulled his sleeve back. Brother, wait! Why should we avoid them? Don't you guys want revenge? Ye Chao's idea left both Shueyu and Mingxuan stunned. Shueyu explained. Little junior sister, we are disciples of the righteous path. We must be upright. How could we do something like seeking revenge on others? Exactly, we aren't demonic cultivators. Hearing that, Ye Chao fell into deep thought. Well, don't you want to give them a taste of their own medicine? She rubbed Sueyu's hand. Third senior brother, do you have any pills that can temporarily hide one's cultivation? Cultivators usually like to show off their level, to prove how strong they are. But Shueyu liked researching strange things, so he might actually have this kind of pill. Shueyu asked Ye Chao doubtfully. You want to take a pill to hide yourself? Ye Chao closed her eyes and waved her hand. A chi refinement loser like me has nothing to hide. Then she added smugly, I'm not the one taking it. You are. She figured hiding the cultivation of people like Shueyu was the most important thing. That way they could head over to the Yueqing sect and scam them. Time for some friendly interaction with the Yueqing sect. Heh. Hearing that Ye Chao wanted to hide their cultivation, Shueyu frowned. Why are you like this? What are you planning? I've been a core disciple for so many years, and I've seen all kinds of storms and trials. But only Ye Chao's appearance has made my worldview feel completely fresh. Even so, Shueyu always felt a bad premonition. Ye Chao immediately put on a pleading face. It's nothing. Just wanted to find them for a little friendly chat. On the other side, the Yueqing sect disciples intended to follow others, to swoop in for the loot. Song Hanqing thought to himself, that rogue cultivator with golden core cultivation isn't bad. I can follow him later to get a share of the spoils. Then he turned to Yunshu and said, Don't worry, junior sister. With me here, I'll definitely help you level up this time. When the time comes, I'll give all the treasures to you. These words made Yunshu blush with embarrassment. She softly replied, Yes, sir. Witnessing this scene made Sujuo, walking behind them, feel incredibly hurt, and Ye Chao pretended to whisper with the others, but intentionally let the Yueqing sect group. Over here. Shueyu lowered his voice. I didn't expect the Bodhi leaves to appear here. Little junior sister, your cultivation is the highest among us. You must bring those Bodhi leaves back, okay? Ye Chao played along, whispering back. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect them well. These two were talking, specifically so the Yueqing sect could hear. Hearing this, Song Hanqing thought to himself. Bodhi leaves? Those can trigger a cultivator's enlightenment. But Sujuo looked suspicious. Are these rogue cultivators really that lucky? Could it be a fake? Their highest cultivation is just a kid at the peak of chi refinement. If they're lying to us, it won't end well for them at all. Yunshu grabbed Sujuo's sleeve. Little senior brother, are we sure this is a good idea? Sujuo turned back and tightly held Yunshu's hand. In the cultivation world, it's survival of the fittest. Without strength, you can't protect your belongings. We're just teaching them a lesson in advance, letting them know what hidden talent really looks like and how cruel the world can be. In a corner of the Yunzhong City secret realm, the Yueqing sect group followed Shueyu and Ye Chao, demanding they hand over the Bodhi leaves. The two turned around, feigning surprise and shouting, What do you think you're doing? Ye Chao thought to herself. Sujuo has to protect his little junior sister, and I really love my senior brothers too. So I will definitely stop my senior brothers from becoming simps kneeling at the female lead's skirt. Hunking raised a talisman to intimidate them, saying, Little junior sister, hand over the Bodhi leaves to us. Surely you don't want to see you and your brother get beaten by me until you're both paralyzed? Then he unleashed a move that seemed powerful. But in reality, what he did was nothing compared to Shueyu's actual power. Even so, Shueyu still pretended to clutch his chest in pain, playing along with fear and screaming, Ah, I'm dying, I'm dead! Ye Chao also played along, acting worried, shouting out loudly, Eldest senior brother! Zhuyu coughed while clutching his chest. Little junior sister, don't worry about me. The two siblings put on an incredibly tragic performance for the Yue King Sect people to see. Witnessing this, Song Hanqing looked extremely smug, thinking he didn't expect a mere warning talisman to have such immense power. Just one hit and he's already coughing up blood. Maybe this rogue cultivator's level is just too low. Then he shouted loudly, "If you don't want your eldest senior brother to continue suffering, then hurry up and hand over." The Bodhi leaves. Ye Chao threw him a box, stating, "There's a restriction seal on this box. Let us go, and I'll tell you how to break the seal." Song Hanqing caught the box. He couldn't open it, even when using his spiritual power. The design of this box is actually quite sophisticated. He couldn't break the seal inside, so he agreed to Ye Chao's demand. "Fine, I agree to let you go. Now how do I break the seal?" Ye Chao gulped and spoke up. "Memorize this carefully. 1 times 1 is 1, 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 3 is 9, 4 times 4 is 16. 5 times 5 is 25, 6 times 6 is 36. 7 times 7 is 49, 8 times 8 is 64. And 9 times 9 is 81. She just recited the multiplication table. "This array is a secret heirloom of my sect. You need to wait for 7 times 7, 49 days. Then chant the multiplication formula I just read, and you'll be able to open it." The people from the Yue King Sect were completely dazed after hearing Ye Chao's chant. Song Hanqing realized he had been played, and didn't want to let Ye Chao's group off easy. Ye Chao, with tears streaming down her face, cried, "What's this? We are just rogue cultivators. How would we dare trick the core disciples of a great sect?" Frustrated and unable to do anything, the Yue King Sect members had no choice but to turn away. Shueyu and Ye Chao also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. "Whoa, damn! Third senior brother, when did you learn that move from me? You spat blood on command without missing a beat. That acting skill would even shock gods and demons." Scene change. The 4 siblings were walking together. Shueyu took out an apple. "I just grabbed this fruit earlier on a whim. I didn't expect it to come in handy now." Mu Zhongxi saw this and praised him. "That's top tier." Shueyu looked embarrassed, gave a forced laugh, and turned to ask Ye Chao, "Little junior sister, what was inside that box of yours?" "That was just a normal box I used to store things. It opens automatically after a certain amount of time. There's no need for any secret chant." Ye Chao replied, "I think it contains a bun that I've already taken a bite of." Mingxuan was surprised. "Why did you bring a bun?" Thinking to himself, whose kid enters a secret realm with a bun instead of artifacts. Of course, Ye Chao brought it to eat. "I haven't leveled up yet, so I'll get hungry. Besides, that bun is actually pretty tasty." On the other side, after Song Hanqing managed to open the box, he saw the half-eaten bun inside. Only to find a half-eaten bun inside, he screamed out in absolute rage, "What on earth is this?" Ye Chao chuckled to herself, thinking, "The storage boxes of our Changming sect are top tier. That bun probably won't even go bad after a month, right?" I wonder if the Yue King sect is lucky enough to find that half-eaten bun. She laughed gleefully. Shueyu thought to himself that little junior sister is truly the GOAT of trolling. Mingxuan pressed Ye Chao for answers. "What kind of mental cultivation method is that multiplication formula? I've never heard of it before." But compared to the usual methods that are hard to memorize, and even harder to understand, this one is much easier to learn. Ye Chao replied, "That's something every kid back in my hometown has to memorize." Even after coming to this cultivation world, she didn't feel like an outsider at all. In this secret realm, the denser the spiritual energy, the more goodies there are. So the 4 siblings moved together toward a place with high spiritual energy. There's bound to be plenty of loot ahead. Looking at the scenery before them, everyone was beyond shocked. Shueyu said excitedly, "There's Qingshan grass here. I was lucky enough to get one before, but it was snatched away by that Yue King sect bunch. I didn't expect there to be so many here." Ye Chao also thought to herself, "Obviously, if I refine all these herbs into pills, they'll definitely sell for a ton of money." Her mind is constantly focused on getting rich. Then Shueyu sat down. "Hurry and harvest them. Otherwise, someone else will show up, try to keep the roots intact, so we can plant them in the alchemy room when we get back." While they were busy harvesting, suddenly, a talisman came flying out of nowhere, fast as the wind. Ye Chao couldn't even dodge it in time. Right then, Mingxuan stepped in and intercepted the talisman, letting it fall onto the herbs. This was a Vajra talisman, a type of explosive charm. If Mingxuan hadn't reacted so quickly, and this talisman had landed, someone at the peak of chi refinement like Ye Chao might not die, but she'd definitely be blown away. Unsurprisingly, it was the Yue King sect group that attacked. Only shameless people would do something like that. Song Hanqing didn't even forget to praise Mingxuan. Not a bad reaction speed. Mingxuan immediately became alert and told Ye Chao to hide behind him. Because of the loud noise, many people were attracted to come and watch. Song Honking drew a protective talisman to block them, preventing those people from entering, to stop them from harvesting all the spirit herbs. Mingsen and Yeqiao whispered to each other. Yeko noted that they really knew how to protect their food. Mingsen dropped a savage line. No kidding. Look at him, he looks just like a dog. Hearing that, the Yueqing Sect members' faces turned dark. Yunshu spoke up. How could you say such things? Mingsen held his fan to his face. Were we talking to you? Why are you butting in? Leaving Yunshu so angry she was speechless. Yeqiao cheered and rooted for him, thinking that second senior brother's mouth is truly toxic. Listening to him roast others feels so satisfying. Seeing herself being treated like that, Yunshu acted pitiful and burst into tears. Mingsen was surprised. She's crying already? She's crying over just this? Every day I grill Yeqiao and call her a thunder potato, yet she never complains or tries to punch me back. Seeing Yunshu cry, Suju immediately became extremely anxious and tried to comfort her. Little junior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. We are the core disciples of the Yueqing Sect. This is our little junior sister. Hearing the mention of core disciples, Mu Zhengxi, and everyone from the Changming Sect feigned shock. Core disciples, are they that powerful? This acting was honestly a bit extra. Haha. The onlookers heard this and started gossiping. The Yueqing Sect? No wonder they're so arrogant. Someone else added, don't they know that little junior sister Yunshu is the lifeblood of the Yueqing Sect? How dare they make her cry? Their little junior sister is so adorable. Those rogue cultivators have such foul mouths. Hearing this, Shuiyu became dissatisfied. It's like Yunshu is the only human here. Our little junior sister was just ambushed by Song Hunting. How come I don't see anyone standing up for her? Then Shuiyu turned to greet them. So it's the fellow Taoists from the Yueqing Sect. But when you arrived and ambushed our little junior sister, I'm afraid that wasn't very appropriate, was it? If second senior brother hadn't reacted quickly, I fear our little junior sister would have been injured. Song Honking replied with a look of disdain. If she's hurt, she's hurt. Let's not mention the fact that it failed. Even if it had succeeded. Did you expect me to kowtow and apologize? A mere disciple of a small sect. So what if I beat them until they're injured? Everyone around also began to gossip. You're just a small sect, how do you even dare? Some said, the Yueqing Sect is being lenient with you. Why are you still pushing your luck? Song Honking is so handsome. Hearing such gossip, Yeqiao was left speechless. Fine, the rogue cultivators around here are all simps for the Yueqing Sect. Then Song Honking sneered and declared, this Qingxin grass garden belongs to the Yueqing Sect. If you've got any sense, leave quickly. Don't bother us while we harvest herbs. Mu Zhengxi was absolutely furious. Just as he was about to handle these guys, Yeqiao held him back firmly. Then she whispered, fourth senior brother, can you take down Song Hunqing? Mu Zhengxi replied heroically. I could even beat Song Hunqing's father. Song Hunqing is a talisman master. The combat power of a talisman master is weaker. Once it comes to close quarters, they'll be at a disadvantage. Yeqiao's eyes lit up hearing that. Then can you chase him away? Mu Zhengxi felt very conflicted. Chasing them away like that isn't quite right, is it? Because the Changming Sect has always been famous for helping the poor, chasing others away. To monopolize everything goes against the principles of a disciple of the righteous path. Yeqiao sighed. How is it not right? Back then, I read books so I could speak gently and politely with idiots. But now I learn the sword, so that idiots will speak calmly and politely to me. Have you never heard the saying, one day, with a sword in hand, I'll cut down all the dogs who preach morality as sword cultivators? Don't we learn the sword to talk sense into people? Yeqiao's demeanor while speaking was just like a female knight. Hearing these words, Zhengxi felt like he had reached enlightenment. Even though something feels a bit off, what you're saying makes sense. We sword cultivators are so strong, why bother with logic? Yeqiao's eyes lit up as she continued to encourage him. It's all on you. Fourth senior brother, I know you can definitely do it, right? Zhengxi nodded, giving a firm and clear affirmation. Then he swung his hand and drew his sword in a cool pose. Yahello stood to the side cheering. Fourth senior brother is usually a mess. But at a crucial moment like this, he's actually badass. With just a few basic moves, Mu Zhengxi shattered Song Hunqing's Vajra talisman. That was the Vajra talisman that eldest senior brother took forever to refine. They say it can block a full power strike from a golden core. And yet, with just a single slash of sword ki, how is that possible? After taking a hit from Mu Zhengxi, Song Hunqing gritted his teeth, breaking into a sweat. If it weren't for this Vajra talisman, that strike just now would have landed on me. If I weren't injured, I'd at least have been blown away. Where the hell did these damn rogue cultivators come from? Yeqiao clapped and praised him loudly. Fourth senior brother is too OP. Then she called out, second senior brother, third senior brother, hurry over and keep picking the chinks in grass. Ye Cow and her brothers happily harvested the spirit herbs. Mingxian spoke up, shouldn't we leave a little bit for the others? Ye Cow replied, why leave anything for them? The shameless are invincible under heaven. As long as we throw our dignity away, no one can defeat us. Finally, Ye Cow also understood why the Changming sect has been losing competitions for years. Having the heart of a naive, sweet white silly saint just doesn't work. If the Yueting sect is shameless, then for our Changming sect, we can be just as bad. Hearing Ye Chao's logic, both senior brothers, Ming Xuan and Shui Yu, nodded in agreement. Exactly, why the hell should we give in? Being patient only gets you bullied. From the outside, a rogue cultivator spoke up. How can you guys be so shameless? Shui shot back. We're taking this with our own strength. What right do you have to call us shameless? This behavior might be a bit unruly, but it actually feels great. Before, they were bound by all sorts of rules, and every time they went out to train, they were treated like dogs. Now fishing in troubled waters with little junior sister is definitely much more comfortable. Suddenly, a loud commotion came from afar, shaking the entire ground and leaving everyone dazed. A swarm of demon beasts has appeared. Juayu guessed that the number of beasts was quite high, estimating there were over 100 of them. Seeing the demon beasts, Yunshu suddenly became terrified. She screamed for help. Hard to tell if she's actually scared or just faking. She ran over and shoved Ye Qiao, who was hiding behind Mu Zhongxi's back. Then she took Ye Qiao's spot, pretending to hide behind Mu Zhongxi for protection. She even got all emotional and self-absorbed, tearing up while saying thank you. Mu Zhongxi gave her a cold response. Don't thank me. I wasn't trying to save you. You're as strong as an ox, and you even pushed my junior sister away. Yunshu played her old card again, squeezing out a few tears while apologizing. Mu Zhongxi was startled. She's crying already? One word she doesn't like and she cries. Are female cultivators these days really this scary? Yunshu acted weak and explained, I didn't do it on purpose. Mu Zhongxi dodged and backed away about 2 meters. Seeing this, Ye Qiao thought to herself that this was good. At least fourth senior brother isn't a simp for the female lead, like in the novel. This is a good sign, she whispered to Mu Zhongxi. Fourth senior brother, how do you feel seeing Yunshu cry? Because in the original novel, it mentioned that. Every time the side male characters saw the female lead cry, they found her incredibly beautiful and felt an urge to bully her. Mu Zhongxi spoke up. I definitely felt it. Hearing this, Ye Qiao got worried and pressed him. What exactly did you feel? Mu Zhongxi firmly replied, she's trying to scam me. I haven't even said anything yet, and she's already tearing up. Aside from a money scam, I can't think of any other reason. Hearing Mu Zhongxi say that, Ye Qiao was stunned. In the original novel, Mu Zhongxi was ruthless towards the female lead's other suitors, with his blind jealousy leading to bloody scenes. But now, not only are the two of them not involved, but Mu Zhongxi even thinks she's a gold digger. Ye Qiao peacefully patted Mu Zhongxi's shoulder. Fourth senior brother, please just keep following this train of thought. She figured as long as his brain didn't work normally, he'd never end up as part of the female lead's harem. Putting that aside, they were surrounded by many demon beasts. Mu Zhongxi raised his hand, ready to wipe out the beasts, but Shuayu stopped him. Wait, fourth junior brother, do you still remember who the sect master wanted to train during this trip? The sect master arranged this training session mainly to let little junior sister see the world and temper her courage. Mu Zhongxi looked worried, but it's little junior sister's first time down the mountain. Killing a few beasts for practice is enough. There are over 100 here. Shuayu turned to Ye Qiao. Little junior sister, are you scared? Ye Qiao hesitated and replied, it's all right, even though these things are a bit disgusting. I can give it a shot. Hearing Ye Chao's response, Mu Zhongxi drew his sword. Then, little junior sister, let me teach you a move. Make sure to watch closely. He thought that since there were too many beasts here, he should take out some for her first. This is the first move of the Qingfeng formula. Qingfeng severing strike with just a few basic moves. He already wiped out a ton of demon beasts. Ye Qiao witnessed this scene and was beyond impressed.
This move is so cool, I must memorize it to use later.
The Yueking sect side witnessed this and were left totally amazed. Suzhou wondered. That sword speed is insane. The sword intent is also very strong. What kind of sword technique is this? Song Honking spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, this sword style is a bit like the Changming sect's sword intent. Suzhou was shocked to hear that. How is that possible? Did you see wrong, senior brother Song? The Changming sect is one of the 5 great sects. How could those rogue cultivators be from the Changming sect? Yunju nodded thoughtfully and said, exactly before this. Didn't she say they were just from a small sect? There's no way they're Changming sect disciples. Sung Hanking frowned and said, I actually really hope I saw wrong. But that truly is the Changming sect's sword intent. At the same time, he was analyzing in his head. Sword key like the wind, sharp as a blade, with a speed that is hard to grasp. These people are definitely the core disciples of the Changming. Section on Ye Chao's side, she was agilely unleashing each sword strike, accurately blowing away the aggressive demon beasts. After fighting for a while, Ye Chao stopped to focus her power, her eyes showing a serious look. She loudly called out the first move of the Qingfeng formula. Wind-severing slash! Instantly, a sword strike was swung out. With a series of slicing sounds, the grasshopper demon beast was cut into pieces by Ye Chao. Shuiyu stood to the side with crossed arms, observing with a satisfied nod. She adapts very quickly. Including the time spent outside, little junior sister joined the sect less than half a year ago. In just a few months, she can use the first move of the Qingfeng formula with 70 to 80% accuracy. Little junior sister's innate talent for the Tao of the sword doesn't seem much lower than fourth junior brothers. But then, Shuiyu's expression immediately turned to confusion. But if she really managed to master the first move of the Qingfeng formula, why do our junior sisters' grades outside? The sect remained so stagnant. He was deep in thought until Mu Zhongxi spoke up and snapped him back to reality. Now Mu Zhongxi said hesitantly, but the problem is, little junior sister hasn't even learned the first move of the Qingfeng formula yet. He remembered clearly that in class these past 2 months, Elder Duan only had little junior sister learn the Qingfeng footwork. The sword manual for the first move of the Qingfeng formula hasn't been taught at all. As for Song Hunking, he was staring intently at Ye Chao, evaluating her in his mind. This girl's talent is not bad. If they really are core disciples of the Changming sect, then I can't afford to underestimate them. After all, we'll be rivals in the future. Deciding to act, Song Hunting looked at Ming Shun and asked loudly, where did your Changming sect find a female disciple? Ming Shun didn't say a word, only glancing sideways at Song Hunting. Not getting an answer, Song Hunting continued to ask, she's a sword cultivator, right? Ming Xuan couldn't stand it and shot him a look of pure disgust, thinking this guy is truly thick-skinned. Just a moment ago, he sneak-attacked little junior sister, and now he has the nerve to strike up a conversation. At this moment, Shuiyu suddenly replied coldly, her talent isn't as high as your little junior sister's. Ye Qiao is just a little junior sister that we picked up from outside. She's no match for a high-grade spiritual root. Mentioning Ye Qiao, Shuiyu's face unconsciously softened. He smiled and said in a gentle voice, at most she just has a decent memory, the type where she won't forget after seeing something once. Hearing the name Ye Qiao, Suzhou's eyes widened. He felt suspicious in his heart. Ye Qiao? Is it just a coincidence they have the same name? Yunshu shared the same suspicion as Suzhou. She frowned, trying to recall carefully. But now that I think about it, that girl's voice is quite similar to the voice of second senior sister. Could it really be her? But she's inferior to me in every way. How did she become a core disciple just like me? The more Yunshu thought about it, the more resentful she felt. She asked in a loud voice, so Ye Qiao senior sister is also a core disciple of the Changming sect? Ming Xuan couldn't help but shoot Yunshu a sharp look and replied, otherwise who do you think could make us call them? Little junior sister? Pausing for a moment, Ming San suddenly spoke in a mocking tone. Wait, no way. Do you actually think being a core disciple is some incredibly big deal? Put on the spot, Yunshu acted pitiful again and said, Ming Shun senior brother, there's no need to intimidate people like that. I was just asking. Ming San replied with an innocent look. If that's what you think, I can't help you. At this point, the crowd outside began to whisper and gossip. Someone asked in disbelief, Changming sect core disciples? Are these great sects going crazy or something? One by one, they're all gathering in this small secret realm. The man next to him added, but isn't the Changming sect always famous for its gentle and kind image? How could they come here to monopolize the herb garden? From afar, another man's voice rang out. The little junior sister who joined the Changming sect this year is also quite formidable. Another guy immediately spoke up to disagree. What's so great about that? If it were junior sister Yunshu, she could definitely do it too. Sung Honking stood to the side. Hearing this, he looked over at Yunshu and said softly, little junior sister, you should go deal with those demon beasts too. This is a training opportunity with no real danger. The cultivation of those demon beasts is very low. Yunshu was stunned and looked up at Song Hunqing. Her eyes filled with tears as she cried aggrievedly. Choking up, she said, senior brother Song, I'm not going. I'm scared, they're so disgusting. Suzhou from behind quickly stepped forward and smiled to ease the tension. Senior brother Song, little junior sister, is still young. Seeing someone back her up, Yunshu gently pulled Song Hunqing's sleeve to act cute. Song Honking barked back angrily. She's 16, how is that young? Is she a newborn baby? Song Hunching cursed internally. She's really driving me crazy. If she doesn't go out there and show off a bit now, all the spotlight will be snatched by the Changming Sect. On Ye Chao's side, after a period of swinging her sword tirelessly, she finally managed to clear out all the demon beasts. Ye Chao quickly sheathed her sword and sat flat on the ground. While wiping her sweat, she thought, so tiring, but at the same time I feel a sense of relief that I haven't felt in a long time. Suddenly, Ye Chao froze. She felt something inside her body. It seemed like something warm was nourishing her. Her entire being was undergoing a massive transformation. Ye Chao exclaimed, "It's so warm. It's so comfortable that I'm about to fall asleep." At the same time, her 3 senior brothers were standing aside, talking in hushed voices. Mingxuan asked the 4th junior brother, "Earlier you said that little junior sister had never learned the first move of the Qingfeng formula. Is that right?" Mu Zhongxi was asked and replied, "That's right. Could it be that she secretly learned it from Elder Duan without me knowing?" Mingxuan voiced his suspicion. "Is it possible she was just imitating that move of yours?" Pausing for a moment, Mingxuan added, "I don't know if you guys noticed, but when little junior sister first swung her sword, she was unsteady, like a toddler taking their very first steps. Then step by step, she adjusted and practiced. She learned the most precise way to hold a sword, and how to apply the moves in the sword manual. Even better, Mingxuan linked today's events with what happened last time. He also remembered Ye Chao this time. It was just like when she was in the library pavilion with him. He only drew the fire control talisman once, and she was already able to redraw it perfectly. Mu Zhongxi heard Mingxuan's words and replied in shock. "But back then, it took me 2 months to learn that." Mu Zhongxi remembered clearly that Elder Duan praised him for having innate talent. But little junior sister saw it once and already knew it. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. Mingxuan saw through him with a glance, stepped up and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Well, little junior sister has a photographic memory. It's normal that your memory isn't as good as hers, but your comprehension is..." Before he could finish, Shuayu spoke up in panic. "Look," he stammered, lost for words. "It looks like little junior sister has broken through to Foundation establishment." Indeed, while the 3 brothers were talking, Ye Xiao had been leveling up right beside them. Mingxuan originally intended to comfort Mu Zhongxi by saying his comprehension was higher, but seeing the scene before his eyes, Mingxuan could only let out a small cough and whisper, "But your comprehension probably can't compare either." Mu Zhongxi was now utterly shocked. He was hit pretty hard by this turn of events, and his brother's comfort. Mingxuan, while consoling Mu Zhongxi, couldn't stop thinking, this breakthrough speed? Does she really face no bottlenecks at all? Mu Zhongxi regained his senses and gave Mingxuan a sulky look, saying, "Thanks a lot. You sure know how to comfort people." Ye Qiao was currently paying no attention to her surroundings. She focused on meditating, while feeling the changes in her body. She thought, so this is what Foundation establishment feels like? My sea of consciousness seems to have expanded again. Then Ye Qiao slowly opened her eyes, but right in front of her, Yunshu's pitiful face suddenly appeared. Ye Qiao was startled and immediately screamed, "A ghost!" Hearing the scream, and seeing Ye Qiao trembling uncontrollably, Zhuyu angrily stepped in to shield her. He asked loudly, "What do you want with our little junior sister?" Yunshu spoke softly, acting all pitiful. "Second senior sister, could you give me a stalk of Qingshan grass?" As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. Sniffling, she continued, "You probably know I was born with a defective spiritual root. I'm just missing a few spirit herbs to use as a medicinal catalyst." Seeing Yunshu sobbing, Suzhou ran over, patted her shoulder, and chimed in, "Exactly. Second senior sister already has so many. Giving one stalk to our little junior sister won't hurt, right?" Ye Chao's 3 brothers' eyes widened. Each of them was hiding a different thought. Mu Zhongxi was confused. Second senior sister. Mingxuan seemed to have figured part of it out. So little junior sister used to be a disciple of the Yueqing sect? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Finally, there's Shuayu. He found this whole thing quite interesting. Looks like there are quite a few secrets hidden behind this. Even though he had already guessed the truth, Mingxuan remained calm, opening his fan and asking indifferently, "Who exactly is your second senior sister?" "This is our little junior sister." "Give it to you. Based on what?" "Based on how thick-skinned your little junior sister is?" Mingxuan paused and stepped closer to Suzhou. "What's the harm in giving one stalk?" "Well, you look ugly as hell. Why don't you just go die? Don't stand here being an eyesore." Suzhou was so choked with rage by those words. He could only keep stuttering, You. As for Yunshu, she was terrified by Mingxuan's cold aura, and backed away. Contrary to the tension over here, Shuayu was kindly offering a spirit pill to Ye Qiao. He said, "Congrats to little junior sister for breaking through to foundation establishment. This is a soul-stabilizing pill. Take it quickly." Seeing that Ye Chao had accepted the pill, he gently led her to turn around and leave, whispering softly, "We should head back." After walking a few steps, Shui Yu turned back to look at the crowd behind and thought, in the future we should have less contact with these core disciples from the Yue King sect who aren't normal. 3081. Especially that core disciple named Yun Shu. She's beyond weird. Especially that core disciple named Yun Shi, who's way too weird. Song Honking gritted his teeth in pure rage. Don't you get cocky too soon. Just wait until the competition. The 4 members of the Changming sect that all shared one feeling. It was absolutely ridiculous. Ye Chao quickly snapped back. Who cares about you guys? While the brothers all jeered in agreement. That exact attitude of theirs made Song Honking so mad his head was practically steaming. He couldn't stop screaming, "Arr!" In his heart, he swore that when the competition arrived, "I will pay you back tenfold for today." At this moment, Yun Shu suddenly looked dazed. She asked herself, is the relationship between second senior sister and senior brother, Shui Yu, that good? She unconsciously raised her hand and clutched her chest, which suddenly tightened in pain. Yun Shu thought in confusion. I don't know why, but seeing Shui Yu's group protecting second senior sister, my heart feels extremely uneasy. It feels as if something that belonged to me was snatched by her. It's unclear what Yun Shu truly wanted, but she unconsciously opened her mouth and said something completely out of the blue. He is the legitimate son of the Zhui family among the 8 great families. I heard senior brother Shui Yu can refine a type of pill that can make someone break through instantly. Su Juo, who was standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this and stammered. Are you saying second senior sister relied on pills to boost her cultivation? Yun Shu didn't even hesitate, speaking with absolute certainty. Exactly. After all, in the past, second senior sister was stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining for so long. How could she reach foundation establishment in just a few months? In her heart, Yun Shu thought resentfully. Second senior sister was gentle and had 0 presence. Yet not only did she reach foundation establishment before me, but she also became a core disciple. Her status is now barely any different from mine. The more she thought about it, the harder she gripped her sleeves, her heart becoming increasingly agitated. After they had walked quite a distance, Shui finally spoke up and asked Ye Chao, little junior sister, are you actually acquainted with those Yueqing sect core disciples? Even though he asked, inside Shui Yu's mind, he had already formed his own conclusions. Yun Shu kept calling Ye Chao second senior sister, and it didn't seem like she had the wrong person. Ye Chao went silent for a few seconds, then nodded and replied, yeah, that's right. She sighed and recounted the story. I'm an orphan picked up by the Yueqing sect master since I was young. I was an inner disciple there for years, but because my talent was so poor, even the dogs looked down on me as trash. Pausing to catch her breath, Ye Chao continued angrily. Moreover, the herbs I worked so hard to gather were all snatched by the master for the newly recruited junior sister. I got so fed up that I just left the mountain. After hearing everything, Shui Yu's eyes filled with heartache. He affectionately called out, little junior sister, and couldn't help himself. While patting Ye Chao's head, he thought indignantly, it's bad enough she wasn't valued at the Yueqing sect, but even the herbs she struggled to pick were stolen. 3149. In the future, I must refine. In the future, I will definitely cultivate pills diligently and make sure junior sister has plenty to take. If the Yueqing sect can't raise her, then let our Changming sect do it. Mingchen walked over and gave some instructions. If they ever dare to bully you again, just give them my name. Sensing that something wasn't quite right, Mingchen quickly corrected himself. Wait, no, give them eldest senior brother's name. He's much more formidable than me. Mu Zhongxi also gestured wildly and spoke incessantly. Right, the Yueqing inner sect isn't even worth a dog's time. Coming to our Changming sect. To be a core disciple is 10 times better. Just wait until the competition starts. We'll definitely show them what's what. Ye Chao just stood there silently, taking note of the concern from her brothers. She was filled with happiness, thinking to herself that her 3 brothers were so cute. Her heart felt very warm. Scene shift to the Changming sect. Tin Fanfan suddenly exclaimed in shock. She reached foundation establishment already? He hurriedly ran to Ye Chao and slapped her shoulder hard, cheerfully gesturing as he spoke. I knew this girl could definitely do it. Elder Zhao was also happy, though he didn't show it as clearly. He just coughed and asked Shui Yu how many days it took. Shui Yu casually held up one finger. 1? Elder Zhao immediately guessed 10 days. Shui Yu didn't waste a second to explain. 1 day. Actually, at that time, it hadn't even been a full day when she broke through. Both Elder Zhao and Qin Fanfan widened their eyes, unable to believe it. They both thought, 1 day to reach foundation establishment? Does our Changming sect actually have a disciple who can reach foundation establishment in a single day? Is this even logical? Elder Zhao seriously waved his hand to signal everyone to leave, saying, "You kids head out first. The sect master and I have something to discuss." The Cow's group replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Seeing that the disciples had left, Qin Fanfan said in a very worried, low voice, "One day to reach foundation establishment. Old Zhao, those kids aren't lying to me, are they?" Even though it was hard to believe, Elder Zhao still replied with a grimace, "You don't even believe Suayu?" Even though Ye Chao only has a mid-grade spiritual root, her spirit energy absorption speed isn't slow at all. Sometimes it's even a bit faster than her senior brothers. Qin Fanfan became even more dazed and started sweating buckets. He furrowed his brows and said, "How is that possible? Her senior brothers all have high-grade spiritual roots." Elder Zhao couldn't figure out an answer either. He could only sigh and reply, "That's why she's so strange. Logically speaking, our testing stone shouldn't be making any mistakes." Fanfan shook his head and said, "Forget it. Wait until the competition at the Wenjian sect starts, and let Ye Chao go to the Wenjian sect's sword treasury. The testing stone there definitely won't have any errors." Many days later, at the back mountain of the Changming sect, amidst the quiet air, a voice rang out, "Add a bit of this, then a little more of this." Yeko was currently busy mixing and stirring. After a while, she said with satisfaction, "This should be about right." While she was spaced out like that, a loud shout of "Little junior sister" made Ye Chao jump. Mu Zhongxi ran over while saying, "The elders of the Chengfeng sect are coming to our place, so master told us to behave ourselves today. Don't cause him any more trouble." Ye Chao gave a playful, happy look and replied, "Oh, I'm very good. Don't worry." Ye Chao was indeed being well behaved. After answering, she focused back on her work. Being curious, she asked, "Is Chengfeng sect that demon-human sect you mentioned?" Mu Zhongxi nodded and replied, "That's the one." Hearing that, Ye Chao casually asked further, "What are their elders doing at our place?" Mu Zhongxi kindly and slowly explained, "Isn't the competition only half a year away? The sects are visiting to check out the core disciples' strength. That's all. Everyone wants to get a good ranking. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be invincible." While he was talking non-stop, Mu Zhongxi suddenly paused. He curiously asked Ye Chao, "What is this thing of yours? Why does it smell so weird?" Ye Chao quickly used her strength to push Mu Zhongxi away. Only then did she reply, "I'm making bombs." Mu Zhongxi started spacing out and thinking again. "Bombs? Bombs? Is it a new magic tool? Why do I feel like this isn't an item that a normal person could create? Something feels very, very off." Because of that, Mu Zhongxi broke into a cold sweat and asked, "So when will you be finished?" "Wait a bit longer. Master will be taking the Chengfeng sect elders on a tour, all around the sect. It won't be good if something happens on our end." Ye Chao looked at Mu Zhongxi with full confidence and said, "Relax, this is just a small toy." In her heart, she had already made up her mind. "Since I've read so many books, it was tough to find the perfect materials to replace. Gunpowder, there absolutely cannot be any mistakes." In contrast to Ye Chao's confidence, Mu Zhongxi felt increasingly worried. He thought fearfully, "Is it really going to be okay? I don't know why, but whenever I'm with little junior sister, I always have this feeling of insecurity." Half an hour later, the mini bombs were finished. Ye Chao happily said to herself, "The bombs are finally complete." She ran over to show off to Mu Zhongxi with a radiant face, hurriedly saying, "Fourth senior brother, look at this," to let her brother see the true power of the bombs. Ye Chao gently took 3 and threw them far toward an open space. The bombs rolled across the ground, and a second later, they all exploded with a massive bang. Rocks and dust went flying everywhere. Mu Zhongxi's jaw dropped in shock as he said, "Those bombs are so OP. Furthermore, in his heart, he thought, little junior sister really has a lot of weird stuff. For example, this tiny little bomb's power is no less than a strike from a golden core. Seeing Mu Zhongxi's interest, Ye Chao took out a bomb and held it in front of him. Mu Zhongxi excitedly said, "Let me try." With that, Mu Zhongxi used his strength to hurl the bomb very far, while shouting loudly, "Little junior sister, watch this." The thrown bomb went soaring forward at high speed. Mu Zhongxi observed the situation and clicked his tongue, saying, "I'll definitely throw it further than you." Ye Chao, standing by his side, could only follow it with admiring eyes, and exclaimed, "Wow, so far!" Mu Zhongxi stood beside her with a smug look. At the same time, on the other side of the back mountain, Qin Fanfan looked at the person in front of him warmly and said, "Elder son, over there is the back mountain of Changming sect. Usually, the sword cultivators practice their skills near there." At this moment, the person whose hair and clothes were all a blinding red said, "I heard that the quality of your sect's disciples this year isn't bad, right?" The one responding was indeed Elder Sun, an elder of the Changfeng sect. After asking, Elder Sun fell into deep thought. The performance of the Changming sect has always been steadily last, but I don't know where the sect master got the news from, saying that this year's core disciples of the Changming sect have pretty decent strength, so he sent me to check it out. Receiving such a direct question, Qin Fanfan fake laughed and replied, "You flatter us too much. For our Changming sect, this year, we're just focused on participating at most." Elder Sun laughed happily upon hearing that. She thought to herself, no doubt about it. If the Changming sect actually had someone talented this year, Qin Fanfan would definitely be bragging everywhere. It seems the sect master overthought it. The laughter hadn't lasted long, when suddenly a bomb flew right next to Elder Sun's feet, making a few clattering sounds. Due to the heavy impact, the bomb was gurgling. Both Qin Fanfan and Elder Sun froze for, eyes staring intently at the bomb that was about to explode. A split second later, a massive bang rang out. Elder Sun screamed at the top of her lungs, "Ah, what was that?" As for Qin Fanfan, he went from stunned to furious. He yelled out in rage, "Who dares to ambush this old man? Show yourselves." At this time, Ye Chao and Mu Zhongxi on the other side were terrified, thinking, "We're dead. We overdid it." The two looked at each other with worry. Without a word, they both screamed, "Run!" Back at Qin Fanfan's side, where the bomb fell, it had exploded into a hole. Elder Sun, trembling all over, hesitantly asked, "What kind of magic tool is this?" Qin Fanfan immediately switched to bragging mode. He acted nonchalant and said, "Oh, these are just some toys my core disciples created, that's all. It's not worth much." He said that, but right now Qin Fanfan was smugly thinking, even though I don't know what kind of toy this is, seeing Elder Sun scared out of her wits is truly refreshing. Changming sect is stuck in last place year-round, and these old fogies always secretly mock me. This time can be considered regaining some face. On Elder Sun's side, there was only panic and shock. She lamented in her heart, "Not worth much? What kind of toy has this much power?" The Changming sect this year is probably not as simple as before. Ye Chao and Mu Zhongxi ran for their lives. Seeing they were far away, they stopped, gasping for air. Mu Zhongxi said breathlessly, "We ran so far, the sect master probably can't catch us here." Ye Chao patted Mu Zhongxi's shoulder and made a suggestion. "Fourth senior brother, since we've almost run out of the mountain anyway, how about we just head down to the city?" After finishing her sentence, Ye Chao suddenly remembered. She had just finished the blueprints for a handgun last night. It just so happened she could go down today and find someone to build it. Mu Zhongxi said hesitantly, "But there's class in a bit." Ye Chao decisively put on a bold, fearless front and said, "Then let's just skip it." Mu Zhongxi blanked out for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Great idea." His inner self was rejoicing. I didn't want to go to class anyway. Before, when I skipped class, I was the only one punished in the forbidden grounds. It was boring to death. Now it's different. Now I have a little junior sister to be punished with me. He happily sang at the top of his lungs and said refreshingly, "Let's go." The two truly went down the mountain hand in hand. They entered a shop together. Ye Chao slowly asked, "Boss, can you make this?" The boss pondered while examining the drawing and asked curiously, "What is this? Why is the shape so strange?" The boss thought in surprise, "It doesn't look like a sword, nor does it look like any other weapon. I've been in business for years and never heard of this." Seeing the boss's curiosity, Ye Chao honestly replied, "It's a handgun. Can you roughly replicate the appearance and structure? The inside should at least be able to hold a few things." The boss immediately became cunning. He said decisively, "I can. But as for the price, it will cost a total of 300 high-grade spirit stones." Ye Chao instantly acted pitiful and asked softly, "Huh? It's that expensive, boss? I see you're also quite interested in this handgun. How about a little discount?" Suddenly seeing the little girl acting so cute, the boss replied with a bit of flustered confusion, "It's true that I quite like it, but the crafting materials aren't cheap at all." After a round of haggling, the boss resignedly said, "Fine, fine. I'll only charge you 100 high-grade spirit stones." Hearing that, Ye Chao smiled brightly and replied, "Deal." Seeing that both sides had reached an agreement, Mu Zhongxi felt like he'd been hit by a bolt from the blue. He thought resentfully, "Whenever I go shopping, I always pay exactly whatever amount the boss asks for. It turns out you can actually haggle?" He was so frustrated he could only stand there dazed like an outcast. Seeing this, Ye Chao walked over, puzzled, and said, "Let's go. Is there anything else you want to buy? We're heading back after this." Mu Zhongxi sighed and said, "Forget it. I'm not buying anything else today." Ye Chao looked at Mu Zhongxi with suspicious eyes, confused. She asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Zhongxi broke down, sobbing pitifully as he said, "Even though I'm not short on spirit stones, the thought of having overpaid so much in the past still makes my heart ache." Seeing Mu Zhongxi's exaggeration, Ye Chao could only say helplessly, All right then, let's head back. It just so happens I drew some talismans and need someone to test them. As they walked away, Yixiao thought, after wrecking that inn last time, I decided not to hurt myself anymore. I have to hurt others instead. Mu Zhongxi naively replied. So, did you draw a lot? Yixiao said with a face full of anticipation. Not much, just a few sheets. Mu Zhongxi broke into a sweat and gave a forced laugh, saying, All right, I'll help you test them. 3 days later, a crowd was gathered to watch the fun. Yixiao was standing in the middle, smiling enthusiastically to entice him. She said, Come on, come on. Fourth senior brother, it's the last one. Mu Zhongxi had been tortured until his soul nearly left his body. He asked wearily, There's still more. He looked haggard, forcing himself to sit up while thinking angrily. Junior sister's mouth is full of lies. She said there were only a few sheets. I've been locked in the back mountain by her testing these for 3 days. Noticing the dissatisfaction on Mu Zhongxi's face, Qiao leaned in, pinched his cheek, and promised, Don't worry. This one definitely won't make you uncomfortable. It's called the Haha Talisman. It'll make you laugh more. Look at you. You're about to turn into a bitter melon. Mu Zhongxi sighed helplessly and said, Fine. After saying that, even he had to admit. To be honest, little junior sister's talismans are quite interesting. It would just be better if I wasn't the one being used for the testing. Without another word, Ye Qiao decisively slapped the talisman onto Mu Zhongxi's chest. She didn't forget to add, Thanks for your hard work. Once finished, she stood aside with arms crossed, waiting and thinking. Sometimes talismans don't need to be overly OP. Being able to affect the surroundings is also a way to cause a disturbance. The talisman on Mu Zhongxi's body took effect. He was now clutching himself, laughing uncontrollably. The other disciples watching were all wide-eyed. They asked in confusion, Has senior brother Mu suffered a cultivation deviation? Seeing that it was enough, Ye Qiao satisfiedly took the talisman down and said, Looks like the effect isn't bad at all. Mu Zhongxi's mouth felt stiff. He had completely broken down. With nothing left to lose, he said helplessly, It's more than just not bad. With the sounds I was making just now, I almost thought I had a cultivation deviation myself. Is this how you talisman users play? Ye Qiao turned sassy again, stepping forward to flick Mu Zhongxi's forehead. She said sternly, Don't insult me, I'm a true sword cultivator. Drawing talismans is just a side hustle. At the same time, she thought to herself, compared to being a mage, I prefer being an assassin much more. Mu Zhongxi smiled bitterly in despair, thinking, Side hustle? What kind of side hustle produces such effective talismans? I've practically been tortured to death here. Before he could rejoice, the serious scratching sounds, made by Ye Qiao, drew Mu Zhongxi closer. He watched Ye Qiao intently as she drew a talisman, and instinctively asked, You're still not done with this one? Ye Qiao didn't even look at him. She decisively crumpled the paper, threw it behind her, and sighed. Another failed attempt. Mu Zhongxi thought for a moment and then said, Maybe you should go ask Ming Xuan. Ye Kapu nodded, focusing on her writing as she replied, I'll try one more time. If I still fail, I'll go find second senior brother and ask. As if remembering something, Mu Zhongxi quickly asked, Did you learn talisman drawing at the Yueqing Sect? Ye Qiao stretched wearily and answered, That's right. Ye Qiao admitted that she was indeed following the memories of the original host, learning to draw based on the talismans from the Yueqing Sect specialists. Mu Zhongxi said with a smug expression, The Yueqing Sect is known in the cultivation world as the holy land where the true talisman masters gather. If they knew the Changming Sect had someone who could draw their talismans, they'd definitely be fuming. Just you wait. Mu Zhongxi suddenly pulled his own brush from his robes and quickly said, Oh, right. I heard second senior brother say that if you want to draw high-quality talismans, it's best to use a top-tier wolf hair brush. I happen to have an unused one here to give to you. Ye Qiao's mouth hung open as she shouted in excitement, Thanks, fourth senior brother. Seeing her happy, Mu Zhongxi felt happy too and said, This is probably just a mid-grade tool. I'll find you a better one later. Ye Qiao looked at the brush with sparkling eyes. A second later, she skillfully lowered the brush to write a talisman. After writing for a while, Ye Qiao exclaimed emotionally, Expensive stuff really does have its perks. This brush writes so smoothly, no clogs at all. She happily held the completed talisman in her hand and said, Finally, I've successfully drawn it this time. Suddenly, the talisman began to glow, shooting a beam of light straight into the sky. Ye Qiao hurriedly covered her eyes, crying out, Whoa, so bright! That pillar of light was so prominent that it made Qin Fanfan cry out in excitement the moment he saw it. Heavenly Dao blessing. He thought to himself, Is Ming Xuan receiving the blessing? Or is it Shui Yu at the nearby sect? The other elders also witnessed that beam of light. One person said doubtfully, The heavenly Dao blessing seems to be coming from the Changming sect. Another asked curiously, Is it Mu Zhongxi, Zhou Xingyun? or Ming Xuan? Ye Xiao held the talisman high and asked in confusion. Eh? What is this? Mu Zhengxi pointed at the talisman hesitantly and said, Heavenly Tao Blessing. Mu Zhengxi's emotions were filled with pure disbelief. He exclaimed in awe, Little junior sister, so you really can dual cultivate sword and talisman? Mu Zhengxi was internally hyped. He never expected that one day he would actually meet someone who could dual cultivate two paths, and that it would be his own little junior sister. Ye Qiao didn't understand what Mu Zhengxi was talking about, so she curiously asked, Fourth senior brother, what exactly is the Heavenly Tao Blessing? Does it have any special effects? Mu Zhengxi began to explain. Special effects? Being blessed by the Heavenly Tao represents receiving acknowledgement from the heavens themselves. From now on, the talismans you sell will go for at least 5 times the price. Hearing that she would make a ton of money, Ye Qiao's eyes lit up as she asked, 5 times higher? There's actually such a good deal in this world. Mu Zhengxi nodded and replied, As far as I know, those talisman cultivators, who call themselves the true Sect over at Yueking Sect, none of them have ever received a Heavenly Tao Blessing. Once the news that someone in our Changming Sect has received the Heavenly Tao Blessing gets out, I can't wait to see the looks on their faces. Mu Zhengxi suddenly remembered and asked, Oh right, Ye Qiao, what kind of talisman did you draw? An array talisman, a defensive one, or an attack talisman? Ye Qiao looked intently at the talisman gripped in her hand. She imagined Mu Zhengxi crawling back and forth once the talisman was applied. Only then did she give a slight smirk and say, The crawling talisman. The person it's stuck on will crawl on the ground like an animal. Mu Zhengxi sighed. Don't use me in your imagination. A second later, he raised his hand in praise. As expected of you. Even the way little junior sister gets a Heavenly Tao Blessing isn't normal at all. Ye Qiao, on the other hand, was crying inside while thinking, If I had known I'd get a Heavenly Tao Blessing, I would have drawn a slightly more normal talisman. At that moment, both Ming Xuan and Shui Yu arrived together. Ming Xuan looked at the two in front of him and asked, You two have been skipping class every day lately. What exactly are you hiding and doing behind our backs? Ye Qiao said excitedly. Second senior brother. Third senior brother, long time no see. Wei Yu happily approached and put his arm around Mu Zhengxi, saying, Little junior sister, long time no see. We're here to find this little junior brother. Mu Zhengxi suddenly blanked out and replied, Huh? But in his heart, he was gritting his teeth, thinking, Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? The truth was quickly proven. Shui pulled out a spirit pill and looked affectionately at Mu Zhengxi, saying, I just refined a few pills. I'm looking for a test subject. Come on, junior brother. Mu Zhengxi screamed in anger. No way! While waving his arms, he accidentally slapped Shui Yu hard on the cheek. Mu Zhengxi's inner self shrieked. Last time, third senior brother poisoned several inner sect members, which is why he was punished in the Forbidden Grounds. I still remember that very clearly. Meanwhile, at the main peak of the Changming Sect, Zhou Xingyun was sitting in the study drinking tea with Qin. Fan, he asked indifferently, the Heavenly Tao Blessing, who caused such a huge commotion. He wondered, is it the little junior brother or that new little junior sister? Qin Fan shook his head and said, Not sure. Wait a bit. I'll call the kids over to ask and then we'll know. He stopped to cough slightly, then shouted angrily, Actually, they've been skipping class for days. Zhou Xingyun frowned and asked, Skipping class again? At the main peak of Changming Sect, the sect master's residence, Qin Fan slammed his hand on the table in a rage and said, Not only skipping class, but skipping class as a group. Under the leadership of Ye Qiao, Zhou Xingyun stood up and said softly, Let me go check on them. As he walked, he sighed and thought, If I don't go discipline these juniors, I'm afraid they'll turn the whole place upside down. At this moment, at the back mountain of the Changming Sect, a flock of birds was scattering everywhere. Mu Zhengxi was crying and pleading, I'm begging you guys, stop following me. Let me go! After running around on the ground, the 4 of them began chasing each other on swords. In midair, behind them, Shui Yu, Ming Xuan, and Ye Xiao were laughing wickedly and said, Go ahead and try to hide. Shui Yu laughed gleefully and shouted, You can't escape. Ming Xuan added from the front, Even if you scream your lungs out today, no one is coming to save you. Just accept it, little junior brother. Ye Qiao also joined the fun, trying to advise him. Stop running, 4th senior brother. We won't hurt you. Mu Zhengxi cried even louder, hugging himself and screaming, The 3 of you are like creeps trying to kidnap a helpless young man. Zhou Xingyun was on his way to find his juniors when he suddenly saw Mu Zhengxi in the air, running away with all his might. Behind him, Ye Qiao, Ming Xuan, and Shui Yu were hot on his heels. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xingyun sighed and thought, I feel like since little junior sister arrived, Changming Sect hasn't had a single day of peace. Pulling himself together, Zhou Xingyun waved his hand and barked, "Everyone get down here." Instantly, the group of 4 stumbled and fell. Terrified screams echoed throughout the air. Shuayu, with his high internal power, landed firmly on the ground. He didn't even forget to strike a smug pose in front of Zhou Xingyun. Before Suayu could even stand straight, a scream like a dying chicken echoed from above. At the same time, Mu Zhongxi fell perfectly, right into Shuayu's arms before he could regain his senses. What greeted Mu Zhongxi's eyes was Shuayu's face looking extremely embarrassed. From behind, Yakao and Mingshan repeatedly covered their eyes. In both their minds, they groaned, "This is too cringe." Zhou Xingyun spoke in a cold, stern voice. "What are you kids doing?" Suddenly frightened by that icy voice, Shuayu quickly let go of Mu Zhongxi. Caught off guard, Mu Zhongxi fell hard onto the ground, crying out in immense pain. Seeing Zhou Xingyun getting angry and about to leave, Shuayu frantically waved his hands to explain. "I didn't. It's not what it looks like, senior brother. Let me explain." Shuayu's inner self was screaming at this point. "I'm really not a freak." Knowing that his juniors had been skipping class for several days, eldest senior brother Zhou Xingyun began to question them. "I heard the 4 of you haven't gone to class lately." Hearing eldest senior brother's accusation, all 4 of them broke into a cold sweat. Mingshan explained with a dissatisfied look. "No, we didn't. Who told you that?" Someone must be trying to frame our pure and kind-hearted selves. The other brothers chimed in, nodding and acting wronged. Eldest senior brother gave a cold smile upon hearing that. Witnessing this scene, Yakao could feel the overwhelming pressure from eldest senior brother. He only gave a single cold laugh. Yet it made Yakao feel incredibly terrified, her whole body trembling. Yakao thought to herself that she had to say something. Otherwise, all 4 of them would definitely be locked in the forbidden grounds. So she came up with a sentence, some nonsense question to change the subject. She shouted out loud, "Eldest senior brother, I have something to say." "Who do you think will take the #1 spot in the cultivation world this year?" Eldest senior brother replied. "For 1,000 years, the Chengfeng sect and the Wenjian sect have always rotated the top position in terms of strength. This year, the 2 sects are neck and neck, so it's still hard to predict who will be #1. After hearing the answer, Yakao looked at eldest senior brother with earnest eyes, full of anticipation. "So, if eldest senior brother tries a little harder, could we rise to the #1 spot in the cultivation world?" 3745. Eldest senior brother didn't even need to think, calmly and coldly replying. Eldest senior brother didn't even think, replying coldly and calmly. "Impossible." Ye Chao acted extremely outraged, putting her hands on her hips and pointing at eldest senior brother. "Eldest senior brother, you've disappointed me so much." Hearing that, eldest senior brother could only stand dazed and sigh. In this situation, to avoid being punished, the other brothers also followed Ye Chao's lead with looks of utter regret. Mu Zhongxi said, "Exactly. Eldest senior brother, even the task of leading our Changming sect to take the #1 title in the cultivation world is something you can't even do. You've really disappointed us." Ming Xuan also added fuel to the fire. "That's right, you've let us down so much. These brothers really have a talent for acting and gaslighting others." They spoke until eldest senior brother began to doubt his life, wondering if the problem really lay within himself. He then fell into deep thought with a gloomy face. Taking advantage of that, the 4 siblings held hands, ready to bolt. Eldest senior brother looked at them and frowned. This escape method, both skillful and shameless, was this taught by little junior sister? Escaping for now didn't mean they could escape forever. They thought this trick was effective, but in the end, all 4 siblings were still locked in the forbidden grounds. At the forbidden grounds, the 4 of them lay on the grass, complaining to one another. Zhongxi sighed. "This is so boring. I want to go out. The elders won't actually watch over us every single day, right? Let's sneak out of here." Ming Xuan also shared his opinion. "That works. But if we want to hide it from the elders, we must use a teleportation talisman to get out." Then he took out a talisman and tapped it on Ye Chao's head. "I happen to have brought teleportation talismans. After all, our Ming family is the #1 talisman clan in the cultivation world." Ming Xuan then handed the talismans to Ye Chao. "There are only these 2 sheets. You guys use them as the situation requires." Ye Chao happily received the talismans. "I knew second senior brother was the best," Shuayu suggested. "Mingshan and I will stay here to cultivate. You 2 go out and don't cause any trouble. If anything feels off, use the talisman to run immediately." He continued to lecture them. "If there's any chance to snatch something, then snatch it. If you can't win, don't be greedy. Later, when we participate in competitions, there will be many large secret realms. At that time, it'll be much safer if the 5 of us go together." Ye Chao placed one hand on Shuayu's shoulder and patted her chest with the other, full of pride. Don't worry, second senior brother. We're honest people. This time when we go down the mountain, I definitely won't cause trouble. Yichao brought out a bottle of spirit pills and advised, the spiritual energy in this forbidden area is thick. These pills can help you guys absorb it faster. However, the smell of these spirit pills wasn't pleasant at all. To put it bluntly, they stank like crazy, making the senior brothers grimace. This is the stinky spirit pill. It can help others quickly purify impurities of the spiritual energy within their bodies. While absorbing spiritual energy, just taking one pill is incredibly effective. Several months had passed, but the strange taste of the spirit medicine was still unforgettable. Though the smell made the senior brothers feel dizzy, Shuiyu still reached out to accept the bottle of pills. He stammered, "Thanks for the thought, little junior sister." Ye Qiao and Mu Zhongxi said goodbye to the two brothers, then used the talisman to leave this place. Shuiyu held the pill bottle in his hand and brought it to his nose. After sniffing it, he was extremely shocked. The spiritual energy contained in this pill is very concentrated. Could it be that little junior sister really refined these pills? Previously, when little junior sister gave me some to drink, I only thought she was playing around for fun. Besides, the taste was deathly awful. I spat it out as soon as it hit my mouth. I didn't notice that the spiritual energy inside was actually so pure. Mingshan was trembling now, having a different thought. Shui was obsessed with alchemy, but the pills little junior sister refines are like biological weapons. If these two refine pills together, will Mu Zhongxi and I even survive in the future? Mingshan anxiously said to Shuiyu. Maybe these are pills she bought from the Bishui sect? People who dual cultivate two paths in the cultivation world can be counted on one hand. Little junior sister is still very young. Hearing Mingshan say that, Shuiyu felt extremely regretful. He had thought he could research formulas with little junior sister in the future, as doing it alone was boring as hell. The scene shifts to the bottom of the mountain, where the crowds on the street were very busy. Ye Qiao and Mu Zhongxi appeared with a flash of light. The two were bewildered, not knowing where they were. Looking around, it turned out they were in Yunzhong City. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing. I heard this teleportation talisman was a random one. Luckily, we weren't sent somewhere weird. If we'd been dropped into a monster's stomach, or someone's grave, we'd be dead. Or if we were sent straight to an elder's room, we'd be toast. Mu Zhongxi looked at Ye Chao's sword, which was just an ordinary blade, and suggested, little junior sister, you should go to the sword mound to pick a life-bound sword when the competition starts. If you can just snag one of the top 10 spots, you'll be eligible to enter the Wenjian Sect's sword mound. They even have ancient sword spirits over there. Hearing this, Ye Qiao waved her hand and brushed it off. Forget it, my sword is just fine. If it breaks, I can just get a new one. The main thing is still making the top 10. She then hugged her sword to comfort it. This baby doesn't like hearing stuff like that. Mu Zhongxi could only sigh and agree. Fine, whatever. He thought, little junior sister must have flinched at the thought of needing to be in the top 10. Looks like she's not going to put in the effort on her own. Both of them were starving by now, so they looked for a place to eat. The two entered a restaurant on the street and ordered 2 bowls of piping hot noodles. Ye Qiao kicked Mu Zhongxi's leg, telling him to pay. Mu Zhongxi generously handed a high-grade spirit stone to the waiter. While the two were eating happily, a group of people suddenly walked in, with a mocking tone. Oh wow! Isn't that the Changming sect? They looked incredibly imposing, arrogant, and stuck up. Ye Xiao slurped her noodles while looking at them, confused. Who are these guys? At another table, 2 people saw them, entering and slammed their hands on the table. Songjian, what are you doing here? Hearing that, Mu Zhongxi said, if I'm not mistaken, those are inner disciples from the Wenjian sect. Ye Xiao mumbled while chewing her noodles. So that's the Wenjian sect? The ones hyped to take the #1 spot this year. At the table over there, the other 2 were pinned to the table by the group that just entered. One of them screamed, Songjian, don't go too far. This is Yunzhong City. Drawing swords is strictly forbidden. Songjian swung his hand and slapped the young man's face repeatedly. In my eyes, you Changming sect losers are just trash. In the future, make sure to take the long way around, got it? The young man raised his hand in a weak attempt to resist. That guy Songjian continued to flex. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Haha. Witnessing this scene, Mu Zhongxi was absolutely furious. He wanted to draw his sword and solo them right then and there. But remembering that Yunzhong City has rules against brawling and drawing swords, he had to suppress his rage. Stay calm. Don't draw the sword yet. Xiao spoke up and asked, 4th senior brother, is the Wenjian sect always this arrogant? Mu Zhongxi explained. Yeah, they're the #1 sect in the cultivation world. They've looked down on us for a long time. Plus, our sect has a grudge against theirs. Every time we meet outside, there's bound to be a conflict. The Wenjian sect group continued to bully. the two Changming sect disciples, laughing gleefully at their expense. Seeing such an unfair sight, Yahello couldn't take it anymore. She wiped her mouth and asked, "Fourth senior brother, are you full?" Upon hearing Mu Zhongshi's answer that he was done, Yahello grabbed a bowl and ran toward the commotion. She calmly spoke up. "Are you Songjian?" That old guy turned around and barked. "So what?" Then a loud thump rang out. The delicious noodle broth splattered down like rain. It turned out, Yahello had slammed the noodle bowl right onto Songjian's head. 3,937, leaving noodles and hair all mixed together in a pathetic mess. Mixing the noodles and hair together, looking so pitiful. Yahello spoke softly. "You ungrateful brat, how dare you talk to your father like that?" Then Yahello pulled Mu Zhongxi and bolted, running as fast as the wind. After taking such a 18 noodle slamming palms hit, Songjian stood frozen for a few seconds, unable to process what had just happened. On the other side, after Yahello and Mu Zhongxi escaped that place, the two of them clutched their stomachs, laughing hysterically. Yahello said while laughing, from the moment he walked in, "I've wanted to do that. That felt so good! Little junior sister, you're seriously savage, haha." Inside, Mu Zhongxi thought, "I've been sick of the Wenjian sect for a long time, but I kept enduring it because of the elders' orders. Today, little junior sister's clean and quick action really made my day." Thinking back to the scene where the noodle bowl was slammed straight onto Songjian's head, Mu Zhongxi felt a thrill run through his entire body. Then he turned to Yahello and said, "Oh right, I heard that recently in the monster forest. Strange phenomena have been occurring constantly. Usually, this kind of situation means a treasure is appearing. Do you want to go check it out?" Yahello excitedly replied, "Sure thing. Since we're already out, let's go join the fun." Scene shifts to the monster forest. Yahello had just finished off a monster. In the forest with just a few basic moves, Yahello stepped on the body of the monster she just killed and thought to herself, "The outer edge of the monster forest isn't dangerous at all. Occasionally meeting low cultivation monsters on the road is just good practice for my hands. Having my first real training experience. Slaying monsters feels much more natural now." Mu Zhongxi looked disappointed. "This monster forest has zero challenge, so boring." Mu Zhongxi was about to say something to Yahello when suddenly screams erupted from behind them. A person being chased and overwhelmed shouted loudly, "Run for it, brothers, this thing pecks people." The person fleeing was Duan Huangdao, a legacy disciple of the Changfeng sect. Seeing this, Yahello thought to herself, "This guy is actually pretty enthusiastic." Even in such a mess, he didn't forget to warn others. Suddenly, the eagle shifted its target toward Yahello and Mu Zhongxi. To deal with this monster, Mu Zhongxi quickly drew his sword to attack. However, he still couldn't take it down. Mu Zhongxi blurted out, "Mid-stage golden core!" She asked in surprise, "We encountered a mid-stage golden core monster?" That full-power sword swing just now had left Zhongxi's arm feeling a bit numb. Yahello thought to herself, even though fourth senior brother is also at the golden core stage, he's only at the early stage. In cultivation, being one sub-realm lower is like night and day. At all, a mid-stage golden core can easily handle two early-stage ones. Suddenly, the fierce bird switched its target back to Duan Huangdao. He tucked tail and ran for his life again, screaming for help nonstop. Yahello placed a talisman on her chest, calculating her move. Right now, the best solution is to rip the talisman and teleport away to escape. But if we don't help, that guy being chased will probably get pecked full of holes. Yahello picked up a nearby rock and hurled it at the bird, simultaneously shouting a challenge. "Beat it, you brat!" The bird immediately turned its head to glare, its burning gaze locking onto Yahello. It instantly used its long, large beak to peck as Yahello dodged, while she shouted, "Windsunder slash! Buzzcut!" Its once attractive head feathers were sliced right off by Yahello. Duan Huangdao was secretly amazed. Why on earth is she shaving the bird's head? Yahello quickly circled around to the back of the monster, calling for the beast to turn around. As it turned, Yahello played a game of run in circles, taunting the monster. On the other side, Mu Zhongxi used the same tactic, also running in circles to provoke it. Coming from two different directions, the two of them kept taunting it, leaving the monster confused about who it should actually attack. Standing to the side, witnessing this battle tactic from the duo, Changfeng Sect's Duan Huangdao was incredibly shocked and surprised. "You can actually do that?" Then he remembered he had a treasure on him, a monster binding rope. Duan Huangdao threw the rope toward Yahello. Yahello caught the rope, seeing the legendary overpriced monster binding rope. For the first time, Yahello tossed the rope in front of the monster's head. The monster immediately tilted its head back to bite the rope. But that was actually Yahello's trap. She didn't expect this dumb bird to fall for it so easily. After waiting for the monster to bite the rope, Yahello immediately cast a spell to tighten the binding. around the monster's beak, making it impossible for it to open its mouth. Duan Huangdao stood with his arms crossed and said, "For this type of monster, once its mouth is useless, it's pretty much done for. It doesn't have a beak to bite anyone anymore." Standing next to Ye Chao, Duan Huangdao's legs were still shaking uncontrollably. Ye Chao bluntly said, "Straighten your legs first, then talk." He grumbled bashfully, "I'm an artificer. Fighting is a job for you sword cultivators. Back in my sect, I'm the one being protected. Even when I go out, there's a group of people guarding me." Ye Chao seriously analyzed the situation. "I heard that the feathers of a vermilion bird can be used for defensive artifacts. Reading books really never goes to waste." Mu Zhongxi was excited. "Then let's sell this red bird to the people of the Chengfeng sect. The price surely won't be low, right?" The monster shook its head violently. Ye Chao proposed a bold idea. "Don't sell it yet. We can pluck it bald. Wait for new feathers to grow and then pluck it again. This is what you call long-term development. We can't just sit around doing nothing. We have to learn to look at the big picture." Hearing this, Mu Zhongxi's eyes lit up in agreement. "Pro move, little junior sister, you're the goat." After hearing Ye Chao's analysis and presentation, Duan Huangdao of the Chengfeng sect finally had a light bulb moment. Long-term development, huh? Why didn't I ever think of that? In the past, I'd just use whatever I got immediately. I never thought about raising a monster for gradual harvesting. But there was one problem to solve here. How were they going to bring this red bird back to the sect? 4091. Furthermore, that monster binding rope didn't belong to Ye Chao. Besides, that monster binding rope doesn't even belong to Ye Chao. Sensing Ye Chao's concern, Duan Huangdao made an offer. "I'll give that monster binding rope to you guys. I'm not short on artifacts. I'm an artificer, and I originally came to the monster forest to find materials for refining. Who knew I'd run into something like this? Normally, a high-level beast like this vermilion bird would only appear in the deepest parts. But today it ran out to the periphery. It's so strange. Also, have you guys heard that apparently? Treasure is descending upon the monster forest?" Ye Qiao and Mu Zhongxi nodded, confirming they had, seeing they shared the same goal. Duan Huangdao reached out and suggested they travel together for this part of the journey. He then introduced himself as Duan Huangdao. The other two also took turns introducing themselves as Mu Zhongxi and Ye Qiao. Just like that, the three of them formed a three-person squad. Mu Zhongxi suggested, "We should come up with a name. After all, it's our first time teaming up." He then excitedly proposed the name, the Three Musketeers. Hearing this name, Ye Chao's face turned pale. She couldn't even find the words to critique it. That name was honestly just no comment. However, Duan Huangdao felt that the name was great, constantly praising, "Brother Mu, you're so talented." Ye Chao had to just accept it. "Fine. If it's the Three Musketeers, then so be it. If nothing goes wrong, this team will probably disband in a bit anyway." The three entered the forest with boiling determination. Inside, Ye Chao sensed that the number of beasts had recently decreased significantly. They barely met any along the way. Perhaps quite a few cultivators were already inside. After all, everyone wanted to see what treasure was hidden there. As they moved further ahead, for a bit, a chaotic fighting scene appeared. Ye Chao looked closely and saw that guy, Song Han. Cheng was also fighting among the crowd. Why do we keep running into these familiar faces everywhere? When Song Han Cheng saw the figure of Ye Chao appearing, he looked smug. "Did you guys come here to throw your lives away? Perfect timing. I happen to need some trash to pave the way." He was calculating. If everything went as expected, this anomaly in the monster forest was due to a spiritual tool appearing. But a spiritual tool would definitely be guarded by monsters at the Golden Core stage or higher. He was planning to set a trap to lock the rogue cultivators and monsters in one place, using them as bait to distract the guardian beast. Then he would lead his sect members in to take the spiritual tool. The Changming sect people arrived at the perfect time, so he wanted to lock Ye Chao's group in as well. Duan Huangdao whispered to Ye Chao, "They're the legacy disciples of the Yue King sect." Ye Chao asked in surprise, "How do you know him?" Duan Huangdao hid behind Ye Chao's back and whispered, "I played a prank on him once before." Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the ground. A rhino-like monster came charging toward them at full speed. "Late-stage golden core. We just got here and there's already a late-stage golden core, even though this isn't the deepest part of the forest yet." Song Hunching pulled out a talisman to hex the monster, intending to make Ye Chao and the beast fight each other, while he alone would claim the spiritual energy. That was a demonic talisman. When this talisman hit the monster, the creature immediately became incredibly feral. Normally, the higher the cultivation, the smarter they are. But once hit by the talisman, it loses all reason. Ye Chao threw a staff toward the monster, but she was immediately attacked by the beast's tail, leaving her seriously injured. Before they could stand up to run, both Mu Zhong Xi and Ye Chao were swallowed whole by the monster. Inside the monster's stomach, Mu Zhongxi and Ye Chao found themselves lost. Luckily, this thing doesn't chew its food. Otherwise, the two of them would have been crushed. But the smell in here is truly revolting. Come to think of it, those poop-like pills of Ye Chao's weren't that hard to swallow. After all, taking advantage of this time, Ye Chao swallowed a spirit-replenishing pill to recover her health. Out of nowhere, yet another person fell into the belly of this beast. It was Duan Huangdao. All right, the three musketeers have finally reunited. Wonder who's going to be the next guest in here? Clasping her hands in sincere prayer, she hoped this time Song Hanqing would be swallowed by the rhino. 4,191 Mu Zhongxi followed Ye Chao's lead, wishing for his downfall too. Following Ye Chao's lead, also hoping something happens to them. Witnessing this, Duan Huangdao felt totally embarrassed. These two are way too wicked. However, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Falling down from the esophagus was indeed Song Hanqing. He landed in the stomach with a heavy thud. If I were this rhino, I'd have a stomachache for a week. Song Hanqing's face twisted because the stench was making him turn pale. On the other side, Ye Chao and Mu Zhongxi's wish had come true. They danced around in celebration. Is there anything more satisfying than witnessing the person you hate in such a pathetic state? Ha ha ha, in the world of this monster's stomach, Ye Chao is the boss. She pointed right at Song Hanqing's face. Who do you think you're threatening? Outside, you couldn't even beat my senior brother. Now that we're all stuck in this monster's belly together, you still dare to be so arrogant? Have you even taken a good look at the situation? If each of us gives you one punch, all you can do is just watch. Faced with this situation, Song Hanqing could only feel dizzy and speechless. During this time, Mu Zhongxi discovered that his spiritual power was being suppressed and could not be used. And one by one, everyone else also couldn't use their spiritual power. Inside the belly of this monster, everyone's spiritual power has been sealed. What on earth is going on? Perhaps there's something in this monster's stomach sealing the spiritual power of anyone inside it. Everyone immediately split up to search. After searching for half a day, there were still no results. Song Hanqing spoke up in extreme anger. We've searched for half an hour and found nothing. The monster's digestion is too fast. If this drags on, we're all going to die. He started screaming again. I don't want to die. If you want to die, go ahead, but I'm not going with you. I am the heir to the Song family, the top disciple of the Yue King Sect, while you're just a bunch of commoners with a little bit of talent who happen to be called legacy disciples. Duan Huangdao acted like he didn't care about what Song Hanqing said, remarking, Listen, oh honorable heir, the problem right now isn't whether we want to die or not. If we can't find a way out, none of us is going to make it out alive. At the same time, Ye Chao also hated those who acted high and mighty. She spoke up to roast Song Hanqing. You're right. Just thinking about a high-class guy like you dying with us makes me not scared at all. Whether Song Hanqing dies or not, Ye Chao couldn't care less. After all, Ye Chao already had a way to get out, so she was incredibly relaxed and carefree. But Ye Chao felt a sensation, like something was constantly calling her to come closer. Ye Chao continued to follow the calling of that thing. She was increasingly drawn to a staff. No wonder this rhino was going crazy. Its insides were being pierced by a pitch-black staff. If it didn't go crazy from the pain, who would? The staff was the cause of the riot in the monster forest. While she was lost in thought, Mu Zhongxi placed his hand on Ye Chao's shoulder, snapping her out of it. Duan Huangdao stood from afar, saw the staff, and asked curiously, Ye Chao, what are you holding in your hand? Ye Chao excitedly replied, Oh, this is a spiritual tool I just found. Only she could pick up a random stick and have it be a spiritual tool. How can it be so casual? Only Ye Chao could pull this off. Mu Zhongxi asked, A spiritual tool? Then what do you plan to name it? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not steal from others. So let's call it Duoyin, Ye Chao said. Duan Huangdao put on a fake smile. But inside he was actually pretty annoyed. What does that name even mean? How is that related to a gentleman not stealing from others? I don't get it, and I'm totally shocked. There's a limit to talking nonsense, you know? Mu Zhongxi thought to himself. Others are masters of swords, like Siji or Mingguo. Yet my junior sister is the master of the Duo Yin staff. Oh, wait, this can't even be called a sword. This is just a stick. While they were calmly naming the tool, on the other side, Song Hanqing was extremely anxious. Are you all crazy? Aren't you in a hurry at all? We have to get out, otherwise by tomorrow we'll all turn into a pool of blood. And you're still in the mood to chat. Do they think being in a monster's belly is some leisure activity? Mu Zhongxi said. But we can't use spiritual power here, so how are we supposed to get out? Duan Huangdao suggested. Use a sword to slice it open bit by bit? But that method would take days. While everyone was anxiously brainstorming an escape plan, Ye Chao appeared incredibly relaxed. She stood there, shaking her leg and humming a tune. Seeing Ye Chao's composure, Song Hanqing realized something. Ye Chao, do you know something? Ye Chao calmly told Song Hanqing to take a guess. He grew frantic with rage. What do you want? Spirit stones or something else? Of course. I can't give you our Yueqing sect's talismans. At the mention of talismans, Ye Chao showed her disdain. Who wants their trash talismans anyway? Our little junior sister is someone blessed by the heavenly Tao. Is she lacking talismans? Ye Chao spoke up. I don't need talismans. I want 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus the mental cultivation techniques, and your Yueqing sect's inner circle talisman manuals. Song Hanqing froze, his face full of bewilderment. He thought, the inner circle, talisman manuals, of the Yueqing sect? She wants to take them back for the Changming sect to study? Does she not know that in a lifetime, one can only learn the talismans of one sect? Trying to learn from other sects will cause her to suffer qi deviation, doesn't she know that? Even though Song Hanqing thought this, he didn't say a word to warn Ye Chao. Instead, he decisively threw the talisman books and a bag of spirit stones toward her. At the same time, he said loudly, I can give them to you right now, but you must get me out of here. Having received what she needed, Ye Chao's eyes immediately lit up. She nodded with satisfaction and replied, deal. But just a few seconds later, Ye Chao suddenly smiled and said in a leisurely tone, but wait a bit, let me count and see if it's all there. Song Hanqing heard this and felt it was absolutely unbelievable. Everyone thought Ye Chao was just joking, but without another word, she opened the bag and casually began counting the spirit stones. Song Hanqing grew more speechless by the second. He gnashed his teeth and grumbled to himself. Is this person insane? She's actually sitting there leisurely counting stones. Ye Chao, just you wait until I get out, see if I don't beat you to death. After a while of diligent counting, Ye Chao happily dusted off her hands and said, refreshed, the amount is just right, nothing's missing, thanks. With that, Ye Chao pulled 3 homemade bombs from her robe. At this moment, Ye Chao focused her gaze ahead, preparing to throw the bombs while shouting, let's go. If spiritual power can't be used, then obviously physical force is the way to defeat the beast. Under the force of Ye Chao, throw. The 3 bombs quickly flew straight ahead, hitting the stomach wall of the monster. Simultaneously, a massive explosion rang out. The rhino cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. Back inside its belly, Duan Huangdao was leading the group, hurrying toward the opening, while constantly urging, hurry, hurry. The 4 of them finally made it safely and escaped to the outside. They had only walked a few steps when they saw Yun Kuei running toward them with a bright face, shouting, big brother, but within seconds. Yun Kuei's expression turned to concern. She stared at Song Hanqing and said, big brother, are you all right? The elders heard you fell into the belly of the rhino monster, so they sent me to help. Song Hanqing didn't pay any attention to Yun Kuei's words. He just frowned at the person behind her and asked, who is this? Hearing this, Yun Kuei didn't hide anything and happily replied, this is senior brother Ye from the Wenjian sect. He saw I was alone, so he came along with me. Senior brother Ye is very powerful. I relied on him the whole way here. That's right, the man in black is the top disciple of the Wenjian sect, the sword cultivator, Ye Qinghan. Song Hanqing heard the admiration in Yun Kuei's voice and felt uncomfortable. He said coldly, thank you for taking care of our little junior sister. After speaking, he turned around while pulling Yun Kuei along, saying in a deep voice, Yun Kuei, let's go. Yun Kuei didn't hesitate to pull her hand away. Her face clearly showed she was unwilling. She stood still and thought, this place is full of danger. Going with a bunch of talisman users is too risky. It's better to follow a powerful sword cultivator like senior brother Ye. It'll be safer. Seeing Yun Kuei's attitude, Song Hanqing's face darkened. He angrily cursed under his breath. What kind of legacy disciple is so cowardly they'd abandon their team just to find someone else for protection? She might not care about her dignity, but the Yueqing sect does. At this moment, from afar, Mu Zhongxi and Ye Chao were intently observing Ye Qinghan. Suddenly, Mu Zhongxi whispered in shock, damn, it's Ye Qinghan! Hearing that name, Ye Chao's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, he's Ye Qinghan? Ye Chao immediately remembered that Ye Qinghan was none other than the male lead in the original story. Ye Chao strained her eyes to get a better look. After a moment, she clicked her tongue and thought, Ye Qinghan is like a long Aocean cheat code user in the cultivation world. Mu Zhongxi, standing nearby, heard Ye Chao ask and happily replied, that's definitely him. The more he spoke, the more excited Mu Zhongxi became, his voice full of admiration. He's the second natural-born swordbone in history. Formed his core at 16. Attained late-stage golden core by 18. While speaking, Mu Zhongxi suddenly paused, coughed, slightly and continued in a serious tone. Of course, our big senior brother is no slouch either. Back then, they were known as the peerless duo. Ye Qiao's eyes rounded in admiration as she thought in shock. So big senior brother once stood on equal footing with the MC. The original novel never mentioned this part. While Ye Qiao and Mu Zhong were busily discussing, suddenly a man from afar following, Ye Qinghan, recognized them. That man immediately widened his eyes and shouted, "It's you guys!" In that man's mind right now, the scene of having a bowl of noodles dumped on his head flashed back. Thinking of that incident, he excitedly ran toward Ye Qinghan, pointing his finger at Ye Qiao's group and speaking urgently. "Big senior brother, these two are the ones who dumped noodles on me." Hearing those words, Yun Kao also looked over and cried out in surprise, "Second senior sister." Hearing that greeting, Ye Qiao's face soured in anger, thinking about how long it had been since she left the sect. Yet she's still being called second senior sister. Is she trying to stir up trouble, or reminding me of the difference between us, back when I was still in the Yue King sect? Before she could think further, a loud shout rang out. "Surround them, don't let them escape." Song Hanqing, standing to the side, recalled the scene of being robbed by Ye Qiao earlier. Though a bit angry, he quickly shouted, "Let's go help the others." The people following. Song Hanqing heard this and quickly replied in unison, "Yes!" At this moment, Duan Huangdao put on a forced smile and quickly tried to explain, "Wait, I'm not with these two. If you want to fight, fight them." Both Ye Qiao and Mu Zhong looked at Duan Huangdao in utter disbelief. Mu Zhongxi couldn't help but complain loudly. God, how heartless, for better or worse. We were once in the same belly together. At the same time, a group of men rushed toward them. Mu Zhongxi, without a word, frowned and drew his sword while saying, "I can take them with one." Before he could finish, Ye Qiao interrupted from behind. "Don't use your sword!" Ye Qiao's mind was full of calculations. She thought that if they actually fought, they wouldn't have the numerical advantage. Not to mention Ye Qinghan hadn't made a move yet. If he acts, it'll be hard for us to retreat. Calculating carefully, Ye Qiao turned back, pulled Mu Zhongxi, stomped her foot, and shouted, "Step on the green breeze." Mu Zhongxi, standing beside her, smirked and said, "I get it now. The elders wanted us to learn step on the green breeze, just to keep us from getting beaten to death out here." After saying that, he fell into deep thought. Before, if I wasn't satisfied, I'd fight. Since meeting little junior sister, if we aren't running away, then we're on the way to running away. Duan Huangdao, running for his life, said, So you guys aren't rogue cultivators. I really thought you were just some rogue cultivators out here for training." Ye Qiao frowned and snapped, "Stop yapping, they're about to catch up." The group behind them was chasing Ye Qiao's group with extreme aggression. By this time, Ye Qiao was getting tired. She quickly pulled a talisman from her robe, flashed a sinister smile, and accurately threw it onto the forehead of a man behind them. Immediately, that man's body underwent a transformation. His whole body shriveled up as he collapsed to the ground. In a panic, he stuttered, What's happening?" The commotion behind was so loud that Duan Huangdao had to turn back to see the tea. Seeing that scene, he asked in confusion, "What the heck is going on?" A question immediately popped into his mind. Has an evil god invaded the cultivation world? Song Hanqing's group had all collapsed to the ground, each of them twisting and writhing nonstop. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. A girl, trembling, asked, Is this the Wenjian sect?" The man next to her also said in fear, "This is too creepy. What's wrong with them? Are they possessed by snake demons?" Everyone present was gossiping intensely. That group was losing way too much face. The leader shouted, "We're retreating." After saying that, they quickly slithered into the forest to hide. Seeing there were no more footsteps chasing from behind, Ye Qiao stopped to observe. Panting, she turned and grabbed Mu Zhongxi's robe, saying helplessly, "See? I told you we can't wear the sect's clothes every day." Flaunting it everywhere? The more she looked, the more she sighed and shook her head, thinking that she was the only one losing face. She was about to say a few more words, when suddenly there was a noise in the bushes ahead. Duan Huangdao observed seriously and reached a conclusion. "Monsters are coming, about a dozen of them." As soon as he finished speaking, a pack of red-eyed wolves slowly appeared from behind them. While Duan Huangdao and Mu Zhongxi were still staring in dazed shock, Ye Qiao had already quickly jumped onto her sword and shouted, "Run!" Only then did Mu Zhongxi hurriedly pull out his sword and drag Duan Huangdao up with him. The three of them were now safe. Duan Huangdao, with tears streaming down his face, said, "Damn, are these monsters crazy? It's like they smell bone or something. They won't let go." Ye Qiao frowned as she moved forward leisurely, thinking, the cause of the monster riot in the forest is still unclear. But this duo yin found in the rhino's belly is very strange. Stopping her train of thought, Ye Qiao decided to halt and waved the staff in her hand toward the monsters below. Sure enough, they growled and tried to rush up to snatch it. Only now did Ye Chao carefully look at the staff in her hand, nodding slightly as she said, I see, so they aren't chasing us. They're chasing this staff. Those words reached Duan Huangdao's ears. He glanced over and quickly asked, Damn, what is that thing? Is it that intense? The top 10 of the spiritual tool rankings. Doesn't have a tool like this, does it? On this side, Ye Chao stared intently at the staff and said indifferently, I feel like it's probably worth a lot of money. Otherwise, why would so many monsters be chasing me? Duan Huangdao broke into a cold sweat after hearing that. He thought in despair, after talking all this time, You only care about whether it's worth money or not? Ye Chao's joy didn't last long before being disturbed by the noise of the monsters. Below, she looked at them, sighed helplessly, and shouted, I've lived this long, and I've never been pursued this relentlessly, even if it's just a pack of monsters. Half an hour later, Ye Chao's group finally succeeded in shaking off those pursuing monsters. Ye Chao walked slowly, letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, those monsters didn't have high cultivation, so driving them away was easy. Duan Huangdao agreed. He smiled, cupped his hands in front of his chest, looked toward Ye Chao and Mu Zhongxi, and said solemnly, Thanks for the help, you two. I'm heading back now. My senior brothers have probably reached Yunzhong City already. I need to hurry back and regroup with them. Mu Zhongxi scratched his head and asked curiously, Are you here? For the secret realm opening in a few months? After speaking, Mu Zhongxi fell into thought, thinking, The Yunzhong City secret realm opens once every 100 years. Inside there are many spiritual herbs and ancient treasures. Every time it opens, it stirs up a storm of blood and gore. Duan Huangdao wasn't surprised by the question. He answered without hiding anything. That's right, there's a major secret realm in a few months, Senior Brother said. The spirit beast treasure has appeared. I'll go try my luck. Who knows, I might be lucky enough to form a contract with the spirit beast. He originally intended to say goodbye and leave, but Duan Huangdao suddenly remembered something. He flashed a friendly smile and asked, By the way, which sect are you guys from? I'm a legacy disciple of the Chengfeng sect. If you have time, come visit the Chengfeng sect. Mu Zhongxi waited for Duan Huangdao to finish, then said with pride, Chengming sect. Duan Huangdao couldn't believe his ears. He asked doubtfully, Inner court? Wait, no. If you're at the golden core stage, you must be legacy disciples. Mu Zhongxi explained very happily. Yeah, this is my little junior sister. The two of us are out here for training together. Duan Huangdao thought to himself after hearing that, Isn't the Chengming sect famous for being gentle and kind? Today I've truly had my eyes opened. Seeing that it was time to head back, Duan Huangdao said goodbye. Once more, then we'll part ways here. Ye Chao nodded happily and replied, See you at the competition. Duan Huangdao smiled and said, Sure. But in his heart, he was actually thinking, Even though I said that, I really don't want to run into Ye Chao in the arena. At all. I have a feeling this year's competition situation, because of her, will be absolutely chaotic. Duan Huangdao turned to walk away, but after only a few steps, he immediately stopped. Clicking his tongue, he said, Do you two feel like something isn't quite right? The three of them suddenly gathered back into a small circle, 6 eyes staring at each other. Finally, Ye Chao expanded her divine sense to check the situation. After a few seconds, she suddenly said, It is a bit strange. It seems like there is a barrier around us. Duan Huangdao, breaking into a sweat, hesitantly added, It's the Great Secret Realm. It looks like we've walked into the area where the Great Secret Realm is opening. He seriously examined the surroundings and gave his assessment. Once a secret realm appears, it covers the surroundings like a separate land. To get out, we can only wait a few months, until the secret realm automatically disappears. Mu Zhongxi panicked upon hearing that. He asked loudly, Wasn't it said the secret realm wouldn't open for a few months? Why did it open early? In his heart, he began to worry and said, Golden core cultivators can roam freely in small secret realms. But in a great secret realm, we need elders to escort us. Right now, we have 2 golden cores and 1 foundation establishment. Can we survive and get out of a great secret realm? Currently, among the 3, only Ye Chao is at foundation establishment. That fact made Mu Zhongxi extremely worried. Despite hearing that, Ye Chao wasn't afraid at all. She casually patted the 2 men's shoulders to comfort them, then declared boldly, It's fine. Think about it. We still have the people from the Yueqing sect and Wenjian sect here with us, for better or worse. We aren't the only unlucky ones in this place. Duan Huangdao gave a forced smile and replied, Hearing that, my mood actually feels a little better. You really know how to comfort people. A rustling sound came from ahead again, making Ye Chao's group fall silent and pay attention. Ye Chao quickly climbed up the ancient tree in front of her to observe the situation. Once she saw the situation clearly, she excitedly called down, Quick, get up here. I feel like there's some tea to spill. before finishing his sentence, Mujong. He had already scrambled up, leaving Duan Huangdao all alone, standing below. Duan Huangdao looked at the two on the tree and said, "Hey, hey, hey." Three low-life legacy disciples sitting in a tree, watching a drama. Is that really appropriate? No one upstairs answered. After standing dazed for a moment, he also slowly climbed up while whispering, "Whatever. It's not like anyone's watching anyway." He looked down below and whispered, "It's the people from the Yueqing Sect and Wenjian Sect." At the same time down below, both Song Hanqing and Ye Qinghan were radiating murderous intent. Song Hanqing frowned in annoyance at Yun Kuei and said, "Junior sister, following this brainless sword, cultivator in a great secret realm will only put you in danger." Ye Qinghan flared up upon hearing that, drawing his sword while saying in a deep voice, "You want to die?" Song Hanqing was full of confidence, holding a talisman out in front of him. "If you've got the guts, then try me. Do you really think your Wenjian sect is invincible under heaven?" Even though he talked big like that, in his heart he was secretly thinking, the great secret realm has opened. Originally, our two sects joining forces would be the best choice. But the whole way here, those Wenjian sect people have been so damn arrogant. How am I supposed to endure this? Song Han Cheng was about to continue when a hand suddenly grabbed his robe. Yin Q behind him spoke hesitantly. "Big senior brother." Senior brother Ye didn't mean it like that. He only wanted to protect me. Hearing those words, Song Hanqing felt like our reputation was being dragged through the dirt. Is little junior sister seriously still sucking up to the Wenjian sect? Up in the tree, Ye Xiao was casually lying down to watch the drama unfold. She commented with delight, "Looks like Yun Kuei's fish tank just exploded." Ye Xiao recalled the plot details. Yun Q was a total Mary Sue charmer, with a bunch of guys chasing after her. Song Hanqing in the novel was also charmed by that innocent, unpretentious personality. But right now, Song Hanqing hasn't fallen for Yun Kuei yet. This act of favoritism from Yun Kuei is probably making him die of anger. At this moment, down below, Song Hanqing displayed a look of total disbelief, while saying, "Little junior sister, what do you mean by this?" Yin Q quickly pulled away and said without any attachment, "I'm going with senior brother Yale." Then pausing for a bit, Yun Q added another line, "Big senior brother, don't worry. I will take good care of myself." On the outside, she looks innocent, but who knows that in her heart, Yun Kuei is secretly calculating. The great secret realm is very dangerous. Of course, I have to follow Ye Qinghan to be safe. A bunch of talisman users who at critical moments still need others to protect them. How can they be as OP as a sword cultivator? Seeing his junior sister being so heartless, Song Hanqing's face turned grim with rage, thinking his own junior sister is running off to another house. To put it nicely, she's just naive to the ways of the world. But to put it bluntly, she's a brainless traitor. Song Hanqing himself felt there was no need to hold her back anymore. So he flicked his sleeve, turned around, and said coldly, "Let's go." On the opposite side, Ye Qinghan's group also turned to leave. Seeing the fun was over, Ye Qiao immediately jumped down and shouted, "Let's go too!" Mu Zhongxi and Duan Huangdao hurriedly chased after her, while asking, "Where are we going?" Ye Qiao leisurely brushed off her hands and replied, "To find treasure. Didn't you want to find the treasure-seeking beast? Let's go test our luck." Ye Qiao was full of optimism. She thought that the original novel mentioned the treasure-seeking beast, but that was the female lead's pet. Others can only dream about it. But even though I'm not destined for the treasure-seeking beast, inside this great secret realm, there are still plenty of other spirit beasts. Hearing Ye Qiao mention wanting to find the spirit beast, Duan Huangdao said hesitantly, "But with the cultivation of us three in a great secret realm." "I'm afraid," Ye Qiao interrupted, patted his shoulder, and declared, "Don't overthink it. Since we're already here, let's just hang out together." Hearing the word hang out used so casually, Duan Huangdao became even more terrified. He thought, stuck between laughter and tears, who comes to a dangerous place like a great secret realm to play? Does she think she's on vacation? After the initial shock, he calmly started calculating. But now that I've been pulled in unexpectedly, deep down, I'm actually itching to give it a shot. Forget it, let's just do it. Staying here alone is dangerous anyway. Might as well try my luck with them. No sooner said than done. Duan Huangdao let out a sigh and replied, "All right then." With that, the three of them began searching for the spirit beast. It was now late at night. Ye Qiao's group stopped to take a break, while Mu Zhong, Si and Duan Huangdao were fast asleep. Ye Qiao was still focused on reading a talisman book. The more she read, the more she thought. This Changming Sect talisman book is actually pretty cracked. Not only does it have formation talismans, it also has countless formation-breaking talismans. No wonder talisman masters are so rare. Just learning this stuff is enough to make your brain explode. Lost in her own thoughts, Ye Chao was pulled back to reality by the snoring of Mu Zhong. Si and Duan Huangdao. She instinctively turned to look at them and said, "Fourth senior brother and Duan Huangdao are sleeping like the dead. They don't even know if there's danger around here," while worrying about what to do. Ye Chao's face suddenly lit up as she whispered, "Ah, I can just practice drawing talismans while keeping watch." Morning came, and the ground was covered in stacks of talismans. Ye Chao finally stretched and let out a big yawn, saying, "I unconsciously drew so many, what a massive haul." She quickly ran over to wake up the two sleep-deprived guys. She nudged Duan Huangdao and said, "Wake up, someone's coming this way." Duan Huangdao slowly sat up and sluggishly asked, "Who?" Ye Chao honestly shook her head and replied, "I don't know, actually before dawn. I already felt someone nearby. But the distance was a bit far, so I didn't pay much attention. Now they are heading right toward us." After hearing the explanation, Duan Huangdao asked skeptically, "You can tell someone is coming from that far away?" Many questions began to pop up in his mind. The width of the sea of consciousness is related to cultivation. I'm already at Golden Core, while Ye Chao is only at Foundation Establishment. How is hers even wider than mine? Moreover, the strongest divine sense should belong to talisman, pill, and tool masters, since they must use divine sense to refine tools, pills, and draw talismans. Therefore, their sea of consciousness is tempered to be very wide, making them more sensitive to danger. But Ye Chao is just a sword cultivator. As for Ye Chao, she didn't answer Duan Huangdao's question, but turned around to walk toward Mu Zhongxi, shaking him and shouting, "Fourth senior brother, wake up!" Seeing that everyone was awake, Ye Chao happily held up the talismans and asked, "Do you guys want to play the talisman sticking game?" "I have plenty." "Who's sticking who?" Hearing about the talisman game, Mu Zhongxi was instantly wide awake. His eyes lit up as he replied, "Of course I do!" He was just about to comfort himself when he saw Ye Chao hand a stack of talismans to Duan Huangdao. Mu Zhongxi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that every time little junior sister finishes drawing talismans, she looks for a test subject. Luckily, there's someone to carry the burden this time, so she won't torment me. Duan Huangdao blankly accepted them, looking at the pile of talismans in his hand in shock, exclaiming, "With this many talismans, it must have taken Ming Xuan a long time to draw them. He really loves you." After looking through a few, Duan Huangdao asked curiously, "By the way, what are the effects of these talismans?" After asking, he focused on studying the talismans. While thinking that a talisman master can draw at most 5 a day, any more would affect the sea of consciousness. In Changming's sect, only Ming Xuan is a talisman master. These talismans must have been drawn by him. He's truly good to his junior sister. On Ye Chao's side, she was also secretly calculating. Looks like Duan Huangdao misunderstood something. But let's just keep him misunderstood. In this competition, we're rivals, so it's better not to reveal. The fact that I know how to draw talismans, all cleared up. Ye Chao excitedly looked at Duan Huangdao and said, "Most of these are array talismans, and a few are attack talismans. Feel free to use them. I have plenty more." Hearing that, Duan Huangdao felt like bursting into tears, inwardly screaming, "I also want a senior brother who knows how to draw talismans. That way, when I'm out, if I can't beat them in a fight, I can just use talismans to blast them to death." While they were chatting happily, a loud voice suddenly called out, "Which sect are you disciples from?" Ye Chao turned around to look and saw a group of people wearing eye-blindingly bright green clothes. She raised a hand to shield her eyes while scanning them. "Yes, sect? This sect is way too green." But she quickly regained her composure. Ye Chao calmly asked back, "May I ask which sect you fellow cultivators are from?" The other group didn't waste words and answered decisively, "Duanyun sect." Duan Huangdao, fearing Ye Chao didn't know them, covered his mouth and whispered to her, "I know them. They're a fairly large sect, though not on the level of our 5 great sects. They still have some reputation. In the outside cultivation world, they act like a prestigious, righteous sect. But I feel like they definitely have something going on with demonic cultivators." After hearing the explanation, Ye Chao thought helplessly. Understood. The high IQ ones have something with demonic cultivators, while the low IQ ones act no different from demonic cultivators themselves, waiting forever only to see Ye Chao's group whispering among themselves. The group on the other side couldn't take it and shouted, "What the hell are you guys whispering about? Hand over the treasures in your hands. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you where you stand." Duan Huangdao frowned and replied in a low voice, "I am." But before he could finish his sentence, he was quickly stopped by Ye Chao. She whispered, "Wait a second." Ye Chao looked at Duan Huangdao, feeling anxious. "Are you kidding me? How can we reveal which sect we're from at a time like this? Making enemies and bearing grudges. Then he definitely has to drag the enemy's sect into it." Ye Chao decisively slapped a talisman onto the opponent's forehead. she ordered in a stern voice. Why waste words with them? Use talismans. As soon as she spoke, several more were launched. The brown-haired man couldn't take it anymore and slumped down to the ground, not giving them a chance to prepare. Yahello continued to throw out a set of talismans. She laughed gleefully and said, taste my confusion talisman. Mu Zhongxi joined the fun, saying, try a stink talisman too, seeing the two of them having so much fun. Duan Huangdao quickly spoke up. I'm coming too. Duan Huangdao watched Yahello spamming talismans until it became addictive. He thought in terror, how does Changming Sect have every kind of talisman? Why is it so heterodox? This is too scary. Minhuin doesn't act like a righteous cultivation talisman user. Why has he gone down the path of the unorthodox and demonic? At the same time, Song Hunching suddenly sneezed repeatedly. The Xuanyan Sect group was drowned in a sea of talismans. Several men kept crying out, Senior brother, with this many talisman users. They must be from Yueking Sect, right? The man called Senior brother was struggling to stand while deep in thought. Most talisman users from the great sects are in Yueking Sect. Moreover, Yueking Sect is famous for fighting over resources, without any sense of shame, while Changming Sect also has one talisman user. But Changming Sect is known for being kind, upright, but stupid. Therefore, it's impossible for it to be Changming Sect. It must be that core disciple bunch from Yueking Sect. While his thoughts were still in a mess, Song Han King stepped out from the path behind them. He instinctively spotted Yahello and called out, Yahello! Yahello turned her head, looking at him like she'd found a literal lifesaver. She joyfully shouted, Senior brother Song, come here and save us quickly. These people dared to provoke our Yueking Sect. They really have a death wish. Song Hunking, completely confused, asked back, what? He thought, dazed. What do you mean, our Yueking Sect? Who is us with you? At this moment, the brown-haired man glared furiously at Song Hunching and shouted in anger, Yueking Sect, I'll fight you to the death. Song Hunking panicked and hurriedly explained, don't listen to their lies. They are clearly from Changming Sect and Changfeng Sect. I don't even know them. After speaking, Song Hunching frowned and cursed inwardly. Damn that Yahello, causing trouble and then pinning it on us. The brown-haired man was now completely triggered. He aggressively charged forward with his sword, saying, who are you kidding? Didn't you call her name the moment you arrived? Without waiting for Song Hunching to answer, the Xuanyan Sect crowd chimed in one after another. Senior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's go and teach them a lesson. Yahello, seeing things weren't chaotic enough, stayed in character, acting extremely aggrieved. With teary eyes, she looked at Song Hunching pitifully and said, that's right, Senior brother Song. How could you be like this? We're all inner disciples of Yueking Sect. You doing this really hurts my feelings. Song Hunking couldn't take it anymore and glared at Yahello, shouting, shut up! Then he immediately turned back to the Xuanyan Sect group and raised his voice. Are you guys blind? Can't you see we have 2 sword cultivators and 1 tool cultivator? Our Yueking Sect doesn't have tool cultivators and only has 1 sword cultivator among the core disciples. Feeling that the situation was getting more and more interesting, Yahello decided to add fuel to the fire. She feigned disbelief and advised him. What? How dare you call them blind? Big brother, even if you are the top disciple of Yueking Sect, you shouldn't talk like that. As soon as Yahello finished speaking, the Xuanyan Sect side was driven mad with rage. The brown-haired man's face went cold as he hissed an order. Don't let anyone from Yueking Sect escape. I want to see what a bunch of talisman users have to act so smug about. With that, both sides charged in and started a chaotic brawl. Right then, Yahello, from the outside, swiftly kicked a Xuanyan Sect member hard in the stomach. When that person screamed and asked who kicked me, she stood right next to them and shouted loudly, Yueking Sect did it. Feeling like it wasn't fun enough yet, Yahello continued to step forward and kicked Song Han King hard in the butt, making him shout in pain, who kicked me? At the same time, Yahello shouted back, Xuanyan Sect. Yahello's taunting immediately took effect. Song Hunking, fuming with rage, grabbed the collar of the brown-haired man and hissed, I'll kill you. Seeing both sides fighting so fiercely, Yahello was finally satisfied. Happily flipping her hair, she turned to leave and said, let's go. Mu Zhongxi clapped his hands repeatedly, secretly praising how amazing his little junior sister was. As for Duan Huangdao, he stared blankly at Yahello's retreating back, while his heart was filled with constant admiration. I've learned something new. That was truly a pro move. The 3 of them hit the road together. After walking for a bit, they saw several holes blocking the path ahead. Yahello asked curiously, hey, what is this? Before she could take a closer look, squeaking sounds started echoing from underneath. Instantly, a ferocious red-eyed rat crawled out. Seeing that rodent, Yahello's entire body instinctively trembled as she thought, gross. I've hated rats the most since I was a kid. Duan Huangdao stepped up from behind to warn her. Be careful. Those are white-haired fire rats. Their teeth are poisonous. Though their cultivation isn't high, their numbers make them hard to catch. At that moment, the pack of rats began to move. They aggressively lunged forward. Without a word, Mu Zhangxi swung his sword and said, "Watch me." Instantly, the rats in front were blasted. Away, but before he could feel smug, Ye Chao's worried voice rang out. "Fourth senior brother, watch out!" Behind Mu Zhong. "See!" Several rats suddenly appeared and charged. He nimbly knocked them away. Then together with Duan Huangdao and Ye Chao formed a small circle to prevent the rats from attacking from multiple sides. After fighting with all his might for a while, Mu Zhongxi shouted angrily, "Will these annoying things ever stop? They're endless. Staying like this isn't the solution." After a moment of careful observation, Ye Chao realized each hole only released one white-haired fire rat at a time. Moreover, they followed a specific order, coming out one by one to prevent cultivators from killing them all in a single strike. Quite smart to have reached that conclusion. Ye Chao glanced at Duan Huangdao and asked, "Do you have a hammer?" Duan Huangdao nodded and replied, "Yes, as a tool cultivator, I have every kind of spiritual tool." After a few seconds of searching, he quickly held out a hammer in front of Ye Chao, asking curiously, "But what do you need a hammer for?" Ye Chao replied with excitement, "To hit the rats." She strolled over to the holes clutching the hammer and said calmly, "Next, listen to my commands. I'll teach you guys how to quickly deal with these white-haired fire rats. Right now, Ye Chao, Mu Zhong, Si, and Duan Huangdao are each holding a hammer." Ye Chao gripped the hammer firmly and said confidently, "Fourth senior brother, you go to those 3 holes over there. Duan Huangdao, you go to the other side. I've memorized the order the white-haired fire rats enter and exit. I guarantee it'll only take 1 hit." Duan Huangdao was stunned after hearing that. He thought, what if Ye Chao remembered the order wrong? What should I do if I get bitten by a white-haired fire rat? Thinking this, he asked hesitantly, "Really? Don't trick me, okay?" Mu Zhongxi smiled brightly, patted Duan Huangdao's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Once my junior sister sees it, she won't forget." Things like this are just a piece of cake for her. After all the convincing, Duan Huangdao finally replied, "All right, everyone is in position." Ye Chao swung her hammer and shouted, "Prepare to start!" The moment a rat poked its head up, it was knocked out by a hammer. Now the 3 of them were like playing a game of whack-a-mole. They hit them with total enthusiasm. Ye Chao paused for a moment to observe, then said, "Finish off the rest of them." Half an hour later, the white-haired fire rats were piled up into a huge mound. Exhausted from the hitting, the 3 of them sat down to rest. Suddenly, Duan Huangdao casually mentioned, "Taking these back for tool refining and selling them is worth a lot." Hearing that money could be made, Ye Chao didn't say another word. She stood up, picked up the rats, and tossed them into her bag. While busily picking them up, she thought, even though I really hate rats, picking some up to make money is more important. In the cultivation world, even though money isn't everything, without money you can't do anything at all. After sitting in a daze for a while, Duan Huangdao snapped out of it and stared at Ye Chao, honestly saying, "Ye Chao, I think you're actually cut out to be a tool cultivator. With that memory, it's a waste not to be a craftsman." Suddenly, with a swish, Mu Zhongxi blocked the way in front of Ye Chao. He said loudly, "Hey, hey, this is the little junior sister of my sect. Who would want to be a tool cultivator?" Hearing that, Duan Huangdao jumped up in anger and replied, "What do you mean, who would want to? Do you know how much my pile of spiritual tools is worth?" Mu Zhongxi crossed his arms provocatively. "We just don't want to." The 2 men were about to start a fight when Ye Chao warned them. "Shh, do you guys hear something?" Ye Chao simultaneously released her divine sense to listen in. She heard whirring and chirping sounds. An image immediately popped into her head. Ye Chao gulped and cheered. "It's a turkey! There's meat to eat," she said excitedly. "You guys follow me." Running after the sound of the bird for a bit, they spotted one in front. As if sensing something, the bird cried out loudly and bolted. Ye Chao wouldn't admit defeat and chased after it with all her might. She reached out and accurately snatched the bird, not forgetting to smugly ask it, "Where do you think you're going?" Mu Zhong, he ran over, looked at the creature in Ye Chao's hand, and clicked his tongue. "A red bird? It's so small." Ye Chao still didn't let it go. She just indifferently replied, "It is a bit small, but it'll be fine once it's roasted." The bird was struggling non-stop, its mouth chirping. Without rest, Duan Huangdao stood aside observing and then said thoughtfully, "Perhaps it's not an ordinary chicken, but a demonic beast." Ye Chao poked the little bird's body with her hand, while saying doubtfully, "Demonic beast?" Ye Chao didn't seem to believe it much. She continued to poke the little bird's cheek and laughed, saying, "What kind of demonic beast looks like this?" "Look, it's just a chicken." After being poked for a while, the little bird chirped angrily, once then turned around, and pecked Ye Chao's finger with its beak. Instantly, the The spot where the little bird bit her began to bleed. At the same time, a red string wound around Ye Chao, and the words "contract successfully formed" suddenly rang out. Once everything had settled down, the chick and Ye Chao stared blankly at each other. The chick reacted first, jumping up and down while chirping, crying out loudly in its heart, it thought in frustration. Even though I came looking for a master, I had no intention of signing a contract with this brat. Right now, an image of Yunxi appeared in its memory. The chick continued to think unwillingly. The master I had my eye on was that girl in the pink
Outfit over there.
with her top-tier ice spiritual root, extraordinary talent, and incredible luck to boot. Pausing for a bit, it glanced at Ye Chao, then stepped forward and repeatedly pecked at her, while thinking with utter disdain. And yet, in a moment of carelessness, I was caught by this devious human brat, and even signed a contract with her. Ugh, how humiliating. Ye Chao was being pecked relentlessly by the chick. She angrily kicked it away and shouted, "Ah!
Get off me, you brat!"
Unable to just stand by and watch anymore, Duan Huangdao gently stepped forward and picked it up. He stroked the chick while looking at Ye Chao to explain, "You two have signed a contract, unless one of you dies. It cannot be undone." Suddenly, he continued to explain in a low voice. That being said, every cultivator carefully chooses a demonic beast to contract with. No one is as random or as much of a joke as you two. Ye Chao sighed dejectedly and asked, "Can it fly?" Duan Huangdao frowned and replied, "I'm afraid it can't." The next second, Ye Chao had a dangerous look on her face, staring intently at the chick. With a menacing expression, she said, "It's this fat. How about we just braise it? Do you guys think braised chicken wings are better? Or clay pot roasted chicken?" Hearing those elaborate dishes, Duan Huangdao drooled and replied dazed, "Go with braised. I like it." The poor chick immediately chirped in protest. With tears in its eyes, it cried, "Are you guys even human?" Duan Huangdao was pulled back to reality by the chirping. He snapped out of it, shook his head, and sighed, thinking sigh. How did I get tricked again? Snapping back to his senses, he smiled and advised, "That won't do, Ye Chao. Maybe it's not a chicken. Besides, it's too small right now. There's no meat. At least wait until it grows a bit bigger, okay? My point is, we can't roast it. The two of you are considered one now. If it dies, you'll suffer a backlash too," Ye Chao said in disbelief and despair. "Fine, let's just raise it for now." The more Ye Chao looked at the chick, the more aggrieved she felt. She thought, everyone has their own fate, but I remember. Yunxi's mount is a blue luan, a blue phoenix bird, overflowing with immortal aura. And yet, I can only stay behind, riding a chicken that can't even fly. At this moment, Mu Zhongxi also approached, reaching out to take the chick and saying affectionately, "This is still just an immature demonic beast. The growth rate of demonic beasts is quite slow. It needs to be raised in a place with natural spiritual energy, like a girl at 18. It'll change. Maybe it'll grow up to be very pretty." Ye Chao grew even more disgusted. She asked sluggishly, "Wait, I have to spend money to raise it too?" "Forget it. I should just think of a way to stuff it back into the oven instead." Duan Huangdao nimbly took out a round object, his eyes sparkling as he said, "This is a fire element essence crystal I've been saving. I originally wanted to use it for tool refining, but it can also be fed to demonic beasts." He opened the box and suggested, "How about we let the chick try eating this?" Duan Huangdao gave the little red chick the essence crystal to drink. These fire element essence crystals are usually found in extremely hot places. If you're lucky enough to find one, then you must truly thank the heavens and earth. Hearing the name Fire Element Essence Crystal, Ye Chao seemed to recognize this item. In the original novel that she read, Yunxi contracted with a treasure-seeking beast in the secret realm. Under its guidance, she found a fire essence mine and split it with Wanzhan Sect. And with Ye Qinghan's indulgence and consent, she took more than half for herself. Ye Chao picked up the little red chick, pinching it from head to tail. "I know where there are more fire element essence crystals. I'll take you guys there in a bit. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Fire Chicken. What do you think?" Hearing that, the little chick thrashed around in protest. "Don't like that name? Oh, I've got it. Since you're a chicken, let's call you Kendaji." Kendaji means KFC. The chicken didn't really understand the name, but decided to temporarily accept it. Ye Chao continued to brag, "Where I come from, this name is only used by extremely cool people. Ordinary people don't even have the right to use it." Hearing this, the chick thought to itself, "Kendaji, huh? This name is the coolest." The chick was extremely satisfied. "Since you have a name now. Next up, let's go find some fire element essence crystals." The Great Secret Realm opened ahead of schedule. It's hard to guarantee whether Yunxi has already gotten the treasure-seeking beast and found the fire element essence mine yet. I absolutely cannot let her snatch it first. After that, everyone quickly set off. They all rode their swords together to find the fire element essence crystals. While sword riding, suddenly a drop of liquid fell onto Duan Huangdao's hand. The rain in this secret realm is corrosive. I have a defensive spiritual tool, but it'll consume quite a bit of spiritual energy. Do you guys want to use it together? Mu Zhongxi wondered. What if we use up all our energy and run into enemies? What then? Well, everyone was confused and didn't know how to handle the situation. Yahello had a sudden realization. That's right. I have a large cauldron usually used for alchemy. This cauldron is basically a household pot. You too can use this to take cover from the rain. It's just a bit further ahead and will arrive. One surprise after another. Duan Huangdao was beyond confused. A pot used for alchemy? In Changming Sect, only Shuiyu is a pill cultivator. So after Minhin went crazy, Shuiyu also started taking an unconventional path by using a pot for alchemy. What can you do? Yahello sighed and complained. We're broke. Cut us some slack. I hope when we meet in the competition, you can go easy on our Changming Sect. Duan Huangdao thought to himself. Changming Sect has always been looked down upon, but this little junior sister they just recruited really has too many surprises, making it impossible for me to let my guard down. In just a moment, they arrived at the demonic beast forest volcano. Finally, the rain stopped. The fire element essence crystals are right ahead. Everyone, let's persevere just a little longer. Everyone was exhausted by now and panting for breath. Even that little chick. Before they could recover, Duan Huangdao and Mu Zhongxi saw an illusion appear. It was a demonic snake slithering toward them. Upon seeing this snake spirit, Mu Zhongxi and Duan Huangdao were both terrified among the three of them. Only Yahello did not experience the illusion, not seeing this snake spirit in the secret realm. Illusions often appear or bewitch the minds of others. If one's mental state is not firm, it's easy to lose oneself. She thought that maybe those two were seeing things. She then pulled out a bottle of incense and opened the lid, letting the scent waft over to the two brothers, making them snap back to their senses instantly. These are heart-clearing pills. Hurry up and take them. Duan Huangdao wondered why she had so many pills. Yahello explained that her third senior brother gave them to her. Third senior brother stuffed a whole bunch into my bag. Right now, I don't have much of anything else, but I have plenty of heart-clearing pills. Suddenly, the little red chick saw something sparkling and chirped loudly, then quickly charged forward. Seeing this, Yahello also rolled up her sleeves. Quick, hurry up and harvest all these spirit stones. Everyone was very busy and happily harvesting, gathering the spirit stones. The little chick was also jumping around happily, completely unaware that a demonic beast had appeared behind its back. The chick turned around to look at this beast, and the beast immediately looked terrified and acted submissive. Turns out it was just a leopard-cat hybrid. After being busy for a while, they finally harvested all the spirit stones. But Kendaji had already eaten a third of the fire element essence crystals. She then grabbed the chicken's comb. Hasn't it eaten a bit too much? Making the little chick struggle nonstop. Mu Zhongxi ran over to comfort it, saying eating a lot is a blessing. But if it eats this much, who can afford to raise it? But it is a bit strange. Normally, there should be a demonic beast guarding the mine, right? Why didn't we see anything? Turns out the guardian beast was that half-leopard, half-cat creature. It sat crying in a corner. Please don't come back next time, Wah. What an honest and cute leopard. After obtaining the essence crystals, none of the three knew where to go next, so they just kept moving, going wherever the road took them. After walking for a bit, someone from Wanzhan Sect suddenly ran out and accused them, claiming Yahello had stolen their spirit stones. Yahello calmly replied, Your essence crystals? Is your name written on them? The person from Wanzhan Sect shouted in anger. I was the one. Who discovered them first? You're bullying people too much. The leopard guarding the crystals has at least a golden core cultivation. When I found it, I didn't dare to act recklessly. I went to call for backup, but who knew everything would be gone when I returned? Then he swung his hand, intending to hit Yahello and seize the crystals. But Yahello quickly dodged and twisted his arm back. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. We're both foundation establishment. If I couldn't beat you, then I'd really be letting down Elder Duan Yu's strictness from when he taught me in class. That guy was defeated and pinned to the ground by Yahello. He became extremely bewildered. I'm being pinned to the ground by a weak foundation establishment? Aren't talisman users supposed to be bad at close quarters combat? Yahello gently explained. I'm a core disciple of King Sect. If you're not satisfied and have the guts, then go find my big senior brother to argue. Yahello was still playing her old card, identifying herself as someone from King Sect to mislead him. The two from Wanzhan Sect, hearing she was a core disciple of King Sect, immediately screamed, So you're that Yun Shi that King Sect recently recruited? I knew it. It's definitely that shameless King Sect bunch. Yahello continued acting. How dare you? How dare you insult my sect? Yahello wanted to pin the blame on Song Hunqing, but since among the King core disciples, only Yun Shi is a little junior sister, Ye Chao just decided to go with the flow. She then used immobilization talismans on them. Very well. As expected of a Yue King Sect disciple. Who else but them could be this despicable? Another person said, I saw it clearly. Those are definitely Yue King Sect's talismans. At this scene, Duan Huangdao finally reached enlightenment. When facing a difficult problem, just blame your enemy. He finally understood what game she was playing. And so the news that Yue King Sect obtained the fire element essence crystals spread like wildfire. I heard someone found a fire essence mine in the secret realm, but it seems the Yue King Sect bunch took it all. Yue King Sect? They're a great sect, stealing resources. From that sect, isn't that just a death wish? Others continued to gossip. Don't be scared. Even if it's Yue King Sect, they're just a bunch of talisman users. After all, there are so many of us. Why fear a few talisman users? Once we snatch the crystals back, we'll split them evenly. Indeed, thanks to Ye Chao's scheme, Yue King Sect got all the fame. But none of the actual loot. Haha. Elsewhere, the Yue King Sect group was panting heavily from exhaustion. After dealing with the Zhuanyun Sect, the Yue King Sect finally shook off those crazies. From Zhuanyun Sect. Finally, it looks like we've escaped them. The other Yue King Sect disciples also spoke up. Exactly. If not for Big Senior Brother's many schemes, it would have been hard for us to get away. And then there's that Ye Chao. There's definitely something wrong with her. We didn't even offend her. Song Hanking spoke with a dark expression. Just an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Next time we meet, I definitely won't let her off. But how could Song Han King know that Ye Chao had already played him? Big time. Just wait and see, ha 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 ha. He thought that within Yue King Sect, there were many different opinions about Ye Chao's departure. But he feared that Changming Sect promised her a core disciple position, so she forgot her master's upbringing and chose to betray the sect. After walking for a bit, Yue Qing Sect encountered a crowd whispering and gossiping, talking back and forth. They then started pointing fingers. Are you guys from Yue King Sect? Witnessing this scene, Song Hanqing was extremely bewildered. Now what's going on? Forget about Xuanyun Sect. They at least have some reputation in the cultivation world. But even these rogue cultivators want to provoke us. Before he could finish his thought, a group suddenly charged forward. Then it's fine. We're looking for Yue King Sect disciples to settle the score. Song Hanqing immediately formed an array on the spot, casting a spell from a protective talisman. Hurry up and hand over the essence crystals. Yun Shi, if you have the guts to take the spirit stones, then don't hide behind a barrier. Song Hanqing was confused. What did Yun Shi take from them? Killing for treasure isn't rare in secret realms. But couldn't Yun Shi be a bit smarter? Why did she have to let everyone know? At this moment, Yun Shi sneezed. Someone must definitely be bad-mouthing her. Haha, Ye Qinghan asked caringly. Junior sister Yun, are you all right? Yun Shi gently replied, I'm fine. But in her heart, she thought, why have I been sneezing constantly for a while now? A cute jade rabbit fell from the sky. This little rabbit climbed onto Yun Shi and clung to her. Seeing the jade rabbit, Yun Shi felt it was adorable, and immediately wanted this jade rabbit to be the beast for her contract. Before Ye Qinghan could stop her, Yun Shi had already bitten her finger to draw blood, and successfully formed a contract with this little jade rabbit. Then Ye Qinghan said, Junior sister Yun, if this is just an ordinary demonic beast, then your contract is no different from signing with a cute mascot. I really like Yun Shi's softness and innocence, but Yun Shi's innocence sometimes gives Ye Qinghan a massive headache. Yun Shi gently said, It's fine, senior brother. I signed a master-servant contract. If it's useless, I'll just kill it. And so Ye Qinghan gently patted Yun Shi's head to comfort her. Hearing these words from Yun Shi, the little jade rabbit felt extremely mistreated. I knew it. These humans are all absolute trash. After that, the rabbit immediately jumped down, ran off, and signaled to follow it. After a brief moment passed, the little jade rabbit had led Yun Shi and Ye Qinghan to a certain place. These were spiritual plants and fruits. Yun Shi hugged a bunch of plants and mushrooms in her arms, looking very delighted. Booba booba, this rabbit beast led us to find so much food and spiritual fruit. Then the jade rabbit continued to hop, signaling the way. It seems to be saying it knows another place, where fire element essence crystals are hidden, and it can lead everyone there. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Then what are we waiting for? Junior sister Yun, hurry and tell your treasure-seeking beast to lead the way. That's right, junior sister Yun, let's go. They originally didn't like big senior brother bringing along dead weight, but who would have thought her spiritual beast could find so many good things? Hearing this, junior sister Yun gave a smug, gentle smile. No problem at all. In her heart, she thought to herself, finally, I've been accepted by the Wanjan Sect people. This is great. After half an hour, everyone was led by the jade rabbit to a cave, but this cave was completely empty, without a single essence crystal in sight. Yunshi angrily asked the jade rabbit where the crystal mine was. The jade rabbit bit Yunshi, looking extremely wronged. Then the little jade rabbit jumped down and ran elsewhere. Scene changes to midnight in the forest. While Ye Chao was sleeping soundly with her spiritual beast, her chicken, all of a sudden, the jade rabbit also ran over and crawled into the blanket with Ye Chao. Ye Chao woke up with half-closed eyes. What just crawled into my arms? Peeking under the blanket, it turned out to be an adorable jade rabbit. Ye Chao picked up the little jade rabbit. Whoa, this little guy is so cute. Meanwhile, the little chick next to Ye Chao seemed to dislike it a lot. Duan Huangdao saw the little jade rabbit and realized this was likely a treasure-seeking beast, but it seemed like someone had already contracted it. Ye Chao recalled the original plot she had read. The treasure-seeking beast was meant for Yunshi. I wonder if this little guy got lost or ran away on its own. This treasure-seeking beast saw the staff on Ye Chao's person and wanted to jump onto it. Ye Chao held it back and refused. I have no interest in helping others raise their spiritual beasts. However, this little jade rabbit persistently clung to Ye Chao's body, absolutely refusing to leave. I'm not going anywhere. The master I just contracted is a terrifying psycho. Seeing this, Ye Chao understood the situation. Could it be the treasure-seeking beast had a falling out with Yunshi? Mu Zhongxi agreed. It looks like it won't be leaving anytime soon. We'll return it once we find out who its owner is. But this is a treasure-seeking beast. If we go with it, won't we be able to scavenge some loot? And so Mu Zhongxi hugged the little jade rabbit. No more sleeping, let's go find some treasures. Previously, fourth senior brother came from a good background and even hesitated when taking spiritual plants, wondering if he should leave some for others. Now he doesn't even care anymore. He's really been corrupted by Ye Chao. After walking a bit, they soon encountered many treasures. Ye Chao, Mu Zhongxi, and Duan Huangdao collected quite a few treasures. No wonder the author wanted to give the treasure-seeking beast to Yunshi. This thing really is a major cheat code. Mu Zhongxi even praised the little jade rabbit for being so good and gave it a treat as a reward. In another location, Yunshi and Ye Qinghan were searching together for the treasure-seeking beast. Theoretically, I should be able to find it by its aura. But why is it running all over the secret realm? After walking for a while, Yunshi spotted the treasure-seeking beast hanging out with Ye Chao. Her eyes lit up. Found it! Then she jumped down and called out, Second senior sister, please return my treasure-seeking beast. She thought to herself. Ye Chao must have seen the treasure-seeking beast's ability and wants to keep it for herself. But Ye Chao isn't the type to be so petty. Ye Chao was actually happy to return the treasure-seeking beast to Yunshi. However, this treasure-seeking beast refused to leave. Ye Chao and absolutely wouldn't go back to Yunshi's side. The chick, Kendaji, also started acting competitive with the beast. This is my contracted partner! Yunshi barked at the treasure-seeking beast to return. But no matter how much she shouted, that jade rabbit still clung to Ye Chao's staff, refusing to budge an inch. Ye Chao raised her hands in a shrug, acting helpless. Look, it's not that I won't let it go. It's that it doesn't want to leave. Yunshi was absolutely livid and speechless. At this moment, Ye Chao took the chance to get rich, handing Yunshi an invoice. Right, this is the bill for the boarding fees. Pay up, my senior brother. Just fed it 5 essence crystals. You owe us 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is that too much? Heh. Hearing this, Yunshi looked like she was about to explode. With pure rage. How can you be so damn greedy? Stroking the jade rabbit's head, she said, You guys won't pay? Fine, then I'll just keep the treasure-seeking beast for now. Yunshi then thought back to when the beast led them to the fire essence mine, only for there to be absolutely nothing left. Could it be that Ye Chao took it all? She quickly questioned Ye Chao. Was it you who took all those essence crystals? Ye Chao crossed her arms and nodded. Yep. It was definitely us. Hearing that, Yunshi turned around and softly called, Senior brother, yeah. Then she burst into tears, looking extremely pitiful. What should we do now? Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Wanjan Sect felt incredibly indignant. Yunshi's spiritual beast ate the stuff. Why should our senior brother pay? They were practically crying themselves. Besides, 50,000 top-grade spirit stones is no small amount. Then the Wanjan Sect disciples pointed their fingers in accusation. Ye Chao, is your Changming Sect so broke that you've gone crazy? Ye Chao was overjoyed as she received the spirit stones. How did you know? I'm actually so broke I can't sleep. Or maybe the great geniuses of Wanjan Sect could give us a few more spirit stones? Hearing that, Ye Qinghan spoke up. You people from Changming Sect are going too far. Ye Chao quickly shot back. How so? I even wanted to thank Wanjan Sect for the gifts. After that, Ye Chao returned the jade rabbit to Yunshi. Mu Zhongxi thought to himself. Little junior sister is drawing all this aggro alone. I need to shoulder some of the burden for her. Therefore, Mu Zhong Ji also enthusiastically backed Ye Chao up with a comment. Indeed, we really must thank Wanzhan's sect for the gifts. Duan Huangdao also thought, even though I usually don't dare to mess with sword cultivators, Ye Chao is my friend no matter what. So Duan Huangdao though also showed his support for Ye Chao. Thanks for the gifts from you Wanzhan sect folks. With 2 people backing Ye Chao, the Wanzhan sect group didn't dare to make a move against her. They thought if it was just Ye Chao alone, they would have already taught her a lesson. But by her side, there's not only Muzhong, a natural-born swordbone, but now even Changfeng sect is joining in. Is it because you hold a grudge for me mocking Changming sect before that you're acting out? If you're so capable, try taking first place this year. Ye Chao answered full of confidence. Fine, just you wait and see. This response from Ye Chao made everyone from Wanzhan sect burst out, laughing. You're actually that confident? They thought a mere foundation establishment dared to talk so big. It's freaking hilarious. Mu Zhongshai unsheathed his sword. You're asking why we're so confident? As a natural-born swordbone, you tell me why we're so confident? Facing Mu Zhongshi's sharp blade, the Wanzhan sect people were already trembling. It's frustrating, but Mu Zhongshi already has golden core strength at 16. That's undeniable. Moreover, he just drew his sword from its scabbard, and our life-bound swords are already shaking in fear. In this moment, Mu Zhong, I realized that after being by little junior sister's side for so long, he seemed to have become much more confident. In the past, Mu Zhong, when seeing disciples from other sects, he used to hold back. But now, Ye Qinghan, the so-called #1 in Sword Dao, is far weaker than me. I am the #1 under heaven. Mu Zhongxi learned from Ye Chao way too fast. Ye Qinghan challenged Mu Zhongxi to settle it at the grand competition. I look forward to your performance at the grand competition. Ye Chao also smiled and said, see you at the grand competition. Yunxi stood beside Ye Qinghan. Seeing the way Ye Qinghan looked at Ye Chao, Yunxi felt uneasy and insecure, then said guiltily, second senior sister, Master and I both miss you very much. When will you come back to the sect with us? Hearing this, Songjian immediately asked, second senior sister? You guys know each other? Yunxi is from Yue King sect, right? How do these 2 core disciples know each other? This was a question everyone in Wanzhan sect was very curious about. Yunxi pretended to answer. Senior sister was adopted by Master since she was young. Later, I don't know what happened, but she suddenly left the sect. Yunxi said this intentionally to smear Ye Chao's name. And the Wanzhan sect people, hearing Yunxi say that, started gossiping without knowing the full story. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Ye Chao abandoned the master who raised her since childhood and ran off to another sect. Isn't she just an ungrateful brat? Seeing the situation, Mu Zhongxi immediately drew his sword, stepped toward Yunxi, and swung a strike at her. Luckily, Ye Qinghan parried the blow for her. Mu Zhongxi strictly said, Junior sister Yun, our little junior sister didn't hit you today because she has class. But I'm hitting you today because you have none. If you're not satisfied, then let your Yue King sect have a match with me. Mu Zhongxi acted this way because he thought Yunxi was trying to secretly manipulate things, trying to steal our little junior sister back to Yue King sect.
No way, seeing Mu Zhongxi being so badass.
Ye Chao's eyes sparkled. When senior brother isn't being a total goof, he's actually quite handsome. On the other side, Yunxi acted pitiful, putting on an innocent face, acting like a victim, making Ye Qinghan help her up and ask, Junior sister Yun, are you okay? Yunxi immediately burst into tears. What? She thought to herself, I'm being bullied, huh? Senior brother, yeah, it didn't help me teach them a lesson. Boo-hoo! Then she wailed so loudly that Mu Zhongxi felt a massive headache coming on. Here we go again, when will she finish crying? By nightfall, the forest was filled with birds chirping and rustling sounds, along with the buzzing of insects. The 3 of them gathered around a campfire to keep warm. Ye Chao spoke up. I bet Yunxi's treasure-seeking beast is tracking the scent of this staff. Duan Huangdao suggested. Let me help you draw a sealing charm first. It'd be a disaster if that staff attracts some great demonic beast. Yahello wondered. What's the maximum amount of time one can stay? In the secret realm? Duan Huangdao informed her. A great secret realm lasts about 5 days at the shortest. Ye Chao immediately looked extremely disappointed. Really? Doesn't that mean it ends tomorrow? I was actually having so much fun. Indeed, Ye Chao was having a total blast. The only ones hurting was Yue Ting sect, who took the fall. Ha ha ha, Duan Huangdao felt that. Hanging out with Ye Chao was truly interesting. All he had to do was help clean up the mess. He felt regretful. Why doesn't Changfeng sect have a little junior sister? Like her? After finishing the sealing charm, Duan Huangdao handed the staff back to Ye Chao. Time was tight. So this is just a temporary sealing charm. If you want to break it, just use your spiritual energy. Oh right. Why did you guys come down the mountain anyway? Hearing this question, Ye Chao sighed. mainly because the forbidden area was too boring. We used second senior brother's teleportation talismans to sneak down. I just hope big senior brother doesn't find out we sneaked out. Otherwise, Chu Xingyun might just have a total meltdown on the spot. The secret realm was about to close. Everyone was scrambling to find the exit. Song Hunking's group was being hunted by a mob of rogue cultivators, which was why they were in such a pathetic state. They ran into Yunxi traveling with Ye Qinghan and immediately blocked their path. Little junior sister, did you take the fire element essence crystals? Yunxi immediately put on a pitiful, wronged face and denied it. Didn't take it. Didn't Ye Chao swipe all those fire element essence crystals? Why are you asking me? Then Song Hunqing said the secret realm's exit was about to open. At this moment, Yunxi was holding the map of the secret realm, knowing which path was the safest. So everyone from Yue King Sect and Wanzhan Sect went to find the exit together. That Yunxi girl still didn't forget to cling to Ye Qinghan. Ye Xiao stood to the side, deep in thought. The exit's location in the secret realm is random and requires cultivators to find it themselves. Yunxi has a map in her hand, but I'm the one holding the script. In the original story she had read, Yunxi pointed the right way. But the casualties were also extremely severe. A group of people encountered a nascent soul stage, great demonic beast. Many rogue cultivators ended up buried in the beast's stomach. After the mob teamed up to kill the demonic beast, Yunxi made off with quite a few spiritual fruits. But because of that, she triggered the surrounding barrier, leading to everyone getting sucked inside, shouting for help to no avail. Completely trapped. Ye Chao then shouted out to everyone, "Does anyone want to come with us?" Everyone looked at Ye Chao with doubtful eyes. "You're just at Foundation Establishment. Why follow you?" And that Yunxi girl also had to speak up. "Senior sister, don't cause trouble here. I have the map." Ye Chao still wholeheartedly advised them. "I suggest you guys don't go. But if everyone chooses Yunxi, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Traveling with the main leads, they won't die. But ordinary side characters will definitely be caught in the crossfire. Yunxi has the map, plus traveling with Wanzhan Sect disciples is quite safe." While Ye Chao was lost in thought, suddenly some people agreed to set off. With Ye Chao, Ye Chao happily replied, "All right, let's go." Half an hour later, Ye Chao successfully led everyone to the exit. Everyone was very grateful and thanked her. Ye Chao even said they'd meet again if fate allowed. Duan Huangdao was very surprised. "Ye Chao, are you perhaps a cultivator of fate? The path you led us on was so smooth that we didn't encounter a single demonic beast." Ye Chao acted humble. "Of course not, I just have good luck." She obviously couldn't tell them that she was the one holding the script. Haha. Duan Huangdao actually believed it and praised her. Ye Chao really does have incredible luck. Then the three of them hurried, as there were less than 2 hours, until the secret realm closed. "Let's go together," Ye Chao said. "Wait for me a bit before we leave. I want to go catch a few more demonic beasts." Duan Huangdao was absolutely stunned. "Are you serious?" The cultivation of beasts in a great secret realm is at least foundation. Establishment mid-stage. She's just a foundation establishment early stage. Is she sure she won't get caught by them? Ye Chao looked very serious and sincere. Duan Huangdao hesitated for a moment, then fussed and said, "Fine, I'll go with you." After being together for so many days, he ultimately couldn't just leave her behind. On this side, Mu Zhongxi had a massive headache. Then where are we going to catch demonic beasts? Little junior sister really loves seeking death. What a headache. But she's our little junior sister. What can we do? Just gotta spoil her. Ye Chao gave a light smile. "Don't rush. Let's go watch the drama first." On the other side, Yunxi was leading the way. Everything was in total chaos. Even though everyone was inside the protective circle from the charms of the Yue King Sect, everyone was currently blaming Yunxi. "Not only did you cause us to hit a great beast with heavy casualties, but now you've also triggered a barrier, preventing everyone from escaping." Yunxi looked extremely pitiful and soft-spoken, apologizing to everyone while hiding behind Ye Qinghan. Truly someone who clings to Ye Qinghan's ass all day long. And right at this moment, Ye Chao used a sound transmission talisman to reach Song Hunqing, letting them see that outside the barrier, 3 handsome and beautiful faces were standing there, waving hello to everyone. Song Hunqing was startled. Why is it those 3? Song Hunqing gripped the talisman in his hand, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Ye Chao, on the outside, didn't pay them any mind, focusing solely on chanting her incantation. After a moment, she waved her hand and shouted, "Cut it!" As soon as the words left her mouth, Song Hunqing was fuming with anger, pointing his finger forcefully at Ye Chao while cursing. But unfortunately, his insults were completely blocked out. Mu Zhongxi wondered, "Why did you cut the sound transmission talisman? Don't you want to hear what he's cussing about?" Ye Chao stood casually with her arms crossed and replied, "Nope, my self-esteem is too high. I can't stand listening to him badmouth me." Mujangshi raised a thumb in admiration. Classic you. After standing there cursing for a while, Song Hunking ran out of breath and finally stopped. Outside, Ye Chao still wore a calm smile, thinking Song Hunching must have exhausted his insults. So now was the time to talk business with them. Instantly, Ye Chao took out a sound transmission talisman and threw it accurately. It zipped inside and landed a direct hit, right on a man's arm. The man was terrified, hurriedly pulling the talisman off and handing it over to Ye Qinghan. He looked at Ye in fear. Ye Qinghan said, "Big senior brother for you." Ye Qinghan gripped the sound transmission talisman tightly. At the same time, a question rang out from the talisman. "Hey Ye Qinghan, do you guys want to get out or what? How about this? Both Yue King Sect and Wanjan Sect can name your price in spirit stones. If I like the offer, I'll find a way to let you out." Inside, next to Ye Qinghan and Song Hunqing, the rest of the crowd started buzzing back and forth. It was a total mess. Duan Huangdao was in the back, but couldn't help pushing forward to advise. "Aren't you really afraid that during the grand competition, these two sects will have a huge vendetta against you?" Ye Chao wasn't scared at all and said cheerfully, "I've already offended them anyway, so I might as well offend them thoroughly." She simply thought to herself, like the old saying goes, "When you're buried in debt, you don't worry. A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water." Ye Qinghan felt his pride was insulted. He decisively gripped his sword and swung hard at the barrier, shouting at the same time, "I don't believe I can't get out!" The moment the blade touched the barrier, it snapped and recoiled back, sending Ye Qinghan flying backward as well. Because he used so much strength, the backlash immediately made him cough up a huge mouthful of blood. Yunxi rushed over anxiously to help Ye Qinghan up. She worriedly asked, "Senior brother Ye, are you okay?" Yunxi's tears fell non-stop as she worried, using a silk handkerchief to dab the blood from Ye Qinghan's mouth, softly saying, "Senior brother Ye," as soon as she spoke. Junior sister Yun was also called out. Ye Kao stood on the outside, eyes sparkling as she cheered with total passion. "Cut! That's beautiful, so beautiful!" In her heart, she marveled. Truly the cultivation version of Long Ao Tian. Even coughing blood, he doesn't forget to maintain his style. In the original plot, Ye Qinghan's spiritual energy was completely drained, and he coughed blood like crazy from the backlash, before barely managing to lead Yunxi and the others out. The secret realm is basically a major plot point for developing the feelings between the two of them. Song Hunking observed from the inside, seeing Ye Chao's contemplative look. He instantly couldn't help but bark out, "Ye Chao, I know you have a way, stop this." He switched to a threatening tone. "If we die here, and you guys just stand by and watch, is this how the Changming sect elders taught you to behave?" Ye Chao indifferently replied, "Then go ahead and die. Once you're dead, it won't be too late for me to be labeled as someone who didn't save you." Being shot back by Ye Chao until steam practically came out of his head, Song Hunking could only jump up and down, stammering. "You..." Song Hunching regained his calm, cursing inwardly. "Damn it!" Taking a deep breath, Song Hunching irritably asked, "How many spirit stones do you want?" Ye Chao hugged her chick and replied with a soft laugh. "How much do you think the lives of your Wanjan sect disciples are worth?" Song Hunking frowned and answered, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ye Chao chuckled, naively asking, "Oh? So it turns out the noble core disciples of Wanzan sect are only worth 100,000 top-grade spirit stones." Song Hunking truly felt insulted. He gnashed his teeth, thinking, how can this kind of person exist in this world? Ye Chao, don't you know the phrase, knowing when to stop? Seeing that the other party had no reaction, Ye Chao smiled brightly and asked again, "Does Yue King Sect have a higher bid?" Ye Kaotu still only received silence in return. She couldn't help but start provoking them. It turns out the noble core disciples of Yue King Sect aren't even worth 100,000 spirit stones. Song Hunking really couldn't take this humiliation. He shouted out in anger, 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Any more and I don't have it. After forcing out those two sentences, he felt like a deflated balloon, thinking bitterly. If time could turn back, I would definitely stay far away from Yunxi. If she hadn't insisted on taking this path, how would we have run into a nascent soul stage great beast? If she wasn't greedy for spiritual fruits, how would we have triggered the surrounding barrier? Ye Kao was quite satisfied with that price. She immediately presented a contract paper, calmly saying, "All right, then please. Both of you put your fingerprints on this paper, okay?" Both Ye Qinghan and Song Hunting had dark, angry faces as they took the paper and pressed their fingerprints after getting the contract back. Ye Kao turned around confidently and said, "Then let's get going." Duan Huangdao asked in confusion, "Go where?" At the same time, a thought popped into his head. Could it be she wasn't just intentionally scamming their money and playing with them? Ye Kao happily winked and replied, "To catch demonic beasts, didn't I say that from the start? Catch the beast, Then save these people while I'm at it. Ye Chao sneakily hid behind a rock, observing the group of demonic beasts. Suddenly, she threw a stone, hitting a demonic beast's head, creating a loud noise, waking up the entire pack of fierce demonic beasts. Successfully woke the demonic beasts up. Ye Chao even nonchalantly taunted them. Lulu, come on, come and hit me! The pack of beasts roared in anger. Ye Chao bolted, running for her life. After running for a while, she saw Mu Zhongxi and Duan Huangdao up ahead. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Run!" Duan Huangdao looked at her, confused. Why do we have to run? Ye Chao sprinted past him while shouting back. Behind me are 2 golden core stage demonic beasts, 6 late-stage foundation establishment beasts, and 8 mid-stage foundation establishment beasts chasing us. The scene playing in Duan Huangdao's mind was him grabbing Ye Chao by the collar and yelling, "Why the hell are there so many beasts chasing you? What did you even do, Ye Chao?" Ye King Han's group, including Yun Shi and Song Han, King, who were standing inside the barrier circle, also heard the heavy footsteps rushing toward them. Ye Chao, leading the way, pointed at the barrier ahead and said, "Aim for it and charge in one go." Smart Ye Chao figured the barrier lets living people in, but demonic beasts aren't included in that range. And she was right. The fierce demonic beasts were blocked outside by the barrier. Song Hanking looked at Ye Chao in frustration and spoke up. "You led all those demonic beasts here. What the hell did you do to them?" Ye Chao casually said, "Nothing much. Just waiting for them to wear down the barrier before I act." The demonic beasts outside were still attacking frantically. The King Han frowned and said, "You want to use these beasts to break the barrier? Scheming like this will definitely backfire on you one day." Ye Chao didn't care and replied, "Well, I don't believe that suffering is a blessing. If you want to suffer, go ahead. But I'm not interested." In her head, Ye Chao thought, "If I can just scheme, why bother with hard work?" After spacing out for a bit, Ye Chao turned to Duan Huangdao and asked, "Do you have a tooth net for catching demonic beasts? How's the accuracy?" Duan Huangdao replied confidently, "I do, and it's a high-quality one." He presented the net to Ye Chao with total satisfaction. As a standard tool refiner, he's always ready to toss out artifacts for cultivators to fight with. So in terms of accuracy, I'm absolutely second to none. Ye Chao excitedly replied, "Then I'm relieved. In a bit, do as I say, and we'll play a game of catching fish together." The 2 golden core stage beasts fiercely used their claws and knees to repeatedly strike the barrier. Instantly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over the barrier. Mu Zhongxi watched closely and said, "The barrier's about to shatter." Duan Huangdao quickly gripped the net in his hands, observing carefully. Just as expected, in just a moment, the barrier was smashed by the demonic beasts. Everyone trapped inside the barrier was immediately set free. Every single person did their best to flee from the waves of attacks from the demonic beasts. Song Hanking frowned, reminding them while running. "The secret realm closes in less than an hour. Run fast!" Ye Chao observed the situation and shouted loudly, "Cast the net!" Duan Huangdao on the other side coordinated, nodding and shouting back, "Got it!" He seized the perfect timing, flinging the net hard and snagging a golden core stage beast. Duan Huangdao looked at the beast in the net and thought excitedly, "So that's how it is. The one who offended the demonic beasts was Ye Chao. As long as I'm not with her, I'll be safe. Plus, the beasts wasted a ton of energy attacking the barrier. Catching them now isn't hard at all." Suddenly, Duan Huangdao's face went blank as he realized, intentionally provoking the beasts to make them break the barrier. Not only did she scam spirit stones from 2 sects, but she also netted the exhausted beasts in one go. Did she plan all of this beforehand? But how did she know there was a barrier here? Time flew by, and a while later, Ye Chao's group walked out together with weary steps. Mu Zhongxi sighed. "We finally got out of here before the secret realm vanished." Duan Huangdao held a bag in his hand and said, "I put the demonic beasts we just caught inside here." After thinking for a bit, Ye Chao said, "You need to refine tools, so I'll leave the beast bones to you." Duan Huangdao gave an awkward smile. "And you guys can take the inner cores." In his heart, he was satisfied. The harvest this trip was huge. "The refining materials are enough to last me a long time." Suddenly, Ye Chao's eyes widened. Looking at the 2 men in front of her in a panic, she asked, "Wait, where is my chicken?" She was stunned, thinking that since the barrier didn't allow beasts in. Then when she entered the barrier, where the hell did KFC run off to? Mu Zhongxi helplessly pointed toward the top of her head and said, "It's on your head, and it looks like it's trying to make a nest there." Ye Chao panicked, took the chick down, and scolded it loudly. "You are not allowed to nest on my head." The chick irritably shook its head, refusing to listen. Ye Chao looked at it helplessly, thinking, "Fine, all these demonic beasts understand human speech, don't they?" Looking at the chick, Ye Chao suddenly said, "4th senior brother. That vermilion bird we tied up with the beast binding rope. I think it's still tied to the tree, isn't it?" Yichao started daydreaming again, thinking, we originally planned to experience what it's like to ride a bird, right? Afterwards, we can conveniently bring it back to the sect. Mu Zhongshai was completely speechless at her. After searching around the forest for a while, Ye Chao shouted, found it! The vermilion bird is right here. Mu Zhong, Xi and Ye Chao both climbed onto the vermilion bird's back. The vermilion bird's eyes were full of tears. Talk about having nothing left to live for, Duan Huangdao said seriously. Then we shall part ways here. See you at the grand competition. Ye Chao and Mu Zhongxi smiled and replied, see you at the grand competition. Ye Chao gripped the reins and said, we've been snuck down the mountain for so long. The sect leader and big senior brother must know by now. She pulled the reins and said, fly up! The vermilion bird's eyes went sharp with total disgust. It didn't give a damn. Whoosh! It zoomed off at lightning speed. The vermilion bird intentionally swerved back and forth in midair. Ye Chao leaned close to the bird's back, thinking, riding a bird is way harder than it looks. After flying for a bit, Changming Sect finally appeared before their eyes. Ye Chao pulled the reins and shouted, stop, we're here, we can go down now. The vermilion bird struggled angrily, letting out shrill screeches. Ye Chao screamed in terror, we're going down. With that, both the people and the bird plummeted down one after another. The scene shifts to a courtyard in Changming Sect. Many delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Elder Zhao, the scenery of your noble sect is truly beautiful. The person opposite hadn't even had time to reply, when suddenly two people appeared right in front of them, along with a vermilion bird, crashing into the ground. Ye Chao reacted quickly. She sat up and waved friendly. Hey, second senior brother! Third senior brother, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao said angrily, you're back, huh, you little brats? In the pavilion now, there were two strange young women. The first was Lin Lin, a core disciple of the Bishui sect. The second was Si Miaoyan, also a core disciple of the Bishui sect. Si Miaoyan thought to herself, it's my first time seeing sword cultivators who refuse to fly on swords, but instead fly all over the sky riding a bird. Elder Zhao said in a cold voice, you've returned just in time. These two are core disciples of the Bishui sect. You guys take them for a stroll around the Changming sect. Both Ye Chao and Mu Zhong Zhuai obediently stood straight to take the order. They breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, luckily, these two core disciples from another sect are here. Otherwise, Elder Zhao would definitely have started his lion's roar technique. Once Elder Zhao finished assigning the task, he also took his leave. Si Miaoyan stood at a distance, glancing toward Ye Chao while thinking. I heard before that Chang Ming sect had just accepted a new core disciple. The 5 sects all choose disciples with the best talent as core members. But this girl's talent looks very ordinary. Ming Xuan looked indifferently at the two in front of him and said, you finally returned. If you had stayed away any longer, Master was about to go down the mountain himself to catch you. Shisua chimed in. Judging by your looks, you've been wandering outdoors for these 5 days. Ye Xiao dissatisfiedly kicked the vermilion bird and said, have a bit more insight. Would we really just bring back trash? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Lin suddenly appeared behind Xie Yu and asked, Senior Brother Z, let me ask you a question. Lin Lin quickly pulled out a large round pill, holding it out in front of Xie Yu and saying, in Yunzhong City lately, is this type of medicinal pill currently trending? Xie Yu replied with hesitant confusion. Ah, this. Before Xie Yu could finish, Ming Xuan cut in. A dangerous expression followed as he spoke. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Xie Yu stared at the spirit pill helplessly, thinking, a pill this ugly, how could it ever trend in Yunzhong City? Yukao was standing there dazed when Ming Xuan suddenly mentioned her. Oh, right. Before, when my junior sister was practicing for fun, she made something similar. Only then did Ye Chao take a closer look at the pill. She frowned, remembering that before going out for training, she took the pills she refined to Yunzhong City, asking a pharmacy to help sell them. Back then, because they looked so ugly, they absolutely refused to sell them. Now they've actually become a trending pill? Lin Lin was shocked and gasped. Her? Lin Lin thought to herself. She's a sword cultivator, yet she dreams of making pills? Ye Qiao saw there was nothing left for her to do here, so she turned to leave, laughing as she said, Third senior brother, you guys keep accompanying the 2 ladies from Bishui sect. Okay, I'm off to. The library, Ming Shun, had long since wanted to stop chatting with those 2 ladies. Taking the chance, he hurriedly called out, I'm coming too! He left in a rush, leaving Lin Lin looking completely bewildered. Lin Lin watched them with an admiring gaze. Your relationship is so good, she sighed inwardly. Not all core disciples within a sect get along with each other. Most of them dislike each other, fighting both openly and secretly. Yu Zhongxi scratched his head and replied, That's true. He thought that before a little junior sister arrived. The few of us rarely hung out. Being able to be this united now was entirely thanks to little junior sisters. insane social skills. At the library, a loud voice rang out. Ye Xiao, you came at the perfect time. Come help me copy these books. Ye Xiao had tears in her eyes. Pen in hand, she lamented in her heart. How did I get exploited the moment I got back? I only came here, wanting to thoroughly research the mental arts and the talisman books I got from Song Hunching. While I'm at it, I'll compare them with Changming Sect's talismans to see if they can be modified. But it ended up being just copying books. Resigned, she swallowed her tears and diligently copied the books. After a while, she suddenly turned around and asked Manager Ngok, "May I ask, is it normal for a talisman cultivator to get a nosebleed the first time?" Ye Qiao remembered that previously, after she exhausted her divine sense. She had a nosebleed. Manager Ngok calmly replied, "Of course, though in extremely rare cases, it won't happen." He quickly pointed his hand toward where Ming Xuan was sitting and continued, "Take your second senior brother, for example. He knew how to draw talismans at age 7. At 10, he was brought to our sect. Exhausting divine sense won't happen to a person like him. You can understand this as the gift of geniuses." Ye Qiao suddenly got angry. She snorted coldly and cursed softly. "In this life, I hate talented dogs the most. What's more hateful is that I'm not a talented dog myself." As soon as she said those words, she simultaneously snapped the brush in her hand in half. Manager Ngok broke into a sweat. He helplessly shook his head, looking at the fuming Ye Qiao beside him, thinking, "This brat really doesn't treat me like an outsider." Even if others were jealous, they wouldn't say it out loud. But this brat is something else. She just says it straight. The person who was just called a talented dog tilted his head to look at Ye Qiao, reminding her, "Hurry up and copy, it's almost dinner time." Ye Qiao angrily increased her speed and replied, "Right here, right here." Night fell. At the main hall, an angry voice rang out. That little disciple you just took in and Mu Zhangxi are back." Tin Fanfan leisurely sipped his tea and asked, "Have you asked who instigated them to go down the mountain?" Hearing that, Elder Zhao was so angry he slammed his teacup down, raising his voice to say, "Do you even need to ask? Who else could it be besides that brat Ye Qiao?" Elder Zhao frowned and cursed inwardly. Before Ye Qiao arrived, no matter how rebellious Mu Zhang she was, he would never be like he is now. Daring to sneak out of the sect, Qin Fanfan gave a conciliatory smile and said, "To not be wild is to waste one's youth. The kids are at an age where they like to cause a stir. Why are you so angry at Ye Qiao?" Elder Zhao rubbed his face helplessly and said, "My point is that those two are mischievous every single day. What do you think that looks like?" Tin Fanfan thought it over and replied, "You're not wrong about that. We must discipline those kids a bit. Later, tell Ye Qiao to come to my main room for a visit." Ye Qiao at this moment was fast asleep with the chick. Half an hour later, she and the chick arrived at the main room. Ye Qiao yawned deeply and asked, "Master, why did you look for me in the middle of the night?" Tin Fanfan seemingly didn't hear Ye Qiao's question. His eyes were staring intently at the chick on her head. He suddenly spoke up and asked, "Xiao Cao, what is that thing on your head?" Ye Qiao reached up to touch the chick on her head and replied, "Oh, this is my contracted beast. Master, do you know what kind of demonic beast it is?" Qin Fanfan looked at the chick and hesitantly said, "This?" Then paused to take out the strange beast record. Flipping through it, Qin Fanfan spoke up. "The book has no records of this demonic beast, nor anything similar to it." Qin Fanfan looked at Ye Qiao with a sympathetic gaze and said, "Xiao Cao, did you really form a contract with a turkey?" Ye Qiao looked at the chick gloomily and wondered, "Is it really just a chicken?" Suddenly, Ye Qiao hugged the chick tightly to her chest and said, "But it's okay. You're not just an ordinary chicken. You are KFC," the chick chirped in non-stop protest. Qin Fanfan looked at her and smiled, saying, "Xiao Xiao, let me ask you, for the sword cultivator, grand competition, this year, do you have the confidence to make it into the top 10? Ye Qiao went silent. Then she immediately lay down on the floor and said dejectedly, "No confidence, just let me die." Tin Fanfan covered his face with tears streaming down, simply looking at her in silence. Ye Qiao suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, right, master. The grand competition only includes core disciples from the 5 sects, right?" She thought to herself, "Everyone keeps mentioning the sect grand competition, but I don't even know the rules that well." Qin Fanfan shifted his attitude and slowly explained, "That's right. When the time comes, we'll send you all into a great secret realm together. Each person carries an image recording stone, so the elders and cultivators outside can observe the situation inside." Ye Qiao got excited and asked, "Is it a real-time broadcast?" A thought flashed through Ye Qiao's mind. Then isn't that exactly like a modern-day live stream? Tin Fanfan frowned and replied, "Yeah, every single one of your actions will be seen by the cultivators of the cultivation world." Tin Fanfan slowly stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and warned, "Little Ye Qiao, don't go causing any trouble for me when the time comes." Ye Qiao nodded vigorously and replied, "I'm a good person. How could I cause any trouble? With everything said, Qin Fanfan quickly pushed Ye Chao toward the door, speaking sternly. All right, now beat it and go to sleep. The next morning, the birds were chirping. Ye Chao, along with Mu Zhong, Sai, and an elder, were at the martial arts practice field. The elder spoke resoundingly. The grand competition is almost here. You absolutely cannot be lazy. Now I will teach you some combat techniques. The elder said seriously. Watch closely. In the blink of an eye, Mu Zhongxi was sent flying by the elder. Ye Chao's whole body trembled as she stood frozen, thinking, the elder is truly an elder. I didn't even see how he made his move. And fourth senior brother has already been tossed away. While she was lost in thought, Ye Chao felt the elder staring right at her. She immediately took a defensive stance. The elder chuckled and said, Ye Chao, your turn. Without saying a word, Ye Chao took off running to hide, instantly mounting her breeze sword. The elder shook his head and shouted, Kid, come back! He thought to himself, first time I've seen the type that runs if they can't win. Ye Chao ran without looking back, screaming at the top of her lungs. No way, if I come back, you'll just hit me. But no matter how far she ran, Ye Chao was blocked by the elder. The elder glared and said, Speed alone is useless. He delivered a heavy kick to Ye Chao's abdomen. She instantly tumbled backward. As Ye Chao sat up, the elder spoke mockingly. What are you waiting for? After saying that, the elder suddenly attacked her again. But Ye Chao nimbly managed to dodge it. The elder smiled with interest and praised. Haha, nice dodge. Watch this move. The elder took a stance, preparing to attack. A powerful, precise kick landed right on Ye Chao. She had no way out and fell with a heavy thud onto the ground. Ye Chao was now in pain all over her body. It felt like her soul had left her body, and she was crying tears of blood. On the other side, the elder felt it wasn't enough and shouted, Let's keep going! Ye Chao shook her head, wanting to quit for dear life. The elder stood up and frowned. Giving up already? Is this your limit? Ye Chao desperately rolled over and lay flat. Elder, just hit me. She resignedly thought that she couldn't escape even if she ran. Getting beaten is the only option. So what else can I do? The elder looked at the girl lying flat on the ground with total helplessness. Right at that tense moment, Mu Zhong zoomed past like a gust of wind, shouting, It's mealtime! Thinking about food, Ye Chao's eyes immediately lit up. She had been about to starve to death. Just as she stood up to leave, the elder blocked Ye Chao and declared, Attack me, then you can go eat. Ye Chao angrily replied, Elder, lying flat like this, I suddenly feel like I've got this. Do you think I still have a chance? The elder didn't argue and asked with a smile, So you want to eat? Ye Chao rubbed her stomach and nodded. Instantly, the elder threw a fist, aiming straight for Ye Chao's face. She was stunned, but still managed to dodge just in time. She immediately hopped on her breeze sword to flee. As expected of the man teaching Ye Chao, within a few steps, the elder caught up and overtook her, seeing the opponent right in front of her. Ye Chao quickly swung a punch at the elder. But unfortunately, the elder read her like a book, swinging his hand to accurately block Ye Chao's strike. One hit while the other dodged, attacking and defending for a while. Finally, Ye Chao pulled out her sword, focusing as she said, Breeze Art, first form, wind-severing slash. Because this attack was so fast, and also so sudden, the elder couldn't dodge in time. He only managed to raise one arm to block, causing his sleeve to be torn in a line. The elder said in shock, The Breeze Art first form. I don't think I've taught you that yet. How did you learn it? Ye Chao stammered, rubbing her face. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and casually replied, I just learned it by watching fourth senior brother use it. Her eyes lit up again as she asked with an expectant face, So I'm considered passed, right? The elder, though reluctant, had to nod and reply, Yeah. Ye Chao was re-energized and skipped away, shouting as she ran, Cafeteria, here I come. The elder pondered for a moment, looked toward Qin Fanfan, and said, Ye Chao's mimicry ability is truly strong. Every sword technique and form, she only needs to see once to mimic almost perfectly. It's a pity the grand competition is coming up. Time is too tight. Qin Fanfan sipped his tea and replied with a smile. Ranking doesn't matter much. As long as they're safe, it's fine. The elder happily cracked his knuckles and said, Then for the next few days, I can only continue to train them, to make sure they don't get bullied too badly at the competition. The next day, Ye Chao was deep in thought. Lately, fourth senior brother and I are getting wrecked by the elders every day. Knowing second senior brother's personality, he would definitely come to laugh at us too. But I haven't seen him anywhere until now. Ming Shen used to hold his fan and happily pat her head, calling her a tiny potato earthquake. After asking third senior brother, she found out second senior brother has actually been grinding that hard. He's been cooped up in his room drawing talismans for days. No sleep, no rest. Without even stopping for a breath. She sighed. Ye Chao decided, whatever. I'll go ask if he wants to grab a bite together. No matter how hard you grind, you can't skip meals. She knocked twice, and Ming Xuan immediately opened the door. His dark circles were plain to see. He calmly greeted her, "Little junior sister, come in." With that, he turned and walked into the study. His room was already overflowing with talismans. Yahello stood frozen with a forced smile. The floor was covered in talismans. "How long has he been drawing?" Mingxuan looked at Yahello with tired eyes and asked, "Did you come to tell me to rest too?" Yahello was stunned and replied, "No. I respect everyone's desire to put in the effort. Like you, second senior brother. But there's still over a month left. No need to rush like this." Mingxuan calmly replied, "I want to break through to the golden core stage." Yahello couldn't believe it and asked with wide eyes, "Ah, you want to break through that urgently?" Mingxuan rubbed her head with his hand and said, "You can think of it as the pressure of being a genius. Being a talented dog is indeed something people admire. But the pressure is also massive." Yahello's mouth twitched as she stood still. Mingxuan slowly leaned down to pick up a talisman and continued, "My family is the direct lineage of a great clan of talisman cultivators. Furthermore, before you arrived, I was the one who cultivated, the fastest among the core disciples of Chang, Ming Sect. At 15, I was at the peak of foundation establishment. But since then, I haven't seen any more breakthroughs." Mingxuan continued dejectedly. "The clan criticizes me for not putting in enough effort. So my father often sighs when sending messages, not to mention the ridicule from the other 4 sects." Yahello blanked out for a moment, then immediately beamed, stepping forward to pat his shoulder in consolation. "All right, I get it." In her heart, she sighed softly. So the reason Mingxuan fell into demonization was being triggered by these nonsense rumors. "If that's the case, then I have a plan." She looked seriously at Mingxuan and said, "Second senior brother, do you want to join me in just not giving a damn?" In her heart, she thought, "The great truth is simple. Let go of desires to reach the peak. If you know it's wrong, fix it. If you can't, break it. As long as we're broken enough, then who would dare point fingers behind our backs?" Mingxuan stared at her wide-eyed. "Huh? Break what?" she said with a mischievous smile. "Wait until the competition, then you'll know." "Fine then." Yahello went back to her food-loving self. "Second senior brother, you haven't eaten for days, right? Man is iron, food is steel. Missing a meal makes you shaky with hunger. How about going to eat with me?" Seeing her like that, Mingxuan also compromised. He thought to himself, "I've been stuck at the foundation establishment stage for so many years. It really won't be broken through overnight." 1 month later, at the practice field, Zhongxi and Yahello were beaten black and blue by the elders. Lying there panting, "I'm done for. I'm about to die from exhaustion," Yahello lamented inwardly. Being punched by the elder squad for over a month straight. "I'm suffering so much." The elder squad, however, was having a blast. "You two have worked hard this past month. Tomorrow, we set off for Wenjian Sect to join the competition. So tonight, I'm letting you both rest." Hearing that, Zhongxi and Yahello happily bolted away. The 3 elders stood there chatting. Elder Zhao spoke up. "I heard that. The little disciple recently recruited by Yueking Sect has already reached the Golden Core stage." "That's right. That girl reached Golden Core at only 16. Compared to other core disciples, she is much more talented. I really don't know how Yun Yin got so lucky to find such a brilliant disciple from the mortal realm." That evening, while walking with Yahello, Zhongxi remembered something. He turned to ask Yahello, "Little junior sister, the gun that you asked the artifact shop in Yunzhong City to make last time, is it finished yet?" "It's done. It took some time to go down the mountain and get it last night. This thing can store talismans, similar to a hidden weapon with talismans inside." After saying that, she demonstrated it for Zhongxi, holding the gun she thought with satisfaction. When talisman users throw charms, there's a cooldown period, which the opponent can use to dodge. But with rapid fire from a gun, anyone with slow reactions won't be able to dodge. Zhongxi was shocked seeing the magic of the gun. Turning pale, he said, "Being a sword cultivator is a waste for you. With a brain like this, it's a pity you didn't become an artifact refiner." Suddenly, Yahello heard the senior brothers discussing heatedly in the distance. Curious, she walked over and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Yu held up a jade slip and said with excitement, "You two came at just the right time. We're catching up on some gossip," holding the jade slip. Yahello was also surprised. She didn't expect that besides communication. The jade slips could also access a forum. So smart. It's pretty much like a modern-day smartphone. Several posts appeared on the jade slip interface. Post 1, place your bets. Who will win the competition this year? Post 2, ooh la la, I have Ye Qinghan's underwear here. Anyone want to buy? Starting price is 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Post 3, I heard Changming Sect and Yueking Sect are located right next to each other and are already at each other's throats. Yahello gaped and said, "Is Ye Qinghan's underwear really worth that much?" She flashed a wicked smile. "How about we buy it?" Tiu asked curiously. "What would we do with his underwear?" "See, you don't get it. Wait until the competition. We take out Ye Qinghan's underwear. and we can mentally scar both Ye Qinghan and his enemies. Hearing her speak, the eldest senior brother spat out his water. He finally understood why back then the fourth junior brother went against everyone's opinion. To let someone with ordinary talent like Ye should become a core disciple. Only with this kind of personality could she get so close to the junior brothers. The next morning, Ye Chao woke up. Last night, the brothers were busy chatting. I was too sleepy, so I just crashed on the table for the night. Ming-sen handed her some clothes. Junior sister, hurry and change into the sect uniform. It'll be too late once it's time to set off. During the competition, the whole cultivation world will be watching us. We must all wear the sect uniform to show our imposing aura. Ye Chao looked disgusted. Is this why you guys dress like crawfish? Haha, this is called being handsome. Compared to the unlucky colors of other sects, our uniform will definitely stand out and leave them dazzled, she thought to herself. Red is indeed eye-catching. It'll definitely stand out among a bunch of solid colors. Then Ye Chao turned to ask if the eldest senior brother would wear it. Ming-sen broke into a cold sweat and thought, who would dare force eldest senior brother to wear the same as us? Eldest senior brother is usually both gloomy and cold. Everyone usually takes a detour when they see him. Even someone good-natured like Xie Yu doesn't dare get close. Ye Chao stepped forward, grabbing eldest senior brother's sleeve with an expectant face. Change into it. Please change into it. Eldest senior brother, wear it with us. Eldest senior brother coldly said, no thanks. The group of junior brothers pleaded again. Eldest senior brother, please satisfy us, you're the only one left. That's right, he wanted to refuse, but his junior brothers put on such cute, expectant faces. So the eldest senior brother had to compromise. Turning his face away, he replied, fine, I get it, the whole group had just been waiting for that to be satisfied. Shouting out in pure excitement. Just one stick of incense later, the 5 brothers of the Changming sect appeared. They looked incredibly dazzling in their sect uniforms. These sect uniforms featured a bright red color, full of mysterious aura and elegance. The outfit is so beautiful, yet eldest senior brother complained it was ugly. Mu Zhongxi started sucking up. Eldest senior brother, no matter how ugly the sect uniform is, it still can't hide your handsome looks. The other juniors showed up one by one with flattering faces. Eldest senior brother, exactly, I think so too. I think so too. Eldest senior brother looked at these faces and chuckled, thinking to himself, can these kids please not be so synchronized? The flying ship to send the 5 core brothers off to participate in the sect grand competition. Everyone was being very loud and boisterous. Whoa, as expected of our sect's core disciples. They look so badass. Go for it, senior brothers. The 5 brothers walked majestically through the crowd. Du Chun saw Ye Chao and excitedly ran out to greet her. Ye Chao, long time no see. Ikato yawned and replied, long time no see. Du Chun squeezed in to continue the small talk. How does it feel being a core disciple? Do you like it? It's all right. If you think about it, being in the outer sect was better. She always thought, at least in the outer sect, there's no one, always monitoring my training. But now, if I'm not getting hit by someone, I'm getting hit by someone else. On the road, others who heard Ye Chao's words thought, is she intentionally flexing right now? Definitely an intentional flex. Seeing the massive flying ship in front of her, Ye Chao became extremely excited. Whoa, is this the flying ship? Looks so cool. It feels just like a modern-day airplane. The sect leader stepped out and handed the jade tokens to his disciples. This token represents your identity. When the Wenjian sect steward comes to arrange accommodations, just show it to them, and you're good. Ye Chao held the token in her hand and thought, in the cultivation world, there's an unwritten rule for competitions, requiring the 5 great sects to gather at the previous winner's territory. And the one who took first place 100 years ago was the Wenjian sect. I wonder what will happen on this trip. The 5 brothers of Changming sect arrived at Wenjian sect. Mu Zhongxi heard that Yueking sect was assigned right next to their courtyard. He had no idea what the steward was thinking. Mu Zhongxi felt like they were trying to stir up trouble by arranging for them to stay so close together. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people in green robes ran out to talk, their tone full of sarcasm. Aha, isn't this Ming Xuan from Changming sect? Haven't seen you in years, still haven't reached Golden Core. This youth in green is the second senior brother, Chu Xingji, core disciple of the Wenjian sect. He continued to mock, I really don't know how a trash who hasn't reached Golden Core is even qualified to enter the competition. Tisk tisk tisk. It's a disgrace for Changming sect to have a core disciple like you. Hearing these words, Ming Xuan only felt helpless and couldn't fight back. Ye Chao finally understood why Ming Xuan was so anxious about the competition that, in the original plot, he eventually succumbed to inner demons. Mu Zhongxi heard the gossip from the Wenjian sect crowd and immediately drew his sword, wanting to scrap with them. However, the eldest senior brother stopped Mu Zhongxi. Fighting is forbidden before the competition starts. Don't make a move yet. We haven't even entered the secret realm. Turns out this was also a scheme by the Wenjian Sect crew. They wanted to bait Mu Zhongxi into drawing his sword. They thought Mu Zhongxi would strike and break the rules, leading to a penalty in the competition points. But the Changming Sect people aren't that easy to fool. Haha. Ye Xiao suddenly stepped forward with a friendly smile to greet the Wenjian Sect group. Seeing Ye Xiao's move Mu Zhong, Hai knew immediately that they were in trouble. Little junior sister is about to start causing drama again. That guy Chu Xingji from Wenjian Sect continued his insults. Ye Xiao, are you the early stage foundation establishment girl that the Changming Sect leader just took in as a junior sister? One's at early foundation establishment, the other's at the peak. Haha, two pieces of trash actually want to join the competition? Ye Xiao didn't get angry at those words at all. Furthermore, she even nodded in agreement with him, making him feel awkward. Ah, you're right. You're absolutely right. He angrily shot back. Are you mocking me? Ye Xiao began to clarify. Not at all. I'm agreeing with you. Everything you said is perfectly correct. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. At this point, Chu Xingji was fuming. He just wanted to throw hands with Ye Xiao, which was exactly what Ye Xiao wanted him to do. Luckily for this Chu Xingji guy, he managed to hold himself back, but didn't forget to add a final curse. It's good that you know you're trash. Mingshen, you haven't broken through to Golden Core in 3 years. How do you still have the guts to participate? Just to compete for the last place again? I'm embarrassed for you. Hearing this, Mingshuan finally let go, deciding not to be the nice guy who gets bullied anymore. Recalling Ye Qiao's words, little junior sister had a very good point. Why should I follow the path others dictate? I can completely follow my own path and leave them with no path left to take. Mingshuan immediately spoke up to fire back at the guy. Yeah, right. I am indeed a piece of trash. Our Changming Sect is just a bunch of losers. What are you gonna do about it? If you're not satisfied, then come and arrest us. Right now, I am the king of last place. We're happy with it, so we're not arguing anymore. Any problems with that? Seeing her Mingshuan, daring to stand up and face those people. From Wenjian Sect, Yaka was overjoyed, clapping in admiration. Well done, second senior brother. If you know it's wrong, fix it. If you can't, then just stop caring. You can mock us as much as you like. We won't be swayed. Haha, these words from Mingshuan made Chu Qingji's face turned sour with rage, leaving him speechless. After saying such things, Mingsan suddenly realized. Turns out letting go feels this good. Yakao was just waiting for the moment Chu Xingji drew his sword to fight. Then she immediately launched a preemptive strike, screaming at the top of her lungs. Come look, everyone.
Wenjian Sect is beating people up!
Chu Xingji was helpless and had to sheath his sword, unable to do anything but curse, you annoying brat. Mu Zhongxi and Xie Yu continued the sarcasm. The mighty Wenjian Sect is just average. They only look down on every single one of us. It's fine, we've been used to it for years. Xie Yu added in. It's okay, Wenjian Sect is so powerful. Wanting to hit weaklings like us is perfectly normal. Hearing those words, Chu Xingji went crazy and shouted. Mu Zhongxi, if you've got the guts, fight me. Chu Xingji thought to himself. These Changming Sect people are definitely overacting. Who's looking down on them? And then there's Mu Zhongxi. Wasn't he the one with the hottest temper? Before? He didn't know that Mu Zhongxi's temper had been reformed by Ye Qiao. Mu Zhongxi heard the challenge and immediately put on a very realistic act. I'm so scared. These words from Mu Zhongxi made Chu Xingji even more furious. He tried to draw his sword to fight again. However, his two junior brothers held him back. Second senior brother, calm down, calm down. Sword fighting is not allowed before the competition. You'll be locked in the forbidden grounds and have points deducted from the competition. That's right, don't get angry. What's there to say to? Trash like them? It won't be too late to make a move once we enter the secret realm. Chu Xingji reluctantly suppressed his anger and then threatened. Just you wait, I definitely won't let you off. Ye Kao nodded. You're right, what you said makes so much sense. Well then, let's head back to our rooms and sleep. Those words made Chu Xingji want to die from anger. In a flash, the rumor that Chu Xingji looked down on the 4 sects had already spread everywhere. People passing back and forth were gossiping loudly. What? Chu Xingji from Wenjian Sect said he looked down on the other 4 sects? Who gave him the nerve to be so bold? This news quickly spread to the ears of the Bishui Sect members. Is Wenjian Sect really that arrogant? Even if their hopes are indeed very high this year, the other 4 sects are no pushovers either. The competition hasn't even started, yet they're already trash-talking like this. At the residence of Elder Wang from Wenjian Sect, Elder Wang was currently interrogating Chu Xingji. The match hasn't even begun, and you're already looking down on the other heirs. Who taught you to do things like that? Chu Xingji started feeling aggrieved. Isn't this just standard pre-match trash talk, he thought. Besides, I fundamentally never even said those words. Just who on earth set me up? Elder Wang angrily shouted straight at Chu Xingji's face. Then you aren't allowed to trample on the dignity of the other 4 sects either. The competition hasn't even started and you've already caused such drama. Do you even have a brain? Until the match begins, stay here obediently. Don't go running outside and embarrassing our sect anymore. And just like that, Su Hongji was grounded. Haha! The Changming sect brothers' plan really worked wonders. At the living quarters of the participating sects, 2 members of the Qingfeng sect were sitting and talking to each other. I've investigated it. The source of all this drama seems to be Ye Chao, the little junior sister of Changming sect. Upon hearing Ye Chao's name, Duan Huangdao paused for about 5 seconds. Do you know her? Duan Huangdao nodded slightly. Of course, and it's more than just that. Actually, I'm quite looking forward to her appearance. The other Qingfeng sect disciple tapped Duan Huangdao's head with his finger. A foundation establishment spirit root at the early stage? You've just come out just to gain some experience. Did you fall and lose your mind or something? Looking forward to her is better spent looking forward to that girl named Yun Kuei over at Yue King sect. She's much better this year. Duan Huangdao brushed his hand away and said, Ye Qiao is very formidable. In short, after entering the secret realm, we have to be careful of her. Having to guard against a foundation establishment kid? My junior brother has truly lost his marbles. Scene changes to Fusheng City. Everyone is walking around in a busy crowd. The atmosphere here is filled with bustling energy. Ye Kao and her 4 brothers are strolling together. So this is the territory at the foot of Wenjian sect, called Fusheng City? Ye Kao looks around. Shops are everywhere. They all look very expensive. Looking back at her own wallet. A broke person like me has no money to buy anything. Suddenly, in the distance, the Yue King sect group spotted Ye Chao. That guy Du Chun walked up with an unfriendly face and called out, Ye Chao! She turned around in a panic. What are you doing? The competition hasn't even started yet. Are you already trying to butter me up? Ye Chao immediately became wary and backed away. Du Chun was speechless hearing that. Hey, who wants to butter you up? Suddenly, a new character appeared and called Ye Chao's name. Di Chen, a disciple of Yue King sect. When Ye Chao saw Di Chen, all the memories began flooding back. This is the senior brother who grew up with the original host. To be fair, he cared for the original host quite a bit in the past. But he also played a part in the incident of stealing the original host's floating grass. Seeing the crowd surrounding Ye Chao, Mingsen hurriedly stepped forward to protect her. Don't you guys have your own junior sister? Why are you looking with such cheesy eyes? At our little sister, Di Chen spoke up. Mingshen, don't think just because you're from the Ming family that I'll be afraid of you. Mingshen gently pressed his fan against Di Chen's chest, then said in a low voice, Then just wait until we're inside the secret realm to see. For now, if you please, stay a little further away from my little junior sister. I'd appreciate it. Du Chun was furious. He frowned and said, Ye Qiao, I hope you won't regret your decision. Once we enter the secret realm, I won't be showing you any more mercy. Hearing that, Ye Qiao smirked with disdain, thinking to herself, he acts like back then. He actually cared so much about the original host. If he had even a shred of pity for her, he wouldn't have snatched away the floating grass that the original host had, put her heart and soul into getting just to flirt with Yun Kuei. Ye Xiao gave him a slight, mocking smile, then turned her face and walked away immediately, while throwing up her middle finger. This move left everyone looking absolutely stunned. Is this some special hand gesture to cast a spell? Wu Zhangxi spoke up at this moment. We might lose the person, but never the fight. As senior brothers, we gotta give our sister some backup. So the 4 brothers simultaneously flipped the bird to provoke the Yue King sect group. The Yue King sect crowd actually didn't understand what this hand sign meant, but for some reason they felt like they were being insulted. Haha, well, they definitely were being insulted. And so Du Chun started to call them out. What is the meaning of this? Are you insulting us? Ye Qiao didn't hesitate to fire back. How could that be? This is a new hand gesture for casting spells from our Changming sect. Mu Zhangxi, standing nearby, didn't forget to chime in, nodding his head vigorously to make it look legit. Yun Kuei, witnessing this scene, started to feel a surge of jealousy in her heart. She thought to herself, the other disciples of Changming sect seem very protective of. Second senior sister, why is the boring and gentle second senior sister from my memories able to be loved so much? If Master knew, would he regret giving the floating grass to me back then? No, I'm not the same as her. I am the true prodigy of the sect. Second senior sister is fundamentally nothing at all. She's truly a devious woman, with a wicked heart, spending all day envying and thinking the worst of others, unable to do anything to Ye Chao's brothers. The Yue King sect crowd finally left. Gosh, these annoying people are finally gone. What a small world. Oh, that's right. I heard that lately. Many cultivators are betting on which sect will win in the competition between the sects. So Mu Zhongxi grabbed Ye Chao's hand and pulled her along. Right ahead is the biggest gambling den in Fushang City. Let's go check out the hype. Mu Zhongxi and Ye Kao ran to the casino together. This place is incredibly loud and boisterous. Everyone is torn between the 5 great sects, not knowing which sect to bet on. Suddenly, Ye Chao took all the money she had saved on her person and bet it all on Changming sect. This is 50,000 spirit stones. Yu wondered. Lately, did Ye Chao hit the jackpot to have so much money? Ye Chao gave a slight smile. I didn't. This is what Song Hunting gave me. Before, I traded with Song Hunting inside the monster's belly for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Come to think of it, he still owes me over 100,000 spirit stones that he hasn't paid. Even Xiaoyu thought to himself, oh, little junior sister, I wonder how many people you've extorted when I wasn't looking. Following Ye Chao's lead, Mu Zhongxi also started making his move. He also emptied out all his spirit stones to bet on Changming sect. This entire pile is 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Next was Ming Xuan, who also pulled out 300,000 high-grade spirit stones to bet on Changming sect. Because since my juniors are all so decisive, if I hesitate, it'll be too embarrassing. Then Xiaoyu also took out my 300,000 spirit stones and 15,000 spirit stones from eldest senior brother and bet it all on this year's sect competition. If we win, we go home in glory and happiness. If we lose, let's meet at the mountain peak. 1 million high-grade spirit stones is no small sum. If we lose the competition, we can only jump off the highest mountain together. And just jump. Ha ha ha, so the 4 siblings are now grinding hard together. All for that 1 million spirit stones. Not for anything else. Just for those 1 million spirit stones. We must take first place in this situation. So let's talk about our plan moving forward. Xiaoyu pointed out that Wenjian sect are all sword cultivators. They won't be easy to deal with. Ming Xuan added, before the fight, we can suppress Ye Hanqing first. Yueqing sect is just as much of a headache. Let's take out Wenjian sect first. That's a bit too confident. Later, back at Wenjian sect, everyone finally had their fill of fun and returned. Ming San spoke up. Tomorrow we have to go to the secret realm opening site. The first round of the competition is the Void Secret Realm. Whoever hunts the most monsters will win. Hearing about hunting monsters in the Void Secret Realm, Ye Kao seemed to recall a certain plot point. I remember in the original story, the first person to be eliminated was third senior brother. I have to find a way to make sure he survives until the end of the secret realm. The next day at the competition viewing area, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Everyone had their own favorites to cheer for. Some were shouting, Xiaoyu, let's go. Others were rooting for Duan Huangdao. Some girls were screaming, Ye Qinghan, I love you, Qinhuai. Please agree to take first place for Cheng Feng sect this year for us. To see, okay? The top sect in the cultivation world. Has to be our Wenjian sect. The elders were standing in a corner watching the kids. Why hasn't Ye Chao arrived yet? She didn't oversleep, did she? Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind rushed in. Look, Changming sect has arrived. The 5 siblings looked totally badass riding their swords, majestically approaching the competition arena. Finally made it in time. Who would have thought that, on such an important day, we would actually oversleep? While riding her sword, Ye Chao suddenly stopped, making everyone feel extremely worried. But finally, the 5 siblings managed to land successfully, in front of everyone. Witnessing this scene, everyone stared blankly at the 4 siblings. Ye Chao was extremely puzzled. Why is everyone looking at us? Mu Zhongxi said smugly. Maybe it's because we're so handsome. You idiot, we went to the wrong place. The side is the seating area for Yueqing sect. So embarrassing, landing in the wrong spot just to show off. The elders of Chang Ming sect, seeing this spectacle, didn't know where to hide their faces. It's over. We're disgraced in front of the whole assembly. However, basically as long as we're not embarrassed, then others will be the ones who are embarrassed. Is it just going to the wrong place? So what? Are those fools who went to the wrong spot from Changming sect? I'm dying. Is Changming sect's current batch this interesting? I heard their little junior sister this year has a foundation establishment spirit root that's only mid-tier. They are definitely going to lose. Then Chu Xingji from Wenjian sect stepped forward, acting all sarcastic, saying this and that. However, everyone just ignored what he said, which made him incredibly furious. Just wait until we enter the secret realm. I will definitely show you Chang Ming sect people what's what. The Chang Ming sect siblings were gathering at the viewing area. Suddenly, there was a voice calling from behind Ye Chao. Turns out it was Duan Huangdao from Chengfeng sect in all that purple. Duan Huangdao's senior brother immediately pushed his head down, looking annoyed. My junior brother went out to train for one trip. Why is he mixing with the Changming sect crowd? She's just a foundation establishment brat. Duan Huangdao turned back and shouted, "You don't get it!" You fundamentally don't understand, Ye Qiao. A moment later, the host came out to open the match. Greetings, everyone. The centennial competition between the sects is about to begin. Next, the image retention stones will live stream the situation in the secret realm for everyone to see. Please look up at the big screen. The participating disciples are all randomly dropped into the void secret realm. Right now, it's nighttime inside the secret realm, with low temperatures and high humidity. Stepping into the secret realm, the space in here is incredibly freezing. Ye Qiao couldn't handle it and kept sneezing repeatedly. Ziyu checked in. Little junior sister, are you okay? I'm fine. I didn't expect this secret realm to be so cold. However, our luck isn't too bad, since we actually dropped in the same spot. That's true. I just used my divine sense to check the surroundings. There's no danger at all. But we still need to quickly find our senior brothers and regroup. Okay then, you lead the way up front. Third senior brother, use your divine sense to find. Eldest senior brother and the others. This is my first time joining such a big competition. I don't really understand the rules. Third senior brother, can you explain them to me a bit? Tiyu gently explained. It's mainly about hunting monsters. The highest count will win the match. The ID tag represents each person's identity. If you accidentally break it, you're disqualified. The jade slip in your hand shows the ranking of each person from every sect. Currently, first place is Ye Qinghan. Second is Qin Huai from Chengfeng sect. Third is Song Hanqing. Hearing this, Ye Qiao revealed her intent. Ah, I see. Anyway, there are still 5 days left. So let's just let them do the hunting first. Tiyu agreed along. All right, then let's just go hide. The people outside looking into the image retention stones saw the two siblings just taking a stroll and burst out laughing, while Wenjian sect is fiercely slaughtering and risking their lives. Why does the style change to two old people taking a walk when it's Changming sect? The elders seeing this were also extremely worried, and so embarrassed they didn't know where to hide their faces. Clearly, Zieyu used to be such a straightforward kid. How did he turn into someone with no fighting spirit at all? Shiyu is fine, but that girl Ye Qiao is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter how you look at it, she can't protect Zieyu. An alchemist has an even harder time fending for themselves than a talisman master. They can only provide pills for their teammates. When it comes to fighting, they're basically useless. People outside watching the image retention stones are pointing and gossiping at every single move of each participant. Chu Xingji is heading towards the direction of Changming sect. Does he want to settle the score with the Changming sect members? On this side, Changming sect only has Yeyu and a foundation. Establishment junior sister. Looks like they'll be the first ones eliminated. What a shame. Inside here, Ye Qiao and Xieyu are still chatting. Away. Oh, that's right. Third senior brother. Do you have an alchemy furnace? Can you let me feel it for a bit? Of course I do. Then Xieyu pulled out the alchemy furnace and gave it to Ye Qiao.
This thing must be pretty heavy, right?
After being enlarged, it must weigh at least 100 pounds. Ye Qiao felt like she could give it a try. Try what exactly? Just listen to my command later, senior brother Z. Ye Qiao thought to herself that she must keep third senior brother alive until the secret realm ends. Can't let him be the first one eliminated like in the original plot. A moment later, Chu Xingji rode his sword and caught up to Ye Qiao. Since Yeyu and Ye Qiao fell into my hands, you guys are out of luck. Then that Chu Xingji pointed his sword tip straight down at Ye Qiao. Fortunately, Ye Qiao and Xieyu were quick enough to dodge in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this round. Zhou Xingyun and Mu Zhongxi aren't here, are they? Isn't that obvious? Well, if they were here, would it even be your turn to act so high and mighty? You're about to be eliminated, yet you're still so mouthy. Don't worry too much, though. With your senior brother accompanying you, you won't be lonely. While saying that, Chu Xingji used a spell intending to attack the ID tag of Xieyu. The two of them traded blows back and forth. Ye Qiao felt like it was over. They couldn't win the fight, so she immediately yelled out, "Third senior brother, where's your alchemy furnace?" Hearing Ye Qiao's suggestion about the furnace, Xieyu immediately pulled the furnace out, enlarged the furnace, then beat him senseless. With a furnace that heavy, even monsters are getting crushed to death, let alone a person. Aren't alchemists supposed to be weak? Don't they lack the ability to take care of themselves? Yet that guy Chu Xingji is still getting his head bashed in by Xieyu. The elders sitting outside began to comment. Are all of your Changming sect alchemists this wild? Elder Zhao coughed lightly. Earlier, that girl Ye Qiao shouted, "Smash him!" And only then did Xieyu strike. Who taught this girl to do that? Everyone surrounding them on the outside, witnessing this scene, also began to gossip. Though the starting point was totally immoral, Theoretically, it actually works. This line of thinking is way too bizarre. So OP, Ye Chao gradually approached Chu Xingji. Who did you say was going to be eliminated first? Ye Chao used her finger to poke Chu Xingji's forehead. Jieyu tossed a wind spirit pill into his mouth. Chu Xingji was utterly panicked. You've got nerve. Jieyu, you actually dared to force-feed me a wind spirit pill. And Jieyu's moves just now were too chaotic. The alchemy furnace can change sizes, suddenly getting huge, then striking down. How could anyone react to that? Haha, Jieyu and Ye Chao are so hyped right now. You wouldn't believe it. We're not just force-feeding you a wind spirit pill, but we're also going to use you. Recycling trash is so environmentally friendly. Ye Chao dragged Chu Xingji along the ground. Chu Xingji refused to submit and screamed. Why don't you just break my identity tag already? Who are you trying to humiliate? Furthermore, I won't conspire to do evil with you.
Don't you dare think you can use me.
Ye Chao had a smiling face, holding Chu Xingji's tag in her hand, tossing it back and forth like it's a joke. Don't be like that. Let's go find Song Honking to play. When the time comes, you just need to get in his way. You're dreaming. Even if I die, I won't listen to you. Who do you think you are? Chu Xingji was absolutely livid at this point, but he couldn't do a thing. I'll let it slide with Xiaoyu, but Ye Chao is just a foundation establishment brat, yet you dare to give me orders. You're not willing. Ye Chao held the identity tag in her hand and waved it back and forth in front of his face. Fine then, when you go outside later, you'll be the one disqualified in the opening round this year. The very first person among all 5 Sect's disciples. Although your talent in the way of the sword isn't number 1, at least you'll be number 1 for the first person eliminated, right? Haha, hearing this, his pupils shook in total panic, not knowing what to do now. If he gets eliminated in the first round, everyone outside will laugh at him. It wouldn't be good at all. This is so embarrassing. I can imagine after going out, how the busybodies in the cultivation world will gossip and mock me. Immediately, his mindset cleared up in an instant. I've thought it over carefully. I've decided to cooperate with you. However, do you even know where Song Hanqing is? In his head. I think I at least have to drag Song Hanqing down with me, so I don't look so humiliatingly exposed. Ye Chao recalled in the original story. While the male lead was off being romantic, Song Hanqing was in the secret realm, diligently and industriously hunting monsters. Sometimes I actually feel quite sympathetic toward him. He's over there risking his life, fighting for the glory of his sect. But his junior sister is running off to go on dates. On Song Hanqing's side, after a while dealing with the monsters, he was currently catching his breath, seeming very exhausted. Chu Xingji slowly appeared and called Song Hanqing friendly. What are you doing here? Nothing much. I came to find you to cooperate. We can join forces. Though I don't want to follow Ye Chao's words at all. I'm already firmly in their hands. If I can mess with Yueking Sect before getting eliminated, it's not a total loss. Hanqing wasn't easily fooled either. Right now, Wenjian Sect is ranked first on the leaderboard. If there are no surprises, the top spot will be stable. Chu Xingji coming to find me right now is definitely fishy. So Song Hanqing asked Chu Xingji the reason why he wanted to form an alliance. Chu Xingji gave a pretty convincing reason. Let's cooperate and find Ye Chao to get revenge. Hearing this reason, Song Hanqing wavered a bit. Oh? Tell me the details. Everyone outside watching the image retention stones saw this and was dying of laughter. Just how many elite disciples has that junior sister? Changming Sect offended? Song Hanqing wasn't interested until Ye Chao was mentioned. But after she was mentioned, he's like, oh, tell me the details. Haha. Ye Chao and Xiaoyu watched from afar, silently waiting for a chance. This is the first time I've seen such a lively competition. Don't stop, keep it coming. We love to watch this. Waiting for the right moment, Ye Chao braced herself, then decisively jumped down. Song Hanqing, I'm here! Ye Chao used her strength to kick hard towards Song Hanqing. Damn it! I'm actually being ambushed by Ye Chao. I have to use a teleportation talisman to escape. Ye Chao saw Song Hanqing about to pull out the teleportation talisman to flee, so she urged Chu Xingji. What are you just standing there for? He's escaping, hurry up and hold him back. Chu Xingji immediately obeyed Ye Chao, then rushed out to hold Song Hanqing, pouncing on him like a tiger on its prey. This made Song Hanqing extremely shocked. Then Chu Xingji slowly removed Song Hanqing's identity tag. At the same time, Ye Chao also took Chu Xingji's identity tag and crushed it to pieces. Song Hanqing eliminated. Chu Xingji eliminated. Hearing this announcement, everyone was absolutely stunned. Eldest senior brother was also surprised. That fast? Eldest senior brother thought to himself. Usually in the past, the first to be eliminated was always the alchemist. Mingjuan was also lost in thought. The first ones eliminated were actually Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. Could Wenjian Sect and Yueking Sect have clashed? and then brutally beaten each other up to clash and break identity tags as soon as they met? After being eliminated from the game, Sung Hanking felt like life wasn't worth living, so he screamed out, "Was it you? Did you instigate Chu Xingzi?" "No, don't say that. You're doing me dirty. We were just partners in crime. A win-win situation for both sides. How could you call that instigating?" Ye Chao leaned down to speak with Song Hunqing, senior brother Song. "Has no one ever told you about the importance of teamwork in a major secret realm?" Song Hunqing was so pissed he nearly coughed blood. Who would go find their enemy to cooperate? If I hadn't known about the heated argument between Chu Xingji and Ye Chao, I wouldn't have let my guard down. Hanqing was still extremely puzzled. "Why did Chu Xingji listen to you?" Ye Chao calmly replied. "Well, maybe he felt that being eliminated alone was too lonely, so he wanted to bring someone along for company. It's what you call two elite disciples holding hands, walking down the path of elimination." Hanqing and Chu Xingji were immediately teleported outside. Everyone seeing this scene started mocking them. Someone shouted loudly, "Song Hanqing, how does it feel to be the first one out?" Hearing this, Song Hanqing was absolutely livid, clenching his fists tight. He turned sharply and threw a punch at Chu Xingji. "If I hadn't been backstabbed by this brat, I definitely wouldn't have been eliminated so easily." Chu Xingji was quick enough to dodge the punch. "What are you hitting me for?" "Ye Chao orchestrated it. I was just threatened by her. If not, then in the next secret realm, we should team up to take out Ye Chao first." "How does that sound?" Hanqing was beyond furious. His face darkened as he yelled, "Get lost! If I ever trust Chu Xingji again, I'm a dog." The video ends here. Thank you guys for watching the whole video. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out the next video. Have a great day, everyone. Goodbye, and see you in the next video. Currently, first place belongs to the Wenjian Sect. Second place is the Chengfeng Sect, while the Yueqing Sect is still stuck in third. Ye Chao stared intently at the leaderboard, thinking that since Song Hunqing is out, Yun Shuo is probably busy flirting with Ye Qinghan and has no time to grind for rankings. Qiu approached and said, "Come to think of it, I've always felt that Yueqing Sect junior sisters' breakthrough speed is a bit unnatural. In this situation, she's either abusing drugs or encountered some kind of crazy luck, reaching golden core in half a year. You won't find anyone weirder than her in the cultivation world." Ye Chao fell into thought after hearing Xie Yu's words. She clearly remembered Yun Yin, the elder of Yueqing Sect, once mentioned catching grasshoppers to give to the pharmacies. Once refined, they would be sent back to the hibiscus pavilion. Ye Chao instinctively said. Her spirit root was damaged before. It must have been cured later on. Besides, it's not surprising no matter what luck she has. Ye Chao sighed inwardly. With that female lead halo, it wouldn't be strange if some demon king or ghost lord proactively signed a contract with her. As long as the contracted beast is strong enough, one can just rely on carrying, clinging to those big thighs to rank up. Speaking of contracted beast, Ye Chao suddenly thought of her own little chick. She pondered, I still don't know what species KFC is. Aside from eating and sleeping, it basically does nothing else. On the second day, while Xie Yu and Ye Chao were walking, they encountered Ming Xuan up ahead. Ye Chao happily ran over. "Second senior brother, I've been chasing for so long, and finally found you." She looked left and right and asked, "Where are eldest senior brother and fourth senior brother?" Ming Xuan slowly replied, "I haven't seen Mu Zhongxi since entering the secret realm. As for eldest senior brother, he's off slaying monsters." Eldest senior brother said, seeing our sect only kill a handful of monsters was unbearable, so he wanted to go round up 100. Suddenly, Ming Xuan flashed a devious smile and said, "Oh right, Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji were eliminated on the very first day." Ye Chao replied with full pride, "I know, I was the one who did it." Just as she was about to continue, Xie Yu frowned and said, "Someone is coming this way. 2 golden cores." Ming Xuan broke into a sweat. If they're sword cultivators, we're in big trouble. He paused for a bit and sighed, saying, "When I was with eldest senior brother earlier, I wasn't afraid at all. But now junior sister is foundation establishment and you're an alchemist. The only one left with any combat power is me." Before they could finish planning, Duan Huangdao and Qin Huai suddenly appeared. Qin Huai flashed a sinister smile. "Didn't expect it to be you guys. What a coincidence." Duan Huangdao excitedly shouted out, "Ye Chao!" Qin Huai glanced at Duan Huangdao. "Are you that disappointing junior brother of mine, keeping Ye Chao on your lips every single day?" Ye Chao sized up Qin Huai. "With that attitude, you're up to no good. Qin Huai is a golden core sword cultivator. Even if the 3 of us team up, I'm afraid we're still no match for him." Ye Chao quickly turned back and said, "Give your identity tags to me. I'll come back to rescue you 2 in a bit." Despite being a bit stunned, Xie Yu and Ming Xuan both handed their identity tags to Ye Chao. Qin Huai laughed out loud. "Huh, Giving identity tags to a Foundation establishment brat for safekeeping. Qinhuai thought to himself. Are they useless? Or does this Ye Chao actually have some skill? Ye Chao didn't get angry and cautiously approached Qinhuai, asking, I'm pretty sure I've never offended you guys, right? She thought in confusion. Back in the secret realm before, Duan Huangdao and I got along pretty well. But Qinhuai didn't even hesitate, and quickly replied with a smile. Of course not. The next second, his face radiated cold, killing intent as he spoke. However, to avoid any unexpected variables, you should still be eliminated. Ye Chao glanced over and saw Ming Shen setting up a formation. She made a split-second decision. I have to help him buy some time. Ye Chao put on a pitiful face and said, I was wrong. How about we negotiate a little? Qinhuai didn't waste words and decisively unleashed a move, coldly declaring, Today you're dead meat. 3 swords streaked through the air toward Ye Chao's group. At the same time, Ming Xuan also threw out several talismans. The 4 directions formation immediately took effect. Qinhuai was trapped. He frowned, thinking he forgot they had a talisman master interfering. Enraged, he slammed his hands against the barrier. Ye Chao stepped forward and teased, What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Qinhuai was livid, gritting his teeth and thinking his junior was right. This person is truly annoying. Ming Xuan spoke softly in helplessness. Go quickly, stop playing around. Duan Huangdao was trying to help Qinhuai break the barrier when he saw Ye Chao preparing to leave. He quickly chased after her and shouted, Don't even think about running! Duan Huangdao swung his rope with resolve. During the competition, no matter who the opponent is, there can be no mercy. Ye Chao heard the noise and looked back. Right then, Xie Yu made his move. He quickly enlarged his alchemy furnace and threw it hard toward Ye Chao. At that exact moment, Duan Huangdao's binding rope happened to wrap tightly around the furnace. Xie Yu watched and smiled. It was a success. Ye Chao was stunned for a few seconds with admiring eyes. Well done, third senior brother. Duan Huangdao was dazed, thinking, Who taught him to use an alchemy furnace like that? Ye Chao, on the other side, didn't care anymore and took the chance to run. Duan Huangdao behind her didn't give up, chasing with all his might. Ye Chao was getting tired and fell into thought. Sword kinesis requires putting the sword down, adjusting your stance before taking flight. With Duan Huangdao tailing me so closely, there's no chance. To fly, I must find something outside to help. In that desperate moment, the sound of a bird flapping its wings in the sky caught Ye Chao's attention. A shout rang out in her head. I've got it! Ye Chao swiftly swung her binding rope toward the giant bird. The rope accurately coiled around the giant bird's leg. Ye Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked down, waving her hand goodbye. Everyone, I've got a long way to travel tonight. Duan Huangdao stared at the rope, dying of anger. He thought in disbelief, that's the binding rope I gave her. And while this thing does have an auto-bind feature for monsters, it doesn't mean you're supposed to play with it like this. Unlike the situation inside, over in the observation area, the elder of the Wenjian sect suddenly spoke up. Talisman masters really are built different. To hold back Chengfeng sect's Qinhuai for this long, the elder of the Chengfeng sect replied with a straight face. But our Chengfeng sect didn't have any disciples eliminated. On the very first day, the elder of the Wenjian sect didn't get angry at all. He laughed it off and nonchalantly said, it's fine. Even though Chu Xingji was eliminated, didn't the top disciple of the Yue King sect go down with him? The elder of the Yue King sect's face darkened, thinking in annoyance. You two have been arguing for half the day. Why is the Yue King sect the one getting hurt in the end? Inside the secret realm, Ye Chao flew further and further away. Duan Huangdao refused to accept this. He pulled out a bow, aiming accurately at the rope Ye Chao was holding, and fired. While he was drawing his bow, ready to shoot, there was a loud shout, Stop! And immediately after that, Ming Shen used all his strength to shove Duan Huangdao back. Duan Huangdao screamed in disbelief, Hey, hey! A few seconds later, Duan Huangdao was pinned to the ground. He frowned, struggling as he strained his voice. You guys really have no shame. You weren't like this before. Ming Xuan wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. He chuckled and asked back, Does having shame keep you from getting eliminated? Over at Ye Chao's side, seeing she was at a safe height, she used her sword. Ye Chao waved at the giant bird and said, Thanks for the ride, haha. With that, Ye Chao took out her sword, released the binding, and once everything was settled, she opened the map to investigate. With interested eyes, she thought, I remember this place has the most monsters, so let's head there. True to Ye Chao's thoughts, this place was packed with monsters. When Ye Chao had safely landed, she paused, winked, and smirked, saying to herself, Don't fall for me. I'm just a legend. Outside, observation area. Someone looking at Ye Chao's expression couldn't help but shout, Who is the most flamboyant person in the cultivation world? Ye Chao definitely deserves first place. The person next to them nodded curiously and also said, I just want to ask one thing. What exactly is she trying to do? That posture clearly means she's up to no good. From a distance, Mujung, she saw Ye Chao flying ahead on her sword, with a massive swarm of monsters chasing behind her. Mujung, she said doubtfully. Is that junior sister? He gave a dry laugh. This scene felt way too familiar. Mujungxi was worried Ye Chao might get hurt. He glanced at Zhou Xingyun and said, eldest senior brother. Let's go over there and find junior sister. Zhou Xingyun didn't waste words and simply said, Having received approval, Mujungxi no longer held back anything. He ran like crazy, waving his hands and shouting, Junior sister, Ye Chao, attracted by the call, turned around and was instantly overjoyed. Fourth senior brother, you came at the perfect time. Ye Chao casually tossed the sword in her hand to Mu Si, while saying, catch! Mujungxi, by reflex, naturally reached out to grab it. Seeing the monsters suddenly charge desperately toward him, Mujungxi finally realized and quickly threw it back toward Ye Chao. Ye Chao and Mujungxi kept tossing the sword back and forth like that. This didn't just exhaust the two of them, but also made the monsters circle around, back and forth, following the direction of the sword until they were dizzy. Zhou Xingyun stood aside watching that scene. With a look full of interest, Zhou Xingyun thought to himself, I want to play too. While playing hard, Ye Chao suddenly remembered and shouted, Right, I have something very important to tell everyone. Second senior brother and third senior brother have been captured by Chengfeng Sect. Both Zhou Xingyun and Mujungxi frowned in disbelief. Back at the location of Mingxuan and Jieyu, they were currently tied up tightly by Qin Huai. Mingxuan wasn't afraid at all and said calmly, Without the identity tags, are you sure you want to keep wasting time with us? Pausing for a moment, Mingxuan, full of pride, emphasized every word. I'm warning you, our junior sister will come back and beat you to death. Qi nodded beside him, echoing, Beat you to death. Qin Huai laughed out of anger and asked, Still confident, huh? You're actually putting your hopes on a foundation establishment? What can she even do? Hearing Qin Huai say that, Duan Huangdao anxiously stepped forward to advise him. Maybe we should just leave. Duan Huangdao was calculating, since they couldn't get the identity tags anyway. Staying here gave him a really bad feeling. Qin Huai heard this and snapped back. Not leaving. Her senior brothers are in my hands. I don't believe she won't come back. As soon as Qin Huai finished speaking, Ye Chao heroically appeared. She shouted loudly, Second senior brother, third senior brother, I'm here to save you. Mingxuan saw Yahatha happily waving from above, and his face lit up with joy. I didn't expect junior sister's speed to be this fast. But what is that in her hand? Jieyu looked closely and reached a conclusion. It looks like the little firebird that she always wears on her belt. Qin Huai's eyes turned cold as he huffed. You actually dare to fly toward me. Since you've actively delivered yourself to my door, I have no choice but to kill you. Before Qin Huai could strike, he was struck with horror. Behind Ye Chao was a massive army of monsters everywhere. Qin Huai was stunned for a few seconds. He watched helplessly as the swarm of monsters rumbled forward. Qin Huai frowned. How are there so many monsters? Without a word, he directly turned around, grabbed Duan Huangdao, and bolted. While running into the forest, Qin Huai wondered, why did so many monsters suddenly appear? With this terrifying number, just me. And Duan Huangdao basically can't fight back. Ye Chao had no intention of letting them off. She spoke up loudly. Where do you think you're running to? She wanted to mock them a few more times, but then a giant python appeared behind her, just as it was about to attack her. Mujung, quickly used the breeze art to slice off its head. Mujung, she said seriously. Don't you dare hurt my junior sister. Transitioning over to Ming Xuan's side, they gave awkward smiles as Zhou Xingyun slowly smiled and untied them. Mingxuan and Ziyu kept saying, Thanks, eldest senior brother. Outside in the observation area, a female elder sipped her tea and praised them. First time seeing such great coordination. Your Changming sect's training is quite impressive. The Changfeng sect elder frowned and said, I've noticed that girl Ye Chao's divine sense seems different from a normal sword cultivator. The Changfeng sect elder looked at Elder Zhao with a look of suspicion. Are you sure she's a sword cultivator? Despite the question, he was inwardly analyzing the intensity of her divine sense. Is something only a talisman or pill cultivator could achieve? Elder Zhao frowned angrily and raised his voice. What exactly are you trying to say? Is she not holding a sword in her hand? Is she not using the Changming sect's sword arts? Elder Zhao thought in annoyance. Turns out they're still suspicious of our sect. The Chengfeng sect elder looked warily at Elder Zhao and sighed. Old Zhao was getting grumpy. It's not like the cultivation world has never seen dual sword talisman cultivators, though they're rare, looking at his expression. It seems he doesn't know anything either. Returning to the secret realm, Ye Chao was determined to mess with them, slowly flying her sword to chase Qin Huai and Duan Huangdao. Tinhuai shouted an angry threat. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, once this secret realm ends, I won't let you off easy. Ye Chao ignored him and sped up, with a wicked look, saying, It's fine. Once you get eliminated, you can join Song Hun King and choose Xingji to come seek revenge together. I've even picked out a name for you guys. It's called the Vengeance Alliance. Seeing that Qin Huai didn't answer, Ye Chao accelerated to pull ahead, smiling brightly at Qin Huai and asking again, What do you think? Cool, right? At the same time, in the viewing area, Chu Xingji and Song Hunting both had expressions of total helplessness. The two of them awkwardly thought, Gee, thanks a lot, back inside the secret realm. From afar, Yun Shuo witnessed the spectacular scene of Ye Chao chasing Qin Huai and Duan Huangdao. Yun Shu was shocked. Its second senior, sister, and the people from Chengfeng Sect, Ye Chao, along with Qin Huai and Duan Huangdao, in the middle of their intense chase, accidentally spotted Ye Qinghan and Yun Shuo's group. Ye Chao smirked and said, Didn't expect the Wenjian Sect to be here. Perfect timing, without a word. Ye Chao changed direction, flying straight toward Ye Qinghan and Yun Shuo. As she shifted her course, the swarm of monsters also rushed to attack Ye Qinghan and Yun Shuo. Yun Shuo fearfully ran to hide behind Ye Qinghan's back, weakly crying out, Ah, so many monsters. This is so scary. Ye Qinghan drew his sword, using his strength to block the monsters, while shouting loudly, Scatter and move out! Ye Qinghan looked at the scene before him in confusion. Why are there so many monsters? It's like an unstoppable flood, attacking one after another. Ye Chao intentionally circled a few times around Ye Qinghan's group. Yun Shuo angrily pointed her finger at Ye Chao, fuming as she said, It's her! Senior brother Ye. She's the one who led the monsters here. Only now did Yun Shuo's brain finally connect the dots. Earlier, the treasure-hunting beast kept rubbing against that stick. There's definitely something wrong with that stick. Ye Qinghan assessed the situation and gave the order. There are too many monsters. We're retreating first. Receiving the order. The Wenjian sect members and Yun Shuo turned to flee. Ye Chao chuckled and provoked them loudly. Why are you running? Didn't you want to eliminate us? Come on. I've got 3 identity tags from 3 elite disciples on me.
Don't be shy, come and get me.
Qin Huai grit his teeth in anger, thinking, Cheap move! This Ye Chao is way too low down. Contrary to Qin Huai, Duan Huangdao beside him was crying without tears. He thought helplessly. When I was friends with Ye Chao and we teamed up against the Yueqing sect, it was actually pretty fun, but being her opponent is pure misery. Now that the time was ripe, Ye Chao stopped messing with that group. She figured it was time to boost the Changming sect's kill count. I'm going in! Ye Chao decisively swung her sword to slash the monsters. Ye Chao jumped down to the ground and tossed the black sword toward Zhou Xingyun. Eldest senior brother, catch! Zhou Xingyun happily reached out to catch it, feeling satisfied. Finally, it's my turn to play. Fast as the wind, he used the wind walk and vanished. Ye Chao stood there dazed with a look of admiration. So fast. Eldest senior brother's wind walk has reached the max level. Ye Chao was too deep in thought, so she didn't notice a monster attacking from behind. Luckily, Mu Zhong Sai acted in time to save her life. Mu Zhongxi shouted, What are you spacing out for, junior sister? Mu Zhongxi looked at the surroundings and said excitedly, This is so fun, this is awesome. With that, he nimbly stepped forward to slash the monsters. The more he fought, the more hyped he got. Mu Zhongxi laughed and declared, I've decided I'm going to play until the secret realm ends. Mu Zhongxi had never felt this satisfied before. He thought triumphantly. In the grand secret realms before, we were always the ones chased by other elite disciples, running away in despair. This time we've finally risen up. During the day, in the void secret realm, countless swords rained down upon the monsters. Ming Xuan thought in awe, as expected of junior sister. This is probably the first time in thousands of years since the secret realm started that someone used their own strength to make the elite disciples of 3 sects run for their lives. While he was lost in thought, Ye Chao shouted loudly, Second senior brother, third senior brother, what are you standing there for? Quickly follow Ye Qinghan and steal some kills. Both Xie Yu and Ming Xuan stood dazed and asked in unison. Steal what? Ye Chao clicked her tongue, securing the final blow. Right when Ye Qinghan is about to kill a monster, you jump out from behind him before he finishes it. This way, it gets recorded in our hunt count. Count for our beasts, Jie Yu and Ming Shen said with total respect. Master, I've seen the light. Ming Shen quickly wrote some stealth talismans and stuck them on himself and Xie Yu. The two of them stealthily followed behind Ye Qinghan, waiting for him to exhaust his strength until the monster was near death. Then the two of them rushed out, one throwing talismans, the other tossing the alchemy furnace to finish those monsters off together. The plan was a total success. They happily said, Stealing kills is freaking awesome. On the other side of the void secret realm, A man was updating the current rankings of the sects. Changming Sect, 2,000. Chengfeng Sect, 3,000. Wenjian Sect, 5,000. Hearing the man's words, the whole crowd was stunned. How did the kill counts for these 3 sects increase so rapidly? Where did they even find the monsters? He frowned in confusion. In order to hunt monsters, I've searched monster dens across the entire map, but there's nothing in them. All the monsters in this realm seem to have vanished into thin air. Switching to the competition observation area, a group of men were gossiping. One said, "Idiots, go find Ye Qiao. She's the one who chased all the monsters away." Another heard this and sighed, adding, "If this keeps up, I have a feeling the Yueqing sect is in big trouble." Time flew by. 3 days later, a man loudly announced, "The 5-day trial ends here. All elite disciples have been teleported out." The ranking points of the 5 great sects can be clearly seen on the big screen. Wenjian Sect, 200. Changming Sect, 150. Chengfeng Sect, 100. The Shui Sect, 50, and Yueqing Sect. Before he could finish, Ye Qiao's group was also teleported out. The crowd around them wouldn't stop gossiping. Ye Qiao accidentally glanced toward Ye Qinghan, right as he happened to lock eyes with her. Ye Qinghan suddenly got triggered and stood up, shouting loudly, "What are you looking at?" Ye Qiao put on a provocative face and replied, "Can't I just celebrate happily?" All of Ye Qiao's senior brothers simultaneously started laughing too. "That's right. What's wrong with us having a little fun? Our Changming sect took second place, you know." At the competition observation area, Song Hanking rushed forward in a rage, gritting his teeth and shouting. That angry shout immediately caught the attention of both Ye Qiao and Ye Qinghan. Ye Qiao saw his eyes fixed on her, so she turned around with a friendly, "Hello, Ye Qinghan," tried to swallow his anger, turned around and coldly said, "We're leaving." At this moment, some people in the stands were still gossiping. One man said, "Even though Wenjian sect took first place, I feel like holding the top spot isn't as fun as being in the Changming sect." Another person also said, dissatisfied, "I think Ye Qinghan has become totally depressed." The person opposite nodded and made a judgment. For the past few years, when Jian sect's disciples have become arrogant because their elites are so strong, both inner and outer sect disciples are very conceited. Hitting a steel wall like this for the first time, it's a wonder he's not depressed. Suddenly, the men remembered something important. Someone asked loudly, "Who did you guys bet on?" Several people said, "I bet on Wenjian sect." Others shook their heads, Chengfeng sect. One person disagreed and argued, Yueqing sect. Talisman masters are still very OP. Hearing them finish, that man pondered and then laughed, saying, "Since you all have placed bets on the other sects, then I'll put my bet on the Changming sect." Right now, the elder of the Yueqing sect thought angrily, looking at Ye Qiao's performance in the competition. If she just obediently returns to the Yueqing sect, it's not like I couldn't overlook her past mistakes. The Changming sect elder looked around and asked with a frown, "Hey, where's that girl Ye Qiao?" Mu Zhongxi, acting like the one who knows Ye Qiao best, rubbed his chin and said, "She's probably gone to sleep. Tossing and turning for so long, she must be exhausted." Late at night, at the residence of the competing sects, Ye Qiao was fast asleep in bed. While she was immersed in a beautiful dream, the elder grabbed Ye Qiao by the neck and dragged her up mercilessly. He seriously called out, "Ye Qiao, wake up. We're going to review what happened inside the secret realm." Ye Qiao annoyed, sat up rubbing her eyes. The elder was helpless, but let it slide, asking, "What's the deal with that stick in your hand?" Ye Qiao didn't hide it and took out the stick, slowly explaining, "I picked it up, it's called the Shoot Snatcher. Not sure what it is exactly, but it's super attractive to monsters. By my assessment, it's a good item." The elder held the Shoot Snatcher, observing closely while saying, "Later I'll find some weapon cultivators to see if they recognize it." Suddenly the elder remembered something and changed his tone, slapping Ye Qiao hard on the shoulder and shouting, "Well done." Ye Qiao could only rub her arm while laughing awkwardly, thinking, Elder Duan Yu is seriously strong. Ye Qiao's 4 super handsome senior brothers all gathered at her door, calling out, "Junior sister, what are we eating tonight? Want to go to a restaurant to celebrate?" Thinking for a bit, Mu Zhongxi said, "But everything in Green Talisman City is super expensive. One meal costs at least 100 high-grade spirit stones." Ye Qiao said mischievously, "If that's the case, how about we find the sect next door?" Seeing the 4 people in front of her look confused, Ye Qiao patiently explained, "Song Hanking still owes me money. If we use his spirit stones at the restaurant, it won't hurt our wallets anymore." The more Ye Qiao thought about it, the more excited she got. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Jie Yu suddenly spoke up and asked, "How much does he owe you?" Ye Qiao quickly held out her hand to count. 1, 2, 3. After counting for a while, she said with a flat face, "Over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." The 3 brothers were terrified, constantly swallowing their saliva. In their heads, 3 words kept repeating. "Over 100,000. Mingxuan was the first to snap out of it. He reached out, grabbed Ye Chao's hand, and pulled her along, saying aggressively, "Let's go! We're going to collect the debt. With that many spirit stones, we can't let the Yue King sect get away with it, you two." Ye Chao had only taken a few steps when someone from behind grabbed them both, sighing helplessly. "Wait, going to collect a debt in the middle of the night. Surely they'll just try to take us out instead?" Considering for a few seconds, Xiu continued speaking, furthermore, showing up directly at their doorstep. Like that will be judged as a provocation, and will lose competition points. Without a second word, Mu Zhengxi quickly took out a bell, along with a drumstick. He tapped it lightly and said smugly, "Then isn't it simple? Using this, we'll make a scene and block their door." "I don't believe the Yueqing sect can stand losing face like that," Xiu protested. "That's not a good idea. Seeking death like this. We might have to take collective responsibility again." Zhou Xingyun spoke softly in indulgence. "It's fine, we're in second place." Ye Chao nodded, and Ming Zhan beside her also agreed. "Exactly. We just secured second place for the sect. Master won't punish us for this kind of thing." After psyching himself up, Ming Xuan turned into a hooligan. He took out several talismans and said with a laugh, "With my amplification talismans here, we can use them to scream our heads off." Seeing there was something to play with, Mu Zhengxi excitedly volunteered. "Leave it to me. I'll do the screaming." Meanwhile, in a room over at the Yue King sect, Sung Hanking frowned and growled in a low voice. "Have you lost your mind? Actually entering the void secret realm with the Wenjian sect. We are rival sects, don't you get it? Once Ye Qinghan makes his move, you'll be the first one eliminated." Yun Shuo pulled her old tricks again, looking pitiful and softly apologizing. Sung Hanking looked at Yun Shuo and was suddenly stunned. She was so dazzling. Sung Hanking couldn't bear to see Yun Shuo cry, so he sighed. "All right, the next match is the ancient battlefield. You are not allowed to go with the Wenjian sect anymore. Understand?" Yun Shuo replied while wiping her tears. "Yes." In Song Hanking's mind, he thought of Ye Chao. He frowned and said, "As for that Ye Chao, previously, did we really have such a shameless person at the Yue King sect?" Song Hanqing thought to himself. If someone like Ye Chao really existed in our sect before, considering her capabilities, there's no logical reason. "Why I'm only finding out about her now?" Yun Shuo was asked, so she thought carefully, nodded and replied. "Second senior sister used to be a very quiet and reserved person. I don't know why she completely changed after leaving the mountain." Before she could finish, a bell rang out from outside, immediately followed by a loud voice. "Yue King sect owes money and won't pay." Out on the exterior, Mu Zhengxi excitedly hit the bell with all his might. As the bell faded, Xie Yu added, "Playing dirty tricks." Ming Xuan chimed in and shouted loudly, "Worse than pigs and dogs, absolutely heartless." Mu Zhengxi couldn't take it and covered his face, thinking, "Why am I even here? Why is everyone adding their own idioms?" People from other sects curiously came out to see the drama. Someone asked, "What's going on here?" Another person frowned and thought, "Has the demon lord invaded the cultivation world?" Yue King sect owes money and won't pay. Elder Qin, who was resting in his room, suddenly sat up with a darkened face. Those familiar voices. Aren't those my disciples? It wasn't easy to secure second place. Can't these kids just behave for once? Just as we regained a bit of dignity. Tonight it's all gone down the drain again. Song Han. King angrily carried the bag of spirit stones he borrowed from everyone, from his senior and junior siblings, and shouted, I'm coming, this is seriously too loud." "You guys shut up already." Suddenly, a voice from behind called out, "Han King!" Sung Han King immediately turned his head and saw it was Elder Yun Yin. He quickly called out, "Master." Elder Yun Yin sighed and said, "Give the spirit stones to me. I'll go talk to Ye Chao." As if receiving a divine favor, Sung Han King respectfully handed over the bag of spirit stones and said gratefully, "Here they are." He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with the Changming sect's personalities, he'd definitely be mocked again if he went out there. If Master wants to go instead, then that's perfect. Elder Yun Yin took the bag of spirit stones and slowly stepped outside. Yeko was the first to react. She greeted him warmly. "Oh, Sect Leader Yun, what's up?" "Has Song Han King lost the guts to face us head on? So you called someone out to handle it?" Elder Yun Yin frowned in annoyance and handed over the spirit stones. Ming Xuan quickly stepped up and reached out to take them, then smiled and said, "Thanks." Ming Xuan cherished the bag of spirit stones, smiling like a fool as he thought. Turns out, being shameless is the ultimate superpower. The debt collection speed is incredibly fast. Ye Chao's group didn't care about Elder Yun Yin at all. Once they got the bag, they pulled each other away to leave. Mu Zhengxi excitedly said, "I want roast chicken!" Ming Xuan also happily urged, "Go, go, go. Let's go to the restaurant for dinner." In the middle of the excitement, a loud voice suddenly called out from behind. Ye Chao heard her name called and immediately stopped. Before she could react, she heard a cold voice ring out. Is being disrespectful to elders how Changming Sect taught you? Without stopping, he continued to speak loudly. As long as you're willing to admit your fault and leave Changming Sect, wait until the competition ends. I will consider leaving a spot for you. Mu Zhongxi asked in confusion. Leave an elite disciple spot? Elder Yunyan laughed disdainfully and said, An elite disciple? How could that be? Elite disciples are all geniuses, born with high-grade spiritual roots. No matter how well Ye Chao performs, I wouldn't consider such a thing. Xiu couldn't listen anymore and loudly advised, How about your sect just goes and gets some sleep? Mu Zhongxi frowned in disbelief and said, Hey, old man. Even though our Changming sect is a bit poor, we are elite disciples. Do you even understand what an elite disciple is? In other words, we are the future hope of the cultivation world. Mu Zhongxi finished his long rant and stopped, thinking helplessly. Has this Yunyan been kicked in the head by a donkey? Who would give up being an elite disciple just to go to their Yue King sect and be an inner sect member? Mingsan, standing nearby, could only laugh awkwardly. Sometimes I really admire your sect's confidence. Ever since I failed to break through to the golden core, I've always been very insecure. But now I've realized being insecure is actually a virtue. Ye Chao finally spoke up. She smirked and replied, I am the disciple that the Yue King sect will never be able to have. Elder Qin came out to check and saw the scene. Everyone speaking so energetically. Elder Qin, hearing Ye Chao's bold declaration, clicked his tongue in praise, saying to himself, Well done, no need to save face for this old geezer. He actually dared to try and scout my Changming sect's talent right in front of me. Yunyan gritted his teeth in rage and said, You guys, just as Yunyan was about to lose it. Elder Qin appeared. Elder Qin quickly walked out and shouted, Fellow Taoist Yun, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Elder Qin slowly stroked his beard and said, My incompetent disciples have troubled you. But it's probably because they took second place tonight, so they're a bit too overexcited. Please try to understand them. Yunyan felt like he'd been hit by a critical blow. He thought helplessly, the sect that used to be first from the bottom. But he quickly regained his composure, asking back in a serious, casual tone, Is that so? Elder Qin laughed even louder and asked, Isn't it? With that, Elder Qin gave Mu Zhongxi a light kick, scolding softly. Luckily, sect leader Yun is the type who won't lower himself to your level. Now hurry up and get out of here. Ye Chao's group took the hint and replied in unison, Yes, we're leaving right now, and immediately bolted away. Yunyan glared dissatisfied at the person in front of him and cursed inwardly. Xin Fanfan, this old fossil definitely waited until Ye Chao's group finished talking before taking his sweet time to show up. A few days later, Ye Chao sat deep in thought. Word is, the terrain and environment of the ancient arena is constantly changing. At any moment, you could step on a dangerous formation. So preparing talismans is extremely important. Ye Chao looked toward Ming Shen and sighed in admiration. Our Changming sect only has second senior brother as a talisman master. In order to win the next match, he's been staying up late every single day drawing talismans. Pausing, Ye Chao looked at the talisman in her hand and sighed. I originally wanted to share the pressure with him, so I tried drawing a few 4 directions talismans. But never mind. Ye Chao looked at the pile of crumpled talisman paper, tossed all over the floor, and felt discouraged. But the 4 directions talisman is indeed too difficult. I've drawn so many of them, but not a single one was successful. Taking a few deep breaths and sighs, Ye Chao got serious again. No, I must carefully study. The 4 directions talisman I received from second senior brother. Second senior brother once said this type of talisman is very hard to draw. He failed many times before managing to draw 3 of them. Thinking this, Ye Chao comforted herself. I'm not a professional talisman master. Failing repeatedly isn't a big deal. Refusing to give up, Ye Chao picked up the brush again. This time she was overjoyed. It seems I've finally gotten the hang of it. Let's try one more time. Sure enough, after a few final strokes, she finally succeeded. The entire room radiated a blinding light. Ye Chao stared blankly at the talisman. Whoa, this time I got the heavenly Tao's blessing. Success! Ming Xuan, who was focused on drawing, was startled by the loud rumbling outside. He looked toward that beam of light with curiosity. Who's so talented? Another heavenly Tao blessing? Xie Yu quickly denied it. Don't pin this on me. Ming Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up as he quickly asked. So you're not curious about who exactly caused such a huge commotion? Tiu rubbed his chin, deep in thought. But before he could finish, Ming Xuan grabbed his hand, pulling him along, saying, Let's go see. The 2 of them pushed open the door to Zhou Xingyun's room and shouted, First senior brother. At this moment, Zhou Xingyun was standing on a chair, hands clutching a silk sash as if he was about to hang himself. Ming Sen and Xie Yu froze in their tracks, staring at Zhou Xingyun, who asked annoyedly, What do you want? How could something like this happen in this world? The two junior brothers, Ming Xuan and Xie Yu, saw their senior brother about to hang himself, and not only did they not stop him, but they quickly bolted away. Let's go, let's go. Sorry to disturb you. Please carry on. Ming Shen and Xie Yu continued running to Mu Chongxi's place, shouting loudly, "Little junior brother!" But before them was the sight of Mu Zhong. By training his sword skills with Elder Duan, Mu Zhongxi was even kicked to the ground by Elder Duan, aching all over. "Elder, can you slow down a bit? Give me a chance to react." Elder Duan strictly reminded him, "Your speed is way too slow. In a real fight, who's going to wait for you to draw your sword before attacking? On this point, you must learn from Ye Chao, either strike by surprise or play dirty. Now get back up for me." Witnessing this scene, Ming Xuan and Xie Yu didn't dare say a single word. "So pitiful. Let's bolt, let's bolt!" The two of them continued running to Ye Chao's place. Opening the door, they saw Ye Chao drawing talismans. Ye Chao saw her two senior brothers and asked, "What's going on?" She thought to herself, rushing around like crazy from morning to night. Can't they just knock on the door properly? Ming Shen and Xie Yu saw the glowing talisman in Ye Chao's hand and immediately understood that the one who just received the heavenly Tao's blessing was their little junior sister. Ming Shen spoke up. "Was the lucky person who got the heavenly Tao blessing earlier you? Little junior sister?" Ye Chao nodded slightly. "It was me. Why?" Ming Shen and Xie Yu were beyond shocked. With eyes wide and mouths agape, they kept exclaiming, "Whoa, is this the legendary dual cultivator of sword and talisman? It's the first time seeing a live one." Ming Shen stepped forward and put his arm around Ye Chao's shoulder. "Come on, little junior sister, tell us, are you a sword talisman dual cultivator?" Ye Chao replied. "If we're going by your standards, then yes, I really am a sword talisman dual cultivator." Xie Yu spoke up thoughtfully. "Big little junior sister, you're actually a genius that everyone has underestimated, aren't you?" Xie Yu now felt there was something off about Ye Chao's spiritual root. Logically speaking, the tests rarely have issues, but to be a sword talisman dual cultivator, the breadth of the sea of consciousness must absolutely exceed others. How could it possibly be just a mid-grade spiritual root? Ming Shen spoke again. "Why think so much? Anyway, our sect has 2 talisman masters this year. I declare, the next match will be the Changming Sect's world to dominate. Does Yun Yin of Yueking Sect know you can draw talismans?" Ming Xuan thought to himself. Yueking Sect brags about being the hub for talisman masters. Basically, every talisman master goes to them. If Yun Yin knew the person he personally kicked out was a talisman master, he'd definitely die of regret. Ye Chao answered, "Of course not." She thought to herself that the original host was a pure sword cultivator. "I only learned to draw talismans after leaving Yueking Sect." Ming Shen gently took Ye Chao's hands and said earnestly, "Then you must have studied talismans at Yueking Sect for over 10 years, and after graduating, came to bless our Changming Sect, right?" Hearing that, Ye Chao broke into a cold sweat. She wanted to say, "It's not like that at all. I came to Changming Sect because this sect always ranks last, has a negative attitude, and is perfect for people with zero ambition, who don't want to put in effort like me." Ye Chao wanted to say those words, but had to swallow them back down. Ming Xuan patted Ye Chao on the shoulder, hugged her, and was moved to tears. "With a genius like you in Changming Sect, I can finally relax. Now I can start slacking off." Xie Yu witnessed this and voiced his protest. "This behavior of yours is way too stupid. You're laughing like an idiot." Ming Yuan wasn't embarrassed, but held up 2 fingers. "You don't understand the pressure of being the only talisman master." Ming Shen continued to hug Ye Chao tightly, beaming with joy. "Life is blooming. In the next match, the whole sect's hope was on me. It was way too suffocating. Now that junior sister is here, I can take it easy." Ye Chao pushed Ming Xuan away and said, "The Heavenly Tao's commotion earlier was too big. In a bit, people will definitely come snooping for info. We can use a feint to catch them." Off guard, Ye Chao suggested, "Spread the news that the Heavenly Tao blessed first senior brother. By then, they will naturally lower their guard against us." Xie Yu questioned again. "Then won't first senior brother be targeted instead?" Ming Xuan thought otherwise. "It's fine. They can't beat first senior brother anyway." "Right. Here I have surrender talismans, earthbound talismans, invisibility talismans, and some support ones. What about you?" Ye Chao pulled out a talisman. "This is the prone crawling talisman. If we can stick this on them, you might luckily see a bunch of descendants crawling on the spot. At that time, we can use a recording stone to film it, and I recommend watching it every day. Also this one, I named it Dance of the Demons. You might see a bunch of successors jumping around." These talismans of Ye Chao are way too unique. Ming Xuan thought to himself that his junior sister was truly too idle. To think that she could just casually draw a 4 directions talisman, one of the 4 great talismans, with nothing else to do. She messes around with these abnormal things, but if we can actually stick them on, I can enjoy watching. Ye Qinghan and first senior brother, holding hands and dancing. Ye Qiao covered her mouth and laughed. Don't say that. It's actually something to look forward to. Ming Sen proudly put his arm around Ye Qiao's shoulder. There's half a month left until the next match starts. Let's take this chance to draw talismans now. After drawing for 3 days and nights, we'll go to sleep. Ye Qiao wasn't willing at all, her face showing pure helplessness. But Ming Xuan added one sentence that boosted Ye Qiao's motivation. Think about the 1,000,000 spirit stones we bet at the casino. As long as we can grab first place, what we get won't just be 1,000,000. So, do you want to work hard with me? Hearing about spirit stones, how could Ye Qiao refuse? Her eyes lit up as she happily agreed with Ming Xuan. Ming Xuan, being a professional talisman master, quickly took out his collection of brushes. These are high-grade spiritual brushes. Use whichever one you think is best. Ye Qiao also chose one to write with, setting the brush to draw the talisman. The strokes were so smooth. High-grade spiritual tools are truly something else. They really are far better than mid-grade tools. Drawing is so fluid. Then Ming Xuan witnessed Ye Qiao drawing talismans. This drawing speed of yours, if the old geezers in the sect saw it, or if Yunyan saw this, he'd definitely want to recruit you. Ming Xuan knew that. For a talisman, master, faster speed means higher talent, and a much stronger perception. Before finishing a single talisman, Ye Qiao's nose started bleeding. She wiped it and collapsed face down on the table. I can't draw too many. If I do, I get dizzy. It's true, because if she didn't get dizzy, Ye Qiao would have made a fortune selling talismans long ago. Ming Xuan joked around. You get dizzy after drawing? You're not suffering from kidney deficiency, are you? Ye Qiao looked up. You're the one with kidney deficiency! In a flash, 3 days had passed. Ye Qiao finally finished drawing. The table was covered with talismans. Second senior brother. Let's go out and sell these. 3 days and nights without sleep. Drawing this many, it would be a waste not to sell them. The sect rules forbid reselling for personal profit. But Ye Qiao, completely unfazed, crossed her arms and said, if we go secretly, it'll be fine. Even if we're caught, they'll just lock us in the forbidden grounds. Helpless, Ming Xuan had to agree with Ye Qiao. Ye Qiao quickly laid out a sales plan. Ming Xuan thought to himself, ever since little junior sister arrived, the 4 of us going to the forbidden grounds is like going home. This carefree life might not make them stronger, but it's very comfortable. Scene cuts to Fusheng City. Ming Xuan and Ye Qiao were looking for a spot to sell talismans. Ye Qiao hung up a large sign clearly saying, talisman sale. Senior brother, let's set up the stall here. Then Ye Qiao stood in the middle of the market shouting loudly, come buy talismans, despite her shouting at the top of her lungs. The results weren't as expected. After promoting all day, they hadn't sold a single one. Ming Xuan wondered, aren't talismans hard to come by? Why is no one coming to our spot? Ye Qiao sighed, because there are too many scammers. I tried setting up a stall once before. Back then, the guy selling adult books next to me was doing better business than I was. Ming Xuan pulled out an explosion talisman. How about we perform on the street and show them the power of an explosion talisman? What do you think? If we do that, the next time I see you, we'll probably be in jail. Jan Sect. Just like how you can't draw your sword in Yunjiang City, Fusheng City naturally has rules against destroying public property. Suddenly, a stall opposite them started selling talismans. Furthermore, they claimed they were Yueqing Sect talismans. Everyone rushed over to see. The Yueqing Sect talismans are on sale. Hurry, hurry, they're almost sold out. Everyone swarmed over, scrambling against each other to buy these talismans. Seeing this commotion, Ming Xuan was also very curious. Yueqing Sect talismans? Let's go take a look. Ming Sen squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, holding up a talisman. Look at this, the drawing is absolute trash. Since when did Yueqing Sect talismans become such garbage? The crowd started shouting. You think you can just say whatever you want? Ye Qiao stood behind him, bowing her head and whispering, back when you went out before, did you really never get beaten up by anyone? How could that happen? I am a successor. I have it. I figured it out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Zan began using a brush to write a line of text. Our place is where the real Yueqing Sect talismans are. Authentic goods, fixed price. 5 top-grade spirit stones per piece. First come, first served. Hearing this sales pitch, everyone just ignored them. They are successors, and even they aren't as good at faking it as you guys. Top-grade spirit stones? You might as well just go rob someone. Ming Xuan held out a talisman and spoke up. This is a talisman refined by an elite disciple. What Ming Xuan said wasn't actually wrong. We are indeed elite disciples. It's just that we aren't from the Yueqing Sect. Ye Qiao immediately played along, lifting a talisman and saying, the 2 of us are actually elite disciples of the Yueqing Sect. This is absolutely brilliant. Not only will we not get punished, but we can even pin the blame on Yueking Sect. The people on the street crossed their arms and barked back. You say so it's true. Where's the proof? Mingxuan immediately took a talisman to demonstrate for them. See for yourselves, sticking a talisman on the forehead of the guy who just spoke. After the talisman was applied, that guy was immediately sent flying. To the shock and amazement of everyone present, Mingxuan said smugly, "Look at that. The talismans you guys bought aren't effective. And definitely aren't this good, right? This talisman takes effect on the spot." Hearing that, the crowd started to have doubts. The talismans we bought really aren't as effective as this one. Yeqiao began promoting various types of talismans. Besides the one just now, there's also the Spirit Burst talisman, which can instantly boost spiritual energy to the peak. However, someone standing on the street noticed something fishy. But I remember a few days ago at the competition, the appearance of the Yueqing Sect didn't seem to be like this. Yesho heard this and immediately retorted, "How is it not like this? Think back. Those elite disciples were all very good looking, right?" The guy was easily swayed. "I guess that's true, but beautiful people all look the same. Maybe I just remembered it wrong." Only one incense stick later, all the talismans were sold out. Mingxuan and Yeqiao raised their hands in joy and excitement. Mingxuan held the bulging bag of spirit stones in his hand, only now realizing that making money is this fun. No wonder little junior sister always wants to make money. Half a month has passed. Everyone gathered to head to the next competition match. As Chang Ming Sect walked in, everyone cheered and rooted for them. Someone gave flowers to cheer for Mingxuan. The other brothers showed looks of disgust. "This is way too flashy. Can't be helped. The next match is for Talisman Masters. Shouldn't we let him show off?" Suddenly, a group of people marched up aggressively, holding banners with an imposing aura. One might think they were looking for trouble, but turns out they came to cheer for Yeqiao. They shouted their slogan loudly. "Yeqiao, Yeqiao, the GOAT in every way. Yeqiao, Yeqiao, you are the most elite. Yeqiao, Yeqiao, go take them down." Talk about a total shocker. Those people kept chanting Yeqiao's name. Some even stood up and shouted, "Ye Lung Lung, can you take first place?" Yeqiao smugly replied, "Of course." Song Hanking heard this and immediately spoke up. "Why are you so confident?" He thought to himself. The ancient battlefield is the playground for talisman masters. How does she dare to speak so arrogantly? Yeqiao raised her pinky finger with a sarcastic tone. "Those who get it, get it." Song Hanking was furious, but he didn't know what. Yeqiao's action just now meant. Mingxuan and she even played along, crossing their arms and looking up. "Exactly, those who get it, get it. Right, if you know, you know." Mingxuan spoke up. "Our junior sister is the first in the cultivation world, capable of dual cultivating sword and talisman since the great masters of the 5 sects ascended." Jieyu was also smug. "Vanjian Sect or Chengfeng Sect? Don't mean a thing. Our Changming Sect is the GOAT." The three of them even stuck out their butts and patted them. Low, 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 low. Taunting Song Hinking's group big time. Mu Zhongxi and first senior brother watched this from afar. What kind of mysterious stuff are they on? First senior brother crossed his arms and said, "Don't ask. Those who get it, get it. They've truly been corrupted by Yeqiao." Mu Zhongxi was extremely frustrated. "Fine, are the 4 of you isolating me? What does you'll get it even mean? You just don't want to tell me, right?" Song Hunking looked at this bunch of brothers and was also very confused. What exactly are they so proud of? The competition host appeared again. "Hello, it's me again." The intersect competition, second match, which is the ancient battlefield, is about to begin. The elite disciples of each sect have received the secret realm map. However, there is something to note. The elders have deliberated for this match, and external items are strictly forbidden, meaning the new rule of the competition is the ban on the wheel-snatching staff. Mu Zhongxi had an annoyed look on his face. "They're totally targeting me, right? That Wanjian sect bunch is truly shameless." Yeqiao thought to herself it was still fine. "I didn't expect to rely on the wheel-snatching staff to cause trouble every match anyway. If I really played like that, I'd probably get jumped by the fans." Of all the other sects combined, once I left the secret realm, the entrance to the secret realm opened, and the host now made an announcement. "Now, will all elite disciples please enter the secret realm?" Xiu suggested. "It's best if you and Mingxuan split up, since you're both talisman masters. If each of you takes a senior brother along, our survival rate in the secret realm will increase significantly. If you two end up together, the efficiency will be lower. Splitting up like that depends on fate." After entering the ancient battlefield, the atmosphere here was incredibly gloomy. After Yeqiao rubbed her eyes, she opened them, only to see Mingxuan immediately. 2 talisman masters grouped together. What terrible luck. This is all because of Xieyu's big mouth. Back at the spectator area during the day, the 2 elders saw Mingxuan and Yeqiao meeting up and weren't exactly happy. Elder Zhao wondered, Why does that girl Ye Chao look so disgusted by Ming Xuan? Isn't it good to have a fellow talisman master? I see they're both disgusted by each other. Elder Zhao believed. That kid Ye Chao's luck has always been great. She wasn't alone in the last match either. In this match, she dropped in and met Ming Xuan. Whatever the case, going with a talisman master at least guarantees your life. Back in the ancient battlefield, Ming San spoke up. As of right now, Wenjian Sect has already hunted 2 demonic beasts. Their speed is really something else. Ming Xuan discovered a demonic beast ahead, estimated to be at the late Foundation establishment stage. Ming Xuan immediately stepped forward to protect Ye Chao. Right before their eyes was a spider, a giant man-eating spider. Ye Chao didn't hesitate to draw her sword. Second senior brother, let me handle it. You stay back and provide support. Ye Chao just drew her sword to charge when the spider spat out thick webs. Ming Xuan quickly slapped a talisman onto it. Immediately, the spider was pinned motionless. Ye Chao took the chance to deliver a fatal sword strike. This combo was truly a sight to behold. And just like that, 1 target down. We killed 1 demonic beast. First senior brother might be about to go crazy. It's fine as long as no one triggers him. But once someone triggers Zhou Xingyun, he will immediately use his sword to reap 100 beasts. Ye Chao realized that meeting a late Foundation stage beast right at the start meant the difficulty was indeed much higher than the previous match. After all, in the ancient battlefield, the remaining demonic beasts are not weak. This is only the beginning. Turning around for a moment, they ran into the Chengfeng sect group. It was Duan Hengdao and another person, whom Ye Chao didn't recognize. Ming Xuan spoke up. That's a weapon cultivator from Chengfeng sect, named Shen Ziwei. Ming Xuan immediately pulled out a talisman. 2 weapon cultivators might not be scary, but for better or worse, they are still golden core stage cultivators. This match isn't looking good for us. Ming Shen and Duan Hengdao locked eyes, sparks flying. In that moment, Ye Chao gently stepped forward, acting all dainty, and said, Shen Ziwei, I am Ye Yuhan from Daming Lake. The sentence left everyone completely bewildered. On the other side, the crowd was in an uproar. What the hell are they doing? Can we be a bit serious, please? Who the hell is Ye Yuhan? Just fight already! Elite disciples meeting in a secret realm is a fated encounter. How can they meet and not fight? Duan Hengdao was also extremely confused and surprised. He turned to ask Shen Ziwei, Do you know Ye Chao? Shen Ziwei shook his head violently. Who the hell is Ye Yuhan? Ye Chao stepped forward to talk to Shen Ziwei. Since fate brought us together, how about we discuss a potential collaboration? Duan Hengdao immediately backed away to stop her. Don't come over here. If you come over, I'll have my second senior brother beat you up. Duan Hengdao thought that the person who collaborated with Ye Chao last time was eliminated. Not long after the match began, Ye Chao continued to step forward, acting friendly. It wasn't easy for us all to meet. Don't always be about fighting and killing. We can join forces instead. When the time comes, we'll take out Yue King Sect first. Senior brother Duan, have you forgotten the days the 3 of us relied on each other while inside that belly? Shen Ziwei was incredibly shocked to hear that. Relied on each other? Duan Hengdao's face darkened. Can you please speak properly? We clearly just fell into a demonic beast's stomach. Don't make it sound like we have some shady relationship. Ye Chao continued to speak. In the ancient battlefield, tricky talisman masters are the biggest nuisance. Yue King Sect has 4 talisman masters. If we don't team up, then Yue King Sect is guaranteed to win this match and take first place. Can you guys just stand by and watch the top spot get snatched away like that? Duan Hengdao inquired. Why should we trust you? Ye Chao replied nonchalantly. We're just talisman masters. We don't pose much of a threat to the first place position for you guys, right? If that's the case, then teaming up to take out a strong enemy like Yue King Sect first, isn't that better? Duan Hengdao began to ponder. Thinking it over, Changming Sect was indeed the most harmless sect, except for Bishui Sect. Though they had some cheap wins before, the danger level in this second round has spiked. With only 1 talisman master, Ming Xuan, they aren't really a threat. Thinking this, Duan Hengdao immediately reached out his hand, signaling a happy cooperation. Ye Chao's eyes lit up, happily shaking hands. Happy collaborating. Come on, let me start the briefing. Ye Chao opened the map. These spots are all demonic beast dens. If Yue King Sect wants to take first place, they'll definitely head to these locations. If our speed is fast enough, we can set an ambush for them first. This is the only path for the elite disciples. Hearing this, Duan Hengdao broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this girl is truly devious. Ye Chao continued to lay out the plan. You guys can dig an ambush pit right here. At the mention of digging a pit, Duan Hengdao stopped immediately, looking regretful. Does she even know what a weapon cultivator is? We refine tools and forge artifacts with elemental seals. Duan Hengdao spoke up. We are true weapon cultivators, not petty lowlifes who spend our days doing stuff like that. We've dominated the cultivation world for 1,000 years as true weapon cultivators. Who would go dig a hole for someone else? Yichao patted his shoulder to comfort him. But for the sake of being number one, you guys can definitely become lowlifes. Hearing about the top spot, Duan Hengdao immediately clapped his hands in agreement with Ye Chao. The first place. Chengfeng's sect must definitely take the first place. Watching the match from the outside, everyone's jaws were on the floor. Was this Ye Chao, a multi-level marketer in her past life? Duan Hengdao, you've really fallen. What decent person would join Ye Chao in doing this? The elder of Chengfeng's sect was also furious, slamming his hand on the table. Instead of competing properly all day, they're thinking about these wicked, unorthodox schemes. Shameless! Elder Duanyu, sitting nearby, began to speak, defending them. I think it's actually quite good. Let Ye Chao train their alertness. The elders of Chengming sect also started nodding in agreement. What wicked way! This is clearly just pure brilliance. Inside the secret realm, Song Hunqing and Sujuo were walking together. Sujuo was full of praise. As expected, of first senior brother. We've easily broken through formations on our way and killed quite a few monsters. Those sword cultivators from Wanjian sect are probably still trapped in a formation, unable to get out. Hunqing also had a very smug look on his face. However, his joy didn't even last 2 seconds before Song Hunqing fell right into the pit Ye Chao had set. But he was also very agile. Immediately took out a talisman and dropped it under his feet, then used the power of the talisman to propel himself upward, out of the pit. Talisman! Who is so immoral as to dig a pit here? Sujo came over and threw a stone at the ground to scout the path. First senior brother. There are no pits over there. Let's go that way. So the two of them headed together toward the right. After walking a bit, both of them stepped on something. It was a trap that Ye Chao had prepared in advance, knowing that they would take this route. So she had planned this out. After the two were caught in the ropes and hung upside down, Ye Chao's group finally stepped out and teased them. Oh, all hung up already? Song Hunqing was absolutely furious. Ye Chao, it's you again! Chengfeng sect, you guys actually followed Ye Chao's lead? Duan Hengdao didn't know what else to say. I used to be a decent person until I met Ye Chao. Ming Sen stepped up with a sarcastic tone. Ha ha ha, you finally have your day, Song Hunqing. Yueking sect always looks down on the talisman. Masters from other sects. I've been attacked by people more than a few times before. Now it's finally my turn to be smug. Then the two from the sect moved forward, continuously searching for the command tokens on Song, Hunqing and Sujuo. However, after searching for a while, they couldn't find them anywhere. Song Hunqing looked up and gave a mocking smirk. Of course I hid them. Did you think I was still as naive as the first time? Ye Chao quickly snatched a storage bag, pulling it out from Song Hunqing's person. Even without the command tokens, I'll rob his storage bag. What kind of talismans are hidden inside? Thinking that whatever Ye Chao pulled out must be some formidable talismans. But unexpectedly, a pair of boxers was hidden inside. All four of them stared blankly at the pants, then recoiled. Hey, Song Hunqing, is this your zodiac year or something? Little junior sister. We don't need his talismans anymore. These guys are too gross, Hunqing screamed in anger. What are you looking at? You two better just wait for me. Everyone came here for the competition. What's wrong with me bringing some personal items? How does that interfere with your Chengming sect? The crowd outside witnessing this scene began to stir, buzzing with chatter. This is truly perverted. These elite disciples are unreliable. Is this really supposed to be the future of our cultivation world? I always thought elite disciples would have a noble aura. Turns out, it's definitely not as expected. Duan Hengdao asked, what should we do with him now? Let's just keep them locked up. If that fails, find someone to guard them. I think my first senior brother is quite suitable. But first we have to go find him. So the two sects split into 2 directions and left, leaving behind the 2 people hanging awkwardly from the tree. Don't you leave! Come back here! Let us down! Elsewhere, the Bishui sect members ran into Yunshuo. She had offered a collaboration. Yunshuo, since fate brought us together, why don't we cooperate? Yueking sect, you want to take the top spot this match. We aren't asking for much. Just the 3rd place position is fine. Yunshu replied, cooperation is fine. But what do you want to do? The Bishui sect members proposed a plan. Wanjian sect must find a talisman master to collaborate with in this realm. And among the 5 sects, Chengming sect is the weakest. So they likely will look for Ming Xuan of Chengming sect to cooperate. As long as we eliminate Ming Xuan, then Wanjian sect will also be dealt with. On the outside, witnessing this scene, everyone also began to gossip. Tinhuai of Chengfeng sect definitely wants to eliminate Ming Xuan too. Except for Wanjian sect. All other sects want Ming Xuan dead right now. If Ming Xuan is dead, isn't Wanjian sect basically finished? Him being dead is the best option. The Bishui sect elder, observing from the outside, also noticed those two kids. These kids are faster than others, but something's not right. How can Ming Xuan avoid every single formation? There's a formation over here, and a formation over there, yet they didn't step on a single one. Even Song Hunking couldn't pull that off. Of course, if these were two talisman masters, it would be a different story. Is Qin Fanfan hiding a trump card? Outside in the spectator area, the chatter was reaching a fever pitch. Whoa, Yi Yunshu from Bishui sect ran into Changming sect. There's a good show to watch now. Si Miaoyan looked at Ye Chao and Mu Zhongxi, thinking, didn't expect such good luck. If Ming Xuan was with Mu Zhongxi, then I'd have to see if I could fight back. But what can Ye Chao do at the foundation stage? Without a word, Si Miaoyan raised her flute to play. The sound of the flute reached their ears, making Ye Chao clutch her head tightly, groaning in pain. My head hurts so much, what is this? Ming Xuan beside her wasn't doing much better. Drenched in sweat and frowning, he explained, it's the sound attack of the Bishui sect, relying on a few alchemists to get here safely. They clearly have other spiritual artifacts, Ming Xuan pondered. In the cultivation world, some use bows, some play the flute, some use swords. Cultivators who can use various artifacts are not few. Ming Xuan couldn't take it anymore, quickly pulling out a sound-isolating talisman to use. A barrier appeared, but only a few seconds later. Linlin from afar cast a spell, causing the talisman to ignite. The burning talisman meant the barrier was shattered. The sound disturbed the two of them again. Ming Xuan shouted angrily, damn it! Yunshuo's formation is restricting my talisman use. Si Miaoyan chuckled and said, sorry Ming Xuan, but you're too much of a threat. We have to deal with you first. After saying that, Linlin threw 3 talismans toward Ye Chao and Ming Xuan. Ye Chao smirked and said, fine, you forced my hand. Instantly, Ye Chao used her sword to slash hard at the talismans, while tilting her head, second senior brother. Where's your gong? Take it out and play for them. Ming Xuan quickly grabbed his gear, thinking in amazement. Didn't expect this gong would actually come in handy. Ye Chao enthusiastically blew hard into her trumpet. Ming Xuan stood by, banging the gong incessantly. Grinning, he thought, let's hurt each other then. The sound of the trumpet and gong echoed across the sky. Mu Zhongxi in the distance was also drawn by that loud noise. He asked curiously, so lively. Is someone getting married in the secret realm? There are gongs and trumpets, Xiaoyu casually reminded him. Stop thinking about stuff like that. We need to quickly find junior sister and second senior brother. One of them is only at the foundation stage. The other is at the peak of the foundation stage. If they run into Ye Qinghan's group, they'll just get eliminated. Mu Zhongxi laughed it off and replied, I know. Are you still worried when Ye Chao is there? With her around, everything will be fine. Yu wiped his face, speechless. A few seconds later, he sighed. But I'm afraid Ye Chao might do something else. Back to Ye Chao and Ming Xuan. The two of them each held an instrument, banging the gong and blowing the trumpet with all their might. That chaotic noise even managed to suppress the demonic sound Si Miaoyan created. That cacophony made Si Miaoyan furious. She put down her flute and yelled angrily, too loud! Do you guys even know how to play instruments? This is annoying as hell. Ye Chao ignored her and continued blowing even louder. Si Miaoyan muttered to herself, next time I enter a secret realm, I'm definitely bringing earplugs. While Si Miaoyan was scolding them, Ye Chao had been observing carefully. Ye Chao decisively swung her sword and said, there's an opening. Using the wind breeze art, after just a few strikes, the formation beneath Ye Chao's feet vanished. The Bishui sect elder was stunned. So fast. She already found the weakness of the formation? Does she understand formations? Tin Fanfan, standing nearby, replied proudly and comfortably. Maybe breaking Yue Qing sect's formations is too easy. After speaking, Tin Fanfan fell into deep thought. This kid Ye Chao is good, but if today, the one with Ming Xuan wasn't Ye Chao, then Ming Shen would have definitely been eliminated. Yun Yen Ni Arbai grumbled in protest. You're being too much. What do you mean breaking the formation was easy, after the formation was broken? Ye Chao and Si Miaoyan stood silently, facing each other. Ye Chao spoke up to break the silence, in broad daylight. Yet you... After those words, Ye Chao grabbed Ming Xuan's hand and whispered, run! Ye Chao thought to herself. Out of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. The two of us simply aren't their match. Ming Xuan opened his eyes wide in shock and asked Ye Chao, are we retreating without a fight, running away? Ye Chao smiled and explained, what running away? We call this a tactical withdrawal. While running, Ming Xuan took the chance to check the rankings. He cheered happily. Our sect's position is about to reach the top. Haha, I'm telling you. You know, right now, all these people think I'm a natural-born genius. All the aggro is on me. Ming Xuan then fell into deep thought. No one knows our sect actually only has 2 talisman masters. Everyone surely thinks I'm relying on my profound understanding of formations to carry our ranking all the way up. Ye Chao sighed. You've worked hard. Wait until you're eliminated. I'll lead our sect to victory. Ming San gave a dry laugh. Thanks a lot. The two were running hard when they were blocked by a pile of rocks. Ye Chao cursed in frustration. Who has no morals? Suddenly, an attack struck. Tin Huai appeared with his sect members. Tin Huai said arrogantly, Consider it your bad luck running into us. Ye Chao stepped forward excitedly. Oh, it's you guys! Seems like Cheng Feng's sect has teamed up with Yue King's sect. Tin Huai wasn't joking as he decisively swung his sword, saying coldly, Stop wasting words and just die. Ye Chao threw her sword up to block, but the blade at Tin Huai's palm strike and snapped in half. Ye Chao sniffled. This sword has been with me so long, I can't believe it broke. I'll have to ask Master for a new one when I get back. Tin Huai was covered in killing intent as he sneered. Then let me grant your wish, so you can head back right now. Ye Chao frowned deeply and shouted, Move! In the spectator area, Elder Qin and Elder Duanyu were both anxious. Ye Chao nimbly dodged and gasped, Whoa! Don't be so violent. You already broke my sword, and you still want to bully a sword cultivator without a sword? Elder Qin watched Ye Chao without taking his eyes off her. He cheered softly, Try to hold on. Don't let Qin Huai have a free hand to deal with Ming Xuan, so Ming Xuan can fight one-on-one with Jai Chen. But the next second, Elder Qin sighed again. In this situation, however, Ye Chao just constantly dodging is useless. This girl is the type who runs away if she can't learn it. It's truly frustrating to see her lack of ambition. Ming San glanced worriedly at Ye Chao and shouted, Little junior sister. Ye Chao gasped for air. She thought anxiously. Constantly dodging isn't a long-term solution. I have to think of something. Jai Chen laughed disdainfully. You can barely protect yourself. Yet you're still worried about Ye Chao. After Ming Xuan heard that provocation, he suddenly had an idea. Ming Sen immediately roared at the top of his lungs. Ye Chao, for our 1 million. Ye Chao understood perfectly and was instantly revitalized. Ye Chao charged forward aggressively, using a broken sword to strike hard at Qin Huai. Qin Huai was blindsided by the attack, leaving him struggling to defend. After dodging Ye Chao's assault, Qin Huai exerted his strength and shouted, Stop being so smug. Things weren't looking good for Ming Xuan either. Jai Chen also unleashed a continuous barrage of palm strikes. During the chaos, Ming Xuan managed to snatch Jai Chen's identity token. He grinned happily. How about you give me my identity token, and then I'll return yours? Jai Chen held Ming Xuan's token and nodded. Sure, but you give yours to me first. Neither of them said another word. A second later, their eyes turned cold, and both identity tokens were crushed simultaneously. The announcement rang out. Ming Xuan of Changming Sect and Jai Chen of Yue King Sect are eliminated. Ming Sen felt no shame as he put on a look of regret. Where's the trust between people? You've truly broken my heart. Jai Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. As if you didn't crush mine too. Elder Qin, watching from the outside, nodded slightly. Ye Chao is doing her absolute best. To hold Qin Huai off for this long is already quite impressive. Elder Zhao of Changming Sect called out anxiously. It's over. He frowned, thinking. Our only talisman master is gone. How can we even play anymore? At the same time, the two of them, Jai Chen and Ming Xuan, were teleported outside. In the spectator area, there were countless fans of Ming Xuan. They shouted loudly, Baby Ming Shen, how are you feeling right now? Ming Xuan, with a calm expression and an overflowing aura, replied, Nothing special. If I had to say something, even though my physical body can no longer fight alongside them in the secret realm, my soul will always be with them. At this point, everything was settled. Ming Xuan looked at the situation before him and sighed in relief, thinking being eliminated is actually fine. Now that I'm out, I can finally start slacking off. Back inside the great secret realm with Ye Qinghan's group. They were currently trapped inside a formation. Ye Qinghan frowned and analyzed the situation. Only the first day, and 2 talisman masters are already eliminated. Are these people just messing around? He frowned, thinking, unlike us in the Wanjian sect, who are still trapped in a formation even now. Unable to break out, a member of the Wanjian sect said anxiously, We have to find a talisman master to cooperate with. But Ming Xuan has already been eliminated, so what do we do? The man beside him gritted his teeth and replied, Those talisman masters are truly blind. They all flocked toward the Yueting sect. Are the elite resources of other sects any worse than theirs? Ye Qinghan just listened to them and sighed. If this continues, forget first place. Even second or third will be hard to get. In the midst of despair, a thought flashed in Ye Qinghan's mind. Wait, it seems I've forgotten someone. The person he was thinking of was none other than Ye Chao. Cutting to Ye Chao's location at this moment, Ye Kao was standing opposite Tin Huai. Tin Huai sighed and spoke honestly. I underestimated you. Tin Huai lamented. He didn't expect to be held back by Ye Chao for so long. She's clearly just at the foundation stage. She should have been very easy to handle. Ye Chao was also nearly exhausted. She smiled and replied, "That's right. One of the geniuses in this competition is my first senior brother. Another is Ye Qinghan. And there's one more underrated genius, which is me." Tin Huai didn't argue further. He returned to his cold demeanor and slowly declared, "Wait until you escape my hands before you say that." Instantly, Qin Huai made his move. Duan Hengdao and another male disciple happily ran toward Qin Huai and shouted, "First senior brother, we're here!" Ye Chao saw the three of them before her and was speechless, unable to say a word. She put on a grievance-filled face, crying while saying, "The three of you ganging up on me alone. Don't you feel that's a bit immoral?" Tin Huai helplessly asked, "Talking about morality with you?" Duan Hengdao's face was full of pure disgust upon hearing that. Tin Huai sighed. "She's actually the most immoral person here." Ye Chao then whipped out her special weapon, an exquisitely designed gun, and spoke decisively. "Since you guys are being so unethical, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ye Chao looked at the gun in her hand and thought, "I was worried using this would create an uncontrollable mess and affect second senior brother. But now that he's already gone, there's nothing left to worry about." At this moment, everyone present in the spectator area stared in shock. They gossiped incessantly. "What on earth is that?" Elder Chin pretended to be profound, but in reality, his heart was in a frenzy. "How should I know what that is?" Several talismans shot out from the gun. She said coldly, "Taste the power of my handgun." Tin Huai saw this weapon for the first time and frowned, thinking, "Too fast." Despite trying his best to slash them with his sword, Tin Huai was still hit by a talisman. Once the talisman stuck, Tin Huai immediately started laughing uncontrollably. Tin Huai's group looked like circus performers, laughing loudly, as they chased after each other. A few people in the spectator area frowned and said, "Can they please stop laughing? That laugh sounds like some creep forcing himself on a girl who just tripped." The man standing next to him added, "They probably can't stop. Is Ming Xuan really that twisted to give his junior sister these kinds of talismans before leaving?" Meanwhile, at the loser's banquet table, Jai Chen looked suspiciously at Ming Xuan and said, "Do you have too much free time? Why draw such perverted talismans?" "The victim of these rumors," Ming Xuan replied with a dark, cold face. "If I said I didn't draw those, would you even believe me?" The man accompanying Duan Hengdao watched Ye Chao fly off on her sword and yelled angrily, "Junior brother, let's chase her!" At this moment, Duan Hengdao still hadn't snapped out of it. He was still dazed, hugging the man tightly while laughing loudly. He said, "Spiritual energy. So much spiritual energy." The man scolded him furiously. "Get a grip! Stop pulling my clothes! They're about to fall off." The man thought grumpily, "If I could, I'd really love to give this idiot 2 slaps." After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Tin Huai and Duan Hengdao finally returned to normal. The other man sighed, turning around to walk while saying, "Finally, you guys are back to your senses. What should we do next?" Currently, first place is Yueking Sect, second is Changming Sect, and our sect is third. As for Wanjian Sect, they're probably still trapped in some formation. Duan Hengdao vigorously rubbed his cheeks, which were stiff from laughing too much. He spoke hesitatingly. "This trip wasn't a total loss. At least Ming Xuan has been eliminated." Duan Hengdao analyzed to himself. "If we can't catch Ye Chao, just let her be. Anyway, without Ming Xuan, Changming Sect is nothing to worry about." Tin Huai stood up wearily and added, "Our target this time is Yueking Sect." The sky was gradually turning dark. Ye Chao was still trying her best to find her senior brothers. While feeling discouraged, she suddenly widened her eyes and shouted, "Found them! Below Muzhangxi." Xie Yu and Zhou Xingyun were all trapped in a formation. Ye Chao quickly ran over and called out, "Senior brothers!" The three of them were sitting down, resting, bored out of their minds. As if sensing something, Xie Yu slowly opened his eyes. A second later, he was wide awake and filled with joy. Muzhangxi was woken up by Xie Yu. He stared blankly at Ye Chao and said, "Oh, you actually made it back alive!" After a few seconds of processing, Muzhangxi's gaze landed on the trumpet in Ye Chao's hand. He said in shock, "Is that whistle yours?" So the creeps banging gongs, drums, and blowing whistles in the realm were you and Ming Xuan? Ye Chao's face fell as she protested. "What do you mean, creeps? What I did was perfectly reasonable. Just utilizing available resources, wait." Ye Chao spoke up again to remind them. "You guys need to be careful of that girl. Si Miaoyan knows how to use musical attacks." At the same time, Ye Chao was secretly calculating. But in the short term, Si Miaoyan probably won't come anywhere near me. Mu Zhengxi heard this and asked excitedly, "So you used a trumpet to counter her sound attacks?" "I also have the gong and the sound-amplifying talisman that Ming Xuan gave me right here. When the time comes, we'll just bang it right at her. What do you think?" Ye Chao nodded and quickly asked the main question. "Why are you guys trapped here? Did you use up all the formation breaking? Talismans, second senior brother?" gave you before entering? The three of them looked embarrassed when Ye Chao asked. Mu Zhongxi pulled a face and pointed at Zhou Xingyun, saying, "Ask first, senior brother. He's so unlucky, he keeps leading us right into formations. This is the 30th formation we've stepped into already. All our breaking talismans are gone." Ye Chao heard this and felt completely helpless. She shook her head, looking at the unlucky guy sitting there, thinking, if this were a game, Zhou Xingyun would definitely be so unlucky he'd go bankrupt. Ye Chao sighed and took out a breaking talisman to stick on the barrier. Instantly, the barrier shattered, and she said happily, "All right, the formation is broken. Let's go." The three senior brothers behind her all looked at her with admiration. Their mouths didn't stop moving as they said, "Whoa, little junior sister is built different." Ye Chao was praised so much her nose was almost touching the ground. The video ends here. Thank you for watching the entire video. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next video. Hope you have a great day. Goodbye, and see you in the next video. Day 2 of the ancient battlefield. Ye Chao was exerting herself using the wind breeze art to kill monsters, seeing that she had spent quite a bit of spiritual energy. Qiyu walked over and said kindly, "Here, little junior sister, take some elixirs to recover." At that moment, Mu Zhongxi checked the rankings again. He said with high expectations. "Right now, King Sect is still in first place. We're in second. Looks like they'll clash with us soon." Mu Zhongxi looked around at the situation and continued, "Let's go on to the next spot to keep hunting monsters." But after just a few steps, Mu Zhongxi stepped right into a formation. He cried out in panic, "Help!" and used all his strength to grab onto Xie and Zhou Xingyun's legs. Xie frowned and shouted, "So annoying! Let go of me right now, or I'll use my elixirs to knock you out." On Zhou Xingyun's side, he was much quicker. He decisively used his sword to cut off the piece of clothing that Mu Zhongxi was gripping. The situation was a mess. Mu Zhongxi kept screaming, "Save me!" while Xie and Zhou Xingyun both spoke sternly. "Let go!" Ye Chao watched her three senior brothers with a dark face. "Can my three senior brothers please be a bit more reliable?" Ye Chao was the calmest one. She seriously observed the formation. A moment later, she reached a conclusion. This formation looks a bit like King Sect's style. It must have been left behind by one of their disciples. Zhou Xingyun didn't hesitate for a second and immediately said, "I'll go drag Song hunting over here." Ye Chao stopped him. "No need. I've already found the eye of the formation," she thought to herself with a sigh, thanks to Song Hun King's generosity regarding that King Sect Inner Sect talisman book. It seems he really did let me see everything. Ye Chao decisively used a palm strike to shatter the formation. Mu Zhongxi was dazed. "Huh? The formation is broken?" Junior sister Ye is too OP. In the spectator area, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken as Yun Yin stood up abruptly. Furious, "How bold! She dares to steal my King Sect's secret formations?" Yun Yin was deep in thought regarding this formation. If she broke it from the inside, you could call it luck. But breaking it from the outside? To say she never studied formations. Who would believe that? Qin Fanfan calmly stroked his beard and replied slowly, "What do you mean, King Sect's formation? Aren't formations meant to be studied by others?" The elder of the Wanjian sect then spoke up too. "Is this really the main point of these 2 days? The main point is that Ye Chao is actually a talisman master." The elder of Bishui's sect also smiled and said, "A dual cultivator of sword and talisman. So this is Changming Sect's hidden trump card?" Qin Fanfan said smugly to the others. "You guys are allowed to hide your ultimate moves. But we aren't allowed to have one more genius. We call this strategy." The elder of Bishui sect nudged Elder Duan Yu slightly, asking softly, "Did you know about this all along?" That girl Ye Chao is actually a dual sword and talisman cultivator. Elder Duan Yu was confused, thinking to himself, "If I had known, there's no way. I would have hit Ye Chao every single day. A talisman master is a precious treasure. Back in the secret realm." Ye Chao spoke up and asked, "Did you guys run into Song Hun King along the way?" Mu Zhongxi replied excitedly, "We did. I even used an image recording stone to catch it all on camera. Next time I'll ask on the forum if anyone wants to buy it. I used a total of 6 recording stones. It should sell for at least 10 high-grade spirit stones." Ye Chao took the chance and said, "Let's split it 50-50. Mu Zhongxi asked, "On what grounds should I split it with you?" She replied smugly, "Based on me, obviously. I was the one who told Duan Hengdao to tie him up. Without me, how could you have recorded those images?" Knowing his junior sister's personality, although reluctant, he had to say, "Fine, when it sells, you get 4 and I get 6. Money falling from the sky without any effort." Of course, she was over the moon. Yu held a jade slip and learned that Bishui sect and King Sect have already teamed up. As for Chengfeng sect, they currently have no intention of partnering with anyone. Wanjian sect is now ranked 4th This is probably the first time they've ranked this low in the history of these grand competitions. Then Ye Chao thought, in that case, our sect should find Wanjian sect to cooperate. I happen to have a few talismans left that we can use to negotiate a partnership with them. On this side, the Wanjian sect group had finally broken the formation and escaped. After walking for a bit, they spotted Ye Chao's group. Su Hongji spoke up. Senior brother, it's the people from Changming sect. Ye Chao stepped forward, holding a stack of talismans with a friendly smile. Don't get worked up. I'm here this time because I want to discuss a partnership with you. I have the talismans my second senior brother gave me, and you guys lack formation breakers, right? What are you trying to pull? Ye Chao continued using her friendly smile to negotiate. The cooperation deal. You know how the situation is right now. Our Changming sect is currently in second place. Next, let's take down Yue King sect together. What do you think? I have breaking talismans if you get trapped. I can help you out. Su Hongji, having been played last time, was very resentful. How could he trust her now? He wanted to refuse and even scolded her. What kind of scheme are you plotting this time? There's no way we would... Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Qinghan stopped him. He looked at Ye Chao and agreed. Fine. We'll take second, and you guys take first. Su Hongji wanted to stop his first senior brother. How could you agree to work with them? In reality, Ye Qinghan was calculating in his head. Wait until Ye Chao uses up all her talismans, then dealing with. Then won't be too late. Our Wanjian sect has only ever stood at the top. Ye Chao led everyone through the secret realm. Without hitting a single formation, she started bragging. See? Look how peaceful and safe it's been along the way. Avoiding every single formation. Like this is all thanks to my second senior brother's talismans. She thought using her brother's reputation was truly effective. Her bragging successfully tricked Ye Qinghan. He thought, Ming Xuan has already been eliminated, yet his strength is still this terrifying. Could this be the difference of talisman? Masters who come from great clans? Outside the secret realm, Ming Xuan, who was sitting and watching the match, was speechless at his junior sister's silver tongue. Are you guys seriously believing my little junior sister's nonsense lies? Well, then I should thank you for evaluating me so highly like that. Su Hongji, on the other hand, didn't seem to buy it. If he's really that talented, then why did he get eliminated so early? Mu Zhengxi had hated Su Hongji for a long time. Hearing that guy trash talk his senior brother made him furious and wanted to hit him. This guy is seriously too annoying. I have to kill him with one sword strike. Fortunately, Xiaoyu held his junior brother back to stop him. Calm down, junior brother. Who would have thought Su Hongji would arrogantly turn back to look at the two of them and provoke them further? What are you standing there for? What are you two useless losers blabbering about? This time, even someone as calm as Yu snapped, holding a bottle of elixirs with a dark expression. Fine, I'll poison him to death. Right now. Fortunately, this time Mu Zhengxi stayed calm and prioritized the big picture, stopping his senior brother. A while later, it started raining in the secret realm, and Ye Chao reached out, feeling a burning sensation as the rain hit her hand. This is acid rain, something occasionally encountered when isekai'd into a book. Having had prior experience, she calmly took out gear to void the corrosion of this acid rain. On Ye Qinghan's side, he turned around to ask his junior brothers, do any of you have a defensive-type spiritual tool? Everyone replied in unison, no, we're too poor. In their hearts, they secretly cursed those black-hearted weapon refiners from the Chengfeng sect, who set the prices way too high. It's impossible to afford a spiritual tool, not even in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Ye Chao found a large pot to put on her head to avoid the rain. She turned toward her senior brothers, pointing at the pot she was wearing on her head. Maybe you guys should try wearing this too? Jay curiously tapped on the pot, asking, where did you get this from? She honestly replied, I borrowed it from the kitchen. I have 3 more. Do you guys want to use them? All 3 replied in unison, yes! Then reached out their hands with joyful eyes. Ye Qinghan looked at Ye Chao and her brothers wearing pots on their heads, his face full of disgust, thinking that those things looked way too ugly. A second later, he felt a slap to his own pride, seeing Ye Chao's group moving around easily, without consuming any spiritual energy. He thought, I have to admit, it seems very useful. And so he thickened his skin, with a friendly smile, to ask Ye Chao, do you have any more pots? Ye Chao replied, nope. I'm not a wholesaler, why would I stockpile them? Outside the secret realm, when Ye Chao and her brothers started moving with pots on their heads, everyone burst out laughing like crazy, while gossiping excitedly. This time when Ye Chao entered the realm, except for normal things, she brought everything else. The Wanjian sect members nearby were all dumbfounded with shock. Meanwhile, the sect master of Changming sect stroked his beard and spoke with a calm demeanor. Wanjian sect and Yue King sect can only rely on spiritual energy to resist the corrosion of the rain, wasting energy the whole way. They might as well learn from Ye Chao and wear pots on their heads to make it easier. The two sect masters heard this with dark expressions, unintentionally sharing the same thought. That smug look on that old geezer. Tin Fanfan's face is truly an eyesore. After several hours, the heavy rain stopped. Ye Chao's group took the large pots off their heads. Ye Chao looked at the surrounding scenery and said, "We've reached the wind beast's lair," then paused. She looked up at Ye Qinghan. Yue King Sect is definitely heading this way too. After calculating for a moment, Ye Qinghan nodded. Yeah, Yue King Sect is almost here. They have 3 talisman masters and 1 golden core sword cultivator. He walked up to Zhou Xingyun and made a proposal. I'll handle their sword cultivator. If you and I team up, the speed will be much faster. At the same time, Ye Qinghan thought to himself, I've never seen Zhou Xingyun take action. This is the perfect time to observe his sword style. Thinking this, Ye Qinghan's eyes lit up. He stared at Zhou Xingyun without any restraint. Zhou Xingyun was a bit flustered, playing dumb while looking around. What are you saying? I don't understand. Ye Qinghan, annoyed by the cold shoulder, raised his voice. We are cooperating. You Changming sect members just need to show some sincerity. Without needing to think, Zhou Xingyun immediately pushed Ye Chao to the front and said seriously, all of my Changming sect's sincerity is right here, Zhou Xingyun thought with a face full of pride. A dual cultivator of sword and talisman. Little junior sister is currently Changming sect's greatest sincerity. Ye Qinghan saw this, and although he was angry, he tried his best to endure it. Ye Chao quickly realized this and approached him with an awkward smile. Don't be mad, aren't we helping you out already? Don't you trust our Changming sect? We're all honest people. After saying that, Ye Chao suddenly fell into deep thought. It seems the plot is all wrong now. Clearly, in the novel, Yun Shuo is always with the male lead, with her talisman skills. If she were here, Wanjian sect would have had a smooth ride. Now perhaps because I interfered in Yue King sect's first match, to the point they came in dead last. Song Hanking was so pissed, he gave Yun Shuo a lecture, which led to Yun Shuo not being by Ye Qinghan's side. Like in the original story, while she was lost in thought, Xie Yu gently approached and asked softly, Are we really helping Wanjian sect? Do you believe that after dealing with Yue King sect, the King Han will turn around and deal with us? Ye Chao smiled softly and replied, It's fine, we aren't exactly good people anyway. Xie was left speechless at that, as expected. Just a moment later, the Yue King sect group arrived, led by Song Hanqing. From afar, Song Hanqing spotted Ye Chao's group. He was a bit surprised. These two sects actually joined forces. Song Hanqing found it hard to understand. Wanjian. Sect doesn't usually team up with weak sects, right? Sujuo, standing behind Song Hanqing, suddenly spoke up with a sneer. Ye Qinghan wants to rely on the talismans Ming Xuan left behind to help him move smoothly through the secret realm. These brainless sword cultivators have no idea what they're doing all day. After Sujuo finished speaking, the spectator area immediately erupted in laughter and gossip. Someone laughed loudly and said, Those brainless ones. He's talking about trapped them just a few days ago. The person sitting next to him replied with a laugh. That's not right. Ye Chao is a dual cultivator. Her significance is different from those brainless sword cultivators. Actually, if Ye Chao had stayed at Yue King sect in the beginning, then Yue King sect would have had 2 sword cultivators and 5 talisman masters. 2 for the price of 1, basically. After saying that, they all burst out laughing together. Elder Union sitting above could only frown, enduring the mockery of the crowd below. After holding it in, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Elder Union snapped and shouted loudly. She only has a mid-grade spiritual root. Even as a dual cultivator, she's still just a noob in the end. The elders sitting nearby could only laugh awkwardly, while glancing at him. Qin Fanfan heard this, and nonchalantly fired back. You guys all have high-grade spiritual roots. But didn't you come in last in the previous match? Having a high-grade root doesn't stop you from being at the bottom. With just a few simple words, Elder Yun was instantly rendered speechless, looking as if he had turned to stone. Back inside the grand secret realm, the Yue King sect group slowly approached Ye Chao. Hearing the noise, Ye Qinghan quickly turned around to investigate. The moment he realized it was Song Hanqing, Ye Qinghan didn't hesitate to draw his sword and enter an attack stance. Ye Qinghan declared boldly, Song Hanqing, you want first place? In your dreams with that. He swung an attack toward Song Hanqing. Song Hanqing didn't waste words either, directly stepping forward to counterattack. Ye Qinghan, both sides fought relentlessly. The power of these two was so massive that the surrounding trees shook violently. Ye Chao stared at them, thinking anxiously. The prowess of 2 golden cores is truly feeling like it's getting a bit hard to breathe. At this moment, Zhou Xingyun approached Ye Chao. He released his spiritual energy, using his own energy to form a shield to block the shockwaves caused by the two. fighting. Ye Chao felt grateful and thanked her first senior brother. She thought happily. It's much more comfortable with senior brother's pressure protecting me. Then Ye Chao suddenly came up with an idea. She stepped up and pulled Xie Yu and Mu Zhong high and lined them up behind Zhou Xingyun, nonchalantly saying, "You guys cover me for a bit." The three men stood there dazed and confused. Ye Chao, now standing behind them, quickly set up an imprisonment formation. The spectator area outside grew noisy. Someone clutched their head in disbelief. Huh? If I'm not mistaken. Ye Chao set up that formation herself. The person next to them quickly replied, "You're not mistaken." She started secretly laying the formation the moment she arrived. Others wondered in confusion. What is this? Is she seriously locking herself in? In the heat of the battle, Song Honking suddenly noticed the other side. Ye Chao's group was suddenly surrounded by a formation. He frowned and thought, strange, I didn't trap the Changming sect members. Could it be the imprisonment formation that Suzhou dropped? The characteristic of this formation is that from the outside, you can't see what's happening inside, but from the inside, you can see everything outside. Because of this, Ye Chao leisurely faked a loud scream. Oh no! We can't get out! What should we do? Someone save us! Both Song Hunqing and Ye Qinghan were distracted by the scream, but they both only took a quick glance and then each let out a cold snort. Who cares about you guys? Ye Chao's group sat right down on the ground. Ye Chao nonchalantly said, all right, let's let them fight for a while. Once they've drained their energy, we'll break the formation and reap the rewards. Indeed, on the outside, Ye Qinghan and Song Hunqing fought until they were both exhausted and gasping. Ye Chao watched the match with boredom. Ye Qinghan isn't doing so well. He's being suppressed by Song Hunqing to the point he can't even get close. Not even a chance. Xie Yu, standing next to her, remarked, Talisman Masters are truly OP. Ye Chao stood up and brushed off her hands, announcing, this imprisonment formation has no lethal power, and it only lasts for a short time. The formation is about to disappear on its own. Let's get ready to go out and help Ye Qinghan. Not long after she finished speaking, the barrier cracked and shattered. Zhou Xingyun assessed the situation and said, I'll go deal with Song Hunqing. Ye Chao, you and Mu Chongxi go take out the others. Zhou Xingyun stepped forward coldly as Song Hunqing froze. He thought, the pressure is real. But suddenly, Zhou Xingyun sheathed his sword and skipped away. Turning around to say, Psych, fooled you! Song Hunqing stood there dazed, watching him go. A second later, he scowled and gritted his teeth, saying, Zhou Xingyun. Song Hunqing was a bit disappointed. He originally wanted to test Zhou Xingyun's strength. Who knew this guy would retreat without even fighting? Song Hunqing angrily gave chase, shouting a challenge. If you've got the guts, don't run. Ye Qinghan stood frozen, watching the chaotic scene. Ahead, where Ye Chao was currently facing off against Suzhou, Suzhou gave a sinister laugh. Sorry, but I'm not showing any mercy for old time's sake. With that, he ruthlessly threw a talisman at Ye Chao. She leaned aside to dodge the attack. But unfortunately, the talisman still stuck to her shoulder. Ye Chao immediately froze, unable to move a muscle. Seeing Ye Chao like that, Suzhou thought smugly. Is that all? Clearly just a foundation establishment. Noob. Yet she made first senior brother suffer so much. At that exact moment, Ye Chao smirked and unleashed a powerful kick right into Suzhou. Suzhou was shocked. Caught off guard, he was kicked backward and fell. He frowned in total confusion. Why? You were clearly hit by my immobilization talisman, so why? Ye Chao didn't answer. She quickly ran over and fumbled around to grab Suzhou's token. Holding the token in her hand, Ye Chao's eyes sparkled. Her mind cheered. Found it! Suzhou was now in tears, calling out for his second senior sister. Ye Chao nonchalantly crushed the token, while saying, Sorry, I won't be showing mercy for old time's sake either. Back to Ye Qinghan, who had been watching for a long while. He couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Are you two finished yet? Only then did Zhou Xingyun and Song Hunqing stop. Both stood there panting, realizing they had played enough. Ye Qinghan quickly drew his sword, decisively holding it to Song Hunqing's neck and saying, Crush it yourself or we'll help you. Song Hunqing fell into deep calculation. According to the current rankings, even if he was eliminated, Yueking Sect could still firmly hold on to third place. Song Hunqing very quickly, willingly took out his token and sighed. This competition has proven enough about my Yueking Sect. I'm over it anyway. With that thought, he decisively crushed his own token. On Mu Zhongxi's side, he also quickly managed to break 2 tokens from the Yueking Sect. Mu Zhongxi quickly informed his teammates. It's all settled over here too. Hearing that, Ye Chao's eyes widened as she thought. Now Yueking Sect only has Yunshua left. Yunshua was currently standing in one spot, cowering in fear. Ye Chao noticed this, and quickly took a stance, swinging her blade at Yunshua. Just as she was about to strike, Yunshukia Ye Qinghan rushed forward. using his sword to block the move. Ye Qinghan's gaze was sharp as he looked at Ye Chao and spoke boldly. Don't even dream of hurting her. While acting noble on the outside, inside Ye Qinghan's mind, he was secretly calculating. Wanjian Sect needs to keep one talisman master to lead the way. Yoon Siket has a gentle personality. No need to worry about her betraying us halfway. She is the best choice. As for the Changming Sect crowd, they've outlived their usefulness. The naive Yoon Shu had no idea about Ye Qinghan's real intentions. Instead, she was very moved, choking up as she called out to him. Mu Zhongshai wasn't about to let it slide. He went up to Ye Qinghan and said, Hey, using us and then flipping the script isn't cool, right? Ye Qinghan sneered. If you're stupid, who else is there to blame? Ye Kao didn't waste words and activated the 4-direction formation. A second later, Ye Qinghan and the Wanjian Sect group were all tightly locked down by chains. The Wanjian Sect members cursed out in dissatisfaction. What's going on? The Changming Sect trash couldn't win fairly, so they sneak attacked. Someone in their group asked in confusion. Wait, a talisman master from Changming Sect? Don't they only have one? And wasn't he eliminated already? Ye Kao stood to the side, smugly chanting her spell. Only then did Ye Qinghan say in shock, Ye Kao, you're actually a talisman master too? As Ye Qinghan connected the dots, everything finally clicked. No wonder the Changming Sect members didn't worry after Ming Xuan was eliminated. At all. No wonder she had the confidence to cooperate with us. Ye Chao giggled and said loudly, If you're stupid, who else is there to blame? A second later, Ye Chao's attitude shifted. With a serious face, she pointed her staff straight at Yun Shuo, declaring, Next up is dealing with you. Yun Shuo was a bit stunned, but still tried to shout back. Second senior sister, you're always targeting me. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Yun Shu then began to set up a formation. Ye Kao's side was not to be outdone. She also used a formation, carefully calculating. It's here. Yun Shuo's formation is coming. Then I'm coming too. With a thud, Ye Chao's formation was unleashed. Ye Chao playfully asked Yun Shuo, Have you ever tried the power of 2 combined formations? Only then did Yun Shuo realize 2 combined formations. The resulting spiritual energy would be too massive. If they collided, it would... Before she could finish the thought, a massive explosion occurred. That explosion sent the Wanjian Sect group, Ye Qinghan, and Yun Shu all flying, tumbling to the ground. Seeing that they were all injured and unable to recover in time to counterattack, Ye Chao waved her hand and said, Quickly crush their tokens. In the daytime at the ancient battlefield, amidst the silence, a voice suddenly rang out. Wanjian Sect members have all been eliminated. Yueqing Sect members have all been eliminated. Hearing this, Si Miaoyan frowned. It's only the 3rd day, and both Wanjian and Yueqing Sects. What on earth happened for them to all be eliminated? Could they have taken each other out? Meanwhile, at the spectator area, several men were gossiping. Someone asked, Can 2 formations really be combined? The person next to him thought it over and replied, It's like the logic of adding a furnace to another furnace. Stacking 2 formations will definitely cause an explosion. She wanted to use this method to blow up the core disciples of Wanjian Sect. The person opposite, hearing the analysis, couldn't help but exclaim, Impressive. I'd call her the top student of this class. Suzhou then approached Song Hunting and said, The formation Ye Chao used belongs to the Yueqing Sect. Song Hunting was furious. Could she have secretly learned it before leaving our sect? After saying that, even Song Hunting felt doubtful. No, that's not right. When I met Ye Chao in the secret realm before, she was still just a total noob. Didn't she only start learning after getting the inner sect, mantras and talisman books? But it's only been 6 months. Once the competition is over, I must discuss Ye Chao's matter with Master. Back at the ancient battlefield, Yun Shuo was injured and slumped on the ground. She endured the pain and asked, You actually stole our sect's formation secrets? Ye Chao folded her arms and nonchalantly replied, I used to be an inner disciple of the Yueqing Sect too. What's wrong with learning a few formations? At the same time, Ye Chao thought to herself, Even if it kills me, I won't admit I learned it from the talisman books. Otherwise, it would be blatant theft. Suddenly, a massive pit appeared before their eyes. The 4 of them curiously stepped forward to investigate. Mu Zhongxi analyzed that this pit was too huge. It doesn't feel like it was caused by the formation's explosion, but rather like someone dug it beforehand. Suddenly, Mu Zhongxi got excited and said with a silly laugh, There's an unreliable rumor in the cultivation world that says if you throw the name of someone you hate into a pit, you can curse that person. I wonder if it's true. How about we throw Master's name down and see? Jie Yu, standing nearby, nodded. Elder Zhao works too, Ye Chao decisively said. Use Yunyin, I have a grudge against him. Ye Chao's group discussed carefreely, unaware that outside, 3 people were dying of anger because of their words. The elders of Changming Sect frowned and gritted their teeth, helplessly calling them a bunch of rebellious kids. Mujangshi excitedly suggested. How about we go down and look? Yeqiao happily nodded. Sure. The two of them skipped down into the pit. Yeyu quickly grabbed Zhou Xingyun and sighed. Resigned, he said. First senior brother, let's go join them. The group walked down into the deep pit together. There was nothing to provide light here. Mujangshi trembled and whispered. It's way too dark in here. Then a painful ouch rang out. Yeqiao sensed something was wrong and quickly crafted a fire talisman. The fire flared up. Yu glanced at Mujangshi and asked coldly, Are you okay? At that moment, something flashed past them. Mujangshi clutched his bleeding head and screamed. A ghost? Yeqiao asked doubtfully. Really? I don't buy it. After everyone finished speaking, Zhou Xingyun slowly spoke up. It's a demonic beast. Hearing the words demonic beast, Mujangshi quickly drew his sword and whispered. Didn't expect this hellhole to have demonic beasts too. I'll handle this. Just as his fighting spirit was soaring, Yu cut in. Better stop your bleeding first. The group was about to rush in and wipe out the beasts, when Yeqiao suddenly reached out to stop them. Wait, leave a few female demonic beasts alive, Mujangshi asked in a daze. Keep the females alive? But why only keep the females? Yeqiao didn't answer immediately, but turned to look at Yu and asked, Second senior brother, do you have any aphrodisiacs on you? Yu blushed and barked. Are you some kind of pervert? Yeqiao didn't say another word. She stepped forward and knocked Ziyu on the head. You're the pervert. I just noticed that female beasts, once in heat, will catch a scent and look for a mate. That way we can lure in more demonic beasts. Yu stood stunned and nodded. That seems right, but I'm an orthodox alchemist. The more Yu thought, the more confused he got. If my old man knew that, after joining the sect I learned, to make aphrodisiacs, he'd probably go ballistic. Lost in thought, Yeqiao suddenly raised a finger and said, 1 million. Mujangshi stood by, looking a bit flustered at Yu, while the latter was now focused on studying his books, loudly reminding Yeqiao of the deal. He fell silent for a few minutes while thinking. After pondering, Yu raised his hand and answered boldly. I get it now. I'll refine a lot, it's better to be prepared. Then he began his work. Daytime at the spectator area. The audience watched the competition with curiosity. Someone wondered what their 1 million meant. Another person guessed the answer. No idea. It's probably related to some Changming sect secrets. Pausing for a bit, he smacked his lips and said, The Xie family lineage among the 8 great families is famously conservative. The family head of the Xie family would definitely scold Yu for refining aphrodisiacs. 1 incense stick later, several demonic beasts lay scattered on the ground. Yeqiao and Mujangshi panted as they looked at these beasts. Yeqiao looked on happily and said with a laugh, The effect of the aphrodisiac pill is really great. To be able to lure in this many demonic beasts, Yu pulled out the leaderboard to check. We're still short by 300 demonic beasts to surpass the Yue King sect and take the top spot. If we double back to find more beasts, our position will be even more secure. Mujangshi hesitantly offered his opinion, but we're already here. Let's keep moving forward and see. Yeqiao and Mujangshi winked and nodded in agreement, while Zhou Xingyun sighed and looked around, withholding his opinion. Yu, having no choice, glanced around his surroundings. This crack probably wasn't made by cultivators from the 5 sects. The material is quite similar to stone from the demon realm. At the same time, Zhou Xingyun spotted a door. He immediately called out, There's a door here. Yeqiao rushed forward like an express train to investigate. There were many strange characters on the surface of the door. Yeqiao eagerly reached out to touch the door, hoping to find some clues. Yu, seeing this from behind, instantly warned her. Don't touch that. Anyone can see that thing is dangerous. Zhou Xingyun acted as if he had OCD. He raised his hand, rubbing his mouth and muttering constantly. No, this is too ugly. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to wipe away all the characters on the door. The crowd in the spectator area laughed loudly upon seeing Zhou Xingyun do that, saying, Give it up. It's not like Zhou Xingyun and his group. Being abnormal is anything new. Someone even joked loudly at this point. I've realized that watching from the perspective of the Changming sect core disciples is actually pretty fun. Contrary to those spectators, the 3 elders of Changming sect were all face-palming in embarrassment. Ming Xuan, who was now outside, said angrily, How annoying! I also want to go in and play with them. Song Hunking sat on the opposite side, looking at Ming Xuan with eyes full of contempt. They're truly seeking their own deaths. Song Hunking had been teleported out to the observation area. Ming Xuan now chuckled leisurely and said, I thought I heard a pig squealing. Turns out it's just the genius of Yue King sect. You guys in the Wanjian sect have all been eliminated. Yet you still have the mood to worry about us? Since Ming Xuan hit a sore spot, Song Hunking gritted his teeth in anger and warned, Don't push it too far. Behind him, someone from Yue King sect said indignantly, Is there really no one who will go hit him with me? The man next to him sighed and advised, points will be deducted. Just calm down. A map appeared in front of Ye Chao and the others. Ye Chao asked curiously, what is this? Zhou Xingyun thought for a moment and said, it looks a bit like the medium maintaining the secret realm. Mu Zhangxi's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. The spiritual energy to power a secret realm must be good stuff. What if we take it? Zhou Xingyun said motionlessly, no one has ever tried. Xie stared at the map and replied, let's try it in a bit. Suddenly, near where Ye Chao's group was standing, a blue pillar of light appeared. From within that light pillar, a voice called out, little girl. Ye Chao looked around in shock and then spoke hesitantly. A ghost? Both Xie Yu and Mu Zhongxi shook their heads and replied, I don't believe it, Ye Chao barked angrily. You guys are actually mocking my words. Zhou Xingyun glanced at Xie Yu, Ye Chao, and Mu Zhongxi, then said in a low voice, be serious and give the old man some respect. Ye Chao, refusing to back down, immediately retorted, first senior brother. Is calling him an old man your idea of respect? Everyone fell silent, quietly looking towards that pillar of light. Now the man trapped inside said tremblingly, little girl, I've been trapped in here for decades. I didn't expect that I would finally get to wait for you. You're a talisman master, right? Just do as I say. Can you do it? I'll reward you guys after I get out. Xie Yu frowned guardedly, stepping forward to shield Ye Chao. He thought deeply to himself, this old guy is likely from the demon clan. Ye Chao poked her head out to look at the man. But I'm only a basic foundation establishment stage cultivator. The old man inside the light pillar laughed it off. I can teach you how to open the formation. It's very simple. Despite saying that, he thought to himself, is the entry requirement for core disciples. In the cultivation world this low now? Or is she a genius with high innate talent? That made the 5 sects break the rules? He let out a sigh. The old man then began to demonstrate for Ye Chao. She watched intently. By the time the man finished his technique, Ye Chao spoke up. I've finished watching. She secretly noted that many cultivators were watching outside. If I learn something that looks demonic at first glance now, I won't be able to avoid being condemned once I'm out. But if I memorize it to learn later, they won't know. The man looked at Ye Chao with glistening eyes and asked, finished learning yet? The man thought with a smug grin. Since being imprisoned by a bunch of core disciples 100 years ago, my soul is about to dissipate and I haven't met anyone. If I can escape, I'll immediately seize a body and nurture a divine demon. Ye Chao shook her head repeatedly. Too hard, I can't learn it. How about you switch to something simpler? The man quickly nodded. Fine. Even though he was furious, he tried to calm himself down. I'll endure this. He quickly put on a pleasing smile and said, there, is that okay? In the spectator area, Song Hunching frowned, thinking that the old man's method to break the formation was simple. Yet Ye Chao couldn't learn it. It seems she basically couldn't have learned Yueting sects formations in just half a year. Half an hour later, the man asked impatiently, have you learned it yet? Ye Chao pondered, rubbing her chin and saying casually, yeah, good enough. Can you really not get out? The man pretended to cry. That's right, little girl. After hearing the man speak, with such certainty, Ye Chao said, then I'm relieved. Her seniors also stared wide-eyed at Ye Chao. She didn't explain anything at all. He quickly turned his back to run, laughing loudly. Let's go, the man inside shouted furiously. Come back, you guys come back here for me. The man thought in a rage, damn it, to think I'd be played by a little girl. It seems my life ends right here. Scene shifts to Duan Huangdao's location. He looked around in confusion. What's going on? Did the secret realm end early? Duan Huangdao frowned and thought, what kind of accident could have happened? To actually cause the secret realm to close ahead of time, Duan Huangdao's senior brother was checking the leaderboard. Yueqing Sect is still first with 4,300. Changming Sect is second with 4,000. Chengfeng Sect is third with 2,200. Tinhui heard this and said with a laugh, Yueqing Sect has been eliminated. Technically, Changming Sect just needs to wait a few days, and taking the number 1 spot would be a sure thing. Unfortunately, Qinhui gloated internally. They probably didn't expect the secret realm to close early. I can't wait to see the expressions on their faces. With that thought, Qinhui excitedly took out his token and said, crush the tokens to get disqualified and let's go. After saying that, he crushed his own token, one by one, followed by Duan Huangdao and their fellow disciples. Back to Ye Chao's side, she panted and said, didn't expect taking a few scrolls would almost cause a collapse. She glanced back and asked, how many more monsters are we missing to take first place? Jie calculated and replied, 300. Chengfeng Sect and Bishui Sect have already left the secret realm. Now there's only the 4 of us left in here. Ye Chao excitedly gripped her blade and asked again, we're only short 300? Then let's just farm them. Just in time, I want to try the second chapter of the Breeze art. Zhou Xingyun folded his arms and thought, Ah, she wants to learn the second chapter of the breeze art. Zhou Xingyun spotted the swarm of demonic beasts ahead and nodded to himself. These beasts arrived at the perfect time. Getting straight to the point, Zhou Xingyun said, "If junior sister wants to learn the second chapter of the breeze art, then watch this." After saying that, Zhou Xingyun began to demonstrate it for Ye Chao to see. After unleashing his moves for a while, Zhou Xingyun sheathed his sword and slowly walked forward. At this point, he was surrounded by stones, massive boulders. Once the technique was completely finished, Zhou Xingyun turned back and asked, "Got it?" Mu Zhongxi and Ye Chao's eyes lit up, clapping their hands repeatedly. "That was so badass!" In the spectator area, Elder Duan Yu frowned. "They've gone mad." He was anxious because the secret realm was collapsing, but they stayed inside to comprehend sword techniques. After having Zhou Xingyun demonstrate it once, Ye Xiao seriously recalled every single move. She couldn't help but marvel. The sword manual drawings were way too abstract. Having a real person demonstrate makes all the difference. "I've mastered it." She confidently stepped forward to face a demonic beast. Without any hesitation, she charged straight at the beast. She slowly executed the moves she had just learned from the second chapter of the breeze art. She unleashed her strikes without stopping. After a while, Ye Qiao gracefully sheathed her sword and stopped. At the same time, Xie Yu shouted loudly, "That's enough! That's enough! We've taken first place." Ye Qiao was satisfied. "Good, then let's get out of here." She didn't hesitate, decisively taking out her token and crushing it. The 3 elders of the Changming sect finally let out a sigh of relief. These green kids have finally agreed to come out. The elder of the Bishui sect smiled in praise. "It's been a long time since I've seen such brave core disciples. A place as vast as the secret realm doesn't collapse that quickly. It's just that the other core disciples were a bit cowardly." The moment Ye Chao's group was teleported out, the crowd of spectators couldn't help but shout loudly, "Ye Chao is out!" There were even some people so excited. They ran over to surround her and give her flowers. Giving gifts, some even took the chance to get to know her. "I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Ye Qiao, you're a dual sword and talisman cultivator, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Having just teleported out of the great secret realm, Ye Qiao was a bit stunned. Everyone is so enthusiastic, I don't know what to do. In the midst of that joy, a loud scolding voice came from behind. Who was it? Who caused the secret realm to collapse? Elder Wang was furious, shouting, "Ye Qiao, Xie Yu, Mu Zhongxi, and Zhou Xingyun, the 4 of you get over here. Pay up now." The more Elder Wang thought, the more frustrated he became. If it weren't for Ye Qiao, our Wanjian sect wouldn't have ended up in first place, counting from the bottom in the second round. This is something that hasn't happened in thousands of years. Elder Qin laughed and stepped forward to mediate. The secret realm was bound to close sooner or later. Bringing up compensation only ruins the mood. Elder Wang didn't say another word, reaching out to stop Elder Qin, and interrupted. "Hold it right there. I don't have any mood with your Changming sect. Do you know how dangerous it is for a secret realm to close ahead of schedule? Just pay up." Elder Qin suppressed his heartache, took out a pouch, and said huffily, "Giving you the money is enough, right?" Elder Wang didn't stand on ceremony, happily snatching the money pouch, while still feigning a cold hum. "That's more like it." Meanwhile, Ye Qiao was discussing things with everyone, when suddenly a loud voice called out, "Ye Qiao!" The shout drew everyone's attention. Ye Qiao and the others turned to look. Song Honking approached with a resentful face and asked, "When did you learn formations?" Ye Qiao thought nothing of it and casually replied, "Learned it a few months ago. From now on, call me a genius." "Thanks." Suddenly, Ye Qiao looked at Song Hunqing smugly and provoked him. "Also, remember to speak more politely to the rank 1 winner. Night of the second round at the sect lodgings." Ye Qiao flopped onto the bed and sighed. So tired. "Finally, I can get some rest." Suddenly, a little chick flew from the bed and hit her stomach. Seeing the chick, Ye Qiao said happily, "Oh, KFC, you've gotten prettier since I last saw you. Looks like raising you wasn't a waste of effort." As soon as Ye Qiao set the chick down, he moved toward the scrolls, looking them over with great curiosity. Seeing this, Ye Qiao explained, "Oh, right. These are the scrolls from the secret realm. I haven't studied them yet." Driven by curiosity, she decided to go ask her seniors. One incense stick later, at Xie Yu's room, he sat with crossed arms, frowning as he said, "I've seen this spiritual energy in books before. It's likely the mountain and river map, a very useful rank 3 mysterious tool. I heard that once opened, there will be a painting inside the scroll that can trap enemies within their own memories." Hearing about such a miraculous function made Ye Chao's eyes sparkle. "Then I'll head in and give it a try. If I get lost in there, just give me a kick." Jiru happily nodded. "Sure." He quickly opened the scroll and carefully read the mountain and river map. Immediately after, Ye Kao was surrounded by beams of light emanating from the scroll, and she suddenly collapsed. By the time she opened her eyes and woke up, she saw a door appearing in front of her. She thought curiously, "What's this?" Stepping forward and pushing the door open slightly, she saw a girl sitting at a computer desk inside, typing away nonstop. Yahello was a bit stunned. Isn't this the place where, before being isekai'd, I stayed up late every single day doing design work? This is way too terrifying. She was so horrified by the scene before her that she woke herself up automatically. Seeing that she was awake, Yahello quickly spoke up and asked, "What did you see?" At the same time, Yahello was also puzzled. Junior sister actually woke up the moment she went in. Is a top 3 spiritual tool really this useless? Yahello held her face and sighed. I saw the life of a proletarian slave. Yahello was even more confused after hearing that. What is she saying? Why don't I understand? Though it's not the first time I haven't understood her. After regaining her composure, Yahello said firmly, "Let me try again, okay?" Maybe the way it was opened just now wasn't quite right. Yahello opened the scroll again and chanted a spell. A few seconds later, Yahello saw a fat man again, who was loudly scolding her. What kind of drawing is this? There's no theme at all. There's no focal point at either. Redraw it immediately. A few seconds later, Yahello woke up again to Yahello's astonishment. Yahello sighed. This spiritual tool is truly trash now. Yahello sighed and touched the scroll, saying helplessly, "Forget it. This mountain and river map should stay as far away from me as possible." Yahello didn't expect that. This mountain and river map would make her recall everything from the modern world. But she wasn't nostalgic for that life of staying up every night to do design work at all. At the same time, Mu Chengxi burst through the door and said excitedly, "Junior sister! Third senior brother and I have started grilling meat in the courtyard. You guys come quickly." Ignoring the scroll, the 3 of them went out to the BBQ spot together. There were countless delicious dishes on the grill. Mu Chengxi and Yahello excitedly ate without stopping. Zhou Xingyun, standing behind Yahello, looked on impatiently, thinking to himself, "Is it not done yet? I'm starving." Ming Xuan was enjoying his food when he frowned in confusion. Why did it get so dark? The aroma of the grilled meat from afar wafted into the rooms of the other sects. Song Hanking caught a whiff of the breeze carrying the BBQ scent and marveled, "That smells amazing." He unconsciously spoke up. "What are they doing in the courtyard next door?" Sujuo thought for a moment and replied, "I heard they're celebrating." Distracted by that mouth-watering aroma, Sujuo couldn't help but swallow his saliva, thinking, "God, it smells so good." Song Hanking felt the same, but feigned a light cough. "Let's go to the neighboring sect to take a look." He smiled bitterly. Smelling an aroma like this, it's basically impossible to focus. No sooner said than done, Song Hanqing led Sujuo outside. Halfway there, they ran into Yahello's group. Yahello immediately turned around and said loudly, "If you want to eat, pay up first." Without a word, Song Hanqing took out 3 spirit stones and held them toward Yahello. "Here, 3 spirit stones." At the same time, he thought, since I'm already here, I can't give up just because of a few spirit stones. That would be too embarrassing. Song Hanqing handed them over reluctantly, but Yahello very quickly and happily snatched them away. Mu Zhengxi walked over holding a few skewers. "I'm done for. I can't eat anymore. These are for you." Yahello also generously stepped forward and gave food to Song Hanqing. "I'll give you all of mine too." Song Han King looked at the pile of food in front of him and kept swallowing. Half an hour later, Song Hanqing was stuffed and lying on a chair, sighing with total satisfaction. Yahello stared at Song Hanqing and asked, "You're done eating. Aren't you leaving yet?" Song Hanqing sat up and frowned. "Why the rush?" "Don't you see there's still food on my plate?" Yahello asked hesitantly, a bit in disbelief. "So you're planning to eat all of that today? Can you even handle that much?" Song Hanqing looked at Yahello like she was an alien. He said confidently, "If I can't finish it, I'll just take it to go, right?" After saying that, Song Hanqing thought smugly, "I didn't know I was this smart. From now on, Changming sect disciples can forget about scamming my money." Ming Xuan stood frozen and asked in confusion, "What's up with him?" He used to be the top disciple. Even Yahello had to marvel. "I've noticed that lately. Song Hanqing has changed a lot." Mu Zhengxi heard this and asked doubtfully, "Is he kinder?" Yahello immediately turned and cut him off. "No, he's more brain dead." After everything was done, on the way back to her room, Yahello happened to run into Elder Tin. She quickly stepped forward to greet Elder Tin. He nodded and said, "There's good news. And news that's neither good nor bad. Which one do you want to hear?" Yahello quickly asked, "What's the good news?" Elder Chin said, "The good news is the next secret realm starts in 2 months. You guys can relax." Yahello's group cheered happily upon hearing that. "Hold on a second." Ming Xuan then asked, "What's the news that's neither good nor bad?" Elder Chin slowly spoke up again. "Someone has commissioned a mission for the 5 sects for the next 2 months. You guys probably won't get any rest." Their joy didn't last long, as they all looked like they'd been struck by lightning, frozen and expressionless. Hearing they had to go on a mission, Ming-Xuan flatly shook his head and said, not taking any mission that requires the 5 sects to step in. We don't do bad things. He thought with annoyance that Changming sect also had missions, which was just killing demonic beasts. To earn spirit stones from it, there's no need to take this mission. I'm not short on cash. Elder Chin squinted and gave a mysterious smile. The reward this time is the Primal Chaos Pearl. Both Ming-Xuan and Xiaoyu were shocked. To think it's actually the Primal Chaos Pearl, Xiaoyu suddenly said. That's the bead that jump-started heaven and earth. I heard. It even carries some sort of destiny left behind. By the heavenly Tao. Elder Chin stepped forward and patted Mu Zhongxi's shoulder, while looking at Ye Chao's group with a smile. This is a mission commissioned by the city lord of Yunshui City. Lately, the demon race has been making big moves. Whoever can deal with the demons, the pearl, will belong to that person. Good luck. Wait a second. Elder Chin looked directly at Ye Chao and said, however, Ye Chao stays behind. This news left Mu Zhongxi dazed. Then he unwillingly voiced his protest. Why? On what grounds does she get to stay? Elder Chin heard this and gave a cold, She's in the foundation establishment stage. Do you guys have that? Ming-San quickly smiled and stepped forward, raising his hand. I'm at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But contrary to his expectations, Elder Chin frowned and shouted, you have to go too. Don't make excuses. Go along and get some training in. Ye Chao stood to the side, smiling brightly to comfort them. It's okay, don't worry. I'll miss you guys. Even though my body isn't going, my soul is always with you. Elder Chin nodded. That's a relief then. While Ye Chao was feeling happy, thinking she would have a lot of free time ahead, Elder Chin happened to glance over and announce, Ye Chao can't be idle either. I found your junior martial uncle to train for reaction speed and formation proficiency. He is a talented talisman master. At this moment, near where they were standing, a man suddenly appeared, covering his mouth with a long yawn. He is Xie Chushui, the peak master of the talisman peak, he said lazily. I'm here. I am your junior martial uncle, Xie Chushu. Xie Chushu quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Mu Zhongxi, asking, are you Ye Chao? While reaching out to pinch Mu Zhongxi's cheeks and laughing out loud. You look so goofy, yet you actually took first place? Ye Chao stood behind them, eyes wide in shock and confusion. Has he lost his mind? Does my name sound like a man's name? Ming-Xuan stepped up to comfort her. Junior martial uncle has been a bit special for years. Even our master ignores him, so just try to understand. Mu Zhongxi rubbed his bright red cheeks, struggling to speak. Junior martial uncle? She's the one you're looking for. Xie Chushui gave an awkward laugh. Oh, hey. I knew that. I was just messing with you. Elder Chin saw that time was up and gave a light cough as a reminder. Enough fooling around, head out immediately. Xingyun, the 4 of you take a trip to Yunshui City. If there's danger, you must crush the jade slip. To notify us before leaving. Ming-Sun didn't forget to warn her. Junior martial uncle is pretty wicked. Stay far away from him, okay? Xiaoyu turned back helplessly and said, don't you worry. As soon as Mu Zhongxi's group left, Chichuju approached her, and before she could react, he snapped his fingers to set a formation, and casually announced, come on, finish early so we can go back to sleep. He smiled harmlessly and asked next, ready? Without giving Ye Chao a chance to speak, the formation was activated. Right in front of her, a blinding pillar of light suddenly appeared. Ye Chao examined it for a moment and asked in disbelief, wait, how can there be sword ki and fireballs too? Don't come over here! Ye Chao panicked, turning to run while screaming. She was so terrified at this point that tears were streaming down. Shi Chushui looked at Ye Chao and said pensively, I've seen some of your recorded footage. You seem to love sneak attacking enemies, and occasionally, it really does work. But if you run into someone with faster reactions than you, then you'll be the one getting suppressed. He stopped and looked at Ye Chao, who was covered in scratches, then smiled slowly, took out a talisman, and continued. So let's keep going. Ye Chao couldn't even find the voice to cry at this point. She lamented her fate as she began another round of torture from Xie Chushui. Time flew by, and it was already the next morning. Ye Chao tiredly forced herself to sit up and thought pensively. So I guess I barely managed to find the eye of the formation to get out. Luckily, Junior Martial Uncle still has a bit of a conscience, and didn't draw any more offensive formations afterward. Otherwise, I might not have been able to handle it. 3 days at the same time. While Ye Chao was sitting slumped in the courtyard in pain, Yi Chuju lazily let out a big yawn and stepped outside. He nodded in praise. You're out. That was pretty fast. Ye Chao, feeling a bit confused, turned back to stare at Xie Chushui's face to find an answer. Xie Chushu also quickly called out, in that case, before he could finish his sentence. Ye Chao had already run over and grabbed Xie Chushui's sleeve, with tears falling nonstop. It was truly pitiful. Junior Marshal. Uncle, I can't take this anymore. Was Ming Shen like this back then too? Xie Chushui nodded, acting harmless. Correct. Seeing that nod, Yahello immediately collapsed backward onto the ground. Yi Chushu stared blankly at her action, thinking in confusion. No way, right? It was only a little bit of torture. I remember Ming Xuan and Xie Yu had pretty strong life force back then. I was so happy at that time that I researched a butt-toasting method for kids. The more Xie Chushui thought about it, the more smug he felt. Truly a precious memory. Elder Qin suddenly appeared from a distance. He saw Ye Chao lying sprawled on the ground and became extremely worried. Without thinking much, he swung his hand and gave Xie Chushui a hard smack on the head, shouting, "What did you do to my disciple?" Xie Chushui laughed it off and replied, "She's fine." Poor little Ye Chao looked up at Xie Chushui with powerless eyes, asking, "Junior martial uncle, do you have any teleportation talismans for sale?" She knit her brows tightly, calculating, "I want to go find big senior brother. I never want to deal with formations again in this life." Xie Chushui's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at Ye Chao and said, "There are no more teleportation talismans. However, you can use a teleportation formation." Xie Chushui tried to give many reasons to convince her. Ye Chao, the teleportation formation takes a bit of time, but it can transport many people at once. Finishing his words, dropping his indifferent joking, Xie Chushui became serious and asked, "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Before she could prepare, Xie Chushui set the formation. Another formation appeared beneath her feet. Ye Chao's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. She protested with all her might. A second later, she was shot straight into the sky. Elder Qin glared at Xie Chushui with great dissatisfaction. Faced with Elder Qin's formidable rage, Xie Chushui only gave an awkward laugh and said, "Quickly look, my talented disciple is gone." Without wasting more words, Elder Qin used his strength to deliver a hard blow to Xie Chushui's head, shouting loudly, "Where is my Ye Chao?" Xie Chushui fell flat on the ground and answered softly, "It seems she was sent away by the teleportation formation. Specifically, I don't know where she'll be sent. I can only wish her good luck." Meanwhile, on Ye Chao's side, she was teleported to a different location. She looked around curiously. "Where is this?" Teleportation formations and talismans are the same. Everything is fine, except the destination is not fixed. Bored, she pulled out KFC the chick and thought, "To stay safe, I'll find a secure place to hide first," and observe the surrounding situation. Ye Chao stared at KFC, calculating. "KFC, you're too bright red, hide in my sleeve." After making sure KFC wouldn't be spotted, Ye Chao sighed. "Junior martial uncle is really unreliable. I just wanted a talisman, and he sent me away entirely." While stepping forward, Yakato mumbled that she must stay far away from him. She was walking slowly, when suddenly a sound rang out. Thump, thump, a group of people followed one after another. Ye Chao wanted to observe what they were doing. She quickly took out a stealth talisman and slapped it on herself. Ye Chao was curious. "There's actually a soldier's camp here. My current clothes are too flashy. I need to change into something else." As she spoke, Ye Chao quickly changed her outfit. She stood tucked away to one side, patiently waiting for the squad to pass before slowly following. After observing from behind for a while until the right moment, Ye Chao decisively covered the last soldier's mouth. While knocking him unconscious, she quickly dragged the soldier into a bush. After changing into his uniform, she felt a bit guilty and thought to herself, "Pardon the offense." Ye Chao adjusted the outfit on her body and frowned, thinking, "Why does this hellhole look dangerous everywhere? I need to find a way to escape fast." While her thoughts were still mid-flow, a large hand smacked her hard on the head. Another soldier turned back, looked at her, and scolded, "Slacker!" Ye Chao frowned with a confused look. What language is he speaking? Could he have mistaken me for a soldier and thinks I'm slacking off? Deep in thought, she figured that made sense. Ye Chao immediately made a decision. A wise person adapts to the circumstances. If I run now, I'll probably die a miserable death. I'll keep pretending for now and find a chance to slip away. Ye Chao finally caught up with the soldiers with a few large strides. At this point, she heard them say, "Tomorrow, everyone will have arrived at Yunshui City." The soldier next to her suddenly laughed loudly. "The 5 great sects are going in, but they aren't coming out." Getting the gist of the story put Ye Chao into deep thought. Could these people be the legendary demon race? Some of their words are recognizable, while others are incomprehensible. However, my learning ability is pretty decent. It shouldn't be a problem. After walking for a while, they finally reached the demon camp. The soldiers stopped together, forming a circle around the campfire. Ye Chao then used the demon language to ask the soldier next to her, "When are we heading to Yunshui City?" After asking, she thought smugly, "Demon dialect really can't stump me after all." The soldier next to her glanced at her and replied, "In 2 days." Ye Chao continued to ask, "Then aren't we hitting the road soon?" The soldier said arrogantly, "Anyway, those core disciples have already arrived at Yunshui City. Capturing them is only a matter of time. But to be safe, we'll wait for the Saintess to arrive first." Ye Chao hurriedly asked again in worry, "The Saintess is coming too?" She frowned, thinking master. Didn't mention a single word about this saintess character from the demon race. I thought this mission for the 5 sects was going to be super simple. If it's this dangerous, other sects wouldn't feel safe, letting their core disciples go. Could the intelligence of the 5 sects be wrong somewhere? While she was lost in thought, the soldier next to her shouted, "Just wait. Once our saintess arrives, she will definitely give those reckless core disciples of the 5 sects a beatdown." Yahello stood up nervously, trying to act calm. "I'm going to hit the restroom," she calculated as she walked. "I must use the jade slip to contact Master quickly and tell them the news I've gathered." After walking quite a distance, Yahello turned back to peek at the demon soldiers. She quickly grabbed the jade slip and channeled spiritual energy. Elder Chin received the signal at that moment. He was so happy he almost cried and shouted, "Thank heavens I finally got in touch with you." "Yahello, where were you sent? Is it dangerous?" Yahello rubbed her head and gave an awkward smile. "You might not believe this if I told you, but I've reached the demon race's headquarters." Elder Chin glared at Zichuzhui in a rage after hearing that. "Look at the mess you've made." Zichuzhui stood to the side, confused and making excuses. "What? Didn't she want a teleportation talisman? I was even generous enough to give her a formation." Wasting no time arguing with Zichuzhui, Elder Chin solemnly instructed Yahello, "Be careful and don't cause trouble. The demon race is not a place you can just mess around in. Is there a chance to escape? If so, I'll send someone to pick you up." Yahello answered honestly. "Can't run for now." "Wait a bit," she suddenly raised her voice. "However, since I'm already in demon territory, this mission, I'm joining in too. Just remember to share the reward with me later." At the same time in Yuanshui City, Mu Zhengxi let out a bored, long yawn. "Where are we supposed to find these demons? It feels like nothing is out of the ordinary. There isn't even a single clue." Ming Xuan, sitting opposite him, also sighed. "If our junior sister were here, how would she handle this?" Just as he finished speaking, Ming Xuan's jade slip lit up, and a familiar voice rang out at the same time. "Hey, hey!" And then Yahello's image appeared. Mu Zhengxi's group widened their eyes in shock and shouted, "Junior sister!" Seeing them, she also smiled happily. "Hi, 4 senior brothers. Long time no see." After that, Yahello hurriedly said, "Can you guys look up info on the demon race's saintess? Quick, give it to me." Ming Xuan frowned and asked, "Saintess? The demon race's saintess is coming here too? No way, right? Wasn't this mission supposed to be low risk?" Yahello spoke up to warn them. "This mission is actually quite dangerous. You guys be careful. On the demon race's side, there are 7 or 8 golden cord experts." Ming Xuan asked suspiciously, "How do you know there are 7 or 8? Yahello casually replied, "I'm currently with the demon race. Quickly look up the specific situation of the demons. The more detailed, the better." Ming Zhen was terrified by Yahello's answer. "While we have no clues about the demons, our junior sister has already run off to join them." A second later, Ming Zhen lowered his head and covered his face, lamenting. "Is this the difference between people?" She remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Junior sister, we're in the city looking for info, but we haven't found any useful clues." Yahello was a bit stunned. "Have you guys not thought about starting from the city lord's mansion?" At the same time, she thought to herself, "Oh my god." They haven't realized that the city itself might not be the issue. The issue might be the city lord's mansion. Having received Yahello's suggestion, Mu Zhengxi suddenly shouted, "Right, now that you mention it, the city lord is very strange." He carefully reconsidered, not to mention where a small city got a primal chaos pill. But he asked for our help, yet provided absolutely no clues. Every time we ask, he just gives vague answers. Chu Xingyun, who had been silent from the start, now spoke up to confirm. "This matter isn't simple. We need to hold a meeting with the other sect's disciples." Deciding to take action immediately, the group, Chu Xingyun, immediately invited the other sects to discuss further. The whole crowd had gathered in full. Yu set his teacup down on the table and said, "First, according to the clues provided by our junior sister, the demon race has a saintess at the nascent soul stage." Mu Zhengxi slumped his head in helplessness. One nascent soul stage can take on 3 late-stage golden core cultivators. This basically isn't a mission we can handle. Mu Zhengxi shouted out in anger. "Are you saying the intelligence from the 5 sects is flawed? Is their intel network really that useless?" Ming Xuan analyzed the situation carefully. "Maybe it's a training exercise to test our ability to adapt to random variables." Sung Honking stood up and slammed the table, unwilling to accept this. "Staying like this means we can only run in circles here. I plan to head to the demon camp to scout the situation. Do any of you want to come with me?" Yiching Han felt that Zhang Hanqing had a point. He nodded. "I'll go too," Ming Xuan bluntly said. "Are you guys really planning to go? From what I know, the demons have 7 or 8 golden cores. If you go, I'm afraid you'll just get captured." Yiching Han heard this and mocked him loudly. "The reason Changming Sect always places last is because you're all too cowardly. Mu Zhongxi gritted his teeth in rage and threatened. You looking for a fight? Ye Qinghan smirked. As if I'm scared of you. Xie Yu hurriedly stepped forward to hold Mu Zhongxi back. Forget it. Fighting ruins the harmony. If you want to go, then just go. Ming-san beside him also nodded. Right. After all, if someone wants to die, we can't exactly stop them. Both Song Hanqing and Ye Qinghan were infuriated by those words and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Ye Qinghan said coldly, talking to them is useless. Let's just go. 3 days later, at the Demon Race's headquarters, while wandering around, Yakapu happened to overhear 2 patrolling soldiers, whispering to each other. Have you heard? Our Lord just captured 2 core disciples. Thinking of this, she stepped forward anxiously and asked, who was caught? The soldier tried to recall and replied, seems to be Wenjian Sect and Yueking Sect. Hearing that it wasn't her own senior brothers, Yichao finally let out a sigh of relief. It's Wenjian Sect and Yueking Sect. Then there's no rush. Their talk about the demon race made Ye Chao muse. Come to think of it, the class division in the demon race is quite severe, like that archdemon, trapped in the secret realm, who was at least an elder figure before. So he doesn't speak in gibberish, nor does he wear these gray clothes. While lost in thought, Ye Chao suddenly had an interesting idea. Got it. Tonight I'll go meet the 2 captured core disciples. After staying in the demon camp for a few days, Ye Qiao also understood several of the unspoken rules here, so she quietly went to a secluded spot and took out spirit stones. She thought, after taking the pill to conceal her cultivation, she'd wear clothes colored like the other demons. After finishing her disguise, Ye Qiao looked absolutely stunning and full of aura. She strutted arrogantly through the soldiers. Once Ye Qiao had walked a fair distance away, one soldier finally dared to whisper, "Who is that?" The soldier beside him was also confused. Is that someone the higher-ups sent to supervise us? Because everyone was curious, one soldier couldn't help but step forward and ask, Who are? Ye Qiao didn't panic at all. She calmly replied, The Saintess sent me to inspect the 2 core disciples you just captured. Despite that answer, those soldiers still seemed suspicious. Seeing this, Ye Qiao pretended to be enraged. She kicked him and screamed, What are you dazing out for? Do you want to die? The soldiers were actually terrified to the point of turning pale. A nearby soldier immediately ran over and pleaded softly, Oh, so you're an adult sent from above. Those 2 core disciples are in the dungeon. I don't know what the Saintess said. Which lord might you be? Ye Qiao smirked upon hearing his question and asked back, Oh? You want to know who I am? After speaking, she became terrifying, laughing sinisterly, while using her eyes to glare coldly at that soldier. Seeing the person in front possess such an oppressive aura, the soldier was struck with fear, hurriedly shook his head. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll lead you there right now. Upon entering the dungeon, Ye Qiao casually asked, How do you plan to handle the 2 captured core disciples? The soldier answered honestly, Just lock them up for now. These cultivators value loyalty deeply. The other core disciples, we know, will definitely come to rescue them once they're caught. When that happens, we'll catch them all in one net. The more he spoke, the more smug he became as he laughed loudly. Core disciples of the cultivation world are nothing to us. One day, our demon race will unite the cultivation world. Ye Qiao looked at the soldier and was speechless. These demons really love laughing out loud. The closer she got to the cell, the more curious Ye Qiao became. I was wondering who would love walking into a death trap like this, barging in here despite the risk of being caught. After a few more steps, they finally reached the cell. When she saw the 2 captured core disciples, Ye Qiao shook her head and thought to herself, So it's these 2 legendary idiots, Song Hanqing and this fledgling phoenix Ye Qinghan. Seeing someone arrive, Ye Qinghan immediately shouted, Just you wait, one day I will raise the demon realm to the ground. Standing outside, Ye Qiao heard this and laughed secretly. As expected of the cultivation version of a fledgling phoenix, already in the dungeon and still hasn't forgotten to talk big. He doesn't even look at whose territory this is. The soldier grew angry and aggressively opened the door to stand before Ye Qinghan, giving him a hard kick, while shouting, How dare you be impolite to the Lord? Ye Qinghan refused to submit and shouted back, Kill or slash us as you please. We are disciples of the righteous path. We will absolutely never bow to you. Ye Qiao stood silently watching, admiring him in her heart. Tisk tisk, he's got some guts, doesn't he? Song Hanqing, beside him, couldn't stand it anymore, and hurriedly whispered to remind Ye Qinghan, If you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you. Song Hanqing was annoyed and glared at the guy, cursing silently, acting all cool by himself and dragging me into it. I don't want to die yet. Ye Qiao didn't want to waste any more time. She shouted in the demon language, What are you standing there for? Get out! That soldier obediently nodded. Yes, I'll head out right away. Seeing that the soldier had left, Ye Qiao finally spoke up to ask Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing, What did you guys come to the demon race for? Ye Qinghan continued his aggressive act. Naturally, it's so that one day I will raise. Your tiny little demon raced to the ground. Song Hanking, standing beside him, sighed and reminded him, "You should talk a bit less." At the same time, Song Hunting suddenly frowned and thought, "But wait, I feel like this demon's voice sounds a bit familiar." Both Ye Qinghan and Song Hunting were trembling. Song Hanking thought to himself, "Damn, what is she doing here in the middle of the night?" Ye Qinghan also frowned in confusion. Why is her gaze so strange? What exactly does she want? Yeko saw their expressions and was dazed. For a moment, thinking, "Your expressions sure are something. What kind of beast have you imagined me to be?" Then she burst out laughing. Both of them thought, has this demon suddenly gone crazy? After laughing for a bit, Ye Chao slowly took off the mask and winked. "Hello, remember me? Surprise. Unexpected, right? Exciting, right?" Both Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they shouted in unison, "Ye Chao!" Wenjian Sect right now, inside a large hall. An elder meeting of all the sects was being held. An elder spoke up to break the silence. "What is the situation on your side now?" The elder of Wenjian Sect frowned and replied, "Ye Qinghan has entered the demon dungeon." While everyone seemed to be at a dead end, Elder Qin sat calmly stroking his beard. He spoke nonchalantly, "My disciple is still doing fine. She just greeted your disciples. Do you want to hear what's happening?" After finishing his words, Elder Qin took out his jade slip to connect it to the jade slip of Ye Chao. As soon as the connection was successful, they heard Ye Chao's voice echoing, "Surprise! Unexpected, right? Exciting, right?" Hearing those words, the elders of Wenjian Sect and Yueking Sect could only lower their heads and sigh. Back at the demon dungeon, Ye Chao spoke up to mock them. "Let me see. Aren't these two Ye Qinghan and Song Hunting? How'd you get caught after not seeing each other for a few days? What kind of core disciples are you two even called? Let's just call you the surprise duo from now on." The more she spoke, the harder Ye Chao laughed. At the same time, she suddenly thought, one is Hanking, one is Qinghan. Their names are pretty interesting. Ye Qinghan quickly regained his composure and curiously asked, "How did you get in here?" While Song Hanqing sighed inwardly. In the end, it's about finishing the mission. But Ye Chao's method and ours are just not the same. He let out an exhausted sigh and said, "We barged into enemy territory, while this Ye Chao infiltrated the enemy camp to act like a boss." Without wasting words, Ye Chao quickly untied the two of them. She calmly said, "Don't worry, it's fine. I'll get you guys out of here safely." After saying that, her eyes suddenly lit up as she turned and cheered softly. "Now let's start making our escape." Both Ye Qinghan and Song Hunting were stunned into a standstill by her sudden actions. Song Hanking asked loudly in confusion, "Why do we have to run? Don't those demons listen to you?" Ye Chao turned her head and laughed while running. "I was just tricking them. I just found some different colored clothes and said a few things to fool them temporarily. They'll probably figure it out very soon. Stop asking and just run." Just as Ye Chao predicted, they hadn't run very far before the patrolling soldiers discovered the two prisoners had escaped. The guards shouted loudly, "The two core disciples in the dungeon escaped. Go find them." Ye Chao's group was lucky. At that moment, hiding behind a boulder, realizing how dangerous the situation was, Song Hanking barked in anger, "Didn't you say you'd take us outside?" Ye Chao wasn't intimidated at all by Song Hanqing's anger, as she nonchalantly replied, "I said I'd get you out, just not right now." Song Hanking was almost dying of rage from her response. He choked on his words and stuttered, "You?" Back at the elders' side, everyone found it hard to believe. They sighed, thinking, two late-stage golden cores, actually relying on a foundation establishment stage to help you escape. This is truly too ridiculous. Having found a hiding spot, Song Hanking took out a few talismans. "I have a few talismans left, but there are too many demon golden cores. Using a transmission talisman will leak our aura. Furthermore, the demons realized we escaped and have used a formation to cut off all outside contact, so the success rate of escaping isn't high." Ye Chao thought for a moment, then reached into her robes. "I have a teleportation talisman." Song Hanking looked at the talisman and frowned in disdain. "Transfer talismans are useless, and your teleportation talisman is the same." Ye Chao suddenly gave a crafty smile and replied, "Who said I wanted to go outside?" Before taking action, Ye Chao spoke up to remind them, "You guys stay hidden. Don't make me come save you again. See ya." With that, Ye Chao slammed the talisman onto herself. Just a second later, she vanished right in front of Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing. 11,168. Song Hanqing asked in confusion, "What on earth is she trying to do?" Song Hanqing asked in confusion what on earth she wanted to do. Ye Qinghan, beside him, replied helplessly, "Who knows? These demons are certainly quick. She just used a talisman, and the soldiers are already buzzing." "They used a talisman. There's spiritual energy near the women's bath. Let's go check it out quickly." At the women's bath right now, a few women were soaking in the water. Yaqiao appeared quietly. She slowly and carefully took their clothes, thinking to herself as she grabbed them, "Sorry, ladies, I'm forced to take these outfits. These dozen high-grade spirit stones will be your compensation." After leaving the pile of spirit stones behind, Yaqiao slowly departed. At the same time, the soldiers had gathered in front of the bath. They stood outside, gossiping incessantly. Han watched from the side and couldn't help but rage. "I'll charge out and fight them!" Luckily, Song Hanqing was nearby to quickly hold him back. He shouted angrily, "If you want to die, don't drag me into it." By now, Song Hanqing was filled with regret, thinking, "Why did I even come here with Ye Qinghan in the first place? He's even less reliable than Ye Chao." While the two were busy arguing, Ye Chao returned. She whispered, "I'm back." Ye Qinghan froze, staring intently at Ye Chao. "Where did those clothes come from?" Ye Chao replied with a serious face. "Stole them from the women's bath." Song Hanqing's eyes rounded in shock as he exclaimed, "You pervert!" Ye Chao angrily barked back, "You're the pervert!" With that, she tossed the 2 sets of demon clothes to them and said, "Put on these demon soldier uniforms. Follow me in a bit." Song Hanqing frowned and asked suspiciously, "What are you planning?" Ye Chao explained confidently while putting on a face veil. "I've scouted specific info on the demon saintess. Looks like she won't arrive for another 2 days. But I heard she complained the food was too gross, so she's stalling for now. If we move fast, we can totally catch a big fish before they arrive." Ye Qinghan asked back skeptically in a raised voice, "You want to fake being the saintess? Are you sure?" Ye Chao snorted coldly. "What do you mean, you? Watch your tone when speaking to the saintess." Song Hanqing and Ye Qinghan looked at Ye Chao in total helplessness, thinking, you sure adapted to the role quickly. A moment later at the demon camp, Ye Chao warned them in a stern voice, "Wait a second. When the demons ask, deal with them using the demon language that I just taught you. Got it?" Song Hanqing heard footsteps and signaled a warning. "Someone's coming," Ye Chao said smugly. Perfect timing. As she finished speaking, she set up a formation. Ye Qinghan watched blankly, wondering what she was doing. A demon guard approached the group. Ye Chao asked in the demon language, "Who are you?" He looked at Ye Chao and frowned, wondering who these people actually were. Why can't I see their cultivation level? However, I've heard those cunning humans have a pill that can hide one's cultivation. Could they be the core disciples we're looking for? After a few hours of diligent study, Ye Qinghan was now confident and used the demon language to sternly shout, "You don't even recognize your own saintess?" The guards heard this and subconsciously backed away in fear. Ye Chao, standing behind them, looked at Song Hanqing's performance and thought with satisfaction. Not bad, as expected of a male lead. Ye Qinghan's Aura King vibe is truly majestic. Everything came out at once. The guard was stunned and hesitated, asking in a low voice, "Saintess, when did you return?" Although he was a bit scared, the guard still carefully scanned Ye Chao's group with his eyes. These 2 men in front seemed to be late-stage golden cores. So is this person really our nascent soul? Stage saintess? Counting the time, the saintess should arrive these days. But fearing a mistake, the guard behind him frowned and stepped forward, whispering to the guard captain, "Boss, but I clearly remember the 2 core disciples we caught yesterday were also late-stage golden cores." The guard captain didn't become suspicious, but instead slapped the guard's head, scolding, "Stupid! Do you think those people are idiots? Would they run away and then arrogantly walk back?" Ye Chao, listening from the side, laughed internally. "We did run away, we're just tricking you." The guard captain quickly straightened his posture, carefully looking at Ye Chao and said, "Saintess, we must leave this place," and set out for Yunshui City. Ye Chao didn't say much and replied boldly, "Let's go." After walking a few steps, Ye Chao stopped and turned to ask, "Wait, how do we get out of the demon realm?" The guard captain looked at Ye Chao in confusion and frowned suspiciously. "Did you forget the way?" Ye Chao quickly chuckled and replied, "Oh, I know, I was just testing you." Ye Qinghan thought deeply. This move of Ye Chao's seems intended to draw the opponent's suspicion. But why would she do such a thing? The guard captain had already gripped his axe firmly, stepped forward quickly, and swung a heavy strike toward Ye Chao. Ye Chao didn't panic at all. Everything seemed to be within her calculations, while from behind, both Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing thought anxiously, "Crap, we both cultivate spiritual energy. One move and we're exposed. What do we do?" Without hesitating for long, Ye Chao immediately struck back. The axe strike was blocked by one of Ye Chao's barriers. After blocking that attack, the formation vanished, without a trace. Ye Chao smirked at the guards and thought, "I knew these demons were cautious, so I set the formation early. Furthermore, I learned this formation from the old demon head in the secret realm. It's a genuine demon race formation." The guards finally breathed a sigh of relief after that clash. That was a scare. I thought we were about to get wrecked. Suddenly, the guard captain stared at the scene in shock. The attack just vanished? Could it be that the saintess's cultivation is too profound? With just a slight move, she made the attack disappear. The more he thought, the more the guard captain couldn't stop praising her inwardly. As expected of our saintess. There's hope for our demon race to unify the cultivation world now. At this point, there was no room left for doubt. The guard captain hurriedly stepped forward and said, "My apologies." Lord Saintess? Ye Chao wasn't angry at all. She replied softly, "Do you know, the great demon lord once said, getting beaten up can make a person younger." The guards heard this and asked skeptically, "Really?" Lord Saintess, Ye Chao gave a wicked smile and replied, "Of course it is. For example, aren't you being beaten like a grandson by me right now?" After saying that, Ye Chao rushed forward and landed several heavy punches on the guard's face. Having had her fun, Ye Chao leisurely turned to leave. She walked happily in front, while Song Hanqing followed behind, suddenly confused. So strange, how does Ye Chao know how to speak the demon language? Ye Chao led the group away. She casually asked the guards behind her, "What are your names?" One of them smiled brightly and replied, "I'm Ada." Ye Chao nodded. "Oh, we're going out to meet others." At this moment, Ye Chao was also secretly calculating. "I want to investigate the demon race's strength a bit, to see how many golden cores they have." Halfway there, Ye Chao suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "I came out, specifically for those core disciples who don't know their place, to know who the real master of the cultivation world is." The guards heard this and cheered in unison. The saintess is mighty in the distance. Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing could only stand there stunned, silently listening to them laugh, while thinking to themselves, "We are the very core disciples who don't know our place." By now, Ye Chao's palanquin was brightly lit with candles. She pulled back the curtain and ordered, "Ada, call those people hiding over there out." Ada hurriedly asked, "Saintess, what's wrong?" Ye Chao nonchalantly pointed at Song Hanqing and Ye Qinghan, saying, "They're bothering us," as she smugly glanced at them. "Can you manage with 3 people?" Immediately, 3 men stepped forward to carry the palanquin for Ye Chao. Song Hanqing and Ye Qinghan nodded, mocking her inwardly. As expected of our saintess, she really knows how to enjoy herself. They arrived together at a room. Currently, there was a plate of good-looking buns on the table. Ye Chao excitedly put a bun in her mouth to eat. But immediately after, she couldn't stand it and hurriedly ran off to spit the bun out. Ye Chao decisively threw the bun away, while complaining loudly with a dark face. "These buns taste terrible." It had been a long time since Ye Chao had anything in her stomach. She sat there grumpily clutching her belly and moaning, "If I'd known, I would have brought more mantu. I'm starving." At this moment, Ye Chao finally felt some empathy. Suddenly, I understand why the saintess hasn't come back. If I had to eat this stuff all day, I wouldn't come back either. After thinking for a bit, Ye Chao cheered up again. The demon race might have gross food, but they must be loaded. Song Hanqing and Ye Qinghan still couldn't figure Ye Chao out even now, so they both stepped forward to ask, "What are you trying to do?" Ye Chao smiled brightly and replied mysteriously, "Want to go on a thrilling adventure?" In her heart, she also set a rule for herself. Even though we're chasing thrills, we must naturally see it through. To the end, scene changed to the 3rd basement level of the demons. Ye Chao led Song Hanqing and Ye Qinghan here. Song Hanqing asked doubtfully, "The demon forbidden zone? Is there really no one guarding the demon inner circle?" Thinking this, Ye Qinghan stepped forward to push the gate open. Right at that moment, a barrier appeared in front to block them. Ye Qinghan focused intently on the barrier before him and said, "I have a slight impression of this restriction. Do you remember it?" Ye Chao stood behind, narrowing her eyes to evaluate it before saying, "The old demon head in the secret realm." Ye Qinghan nodded. "Yeah, I saw him perform a forbidden curse. I can try to see if I can open it." Ye Chao stepped back while offering her opinion. "Then you go ahead. Your cultivation is late-stage golden core. You can use spiritual power to lift it." Song Hanqing started to prepare and replied, "I'll do it, but it might take some time." The formations that old man used were too many. Song Hanqing tried to slowly recall the steps that the old demon head had taken, but in truth, he couldn't remember them all. Ye Chao sighed, glanced at him, and chimed in, "You could have just said I should do it." She clicked her tongue and thought, "I just don't have enough spiritual energy. But if spiritual energy is lacking, I can just use pills to top it up." Anyway, being told that, Song Hanqing barked back in anger. "Would you die if you didn't talk for one day? If you're so sure, then you do it." Ye Chao wasn't worried at all. She casually stepped up and said, "Fine." Without a single wasted move, Ye Chao pulled out some pills and tossed the entire pile into her mouth. Instantly, her spiritual power surged aggressively. While absorbing the spiritual power, she closed her eyes and carefully recalled every technique that the old demon head had once performed. A moment later, Ye Chao waved her hand to break the forbidden source. The barrier formation was completely dismantled. To the absolute shock of Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing, Ye Chao smugly pushed the door open and walked in. Upon entering the third level, Ye Chao brushed her hands off and said loudly, "Told you. I could have done it," Song Hanqing said in amazement. Ye Chao, can you really remember everything just by seeing it once? Ye Chao skipped ahead and replied, "Stop talking. Let's go see if there's any good loot inside." Passing through 2 layers of doors, Ye Chao's group made it inside. The first thing that caught their eyes was a massive pile of gold, silver, jewels, and weapons. Ye Chao's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Whoa, there's so much good stuff in here. Weapons, pills, cultivation manuals, it's all here. Why doesn't our sect have this many weapons?" Ye Qinghan coldly cut her off. "There's no weapon cultivator. You can go to Chengfang sect to buy them. It's just a bit pricey." Song Hanqing didn't hold back either. He stepped forward and picked up a compass. Satisfied. "I'm keeping this compass. I'll need it to set formations." Admiring the compass, Song Hanqing thought to himself that formations need prior setup. Having a compass will cut down the time. Ye Qinghan on the other side had also chosen what he wanted. He picked up a sword to inspect it and nodded slightly. "Then I'll take a few swords." Ye Chao, the leader of this bandit gang, excitedly shouted, "Why pick and choose? If it looks good, just take it all." Song Hanqing looked at Ye Chao and thought helplessly, in the end, are they the demons or are you the demon? Taking other people's stuff without any hesitation. Standing dazed for a moment while looking at Ye Chao, Song Hanqing suddenly asked in a low voice, "If Master had kept you back then, would you have become my junior sister?" Ye Chao paused and replied in a deep tone, "No, and besides, that's just a what if. Yun Yin wouldn't keep a chi refining stage disciple with a medium grade spiritual root like me, and you wouldn't care about an inner-sex sister with average talent." Song Hanqing was flustered by those words. Even if he didn't want to, he had to admit it. She's not wrong. Only now have I truly acknowledged Ye Chao. But isn't that how the cultivation world works? Only the extraordinary are remembered. Song Hanqing sighed and replied to Ye Chao, "Your memory is very good. If you had shown your worth, you wouldn't have been a nobody during those years at Yue King Sect. If you had revealed your talent sooner." Ye Chao didn't want to hear Song Hanqing talk about this. She reached out her hand to stop him, while cutting him off. Just don't. You guys just can't handle the fact that you missed out." Pausing for a bit, Ye Chao mocked him loudly. "What, did you suddenly realize? That I'm more badass than your talented junior sister? If you're regretful, then stop thinking about it. I am the disciple that Yue King Sect will never have for the rest of your lives." Song Hanqing furrowed his brows and cursed angrily in his head. I really do still want to hit her. A while later, outside the demon camp, Ye Chao sat nonchalantly on the saintess's chair and glanced down at the crowd. Below, a guard hurriedly stepped forward to report. "News from Yunshui City has arrived. Those core disciples seem to have realized we're working with the city lord. I didn't expect them to have any IQ." The guard wasn't panicked by this and gave a smug smile. "Too bad they don't know our saintess has broken through to the nascent soul stage." Ye Chao immediately stood up and waved her hand at the crowd. "Very good, let's go. I'll lead you to flatten the 5 sects." The guards below were fired up and cheered excitedly. "Flatten the 5 sects. Flatten the 5 sects." Ye Chao looked at the guards below with satisfaction, as a sinister smile suddenly spread across her face. Ye Chao led the demon group onto the ship. She was now in a private room. After checking her surroundings, Ye Chao took out her jade slip to contact her senior brothers. She called out urgently, Senior brother, can you guys hear me over there?" Mingshan replied joyfully, "Little junior sister, finally I've contacted you. Is everything okay on your end? Is it convenient? I'll tell eldest senior brother to go find you." Ye Chao hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "No, don't come looking for me. I have my own way of escaping." At the same time, Ye Chao thought to herself, if eldest senior brother gets caught before even getting close, it'll be even more of a headache. Shaking off that thought, Ye Chao got straight to the point. "I'm contacting you because the demons have about 20 golden core stage cultivators." Ye Chao's voice became more frantic as she continued. "However, I don't know anything about the situation in Yunshui City. You guys better prepare yourselves." On Mingshen's end, after hearing the intel from Ye Chao, his face darkened. 20 golden cores? Wu Jiangxi collapsed in despair. "Maybe we should just run away. We basically can't win this fight." In his heart, he also sighed. After all, the Chaos Pearl isn't something we're guaranteed to get anyway. Why suffer like this? Qiu stepped forward to interrupt. "Wait a second, the elders. Since they let us accept this mission, they must be able to ensure our safety. I have some pills that hide one's aura. How about eldest senior brother and Qin Huai go scout and see what their strength is like?" Xu Xingyun nodded, directly reaching out to take the bottle of pills, while saying, "Fine." Xu Xingyun and Qin Huai took the pills as planned, then approached the demon race's territory. Qin Huai stood from afar, nodding his chin forward, and said, "That's the demon race's flying ship." Qin Huai cautiously sensed and evaluated the situation. "I can indeed sense 10 golden core signatures, and 2 people with late-stage golden core strength." But suddenly, Qin Huai froze when he saw the young girl standing at the bow. "I can't sense that girl's strength at all. Is she the nascent soul stage saintess?" The person Qin Huai was doubting was none other than Ye Qiao. Without hesitation, Zhou Xingyun immediately drew his sword and said, "Let me test her strength." He used a cold gaze to stare intently at Ye Qiao, saying, "I'll see what kind of skills she has." Ye Qiao, up above, suddenly shivered and broke into a cold sweat. She kept swallowing her saliva, thinking, "Why do I feel a chill?" Back to Qin Huai and Zhou Xingyun's side. Luckily, Qin Huai stopped him in time. If the intel from the 5 sects isn't wrong, then that saintess has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Don't go looking for death. Zhou Xingyun sighed. "Yeah. Let's go back and tell the other junior brothers the news." Back at the Yunshui City Inn, Mu Zhengxi was shocked after hearing everything. Is being a nascent soul that good? To be able to bring along 2 men like that? Qi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Those 2 men are even late-stage golden cores, 1 on each side. Jia was silent for a long time, then suddenly said with doubt, "Are her male consorts?" After saying that, Xie Yu secretly sighed. Is the demon race's strength really that terrifying? Even their male consorts have late-stage golden core cultivation? On the demon-flying ship at this time, Ye Qinghan and Songhan King both sneezed repeatedly at the same time. They frowned and thought, who is bad-mouthing us? Back at the Yunshui City Inn, Si Miaoyan held her head in frustration and said, "We can't win this fight. If Songhan Ting were here, then we wouldn't be in such a passive position." Lin Lin then spoke up and replied, "But he and Ye Qinghan have already gone missing." Qiu suddenly remembered something. He quickly said, "How about this? I'll go probe that saintess's strength. I have the mountains and rivers map here." Without further ado, Xie Yu immediately opened the mountains and rivers map. The power of the mountains and rivers map quickly reached toward the demon-flying ship and invaded. Ye Qiao, who was standing, suddenly froze. She frowned and whispered, "Here we go again." At this moment, she saw herself back in modern times, back when she was tirelessly typing away at her computer. Ye Qiao saw those unhappy memories and thought with dissatisfaction, "I really don't have any good memories of my past life." Third senior brother wants to use the map to probe her strength. It's truly difficult. After waiting a while, Xie Yu finally wrote "destroy" to end this probing attempt. But as soon as he finished writing "destroy," the mountains and rivers map instantly fell to the floor. To everyone's astonishment, Ming Xuan, not understanding what happened, stepped up to mock him. "Is the spiritual tool you guys brought back that trashy? Is this really the mountains and rivers map?" Suddenly being doubted like that, Xie Yu shouted angrily, "Why don't you say that this saintess is just too strong? The map couldn't even last 1 move against her." While putting away the map, Xie Yu suddenly felt strange. Why do I feel like this scene is so familiar? But after that time, little junior sister took only 1 second to escape the illusion. I've tested it on others, and there were no issues. While he was lost in thought, Mu Zhengxi spoke up and asked, "According to you, she's probably not just at the early nascent soul stage." And because of Mu Zhengxi's words, both of them trembled and screamed internally. "Ah, so scary." Zhou Xingyun, over on the other side, finally spoke up. "Don't you guys see that something isn't right?" Zhou Xingyun fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "By the way, where's Yun Shuo? I don't think I've seen her." Lin Lin also just realized that she had disappeared again. Si Miaoyan frowned, trying to recall, and said, "Earlier, I saw her walking very close to a man. The other guy's cultivation was higher than mine." Mu Zhengxi covered his mouth and smirked, whispering to Suzhou, "Your junior sister sure has a lot of men around her." Suzhou heard this and replied angrily, "Little junior sister is just young." Ming Sen, over there, continued to add fuel to the fire. Right, a bunch of talisman cultivators. We're here working ourselves to death, setting formations to face the enemy, while she runs off to flirt. Serves us right." The more Ming Xuan thought about it, the angrier he got, huffing coldly. "Busy for half the day. If the reward money goes to Yue King Sect, I'll be pissed off to death." Back to the demon-flying ship. Guard quickly ran up to ask the saintess. I just felt a wave of spiritual energy. Did something happen? Ye Qiao didn't hide it at all, saying casually, "Someone just used the mountains and rivers map to test me." Ye Qiao secretly calculated. Just now, when I broke the illusion of the map, I intentionally let out a bit of spiritual energy, planning to use this to solidify the demon's faith in me. The guard heard this and said with an admiring look, "The mountains and rivers map is said to be 3rd on the spiritual tool rankings. Even a nascent soul Powerhouse would be trapped in a daze for a while. I didn't expect. Our Saintess could break it in an instant. The Saintess is truly invincible. At the same time, the guard remembered something important. He hurriedly reported the secret info. Oh right, Saintess. News came from Yunshui City, saying a core disciple from Bishui Sect walked right into the trap. Their city lord also wants to meet you. Do you want to meet him? Ye Chao didn't think twice and nodded. Sure, I'll meet him. At this moment, Ye Chao glanced toward Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing, waving her hand to signal them to come over. The two didn't delay and quickly stepped forward. After looking around for a while, Ye Chao said in a low voice, "We're going to meet the city lord of Yunshui City in a bit. Once you're inside, set up a sound dampening formation. We can catch them all in one go." Song Hanqing thought deeply. Meeting the city lord of Yunshui. Even though Ye Qinghan and I are wearing masks now, we've met the city lord a few times in Yunshui City before. It'll be hard to avoid exposing our identities. At the Yunshui City lord's mansion, Ye Chao sat regally in her chair. Once everyone was present, Ye Chao asked, loudly, "You're the one who caught the Bishui Sect core disciple?" The Yunshui City lord hurriedly replied, "Yes, Lord Saintess. Those core disciples probably realized something, so they've been secretly on guard against us. I suggest that before their reinforcements arrive, we immediately send people to strike them down before they can react." Ye Qinghan couldn't help but speak up. Great suggestion. But inside, he was actually cursing loudly. I really want to slay this old man with one sword strike. The Yunshui City lord suddenly paused, looking at the person who just spoke and asked doubtfully, "Have I met you somewhere before?" At the same time, he pondered. He looks familiar, and his voice sounds familiar too. Suddenly, he shouted in shock. "Ah, I remember now. You're a core disciple from Wenjian Sect." Having been exposed, Ye Qinghan decisively drew his sword, pointing it at the Yunshui City lord, and said coldly, "You have a death wish." The Yunshui City lord suddenly froze and trembled, pointing at Ye Chao and saying, "Could it be you're also a core disciple from the 5 sects?" He tried to remember where he had seen Ye Chao before, but thought helplessly, "But I've never seen this person. Could it be they split into 2 groups? On one hand, using a stupid core disciple to deceive us, while on the other, sending core disciples to the demon race as spies, and even posing as the Saintess." Ye Chao didn't bother hiding it anymore. She gave a casual smile and said, "You think the 5 sects aren't clear on your plans? The reason I could infiltrate is obviously because the 5 sects provided enough intel. All of your plans have been carried out right under my nose. However, if you regret it and want to surrender now, it's still not too late." A sharp blade was pressed against the Yunshui City lord's neck. He stood still, trembling as he spoke. The demon venerable said that once it's done, I'll get what I want. The 5 sects and 8 great families of the cultivation world. You guys have hogged all the good stuff. Naturally, you wouldn't understand the sorrow of a minor city lord. Ye Chao wasn't buying it and immediately countered. "Anyone can talk nonsense. Once the deed is done, I could even appoint you as the great general of oxen and horses. The demon race clearly doesn't care about your lives. But if you listen to me and release the Bishui Sect core disciple, then I guarantee no innocent people will be involved." Ye Chao paused, took a breath, and spoke solemnly. "Colluding with the demon race is treasonous. If the plan succeeds, then so be it. But if it fails, your entire family, young and old, won't escape the retaliation." Seeing the Yunshui City lord's hesitation, Ye Chao thought and calculated. If he refuses to cooperate and insists on aligning with the demons, then I'll just have to knock him out and tie him up. Anyway, I already had Song Hanqing set up a sound dampening formation beforehand, so no one will hear him even if he screams his lungs out. After thinking for a while, the Yunshui City lord nodded slightly. "Fine, I agree to cooperate with you." Ye Chao was thrilled, but tried to remain calm, saying, "Very good. Then release the Bishui Sect core disciple first. Then find the other core disciples and tell them everything about the collusion with the demons." The Yunshui City lord replied helplessly, "I know." At the inn in Yunshui City, Si Miaoyan called out joyfully, "Lin Lin, you're back!" "What happened?" Lin Lin calmly replied, "I originally wanted to investigate the Yunshui City lord, but I ended up getting captured. However, for some reason, I was suddenly released. Moreover, he says he has something to tell everyone." After she spoke, the Yunshui City lord stepped out from behind and coughed. All the core disciples present were shocked and shouted, "Yunshui City lord, what are you doing here?" The Yunshui City lord didn't dare to lie and spoke up to confess. "I've come to talk about my collusion with the demon race. The recent sect competition made the demons interested in you all. Perhaps seeing that this batch of core disciples is quite strong, they sent someone to strike a deal with me, wanting to kill you. I was blinded by greed at the time, but now that I've calmed down, how could the 5 sects core disciples be so easy to catch? In all these years, The demon race has never succeeded. The city lord's voice grew quieter as he continued. A man shouted in a rage, "Unbelievable! It really was you, tricking us innocent people this whole time." Overwhelmed by emotion, he even rushed forward and started throwing hands. At the Yunshui city lord, Si Miaoyan said in confusion, "Has he gone crazy? To choose this moment to bring people and rely on us." Lin Lin also spoke hesitantly with doubt. "It's very possible." As night fell upon the inn, a group of demons kept shouting loudly, "Crush the 5 sects, unify the world. Crush the 5 sects, unify the world." At this moment, from the upper floor, a man in green frowned and shouted, "They're here! They're here!" Mingshun and Suzhou quickly set up the formation. Mingsun said, "Activate the formation first." Muzhongxi aggressively yelled, "Charge and kill them all." Everyone from the 5 sects rushed out, one after another. Ye Qiao, along with Ye Qinghan and Song, honking, stood in the distance, watching the fierce battle unfold. Jie Yu accidentally spotted Ye Qiao's group. He instinctively shuddered. Horrifying, this saintess's face is as pale as a ghost. Her head is huge and the shadow is massive. Mingxuan, on the opposite side, shouted, "Are you even human?" Si Miaoyan, standing on the inn's balcony, also asked in confusion, "Why isn't she making a move? Doesn't she see her underlings are almost finished?" The blue-haired man analyzed logically. "I've heard that villains in stories always move last." Finally, Lin Lin, while fighting off the demons, turned back and said, "So she wants us to exhaust ourselves before she strikes. What a wicked woman." The more Lin Lin thought, the more panicked she became. Now that Song Hunting and Ye Qinghan's fates are unknown, I'm afraid they've also fallen into this woman's clutches. Mingshen and several others from the 5 sects stood on the walls of Yunshui City, staring intently toward Ye Qiao. All of them were in a state of high alert and concentration. Ye Qiao, seeing this from afar, coughed slightly. Seeing their expressions, she sighed and thought curiously, "Just what kind of monster are they imagining me to be?" Song Hunking suddenly whispered, "Hey, Ye Qinghan, don't you find the terrified looks on our junior brothers' faces quite amusing?" After saying that, Song Hunting covered his mouth and smirked, thinking he finally understood. Why Ye Qiao chased a whole group of people around, back in the secret realm. Ye Qinghan replied with a cold face, "I don't." At the same time, he thought in confusion, "I really don't understand why Song Hunking has turned into someone like this." Right at this moment, from the city walls, waves of power began to attack the demon group, leaving them with no choice but to cry and flee. An injured demon who was lucky enough to escape immediately reported back to Ye Qiao, "Saintess, the city lord of Yunshui City has betrayed us." He spoke with increasing urgency. "The demon forces have been defeated. What should we do now?" At this, Ye Qiao smirked and said, "It's my turn to take the field." Ye Qiao led Ye Qinghan and Song Hunting away. Behind them, the guard continued to cheer. The saintess is mighty at this moment. Mu Zhongxi led the core disciples of the 5 sects to stand and face the challenge. Ye Qiao's group also slowly advanced, facing them head-on. The atmosphere was dead silent until Ye Qiao suddenly laughed. Just like that, Mu Zhongxi's group furrowed their brows in worry. "She's laughing," Qin Huai whispered a warning. "She's coming. She's about to make a move, be careful." Only Mu Zhongxi sighed softly and commented, "Is this the legendary villainous laugh from the novels?" Not wanting to keep everyone on edge anymore, Ye Qiao gently reached up to remove her veil and smiled. Brothers were all on the same side. "It's been a while. Did you guys miss me?" Mu Zhongxi's group was stunned speechless. Their eyes widened as they shouted in unison, "Ye Qiao! Little junior sister!" Zhou Xingyun couldn't help but step forward and pinch her cheek. "It really is little junior sister." The demons in the distance began to murmur in confusion. "How is our saintess the little junior sister of the 5 sects?" Then they panicked. "What on earth is going on?" Zhou Xingyun shouted angrily for them to shut up. "Stop that gibberish, no one can understand you." With that, he sternly ordered the attack to continue. "Don't stop, keep going like this." The demons were caught completely off guard. By the time their forces were almost depleted, they gritted their teeth and cursed the vile humans. Just like that, the whole group quickly retreated. Now that it was all over, Song Hunking and Ye Qinghan removed their masks at the same time. The man in green saw this and questioned them angrily. "Eldest senior brother, you've changed. How could you collude with Ye Qiao?" He couldn't believe it, repeating to himself. He even became Ye Qiao's bodyguard. Ye Qinghan frowned slightly and said coldly, "The situation forced our hand." Xie Yu then stepped forward. He spoke urgently. "Little junior sister, the sect master told us to return to the mansion immediately. He said there's an important matter to discuss regarding the mission reward. As for cleaning up the mess, leave it to the other disciples of the 5 sects to handle." Ye Qiao's eyes lit up when she heard the word reward. She happily replied, "That can't wait. Let's head back." The video ends here. Thank you for watching the whole video. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next video. Have a great day. Goodbye, and see you in the next video. At Wenjian Sect, all 5 elders of the 5 sects were fully present. Elder Chin stood on behalf of everyone and spoke solemnly. Everyone worked hard. This mission was completed very well. He took out the Chaos Pearl and announced, through the discussion of the 5 sects masters and the elders, it will be given to Ye Chao of Changming Sect. You guys don't have any objections, do you? Sujo shouted out in dissatisfaction. I don't accept this. Xie Yu turned back and huffed coldly. The first person to protest actually isn't Song Han King. At the same time, Mu Zhongxi whispered back. He can be convinced. Sujo asked loudly. On what basis does she get first place? A bunch of other core disciples were simultaneously dissatisfied, saying together, She didn't even do anything, Elder Chin calmly replied. If you feel dissatisfied, then Ye Chao, show them your shadow recording stone. Ye Chao didn't say much, and immediately took the shadow recording stone from her sleeve, while nodding in response. Understood. Both Ye Qinghan and Song Hanqing heard this, and were completely frozen in shock. Song Hanqing frowned unexpectedly. Ye Chao even brought a recording stone? The more he thought, the more embarrassed he got. He sighed inwardly. Oh my god, so the footage of after. We entered the prison and were bossed around by Ye Chao. Won't it be seen by everyone? Once the recording finished playing, Si Miaoyan couldn't help but exclaim, That's too impressive, she's got skills. I wouldn't have the guts for that. We probably wouldn't even remember the demon language. Sujo could only grit his teeth in silence now. Unlike those other core disciples, Ming-san gave a casual laugh and said, So they really did go to the dungeon. He even intentionally glanced at the group that went to prison, shaking his head in disappointment. I told them not to go, but they didn't listen. Who else can they blame? The guy in green couldn't take it anymore and shouted irritably, Yeah, fine. All right, let Ye Chao take all the spotlight, happy now. His mouth said that, but in his heart, he still couldn't accept the reality. Watching Ye Chao get the Chaos Pearl really hurts more than anything, and killing me. Lin Lin looked at Ye Chao with eyes full of worship. Is this what a boss looks like? In the next secret realm, if needed, our 2 sect masters should team up again. Internally, she also huffed coldly. Who said the boss was a weak little sister? The boss can definitely carry the whole team. Ha! Ye Chao shrugged with a bright smile and nodded. Sure, if there's a chance. Lin Lin happily ran over to touch Ye Chao. Ye Chao blushed shyly, thinking about what a girl is. It means being pampered a lot. The reward announcement had ended. Song Hanqing turned to leave, walking a short distance. Gunshu couldn't help but ask, Eldest senior brother, are we leaving? Song Hanqing coldly replied, Yeah, let's go. Next round, we'll definitely show them what's what. The 3 of them left just like that. As luck would have it, right at this moment, Zhou Xingyun and Ye Chao were walking behind them. Zhou Xingyun saw Yun Shiko, frowned and said, That little junior sister from Yue King Sect has the aura of the demon race on her. Ye Chao asked in shock, Demon King? She fell into deep thought. This fast? Yun Shuo's technique for absorbing men's power reached the Demon King level this quickly? Zhou Xingyun proposed a theory. Probably not. Maybe she just persuaded a demon beast. Wajung, Si heard this, leaned on Ye Chao's shoulder and added, I heard that earlier, Si Miaoyan. Even saw her walking with a man. Her speed at picking up men is truly fast. Ye Chao stroked her chin and said, Well, she is pretty. Xie Yu, from a distance, saw his brothers gathering ahead and sighed. You guys are huddling together like village old-timers gossiping. Even little junior sister is joining in. How can you keep pointing at others? She's also a girl. Xie Yu worriedly reminded her, little junior sister. If you keep this up, you'll never find a cultivation partner. Wu Zhongxi laughed and said, A sword cultivator's wife is his sword. In this life, being single is the destiny of the sword Dao. A sword will never cheat on you. Ye Chao excitedly clapped her hands in support. She exclaimed, I didn't expect 4th senior brother to have such enlightenment. Impressive. Elder Chin suddenly appeared. Come Ye Chao, here is the Chaos Pearl for you. Ye Chao reached out and took the Chaos Pearl. After examining it for a while, she asked her master, What exactly is this pearl used for? Elder Chin whispered, I don't know either. Ye Chao sighed upon hearing that. It seems I can only place my final hopes on my unreliable junior uncle. In the guest room of Wenjian Sect, on a large bed. In the middle of the room, someone was still resting. Ye Chao swung the door open and shouted, Little junior uncle! She quickly ran towards Si Shushu, holding up the Chaos Pearl. Do you know how to use the Chaos Pearl? Si Shushu yawned, rubbed his eyes, and replied nonchalantly, Maybe you should try swallowing it? Ye Chao looked at the pearl that was so large. She sighed helplessly. I'd choke to death. Feeling dejected, she turned to leave when her robe accidentally fluttered, revealing her stick. Si Shushu woke up fully, sat up, and asked, is this your natal sword? Yahello waved her hand and replied, "No, it's not a sword. It's just a stick." Without a word, Shushu reached out and pulled the stick out. He examined it meticulously and confirmed, "Even though it looks weird, it's definitely a sword." Yahello was enlightened and asked curiously, "What kind of sword? Is it a good one?" Shushu spoke solemnly. "This sword is called the King of Swords. Look, the name is engraved right here." Having said that, he showed the engraving to Yahello. Her mouth hung open in shock. "Whoa, it's for real! This is the first time I've seen someone with a bigger heart than me. Tin Fan Fan really raised you well." Shushu stroked his chin for a moment and suddenly said, "As for why it looks like a stick, it's because you're too weak. A spiritual weapon grows along with its master. It's not meant to be taken out just to play with." Yahello gave a playful, awkward smile. "But I already named it Bamboo Shoot." Shushu asked with interest, "Who taught you to name it like that?" "Spiritual swords all have spirits. If it develops a consciousness, it'll chase you down and beat you." Yahello was startled. "Swords have personalities too?" Shushu chuckled and whispered, "Of course, your senior brother's sword is Duan Chen. Normally, it really looks down on your senior brother's half-dead attitude, so your senior brother rarely uses it." As soon as he finished, thunder roared across the sky outside. Shushu frowned. "It's a lightning tribulation." Yahello silently sensed it and spoke in doubt. "A golden core stage lightning tribulation? Judging by the direction, it should be second senior brother's place." The two of them slowly headed toward the door. Shushu looked at the situation outside and judged. The higher the talent, the stronger the heavenly lightning. Mingxuan's tribulation is no small matter. Yahello looked at the thunder crashing out there and instinctively hid behind Shushu. Her whole body trembled as she muttered, "So scary. Luckily, my talent is just average." After a moment of silence, her eyes suddenly lit up. "I'll go see if I can draw some talismans to help." As she walked, she calculated that the tribulation could be blocked. Specifically, the lower the cultivator's level, the smaller the tribulation's impact. With my cultivation level being this low, there probably won't be any danger. Thick, dark clouds gathered as lightning struck repeatedly, landing in the outskirts. At this time, Mingxuan sat tiredly on the ground, panting as he spoke. "This place is so far from Wenjian Sect. Even if I blast a huge hole, I won't have to pay for damages." Just as he finished, he heard a shout from afar. "Second senior brother!" Mingxuan glanced at Yahello in confusion. Yahello happily ran over. "Second senior brother, I'll draw talismans to help you block this tribulation." She stopped at a distance from Mingxuan, feeling satisfied. "This spot is quite safe. If I draw talismans here, I probably won't get hit." Mingxuan broke into a sweat and sighed, unreliable. He looked at Yahello, who was intently drawing talismans, over there, and whispered in admiration. First time seeing someone brave enough to sit next to someone undergoing a lightning tribulation just to draw talismans. In another corner of the courtyard, Zhou Xingyun and Xie Yu stood together, looking at the tribulation. Xie Yu asked doubtfully, "Is this Mingxuan's tribulation?" Even Zhou Xingyun had to exclaim, "The clouds are massive. It's a bit intimidating." Shushu suddenly appeared. "True, but it's nothing surprising. Zhou Xingyun's lightning was even bigger than this at the start." Suddenly remembering something important, Shushu hurriedly said, "Oh right, Yahello went over there to draw talismans for Mingxuan. Don't you guys want to see Yahello's talisman drawing skills?" Shushu suddenly became quiet. He thought that although Yahello is a talisman cultivator, sword cultivators and talisman cultivators are not the same. The faster a talisman cultivator's speed, the higher the success rate. Only then can they be called an innate genius in this world. Wasting no more time, Shushu casually dragged Xie Yu and Zhou Xingyun along, smiling with excitement. Go, let's go see how she draws talismans." Mingxuan stood tall and all around him. The lightning tribulation began to strike down repeatedly, but before Mingxuan could look cool for long, he was struck by the lightning, letting out a scream. Yahello, in the distance, worked hard on anti-tribulation talismans. While writing, she angrily asked, "How many lightning strikes in total?" Shushu arrived carrying Mu Zhongxi and Xie Yu. He thought for a moment and replied, "Don't know. The higher the talent, the more strikes there are. Your eldest senior brother was chased for a day and a night back then." Sighing, Shushu raised his hands to pray seriously. "I hope Mingxuan is okay." Mu Zhongxi and Xie Yu also quickly raised their hands, praying for Mingxuan. Mingxuan, in the distance, had his hair fried into ramen by the lightning. He shouted out in dissatisfaction, "But little junior sister said she'd give me anti-tribulation talismans." Yahello didn't hesitate anymore and seriously wrote the talismans. Her hand moved like a brush dancing on paper. Every time 2 or 3 sheets were finished, she would run fast to give them to Mingxuan, while constantly saying, "Here it comes, here it comes." Shushu watched from the sidelines and thought to himself, Yahello draws talismans not just fast, but with insane accuracy. Dual sword talisman cultivators can usually only favor one type, so Ye Chao's talent in sword Dao is probably quite poor. In that case, her future lies in being a talisman cultivator. Time flew by, and an hour later, Ye Chao resentfully massaged her arm numb from writing. Too many, she cried and complained. When on earth will this lightning end? Why isn't it over? My hand is completely numb, unable to endure this torment any longer. Ye Chao stood up with an aggressive aura, pointing at the lightning tribulation and cursing loudly. You're such trash. And as soon as Ye Chao's angry words fell, Qi had to quickly grab Yu and Mu Zhongxi and turn around to run away, while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hurry, let's go!" Only a few seconds later, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down accurately, right onto Ye Chao. The three with Qi stood at a distance, looking on in terror at the sight of Ye Chao being hit by the lightning and forced right down to her knees. Once the lightning around Ye Chao dissipated, Qi ran over and asked, "Are you still okay?" Ye Chao, with her hair fried like ramen and a soot-covered face, looked up and replied with a smile, "Still good, my spirit is actually quite high." Ye Chao stood up, dusted off her skirt, and continued, "I just felt a bit of electricity in the hem of my skirt." By the time the electricity in her skirt had fully discharged, Ye Chao huffed coldly and thought, and yet nobody told me that heavenly lightning could understand human gestures. Though she was in an angry state, she suddenly felt something unusual. Her eyes lit up as she stared intently at her spiritual root. After a moment, she spoke out in joy. "Senior brothers, my spiritual root has grown." It suddenly grew an extra section. All three of them, Qi, Muzhongxi, and Zieyu, were shocked. They leaned in close to stare at that spiritual root and asked in unison with disbelief, "What? A spiritual root can actually grow?" Qi narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin in doubt. "I remember when you entered the sect to find your sword. The attribute of your spiritual root was lightning. Could it be that a lightning spiritual root can absorb heavenly lightning?" Mahjong, Qi, and Xieyu were happily straightening Ye Chao's hair while constantly teasing her. "Let's go, Pikachu!" Contrasting that mood, Qi stood to the side, staring pensively at Ye Chao, thinking that lightning spiritual roots are rare in the cultivation world. No one has ever truly unlocked the potential of this root. After all, low-grade lightning spiritual roots are basically disregarded. Suddenly, Qi smiled and suggested, "How about in the future, whenever someone undergoes a tribulation, you stay by their side and just point at the lightning?" After talking for a bit, Qi still found it hard to believe. A spiritual root that can actually grow, truly miraculous. Upon hearing Qi suggestion, Ye Chao shouted out, loudly in protest. Qiu rubbed his cheek and stared at Qi asking, "Little junior uncle, can a lightning tribulation just be undergone whenever?" Qi hesitated. "Well, about that." Ming Zhuan, dragging his weak and powerless body from afar, spoke feebly. "Hey now, does nobody care about whether I live or die?" He looked at the heartless crowd before him and collapsed, crying out. In his heart, he thought despairingly that there was no way to survive. After enduring the heavenly lightning tribulation for a long time, Ming Xuan slumped to the ground and said weakly, "The heavenly lightning is finally over." Xu saw Ming Xuan looking like he'd lost half his life and chuckled, saying, "I need to head back to Changming Sect to search the library for data on the lightning spiritual root." After a few steps, Xu suddenly remembered something important. He turned back to Ye Chao and said, "Oh right, Ye Chao. You can use your lightning spiritual root to refine the Chaos Pearl. Put it inside your dantian." Hearing this, Ye Chao took out the Chaos Pearl. She stared at it intently, muttering, "Refining with spiritual fire." After considering it carefully, Ye Chao placed the Chaos Pearl down and said with determination, "Then I'll give it a try." Ye Chao took out a talisman and shouted with a sharp gaze, "Fire control talismans, go!" After that move, the Chaos Pearl was surrounded by a massive flame. Everyone thought everything would be settled. But no, once the smoke and dust cleared, Ye Chao was stunned when she saw the Chaos Pearl, still completely intact before her. She then wondered in confusion, "Eh? There's really no reaction?" Seeing that the previous method didn't work, Ye Chao quickly turned around and asked Zieyu, "Oh right, third senior brother. You have a top-grade fire spiritual root, don't you? Let me borrow some of your fire." Jia was more than willing, and without a word, he simply reached out his hand to circulate his power. A cluster of fire slowly appeared. That fire also quickly surrounded the Chaos Pearl. But no matter how hard he tried, the Chaos Pearl didn't change even a little bit. Jieyu withdrew his hand and said, "It seems it doesn't work either." Even though the Chaos Pearl had been burned twice, it remained completely undamaged. Ye Chao knit her brows, lost in deep thought. Even a top-grade fire spiritual root couldn't refine it. So what kind of fire should I use? While Ye Chao was still spaced out thinking, the little KFC chick crawled out from her sleeve. Ye Chao was drawn in by the noise it made. The KFC chick didn't waste a single move. It flew straight toward the chaos pearl on the ground and blew a tiny flame onto it. At that moment, Ye Chao looked down on it a bit. With such a tiny flame, Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Chao was absolutely terrified by the sight of the chaos pearl starting to fuse. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, "Huh? What's this?" Ye Chao rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "I didn't expect this fire to be so effective despite being so small." Mu Zhongxi was also stunned by the scene before him.
The chaos pearl is actually being burned by its flame.
The KFC chick immediately raised its head in pride. Mu Zhongxi frowned, saying with a headache, "Even the fire of a top-grade spiritual root didn't work. How can a chicken like this do it?" Mingsan had recovered his strength by now, with a few sparks of electricity still flickering around him. He sat up excitedly and shouted, "I think I know what KFC is now. Looks like we also need to head back to Changming Sect to search for documents in the library." Ye Qiao heard Ming Xuan's voice and happily ran over. "Second senior brother, you're finally over it." Ming Xuan looked at Ye Qiao and asked, "So, after the chaos pearl is refined and put into your dantian, how does it feel?" Only now did Ye Qiao focus on sensing it. She spoke slowly. "My dantian is very hot." Like a pile of fire was burning her entire body. It felt like she was bursting into flames right now. Ye Qiao quickly sat down. By circulating her qi, she could manifest a fireball, Ye Qiao said with some confusion. Furthermore, it seems it can be used like this. Many strange sensations suddenly surged through her hand. Seeing a tree trunk in front of her, Ye Qiao couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Instantly, the trunk that was originally withered and dead began to sprout many flowers and leaves. Yu shouted out in shock. This creation pearl actually has the power of revival. Just a bit of refining was enough to bring a dead tree back to life. No wonder the 5 sects used it as a reward. Seeing herself obtain such an OP move, Ye Qiao excitedly hugged the KFC chick tightly and said, "While we're on break, let's hurry back to Changming Sect to see what KFC really is." At this time, in the library of Changming Sect, Manager Ngok stood up and seeing Ye Qiao's group, asked in surprise, "What are you guys doing here?" His calm attitude didn't last long before he frowned and asked loudly, "All 5 of you? Do you think my place is a playground?" Mu Zhongxi quickly gave an awkward smile and replied, "Don't be mad. Don't be mad." Seeing that Manager Ngok was no longer shouting, Mu Zhongxi quickly approached, explaining with a friendly smile, "We're here for business today, just simply looking up some documents." Manager Ngok was far too used to their attitude of flattering him only when they needed something, so he glanced at them and huffed coldly for a while. Manager Ngok sighed and waved them off. "Fine, just look it up. Once you're done, get lost." Meanwhile, Manager Ngok thought to himself, just now, Jishuzhe was acting crazy in the library, muttering about spiritual roots growing, and turned this place upside down. Now Ye Chao's group is here too. They really don't let a man have any peace at all. Over by the bookshelves, Ye Chao stood deep in thought. Suddenly, Ming Shan stepped forward and grabbed a book, saying doubtfully, "I was thinking, if our starting point might be wrong. For example, we shouldn't look for KFC's original form in the strange beast records." Pausing to look at the book in his hand, Ming Xuan continued with conviction, but rather in the records of divine beasts. Ming Xuan handed the book in his hand to Ye Chao. "Check this out. It records the divine beasts that silently disappeared from the cultivation world over tens of millions of years." Ye Chao looked at the thick book in her hand and felt a bit discouraged. But for the sake of uncovering KFC's true identity, she, Xieyu, and Mu Chongxi determinedly opened the book to search. It really didn't disappoint. After a long search, Xieyu suddenly said in doubt, "A vermilion bird, but its tail isn't that long." Mu Zhongxi, beside him, also analyzed, compared to. "A vermilion bird, it looks more like a phoenix." Mu Zhongxi glanced at the arrogant KFC chick in front of him and nodded in judgment. "The more I look, the more it fits." In Ye Chao's head, she thought, one day, the KFC chick will shed its skin and transform into a mighty fire phoenix. Puzzled for a moment, Ye Chao decided to ask, "Are phoenixes that rare? Then why does it nest on my head every single day?" Ming Xuan frowned and slowly replied, "I heard that the bluebird, peacock, and golden phoenix are all descendants of the phoenix. If it's a phoenix, then its growth speed is understandable. At this rate, it might still look like this when you die." Hearing that, Ye Chao felt a bit of disgust and said bluntly, "Then what do I need it for? A divine beast that doesn't grow is just trash to me." As soon as she finished, the faces of Ye Chao and Mu Zhongxi turned sinister. Mu Zhongxi quickly spoke up, "I heard phoenixes can undergo nirvana. How about we try throwing it into the fire?" Hearing that, the KFC chick flapped its wings in terror to escape. But before it could get far, Xiaoyu caught it. He looked at the chick in his hand and smiled, saying, "If that doesn't work, let's pool our spirit stones to buy a spirit crystal to raise it." Ming Xuan quickly nodded. All right, when Changming sect goes on break to go home, I'll go to the Ming family vault and steal spirit stones to feed it. Hearing that, Ye Chao suddenly remembered and asked with a smile, when does our sect celebrate the New Year? At the same time, a loud voice rang out. What New Year? Qin Fanfan entered and ordered with a smile. Hurry up and get ready. We're about to set off for the next secret realm. Ye Chao cried out in dissatisfaction. Why did the break end so fast? But in her heart, Ye Chao felt even sadder. It wasn't easy to graduate back in the modern world. Who knew I'd still have to compete in this world? Ming Sin shared the same confusion as Elder Tin. He carried a curious face and asked, what's celebrating the New Year? Ye Chao frowned in confusion. She thought for a bit and asked, don't you guys celebrate the New Year? Zhou Xingyun calmly replied, we have to practice. Only then did Ye Chao remember. It's true that except for Mu Zhongxi, who came from the mortal world, the other 3 senior brothers apparently, all grew up in the cultivation world. Right after she thought that, Mu Zhongxi also spoke up. I used to celebrate the New Year at home. There were banquets, but they were boring. Cultivation's more fun. Xia was stunned. Banquets? What is your status? Does your family have a throne to inherit or something? Mu Zhongxi laughed it off. My house is in the imperial palace. There really is a throne to inherit. After he said that, the other 3 all had their eyes wide with shock. Immediately, Ye Chao cupped her hands and solemnly stepped forward. Forgive my rudeness, so you're actually a prince. She suddenly felt a bit lonely. Turns out everyone here except me has a powerful background. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and tightly gripped Mu Zhongxi's cheeks. Ming Sen happily pinched both cheeks and laughed loudly. Next time I'm coming to your house to play. Mu Zhongxi grumbled in dissatisfaction. Don't squeeze a prince's face. Elder Qin couldn't stand to watch anymore. He stepped up and gave each of them a smack. Stop fooling around, go pack your things and get ready to leave. After finishing his sentence, he turned and left. Zhou Xingyun stood to one side, staring blankly at the group over there, getting hit. The next day at the tournament observation site, the elder of Wenjian sect stood up to announce, after a period of rest, the 3rd round has finally arrived. Will the core disciples of the 5 sects please take the stage? The crowd of spectators immediately began to cheer. One person shouted, Chow Chow, I'll call out once. Ye Qinghan, ah! Most notably, a burly man cried out loudly, Qinghan Oppa, I want to bear your children. As soon as he said that, Ming Xuan and Mu Zhong, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ye Chao looked at those 2 with a slight frown and reminded them, how can you discriminate against someone's male fans like that? Xie Yu and Mu Zhongxi still didn't stop. They laughed loudly and replied, little junior sister, this isn't about discrimination. Ha ha, right in front of them. Suzhou looked at them in confusion and asked, what are they laughing at? Song Hunqing coldly replied, don't mind them. Even though Song Hunqing said that, in his heart, he still had some doubts. Even though there was no evidence, he couldn't help but feel that the Changming sect group was laughing at him. It's just that they aren't normal, and that's nothing new. Pushing the Changming sect crowd aside, Song Hunqing stepped forward to instruct his fellow sect brothers. This round has many phantoms, so we need plenty of heart-cleansing pills. After we enter the secret realm, we'll find the Bishui sect people to cooperate, Suzhou suddenly said. They might not be willing to join us. Suzhou still remembered the core disciple named Lin, that Lin had previously enthusiastically invited Ye Chao. Does Ye Chao really have that much charisma? Why didn't I feel it when she was at Yue King sect? Yun Shetu gently fixed her gaze on Song Hunqing and said, eldest senior brother, my treasure-hunting beast, can find heart-cleansing grass. Song Hunqing countered. But we don't have an alchemist, Yun Shuo then suggested. We can trade with Bishui sect. They surely must need this spiritual herb. Song Hunqing found it reasonable and nodded, fine. At the same time, he thought that while Yun Shuo was a bit foolish, she was still lucky. That much was indisputable. Pausing for a moment, the elder of Wenjian sect continued to speak. The entrance to the Flaming Mountain secret realm has appeared. The competition starts now. Contestants, please enter the realm. Stepping through the gate, they arrived at Flaming Mountain. The intense heat caused everything around to wither. Ye Kao had only been in for a few minutes and already couldn't take it. Using her hand as a fan, she kept complaining about the heat. Even Zhou Xingyun had to agree, this is indeed a loathsome place. Ye Kao heard Zhou Xingyun's voice behind her and turned around happily. Eldest senior brother, I didn't expect this round would put us together. Despite the heat, Ye Chao felt a bit relaxed, thinking, this time I'm teamed up with eldest senior brother, who is super OP. I'm much more at ease now. Without hesitating any longer, Ye Chao took out a pill and quickly popped it into her mouth. After taking it and getting settled, she stepped over and handed one to Zhou Xingyun, saying, this place makes my mood a bit impulsive. Come on, eldest senior brother. Take this heart-clearing pill to calm down. While Zhou Xingyun was taking the pill, from a distance, 2 firewolves were stealthily approaching. Because it was so sudden, Yahello didn't have time to react. She stared blankly at the wolf's sharp claws, about to strike her. But luckily, Zhou Xingyun was quick, swinging a palm strike to blow away that firewolf. With just a few basic moves, Zhou Xingyun was able to easily handle those 2 ferocious firewolves, leaving Yahello wide-eyed in shock. She looked at Zhou Xingyun with eyes full of admiration. Whoa, eldest senior brother, as expected of you, so cool. The crowd outside in the observation area saw the scene and began to discuss. Before, it was always Yahello making a move, trying to protect both the alchemist and the talisman user. Now, she's gradually discovering the perks of being with a sword cultivator. After talking for a while, the spectators concluded. So what's the point of having treasures? At the critical moment, you still rely on sword cultivators. Yahello's whole face radiated anticipation as she asked, eldest senior brother, can I touch your sword? After asking, Yahello's face slumped, remembering when she first made this request. Her 4th senior brother was so unwilling, like his wife was being touched by some stinking man, while bracing herself to receive a rejection. Zhou Xingyun suddenly tossed the sword toward Yahello and said, sure. Yahello was shocked for the 2nd time. She looked at the sword in her hand in disbelief and hurriedly asked, tossing it to me like this, won't it be unhappy? Though reluctant, Zhou Xingyun replied honestly, my sword looks down on me a lot, just as I look down on it too. Speaking of this, Yahello sighed. Seems like I have to be nicer to Duozhen in the future. I can't just kick it around like a soccer ball anymore. What if it develops a spirit of its own and looks down on me, then what? After taking back the sword, Zhou Xingyun put it away. He turned around and said, let's go find the others. Yahello was stunned for a few seconds before snapping out of it, hurrying to catch up while shouting back, okay! Up ahead, their path was completely cut off by flows of molten lava. They had only traveled a short distance when Yahello realized something was wrong. She couldn't help but turn back to look, thinking, I wonder if it's just my imagination, but I feel like something is constantly watching us. Just as she was about to turn back and keep walking, Yahello suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhou Xingyun's hem, saying, eldest senior brother. Look, what is that? At the exact moment, Zhou Xingyun turned his head to look. Yahello was so scared she turned into stone. A giant bird was hurtling toward them at high speed. Zhou Xingyun narrowed his eyes at the creature and grew puzzled. A nascent soul stage? While Zhou Xingyun was still standing there dazed, staring at the bird, Yahello quickly grabbed his sleeve and dragged him away, shouting at the top of her lungs, run! And as she ran with all her might, Yahello couldn't help but exclaim, the higher the beast's realm, the weirder they get. I thought snake rats were weird enough. Who knew a nascent soul stage monster would just stop acting human altogether? As for Zhou Xingyun, because he was so curious about a nascent soul beast, he kept trying to look back even while running, and saw the 4-eyed creature with sharp teeth, vividly displaying its ferocious nature, just as the nascent soul beast opened its mouth to attack. Zhou Xingyun said with a hint of disgust, it's really ugly. Then he swung a palm strike toward the nascent soul beast. Caught off guard, it took a direct hit. Zhou Xingyun looked at the scene with a bit of pride, saying, consider it subdued. Yahello heard this and turned back to look, only to be shocked as the nascent soul beast entered a berserk state. She screamed tremblingly, eldest senior brother, don't provoke it! As soon as the words left her mouth, the nascent soul beast roared and lunged fiercely toward the 2 of them. Yahello sprinted forward with all her strength, while saying anxiously, it's over, it's about to catch up. Just as the nascent soul beast caught up to Yahello, Zhou Xingyun nimbly used Step of the Green Wind to pull Yahello away from that attack. Without hesitating for long, he smoothly swept Yahello up into his arms and quickly ran off. Yahello looked back and exclaimed in wonder, do secret realms even have nascent soul stage beasts? Zhou Xingyun said, while running with all his might, large secret realms all have nascent soul stages. It's just that before we were lucky enough not to encounter them. Outside in the observation area, Elder Qin was a bit worried. The very first day is already this chaotic. Who knows what the rest of the secret realm will be like? The elder beside him also frowned and spoke. Yeah, what is that? Right then, on the observation screen, Yunxiu appeared, hugging her treasure-hunting beast. In her heart, she kept praising. There's so much heart-clearing grass. Treasure-hunting beast, you did a great job. That other elder heard those words and found it a bit hard to believe. Yueking Sect's Yunxiu is actually using a treasure-hunting beast to find heart-clearing grass. This kind of spirit beast actually made a contract with a human. The elder of Bishui Sect also had to softly exclaim, this child's luck has always been good. But this is basically cheating. At the same time, she thought, the secret realm has been running for so long, and it's the first time I've seen someone use a treasure-hunting beast to find herbs. Elder Yun Yin didn't think so. he loudly countered. Didn't Changming Sect say this is called strategy? Pausing for a moment, Elder Yunyin glanced over at Elder Qin and asked in a raised voice, why let Ye Chao do it, but not let us use a treasure-hunting beast? Elder Qin frowned, thinking irritably. What does this have to do with my Changming Sect? The elder of Wenjian's sect saw that the atmosphere was becoming too tense, so he stepped forward and said with an easy smile, this hasn't happened in previous secret realms, but the effect of heart-cleansing pills is significant. If Yun Shuo has a spirit beast to find spiritual plants, it's normal. To move past the issue, the Wenjian sect elder then said, let's just look at the situation of the other kids. As soon as he finished, the scene on the observation screen switched elsewhere, just in time to see Ming Xuan and Mu Chongxi. There, Ming Xuan considered for a moment and said, in this round, the alchemist is the key. We must find Zieyu immediately. Mu Zhongxi felt it made sense and replied with a smile. No problem. You use your divine sense to find people, and I'll be responsible for using my sword to clear the path. They split the work clearly, but surprisingly. Just as he finished speaking, they saw the Wenjian sect members approaching from afar. Chu Xingji laughed loudly and intentionally asked in a high voice, isn't this Ming Xuan? Ming Xuan saw them coming and calmly took out a talisman, while smiling in response. What a coincidence. Chu Xingji huffed coldly. Don't think just because you broke through to the Golden Core stage that I'll think highly of you. Ming Xuan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he stepped forward to tease him. Oh, caring about whether I broke through or not? What, do you have a secret crush on me? Chu Xingji couldn't hide his disgust after hearing that, responding, you're truly gross. The woman beside him was Ju Huang, the little junior sister of Wenjian sect. She stared cautiously at Ming Xuan and softly asked Chu Xingji, should we fight? Second senior brother, don't let him provoke you. Before he could answer, Mu Zhongxi stepped up and put his arm around Chu Xingji's shoulder, saying, it's only the first day. Don't be all about fighting and killing. We can negotiate. Completely contrary to Mu Zhongxi's expectations. Chu Xingji lost his temper and decisively pushed him away, shouting, I have nothing to negotiate with you guys. Without another word, he swung his sword, aiming a direct strike at Ming Xuan, shouting loudly, take this! Ming Xuan was a bit tense, but he also quickly used a Vajra talisman for defense. Chu Xingji's eyes narrowed dangerously, putting all his strength into breaking the formation Ming Xuan created. Once he heard the sound of the formation shattering, Chu Xingji smirked. Ming Xuan, even if you broke through to Golden Core, it's just so-so. As soon as he finished, his sharp sword tip aimed straight at Ming Xuan. In that dangerous moment, luckily, Mu Zhongxi was quick enough to block. Just in time, the two swords collided, letting out an ear-piercing sound. Mu Zhongxi felt a bit angry. Shielding Ming Xuan behind him, he shouted in mockery, a mid-stage Golden Core. Fighting an early-stage Golden Core, and you have no shame? Provoked, Ming Xuan lowered his body and said in a deep voice, Chu Xingji, you forced me to look ahead. Then Ming Xuan continued, fourth junior brother, I'll count to 3. Ming Xuan slowly counted, 1. Suddenly seeing Ming Xuan acting like this made Chu Xingji and Ju Huang a bit anxious and on guard, but he didn't make everyone wait for long. A second later, Ming Xuan slapped a talisman on himself, then quickly grabbed Mu Zhongxi's hand and pulled him away. The two of them sprinted off together. After running a few steps, Ming Xuan finally yelled, 3, let's bolt! Things happened so unexpectedly that both Ju Huang and Chu Xingji were stunned. They both thought in disbelief, wait, wasn't he counting to 3? Where did 2 go? It took a few seconds for Chu Xingji to snap out of it. He roared in fury. Ming Xuan, you actually dared to play us. If you're so tough, don't run. Unable to swallow. This frustration, Chu Xingji didn't care about anything else, and just sprinted after Mu Zhongxi and Ming Xuan. Ming Xuan was covered in sweat. While running, he panted back. Just because you say don't run, I won't run. I don't really care about my dignity. After running a bit further, the two suddenly slowed down. They had bumped into Zhou, Tingyun, and Ye Chao, who were also running for their lives. Mu Zhongxi saw those two and laughed happily. Little junior sister, eldest senior brother. It's great that you're here. Seeing more teammates, he felt he didn't need to fear anything anymore. Mu Zhongxi stopped and turned around. He said very smugly, charge! Let's surround and beat the Wenjian sect guys, and teach those two from Wenjian sect a lesson. But before he could run, Ye Chao reached out and grabbed him. She pulled him along with all her might while shouting, don't turn back! There's a nascent soul stage monster behind us. Ming Xuan was a bit stunned, but quickly replied, what a coincidence. Behind us are Chu Xingji and his little junior sister. Ye Chao felt a bit relieved hearing that, and replied, that's great then. Without another word, she immediately braked and stopped, secretly calculating in her head, I didn't know what to do with that nascent soul beast anyway. Isn't this just the help we needed? She decisively turned back, holding a talisman, attacking toward the nascent soul stage beast, shouting loudly, "Immobilization talisman!" Its effect was massive. Only a few seconds later, around the nascent soul stage beast, countless chains appeared and began tightening around it. But it didn't last long. With just one roar from the beast, those chains quickly shattered into countless pieces. The group of Ye Chao could only stand there looking up, watching intently. At the same time, Chu Xingji and Zhu Huang's group arrived, panting heavily, seeing the nascent soul stage beast about to break the last few chains. Ming Xuan quickly stepped forward to set up a formation. A soundproofing formation surrounded the entire group, including Chu Xingji and his sister. Ensuring they were safe, Ming Xuan slowly walked over to Chu Xingji and said loudly, "Chu Xingji, let's cooperate first." Chu Xingji looked at the ferocious nascent soul beast outside the formation and angrily refused. "Get lost, who wants to cooperate with you guys? You're the ones who led this beast here." Chu Xingji didn't waste words. He directly backed up and grabbed Zhu Huang's hand, whispering, "Junior sister, let's go." But strangely, Chu Xingji couldn't move at all because an immobilization talisman had been slapped on his back. His frustration reached its peak. Chu Xingji roared, "An immobilization talisman? When did you stick a talisman on me?" Ming Xuan stood to the side, smugly watching the show, while holding another talisman in his hand, provoking him. "Go where? Weren't you just chasing me like a dog earlier?" "We aren't going anywhere. Showing some real enthusiasm now, aren't we?" Chu Xingji barked in frustration. "Ming Xuan, doesn't that mouth of yours get you beaten up?" Ye Xiao stood by with a chuckle, softly threatening him. "If you don't help us, then we'll just chase you guys down and go down together." Left with no choice, Chu Xingji finally backed down to negotiate. "If we cooperate and settle that beast, then give the corpse and its core to us." Ming Xuan was quick to refuse. No, don't you see the situation? "We aren't negotiating with you right now. There are 4 of us and only 2 of you. Furthermore, if we're unhappy, we'll just chase you guys into the beast." The beast. The nascent soul stage beast outside silently observed Ye Chao's group, mentally noting there were 6 people, 5 of whom were at the golden core stage. Its gaze suddenly fixed on Ye Chao. It saw she had the lowest level, so it roared, then quickly lunged toward her. Ye Chao heard a sound above her head. She looked up and saw the nascent soul beast fiercely attacking her. Luckily, she quickly used Step of the Green Wind, so she could smoothly dodge its attack. Refusing to just take it, she waved her hand and used an explosion talisman. The nascent soul beast was too strong. It was hit by the blast, but didn't have a single scratch on it. Ye Chao frowned slightly. "No damage. Can't hit it. I totally can't hit a nascent soul stage. Then I can only try a different way." Ye Chao immediately pulled out a mist talisman. With a determined look, she said, "Do it." Instantly, Mu Zhongxi drew his sword and charged, saying, "Get over here!" The remaining 4 didn't hesitate to channel their power and charge. That nascent soul beast was no pushover either. It bared its teeth and ferociously attacked Ye Chao's group. Everyone used their full strength to swing their swords at the nascent soul beast, but it was completely useless. After struggling through a few more moves, Mu Zhongxi frowned and said, "It's no good. Little junior sister. This guy has too many eyes. It sees all our attack paths." Ye Chao then quickly pulled out Duozhen, saying, "I'll go draw its fire. You guys attack from all sides." Chu Xingji heard that and immediately scoffed. "Based on you." At the same time, he thought, she really wants to draw its fire? She's only at the foundation establishment stage. How does she dare? Ye Chao didn't bother wasting words on an explanation. She turned around to leave. Just as she was about to charge, a hand suddenly reached out and pulled her back. Zhou Xingyun said hesitantly, "I can go." Ye Chao paused for a moment, then immediately flashed a reassuring smile. "Trust me, I'll be fine." She expertly pulled 3 explosive bombs from her bag and swung her arm to hurl them at the nascent soul beast. As she threw them, she smirked and thought, 1 bomb is as strong as a golden core stage attack. Let's see you tank a few of these without a scratch. Exactly as Ye Chao predicted. The nascent soul stage beast was actually wounded by those bombs. It cried out in pain, inwardly cursing in a rage. "Despicable human, I'm going to kill you." Outside in the observation area, the crowd, seeing the situation inside, began to gossip incessantly. Ye Chao is only mid-foundation stage. Her spiritual energy isn't enough. Surely Zhou Xingyun should be the one to go. How could Ye Chao have that kind of guts? The elder of Changming Sect remained calm, stroking his beard while thinking. Ye Chao has never been one to actively seek death. If she wasn't sure, she would have bolted long ago. But he was baffled by his own thoughts. He wondered to himself in doubt. But what exactly is she so sure about? On the observation screen right now, Ye Chao was popping the lid off a medicine bottle. pouring 4 or 5 pills into her mouth at once. The elder of Wenjian's sect saw that scene and cried out with his mouth wide open. She's relying on spirit recovery pills? Changming sect. Are you guys really that rich? Back at the observation post, Elder Chin watched the scene and suddenly became very confused. Before the core disciples enter the secret realm, each sect provides them with pills. But did we really give Ye Chao that many pills? After swallowing all those pills, Ye Kayu tossed the empty bottle aside, stretching herself out in front of the nascent soul beast. She ran back and forth while loudly provoking it. You can't even hit me. Dodge this, dodge that. Unable to stand Ye Chao's clowning around any longer, the nascent soul beast raised its leg to stomp. Ye Chao saw it coming and nimbly evaded. She even pulled out another bottle of pills, looked toward Chu Xingji, and said, Changming Sect's Pill Pavilion. 1 dose is stronger than 6. Heals internal injuries. Sugar-free. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to visit us for alchemy. I'm super sweet. She didn't even forget to strike a few poses with the bottle. Chu Xingji put all his effort into attacking the nascent soul beast with his sword, while shouting back in dissatisfaction. Can you just focus on the timing before talking? Mu Zhongxi, on the opposite side, wasn't idling either. He aimed for the perfect opening, used Step of the Green Wind, and delivered a powerful strike toward the nascent soul beast. Instantly, the arm that was about to swing an attack from the nascent soul beast was severed. It immediately lost its strength and crashed to the ground. Even now, the two of them were still bickering over who was better. Mu Zhongxi growled, I was faster than you. Chu Xingji was exhausted, but still tried to yell back. Could you have done it without me? In the observation area, fans of both guys began to argue aggressively. The Wenjian sect fans spoke up. Chu Xingji is very strong, if they really fought, compared to Mu Zhongxi. The natural sword bone, it would be a total toss-up. The Changming sect fans didn't agree, instantly denying it. He's been at mid-golden core for ages. Mu Zhongxi is only 16 years old. Our kid is still young. The popcorn-eating crowd was also extremely excited. I really want to see them square off. But for now, they aren't fighting. Inside the secret realm, they cooperated with surprising chemistry. They had just successfully taken down the nascent soul beast. The whole group went down together to check its status. Mu Zhongxi wiped his forehead with his hand, saying, Consider that nascent soul beast dead. After a while of busily cleaning up the loot, a large bag was neatly tied and tossed to the ground. Ye Qiao stood before Chu Xingji and said, The beast's bones will be split evenly with you, but we're taking the inner core. Hearing this, Chu Xingji grit his teeth in anger. You! At the same time, Zhu Huang hurried to stop him. Senior brother, they have more people than us. Suddenly, Mu Zhongxi leaned close to Ye Qiao and whispered, Little junior sister, where did you get so many pills? Ye Qiao looked at Mu Zhongxi and replied nonchalantly, I refined them myself. Remember how bad my pills tasted before? With just one sentence, she managed to send Mu Zhongxi spiraling back into his painful memories. Back then, he clearly remembered Elder Zhao saying 2 words, like manure. Ye Qiao's face lit up with immense pride as she slowly continued. After that, you all called me a genius. Humbly, I say thanks. If needed, you can come to me, and I'll let them try some. Ming Xuan covered his face with his fan and chuckled awkwardly, saying, I thought you were just messing around. I didn't expect you to actually stick with refining. The 4 of them, Ye Qiao's group, split off from Chu Xingji and Zhu Huang and continued on their mission. But after walking just a bit, Ming Xuan groaned. It's way too hot here, little junior sister. Do you have any pills that make a person feel cool? Second senior brother, third senior brother, and I are all fire spiritual roots. Being here is honestly a death sentence. Ye Qiao shook her head. I don't have cooling pills. Just bear with it. Ye Qiao then pulled KFC out from her sleeve and said, This realm doesn't suit you guys, but it's perfect for KFC. Ye Qiao released KFC and instructed, Go find some fire-type stones to eat. As soon as it was released, KFC's eyes sparkled as it flew off happily. The 4 people behind stood silently watching KFC, frolicking and flying away. Ming San said worriedly, With KFC going off like that, I'm a bit uneasy. Let's follow and see. At the same time, he thought to himself, there are so many monsters in this secret realm. Our sect finally got a divine beast, and it wasn't easy. If it gets eaten by another beast, who am I supposed to cry to? Scene shifts to Yun Shuo's location. She was feeling extremely smug right now. On her shoulder sat the blue phoenix, while in her arms, she held the treasure-hunting beast. She eagerly muttered to herself, Quick, praise me! Hurry up! Linlin and Si Miaoyan were on a mission when they suddenly ran into Yun Shuo. Si Miaoyan found it a bit hard to believe. Yun Sekiu had contracted with 2 beasts. It was the first time seeing something like this. Furthermore, both beasts had extraordinary backgrounds. One was a spirit beast, and the other looked like the legendary blue phoenix. Yun Shita thought happily to herself. It feels so good to be admired by everyone. In this training match, I'll definitely steal the spotlight. Suddenly, the blue phoenix resting on Yunshuo's shoulder took off and flew away. Yunshu was stunned and asked blankly, "Blue Phoenix, where are you going?" The blue phoenix flew straight ahead without looking back. With a few flaps of its wings, it found KFC's location. Right now, KFC was happily munching on fire-type stones. The blue phoenix intentionally called out to get KFC's attention. But sadly, KFC was currently staying loyal only to the fire-type stones. The blue phoenix didn't stop, calling out to KFC even louder. The other side completely ignored it, not even bothering to give it a single glance. The blue phoenix didn't care and spread its wings to flex. But in return, it only got more disdain from the little chick. Song Hangxing saw KFC and immediately said, "That's Ye Chao's contracted beast. The Changming Sect people must be nearby. Everyone be careful. This might be a trap by Ye Chao." Yunshuo stood behind and angrily yelled for the phoenix to return. But the blue phoenix ignored her, continuing its attempt to win over KFC. The blue phoenix liked KFC so much that it edged closer to show off its legs. Yunshuo grit her teeth in rage at the sight. Before, the treasure-hunting beast was always stuck to Ye Chao. Now why is even the blue phoenix clinging to Ye Chao's contracted beast? This cannot be happening. Blinded by her fury, Yunshuo though marched forward and grabbed KFC in her hand. Without a wasted motion, she decisively threw it into the lava. The blue phoenix also shrieked in anger. Song Hangxing's group, everyone behind stood there with their mouths wide open. They felt completely baffled, like, who am I? Where am I? What the hell is she doing? Suddenly, Linlin stepped forward and called out, "Yunshuo! How could you throw Ye Chao's contracted beast into the lava?" As soon as she finished, Ye Chao's group arrived. They all asked in unison, "What?" Mingxuan asked Yunshuo in an angry, high-pitched voice. "You threw my little junior sister's contracted beast into the lava?" Mu Zhongxi behind him also roared in fury. "Yunshuo, you did that on purpose." Mu Zhongxi was extremely worried. Of all places to throw it, she threw it into the lava. If KFC wasn't a fire-loving phoenix, it would have been dead long ago. And the most important thing is that if a contracted beast dies, it severely harms the master. Yunshu was either malicious or just a total idiot. Right now, amidst the heavy silence, Ye Chao, burning with rage, stared intently at Yunshuo. Yunshuo acted pitiful and cried out, "Second senior sister. I'm sorry, I didn't think it would fall in. Besides, it's probably fine, right?" On the outside, she put on an act of remorse, but inwardly, she scoffed and thought, if something happened, how could Ye Chao be standing here just fine? Mu Zhongxi couldn't take it anymore and swung his sword, shouting, "I have to beat this moron to death today." Mu Zhongxi acted so decisively. Only a whoosh was heard as a slash was unleashed. The sword tip aimed straight for Yunshuo's heart, but she was lucky enough to have a heart-protecting mirror to block it. Mu Zhongxi thought in surprise. She actually has a heart-protecting mirror. Mu Zhongxi looked at Yunshuo and frowned. "Yunshuo, you have quite a few good items. However, your heart-protecting mirror is already broken." As he finished, Ye Chao kicked off the ground and yelled, "Step of the green wind!" followed by a palm strike coming down on Yunshuo so suddenly. Yunshu didn't have time to react, so she took Ye Chao's punch full force. She fell weakly to the ground, looking incredibly pitiful. She stopped acting at this point, directly gritting her teeth and angrily yelling, "Ye Chao!" Ye Chao smirked and asked back, "Not calling me second senior sister anymore? Turns out you actually can speak normally." Ye Chao's heart was filled with pure contempt. Every time this Yunshuo opens her mouth, it's second senior sister. Just hearing it makes me want to puke. I originally wanted to land a few more hits, but suddenly a sword strike from behind swung toward Ye Chao. Because she was too focused on her thoughts, she didn't notice. Luckily, before that sword strike could reach Ye Chao, Zhou Xingyun stepped up in time to block it with his blade. He stood heroically in front of Ye Chao, softly reassuring her. "Don't be afraid." Ye Qinghan stood across from them and said sternly, "Your Changming sect has gone too far." He pulled Yunshuo behind him with his hand, saying in a cold voice, "The competition is no excuse for you to use your numbers to bully others." Yunshu hid behind him, looking terrified. She explained to Ye Qinghan in a small, pitiful voice, "I didn't mean to. What happened just now was an accident." Pausing for a moment, her teary eyes looked aggrieved as she said, "That contracted beast is fine anyway, isn't it? Why are you all targeting me?" Mu Zhongxi was so angry he laughed. "Well, there's no helping it. Our Changming sect is just like that." Inwardly, he scoffed. "Don't even ask. If you ask, it's just our sect's vibe." Zhou Xingyun glanced at the unreconciled expression on Ye Chao's face and said, "Go get your revenge." Immediately after, he pointed his sword at Ye Qinghan, declaring, "Leave him to me." Ye Chao jumped for joy upon hearing that and nodded. "Okay." She grinned excitedly with a sinister look. "I've wanted to beat up Yunshuo for a long time. Seeing the dangerous situation, Yunshuo didn't think twice. She turned around and bolted. Yekao gave chase immediately. Don't run! At the same time, she thought, she runs, I chase. Yunshu ran for her life in terror, pulling out talismans and throwing them wildly. Ice talisman, cyclone talisman, waterbone talisman, Vajra talisman. With all these different talismans, Yunshu felt secure, certain that even with wings, Yechao couldn't escape. Yechao held Duojun and smirked, saying, fakes! And it was true. With just a single slash of her blade, she could easily cut through the talismans. In a corner of the secret realm, explosions resounded one after another. Outside in the observation area, the Wenjian Sect elder asked loudly in confusion, Yunju is at the golden core stage, so why is Yechao, only at mid-foundation, able to suppress her? How exactly do you Yueking Sect disciples teach? The Wenjian Sect elder glanced at Elder Yun Yin and shook his head in disappointment, thinking, what kind of ability is this? To be able to teach a genius, with a top-tier water spiritual root into such a piece of trash. Being asked directly like that, Elder Yun Yin could only laugh, simply saying, our talisman users aren't like sword cultivators, who only know how to fight and kill. Elder Chin, standing nearby, chuckled and chimed in. How exactly did this kid form her core? When the heavenly lightning struck, she didn't just pop pills to rank up, did she? In the observation area, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. It's true, lately we haven't seen any tribulations. From the Yueking Sect, the Wenjian Sect elder suddenly spoke with disgust. Popping pills to break through? What a disgrace to the righteous sects. Elder Yun Yin couldn't help but angrily retort. Didn't Ye Chao also break through quickly? Why don't you guys suspect her? The Bishui Sect elder replied in a raised voice. A dual sword and talisman cultivator breaking through fast. What's there to doubt? At the same time, she thought to herself. Sword cultivators study through combat. Talisman users gain enlightenment through drawing. The perk of dual cultivation is between the way of the talisman and the way of the sword. As long as you grasp one, you can break through. Elder Yun Yin, refusing to back down, sneered. Even if she draws talismans fast, how fast can she really be? Her array formation speed is quick, but that's unrelated to drawing. Elder Chin wouldn't be outdone either, and laughed in response. As long as she's faster than your lot, that's enough. Inwardly, he felt a bit guilty. Even though I haven't seen Ye Chao's drawing level yet, that won't stop me from flexing on them. Back at the Blazing Mountain secret realm, Ye Qinghan spoke up in annoyance. Move. To which Zhou Xingyun coldly replied, in your dreams. The two men just stood there at a standoff. Chu Xingji and Zhu Huang in the distance were panicked when they witnessed this scene. Zhu Huang anxiously called out, eldest senior brother. She frowned in confusion, thinking, eldest senior brother, why would he suddenly want to fight someone from the Changming sect? While still standing there dazed, Mu Zhong, hi, radiating pure killing intent, drew his sword, and asked loudly, you guys want in on this too? Suddenly being threatened directly, Zhu Huang panicked and waved her hands, replying, are you kidding me? What does this have to do with me? Even in war, you don't kill the messenger. Don't just vent your anger on anyone. To de-escalate the lurking danger, Zhu Huang gave a forced smile and asked, are you guys hunting her down? How exactly did she offend you? Ming Xuan crossed his arms and scoffed. She threw my junior sister's contracted beast into the lava. Chu Xingji and Zhu Huang were struck dumb as if hit by lightning. They both thought in disbelief. What? How did she dare? Having learned the crucial details, Zhu Huang quickly turned to glance at Chu Xingji and said, second senior brother, let's stay out of this. Zhu Huang began calculating in her head. Right now, even Wenjian Sect doesn't dare to clash with Chang Bing section. And yet, the moment Yunshu shows up, she offends them. Suddenly, Zhu Huang looked at Song Hangsing with eyes full of sympathy, thinking, having a junior sister like this, I feel for you. Song Hangsing on the other side also sighed helplessly. Yunshu's knack for causing trouble everywhere. Where on earth did she learn it? Suddenly, he remembered something else. Ye Qiao also causes trouble, but she can actually handle it herself. While he was lost in thought, Su Zhuo stepped forward and said anxiously, eldest senior brother, we must help our junior sister. She probably didn't know it was Ye Chao's beast, and just accidentally threw it. There was no other way. Song Hangsing could only nod and say softly, go save her. We can't just watch her get eliminated. Mahjong Hai was stunned by Song Hangsing's words. He frowned and said slowly, wait. Once he had processed all the data, he smirked and decisively drew his sword, saying, we won't let you interfere with our little junior sister. Over on Ye Chao's side, she was speeding up the chase, her mouth constantly letting out cold scoffs. Scoff, you really think you can hide? Ye Chao's about to kick your butt. As soon as she finished speaking, without a wasted motion, Ye Qiao delivered a powerful kick to Yunshuo's backside. Yunshuo lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Her eyes were tearful, and her whole body was covered in dirt. Dazed, Yunshu saw a figure appearing ahead, thinking it was Ye Qinghan showing up. She quickly put on a pitiful act. Senior brother Ye, save. The word sister was cut off by Chu Xingji before she could say it. He shouted loudly, "Who's your senior brother Ye? Don't come near my Wenjian sect. Otherwise, even if I don't have any pee today, I'll find a way to wake you up." Suddenly being blasted in the face like that, Yunshu stammered in embarrassment. "You?" She lowered her face to the ground, her whole body shaking with rage, thinking to herself, "No one has ever humiliated me like this before. All of this is because of you." Ye Chao! Both of Yunshuo's eyes were now filled with nothing but pure malice. Yunshu didn't care about the consequences anymore. She decisively pulled out a bracelet, then quickly raised it up and shook it repeatedly. Ye Chao froze for a second when she saw that treasure. She frowned and thought, the Qinghuan bell? Yunshu really has too many good items. This is a weapon ranked on the spiritual artifact list. Yunshu tried her best to concentrate and use the Qinghuan bell. After several rings of the bell, everyone surrounding, Yunshu suddenly stopped moving. She thought smugly, the Qinghuan bell can disturb one's consciousness. As long as I seize this opportunity, I can counterattack Ye Chao. But Yunshuo's calculations couldn't beat Ye Chao's. Before Yunshuo could even make a move, Ye Chao decisively kicked her onto her back, sending her flying backward. The fall just now caused the bracelet to slip off her hand. Ye Chao picked it up effortlessly. She smirked and said coldly, "Stop wasting your energy." Opposite her, a dirt-covered Yunshuo thought with resentment, how could the Qinghuan bell have no effect on Ye Chao? Before she could even curse back, Ye Chao raised the Qinghuan bell and decisively crushed it. With the natal spiritual artifact destroyed, the user also suffered a backlash. Consequently, Yunshuo immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Outside in the observation area, the fans were buzzing again. Everyone was gasping, "The Qinghuan bell is destroyed!" What a waste. The person is useless, but she has plenty of good loot. She's truly a noob with legendary gear. With the Qinghuan bell destroyed, everyone was able to move normally again. Mingshen was currently throwing fire control talismans to attack Sujuo. On the other side, Sujuo grit his teeth, trying to hold on using the Five Thunders talisman. The two talismans exploded upon impact. Sujuo originally wanted to press the advantage, but he suddenly froze. Yunshu was currently weak, in it on the ground, with Ye Chao stepping firmly on her. Sujuo frowned and shouted loudly, "Don't go too far!" At the same time, he felt a bit helpless. He really wanted to save his little junior sister. But Mingshen was too difficult to deal with. Mingsen noticed Sujuo was distracted, so he stealthily began writing a talisman, while intentionally provoking him. "Who's going too far? Didn't you guys make the first move?" Not far from Mingshuan, Muzhong, Hai was trapped inside an array formation. He kept struggling and slashing, but still couldn't break it. While swinging his sword, he muttered to himself, "Song Hangxing's array is actually this OP? Even my slashes won't break it." Just then, a voice transmission talisman flew in, followed by Mingshuan's voice ringing out, "Fourth junior brother. The southwest direction is the array's weakest point." Receiving such a hint, Mu Zhonghe took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll give it one more shot." With that, he swung his sword up and slashed hard at the spot Ming Xuan mentioned. A second later, the array was shattered. Song Hangxing grit his teeth in rage seeing what just happened. He glared at Sujuo in frustration and cursed, "You trash! You can't even keep an eye on one person." And let Ming Xuan throw a voice transmission talisman. Having suppressed his grievances for so long, Sujuo didn't hold back and turned to snap back. "You're only capable of bullying people with a lower cultivation realm than yours? Why don't you admit it's your own fault? You couldn't even handle Mu Zhongxi yet wanted to set an array. I'm the one embarrassed here." Suddenly being hit with such a long rebuttal, Song Hangxing was momentarily speechless, only able to say, "You." But Sujuo wasn't about to let it go. He shouted back loudly again, "You what, you?" Mu Zhongxi and Ming Xuan were happily enjoying the disaster, seeing their internal conflict. In contrast to the situation over there, here, Zhou Xingyun and Ye Qinghan were focused on their duel. The two traded blows, offense and defense, neither willing to give an inch. After fighting for a while, Ye Qinghan suddenly said doubtfully, "Your sword doesn't seem to be listening to you." Zhou Xingyun didn't deny it and directly nodded, replying, "It's a bit rebellious." Outside the observation area, the Wenjian Sect elder asked in disbelief. The Severing Dust sword actually refuses to acknowledge him. No wonder man and sword aren't in sync. Curious. The Wenjian Sect elder spoke up and asked, Fan Fan, how long has his condition been like this?" Elder Qin didn't hide it, stroking his beard as he slowly replied, "It doesn't want to acknowledge him now, but sooner or later it will, make no mistake. This Severing Dust sword is the Zhou family's ancestral blade. Only the future head of the Zhou family is qualified to wield it. Even though Severing Dust is uncooperative, No one but Jo Sing-yun can help it. They fought more and more intensely, dust filling the air. This can't go on like this. Ju Huang ran over and raised her hand to signal. Wait! Immediately, Jo Sing-yun and Ye Qinghan stopped. Ju Huang hurried over, grabbing Ye Qinghan's arm and giving a forced smile, saying, I need to have a word with him. Though it felt a bit off, Jo Sing-yun let it be. As long as they didn't touch his little junior sister, it was fine. Ju Huang pulled Ye Qinghan a distance away from Jo Sing-yun before sighing and whispering, Eldest senior brother. Ye Chao's contracted beast was thrown into the lava by Yun Shuo. So it's normal for the Changming sect to be angry. This isn't bullying the weak with numbers, it's revenge. Ye Qinghan couldn't accept it and said loudly, But Yun Shuo is a girl, and being jumped by a mob. Is that appropriate? Ju Huang was speechless and immediately cut him off. But Ye Chao is a girl too. You can't just because she hangs out with guys all day, mistake her gender. Ju Huang felt a bit exhausted, pulling out her jade token and saying, Look, our Wenjian sect is currently ranked 4th. In the end, is the glory of the sect important? Or acting as a flower-protecting knight? More important? Chu Xingji agreed and stepped forward, saying, Eldest senior brother, Yunshu is just getting a beating, but if our Wenjian sect loses, we might have to hand over our title as the top sect. Chu Xingji and Ju Huang wasted no more words, each grabbing one of Ye Qing, hands arms, allowing no resistance. They dragged him away while saying, Let's go, quickly! Back at Ye Chao's side. She hadn't had enough fun yet, so she continued to land a few more stomps on Yun Shuo. Mu Zhongxi and Ming Xuan were free now. So they walked over to Ye Chao and said, Hurry up and crush her teleportation token. Send her to the elimination zone to go drink some tea. After all, they were from the same sect. So Song Hangxing stepped forward and said, Don't crush it, I'll have her apologize to you. Ming Xuan, who was holding Yun Shuko's token, paused and replied coldly, Our KFC's whereabouts are still unknown. What use is her apology? At the same time, Ye Chao standing nearby smirked and said, How about this? You name a price to ransom your little junior sister. Her tone became increasingly villainous. She casually asked, How much do you think she's worth? Song Hangxing could only grit his teeth in rage, speechless. He clenched his fists, thinking, Yue Qing sect is rich. But that doesn't mean we let the Chang Ming sect squad fleece us over and over again. Suzhou saw Yun Zibing bull, lied, and couldn't help but shout, You guys didn't even lose anything! In his heart, he stubbornly thought, clearly, the one who got beaten the worst in the end was our junior sister. Wu Zhongxi slowly raised his hands to his face, voice full of pain. Our mental health has been severely damaged. Suzhou was so choked with anger he couldn't even breathe. He could only grit his teeth repeatedly and say, You? Song Hangxing was calmer. He coldly cut him off. For the IOU, tell her to put her thumbprint on it herself. After speaking, Song Hangxing's eyes sharpened as he thought, Every debt has a debtor. I'm not the one footing this bill. Yun Jiusu was covered in dirt and riddled with injuries. Tears welled up as she thought bitterly, I hate these people. So many people are watching outside. Once I'm out, they'll definitely be pointing fingers at me. After a bit of scrambling, the IOU was finally finished and brought right in front of Yun Shuo. Ye Kao didn't show a shred of sympathy. Her movements were incredibly decisive. Yun Shu still held on to a glimmer of hope, crying her eyes out as she tried to shout, Fine, I'll sign it. But just as her thumb was about to touch the paper, Ye Kao quickly pulled the IOU back. She smirked and said, Never mind. I changed my mind. You should just be eliminated instead. Without giving Yun Shu a chance to beg, Ye Chao quickly crushed her teleportation token. Ye Chao even flashed a bright smile and said, Bye-bye. Yun Shu was absolutely livid at Ye Chao's move. Struggling to sit up, she grit her teeth and screamed, Ye Chao, you played me. A green circle gradually began to appear. Yun Shu was subsequently teleported out to the observation area. Suzhou watched Yun Shu slowly vanish with deep sorrow, shouting loudly, Little junior sister! Song Hangxing, standing behind him, looked at Suzhou's behavior with disgust and said, If you miss her that much, why don't you follow her out? Before Suzhou could argue back, Si Miaoyun stepped forward and said calmly, Now that Yun Shu is eliminated, and the treasure-hunting beast is gone too, the alliance between Bishui sect and Yue Qing sect ends here. Although Song Hangxing didn't want to, he could only sigh in resignation and said, Fine. Lin Lin was overjoyed to hear the alliance was broken. Senior sister, let's go find Ye Chao and form an alliance. Xueyu isn't here, so wouldn't we be able to get some help? As soon as she finished, Xueyu started sneezing non-stop. Meanwhile, Si Miaoyun thought Lin Lin's suggestion was reasonable, so she nodded and said, I'll go talk to the Changming sect about a partnership. Ye Chao, standing in the distance, was lost in thought, thinking, In the novel, the original host's plot involved her spiritual root being stolen. But now that I'm no longer acting as this human tool, How did Yun Xiutu manage to restore her spiritual root? By using Lingzi? Accidentally. Ming Sen noticed that Ye Kao was extremely calm and deep in thought. After watching her carefully for a bit, he whispered to Mu Zhongxi, I've noticed something. When our little junior sister isn't talking, she's actually pretty cute. Curious Mu Zhong, Hai quickly stepped forward to closely observe Ye Chao's appearance. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. True, your discovery is spot on. Snapping out of her thoughts, she saw her two senior brothers gossiping about her looks. Ye Chao angrily delivered a heavy blow toward the two of them and scolded them loudly. Does none of you care whether Shuayu lives or dies? Honestly, talk about a moral decline. People are so cold, there's not a drop of sex spirit here. Mu Zhongxi, enduring the pain, pulled out a jade slip and held it in front of Ye Chao to justify himself. Of course we care. Look at this jade slip. Third senior brother is still doing just fine. On Zueyu's side, things weren't as fine as Mu Zhong. Hai claimed. He had the bad luck of bumping into Qin Huai. Qin Huai smirked and said, what a coincidence. Xueyu could only helplessly try to save his own skin, thinking dejectedly, this is just my rotten luck. Why have I been wandering alone for so long without seeing any sect mates, only to run straight into an enemy? Qin Huai was drenched in sweat and was forced to keep fanning himself with his hand. Seeing Xueyu made his voice sound a bit more excited. Got any heart-calming pills? Xueyu flatly replied, nope, I'm broke. While inwardly he scoffed, of course I have them, but they're for my own sect members to use. The Chengfeng sect squad can keep dreaming. Qin Huai didn't waste words and threatened him sternly. Let me see what's in your bag. Xueyu reacted quickly, clutching his command token as he replied. No way. Xueyu knew he couldn't win a fight, but he stubbornly held up the token and threatened back. I'm warning you. If you force me, I'll die right in front of you. Seeing that Qin Huai was actually a bit shaken, Xueyu continued to speak. We're both golden cores. Let's see if your speed is faster, or if my crushing speed is faster. That single threat made Qin Huai stop his hand immediately. Qin Huai withdrew his hand unwillingly, thinking, I can't believe he's actually pulling the suicide card. Even Xueyu himself hadn't expected it. Who knew this suicide warning trick? He learned from his eldest senior brother would be this useful. If I'm eliminated, forget heart-calming pills. They won't get their hands on any pills at all. Making a big decision, Xueyu raised his token, ready to crush it. So Qin Huai quickly stepped closer to talk him down. Chill. Let's talk this out slowly. Duan Huangdao also smiled and added, it's like this, we never wanted to rob your bag. We just want to make a trade. To show good faith, he pulled out a small pouch and said, I have various spiritual tools in my pouch. Can we trade? While he was all smiles on the outside, on the inside, Duan Huangdao's heart was breaking into pieces. He originally wanted to rob him empty-handed, but he didn't expect Xueyu to play this card. Now all my treasures are being snatched away. At the same time, Ye Chao's side was in a heated discussion. Suddenly, Mingshen turned to look at Si Miaoyan, and Lin then whispered, do we really want to ally with the Bishui sect? Mu Zhongxi was quick to protest. Please no, we'd have to protect them too. Zhou Xingyun frowned after hearing his junior brother out, and replied, they're all fellow cultivators. Ye Chao snapped out of her thoughts. Her eyes lit up as she whispered happily, by allying with them, we can stock up on pills along the way. Right now, another calculation flashed through her mind. Pills are super expensive. The pills that third senior brother and I refined won't last me until the end of the secret realm. But if we partner with Bishui sect, it's different. We can totally mooch food and drinks the whole way. With the plan fully formed, Ye Chao nodded with a smile. Sure, let's cooperate. She rushed towards Si Miaoyan and Lin and said amiably, happy collaborating. Lin was super hyped and shouted, happy collaborating. Pausing for a second, Lin asked, curiously, since the two sects are allying, there needs to be a leader. So who's taking the lead? The Changming sect squad didn't waste any time. They all glanced over at Ye Chao and said, let her do it. Before they could continue, a man approached from afar and made a suggestion. Let me lead. He slowly introduced himself. I am Liu Yun. This Liu Yun was a disciple of the Bishui sect and Si Miaoyan's junior brother. Liu Yun stopped in front of Ye Chao and said, Ye Chao, I admit you're very famous. But after all, you aren't an alchemist. I understand this secret realm, just follow me. Mingxuan shot a sharp look at Liu Yun and asked loudly, are you sure you want to lead? Liu Yun nodded with an arrogant look. Given the current situation, if us alchemists don't lead, could it possibly be you talisman users? Mingxuan was choked with rage from the sudden mockery. Ye Chao saw the atmosphere getting tense, so she gently pulled Mingxuan's sleeve and advised, let it go, second senior brother. The Shui sect has plenty of pills anyway. If they want to lead, let them lead. After a few minutes of trying to convince Ye Chao's brothers, Liu Yun successfully became the leader. while Ye Chao was walking listlessly behind the group. The little chick, KFC, finally flew back. Hearing the familiar chirping, Ye Chao's eyes lit up with pure joy. She looked at KFC dotingly and thought excitedly, KFC can fly now. Before, it was like a chicken that could only hop a bit. Wajung, hi. Standing nearby, heard the chick's voice and asked, it must have found quite a bit of lava. Are there any changes after eating for so long? Ye Chao chuckled and replied, it definitely got chunkier. Zhou Xingyun stared at the chick and gave his assessment. Once it wakes up, its cultivation realm will likely increase a lot. At the same time, he thought spirit beasts and divine beasts are probably alike, breaking through much easier than humans. They can just wake up from a nap and easily rank up. Cultivators not only need to face lightning tribulations, but also need the right timing. Seeing the Changming Sect squad suddenly falling behind, Si Miaoyan curiously tilted her head to look back. But that one glance left her in a state of shock. She immediately turned back and asked skeptically, a phoenix? Mingxuan loudly replied, what are you joking about? This is a chicken, a chicken! Mingxuan maintained a state of persistent belief, refusing to admit it even if it killed him, because he thought divine beasts in the cultivation world were extinct. If one is discovered, it must be reported to the 5 sects, and ultimately, the sects and the 8 great families would meet to negotiate how to handle it. As long as we say it's a chicken, who would dare say, our Changming sect is secretly hiding a phoenix? Si Miaoyan and Linlin could only try to convince themselves to believe it, giving a forced smile and praising, well, your chicken is quite beautiful. Putting the divine beast matter aside, Si Miaoyan and Linlin began taking out pills to distribute. Seeing everyone had received them, she spoke slowly. 1 bottle of pills for each person. Inside are heart-calming pills and spirit recovery pills, along with healing pills for when you're injured. Yesho heard this and excitedly shook the bottle immediately, then couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a major sect, Mingxuan held up the pill bottle and praised it highly. These pills have a light fragrance. Little junior sister, look at their flavor and learn from it. Wu Zhongxi heard this and also gave it a try. He drank it all, sighed, and said, this is what pills refined by real alchemists should be like. Ye Chao's pills have never had this kind of experience. The 3rd senior brother was thinking with a confused look. Why are 2nd senior brother and 4th junior brother talking about little junior sister like that? Could it be that she often fails at refining pills? Without saying much, Zhou Xingyun quietly walked over and put a hand on Ye Chao's shoulder, comforting her in a low voice. It's normal for an alchemist's furnace to explode. Ye Chao was suddenly curious. Does 3rd senior brother mess up too? After a moment of thought, Zhou Xingyun nodded. Remember the last time 3rd senior brother's furnace exploded? It was even worse than the smell of my snail noodles. That's right, back when he first joined the sect. He blew up his alchemy furnace every single day, making the whole sect feel like it was hitting an earthquake. At that time, his hair looked like it was fried. The image was so distinct that even Zhou Xingyun remembered it. After stepping out, Yui gave a forced smile and said, help me deliver this letter to everyone. Quietly listening to Zhou Xingyun finish, Ye Chao felt a bit emotional and thought, then I guess I really haven't blown one up yet. Though that might be because the gear I use is pretty durable. While Mingxuan and Mu Zhongxi were enjoying themselves, Ye Chao confidently declared, once this secret realm ends, I need to go to the night market to buy a furnace and try it out. Everyone except Zhou Xingyun could only manage an awkward laugh at Ye Chao's bold declaration. Before long, Si Miaoyan suddenly shouted in shock, look over there are so many fire bees. The fire bees were aggressively attacking the group with their stingers. Ye Chao and Liu Yun made a quick assessment before he ordered, go straight in and kill them all. Ye Chao didn't rush to give her opinion. Instead, she mentally calculated that the beasts of Flame Mountain usually form swarms when going out. Their cultivation isn't low, but their IQ is. No need for a head-on fight. We can use a few tricks to deal with them. Yakatha wanted everyone to save their strength, so she said to Liu Yun, actually, we could try a different way. Liu Yun already disliked Ye Chao, so seeing her speak up, he snapped back with annoyance. Just mind yourself. I have my own way. Liu Yun couldn't stop thinking. Ye Chao has been very famous lately. Even Ye Qinghan, who had the most hype, was defeated by her. She definitely wants to show off now and steal the spotlight. Tired of arguing with someone who hated her, Ye Chao immediately waved her hand and said, fine, whatever. She could only sigh and think. I guess I've figured out the personalities of these 5 sex heirs. They're at least a bit rebellious, and hate it when others doubt their decisions. They followed Liu Yun's orders, constantly slashing and killing those fire bees. But honestly, they just couldn't wipe them all out. Mu Zhongxi was getting frustrated by now, but following this plan, then by the time they evolve into humans, we'll still be running in circles. Liu Yun still stubbornly snapped back. What's the rush? It's only day 2. Liu Yun firmly stated, We have the pills. And you guys have the strength. First and second place will eventually belong to us. Ming Xuan, while focusing on casting talismans to hit the fire bees, thought angrily to himself, we just have a few pills and don't want to be dragged down to fourth place. If we weren't mooching off their benefits, I'd really want to end this partnership right now. One day later, somewhere in the Flame Mountain secret realm, a loud voice rang out. What is going on with the Changming sect? 3 sects were gathered in one place. Chu Xingji laughed in disbelief. They're actually in fourth place? Song Hangxing slowly voiced his deduction. The Changming sect is likely cooperating with the Bishui sect right now. With those alchemists being a total dead weight, the Changming sect side will definitely be affected. After speaking, Song Hangxing rubbed his chin in deep thought. Having to protect alchemists while killing spirit beasts, standing in fourth place is quite normal. Zhu Hong remembered the most capable person in the Chang Ming sect and immediately retorted. But Ye Chao doesn't seem like the type to be held back. Tin Huai also chimed in. On her own, she wouldn't care, but in a team cooperation, she needs to look at the big picture. Qin Huai was secretly celebrating in his heart. When 2 sects cooperate, there will be a team leader. They're all heirs, so surely no one will submit to the other. Maybe they're even having internal conflicts right now. On the other side of Flame Mountain, Ye Qiao had reached her limit and stepped forward, toward Liu Yun again to advise him. If we keep going like this, we'll lose sooner or later. If you can't handle it, let me lead the team. Ye Qiao looked at the situation and felt like crying, thinking, it's been 3 days already. I still want to win. Liu Yun let out a cold, mocking snort. How can a foundation establishment kid like you lead the team? Ye Qiao was speechless and felt even more heartbroken, thinking, if I win, I can get 1,000,000 stones and finally escape poverty. Everything was reaching a deadlock. Suddenly, a young girl's hand reached out, grabbing Liu Yun's hem and pulling him away. Lin dragged Liu Yun aside and said with a forced smile, third senior brother, Ye Qiao is actually very capable. Liu Yun glanced at Ye Qiao skeptically and asked himself, really? Lin saw Liu Yun's attitude soften and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, third senior brother hasn't gone on missions with us before, so he probably doesn't know how Ye Qiao turns the tide. Those aggressive fire ants suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They were looking for a way to attack Ye Qiao's group. Ming San panicked, and with just one glance, he accidentally spotted the ant swarm and shouted, anxiously, it's the fire ants! They're sensitive to smells and rely on scent to pinpoint everyone's location. Split up, everyone. Don't let them surround us. Ye Qiao's entire group heard him and began to scatter. Si Miaoyan hurriedly asked Ye Qiao in a panic, what do we do now? Si Miaoyan could only sigh. How are we supposed to deal with so many spirit beasts? This is a total disaster. Zhou Xingyun crossed his arms and said calmly, go ask your junior brother. We're just foundation establishment kids. We wouldn't dare speak. Liu Yun was still stubbornly acting as the leader. He ordered Ming Shen and Ye Qiao to set up a formation, while the others searched their bags for any pills that could interfere with the fire ants' sense of smell. No, have the sword cultivators go out and handle them. The Bishui sect disciples were a bit stunned and shouted, there are no pills that can mask the scent of fire ants. From a distance, a talisman flew in, forming a barrier to shield Ye Qiao's group from those troublesome fire ants. But before they could celebrate, the fire ants began devouring the barrier and were slowly making their way inside. Ming Xuan frowned and gave a worried warning. They're eating the formation! Hurry! The formation is about to collapse! Only now did Liu Yun finally start to worry. He looked over expectantly and whispered Ye Qiao's name. Ye Qiao, deep in thought, shook her head in frustration and thought, oh, so you're thinking of me now? Without wasting words, she quickly pulled out a bottle of pills, poured all the pills out of the bottle, and handed one to each member of the Bishui sect. Each pill has a different scent. Some smell like manure, some like garlic, rotten fish heads, durian, or even stinky tofu. Seeing that everyone held the pills firmly in their hands, Ye Qiao slowly instructed them. You 5, each of you put one in your mouth. No spitting it out. The smell of those pills was so horrific that Si Miaoyan was forced to plug her nose, while pleading desperately, can I just hold it instead? Ye Qiao looked at the durian-scented pill in Si Miaoyan's hand, frowned and said, that works too. On the other side, when Liu Yun held the pill toward the ants, they hurriedly turned around and fled. Liu Yun, seeing the danger had passed, quickly shot a glance at Ye Qiao and asked what she was trying to do. We let you come up with a plan not to agitate the fire ants. Ye Qiao snapped back irritably. Isn't this me coming up with a plan? Regaining her composure, Ye Qiao spoke authoritatively. You 5 alchemists, take out your furnaces and crawl inside. These are sealing talismans. Just stick a sealing talisman onto the furnace lid, and it will prevent the fire ants from getting in. The furnace walls are very thick, so they can definitely withstand the ants gnawing Liu Yun was startled and asked loudly, "Are you really telling us to crawl into our furnaces?" Ye Chao nodded. "Yes. I want to draw the fire while having a place to hide."
Why fight head-on? Everyone follow my arrangements.
An incense stick later, fire ants lay dead all over the ground. Ye Chao used her duoyin to finish off the remaining few. Seeing that the fire ants were finally dealt with, Ye Chao sat down exhausted, gasping for air. Consider that problem solved. After resting for a few more minutes, Ye Chao turned back and said, "Come on out now." Behind her, Si Miaoyan's group opened their furnace lids and crawled out. As she emerged, Lin Lin nonchalantly remarked, "Actually, after smelling these pills for a while, they're quite fragrant. I bet they don't even taste that bad." Ming Shen, standing nearby and hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and thought, "Do you guys even know what you're saying?" Unable to hide his confusion, Ming Xuan muttered, "Such foul-smelling pills actually taste good? Are these alchemists crazy?" Liu Yun, standing nearby, was also intrigued by Lin Lin's words. He stared intently at the pill in his hand, and then, unable to resist, he took a bite. He thought it would be gross, but surprisingly it was strangely delicious. Liu Yun secretly marveled, "The taste isn't bad. The spiritual energy is very dense." Staring at the stinky pill, he thought, "As long as the effects are good, then for an alchemist, it's a high-quality pill." Ye Chao proudly tossed a spirit recovery pill into her mouth and said loudly, "Of course, don't forget that we're quite the foodies." While Ye Chao's group was laughing and chatting happily, discussing the topic of pills, someone was secretly hiding behind a rock eavesdropping. He looked at the scene before him in total shock.
Damn, that's intense. Bishui Sect and Changming Sect are actually eating crap together.
He scrambled back to his sect's location as fast as he could and said urgently, "Eldest senior brother, just now Changming Sect and Bishui Sect were eating crap together."
I'm not kidding.
Duan Huangdao heard this and subconsciously muttered with dissatisfaction. "And they didn't even bring me along?" Tin Huai heard what his junior brother said and could only stare wide-eyed and scold him. "You've gone crazy too." Only after being scolded by Qin Huai did Duan Huangdao snap out of it. He gave an embarrassed laugh. "My bad, I'm talking nonsense. You guys keep talking." After that apology, Duan Huangdao thought somewhat helplessly, "Those few heirs have been dragging me to trash talk Ye Chao lately. I always end up adding a few words myself, and this time I accidentally let it slip. Now the rankings of the three sects are basically stable, but to continue surviving in the secret realm, we need to rely on the alchemist's pills." Just as he finished his thought, Suzhou spoke up and asked, "So do we need to go discuss a partnership with Bishui Sect?" Qin Huai smirked and said, "What partnership?" "Shenziwei, provide the location. In a bit, we're going to rob their bags." Song Hangxing replied with extreme excitement, "If we aren't fighting today, we're out here looting bags." Song Hangxing glanced at Ye Qinghan and said, "Loot them and then make a run for it. We'll split the pills equally then. Inside, we'll be the ones protecting you." Ye Qinghan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Fine." Outside at the observation deck area, everyone took the opportunity to gossip again. They competed to say, things have gone south. They've changed. They're no longer the pure souls they used to be. A rare scene of three sects forming an alliance. Ye Chao has truly become the enemy of the world. And someone else laughed loudly, saying, "The disciples of these three sects are always the ones Ye Chao trolls the hardest." It's over, it's over. The Shui sect is about to have a miserable time too. The sky gradually turned dark. Suddenly, Si Miaoyan frowned and warned, "Someone is coming, quite a lot of them. Stay sharp." Ming Xuan originally wanted to head out to scout the situation, but then he saw formations appearing all around. He assessed the situation and shouted a warning. "It's a talisman formation! Spread out! It's a trap!" Instantly, Ming Xuan was encased in a barrier. Thanks to Ming Xuan's warning, everyone else quickly retreated to the rear. Ming Xuan couldn't sit still and pounded his fists against the barrier several times, but it didn't even leave a scratch. He looked at the scene before him and hissed, "Damn it!" Sensing something was wrong, Ye Chao turned her head, grabbing Lin Lin as she shouted, "Follow me!" Relying on her sharp instincts, she realized in seconds, Changming Sect is currently in 4th place. There's no threat, so it's not worth other sects setting a trap. Thus their target can only be the alchemist. A faint laugh rang out from ahead. "Don't even dream of escaping." Taking a few more steps, Ye Chao was blocked by Ye Qinghan in front. Without a word, he used a powerful palm strike on Ye Chao. With just that one strike, he managed to separate her from Lin Lin. Ye Qinghan glanced at Ye Chao and snorted coldly. Then with one sword strike, he cut the pill bag Lin Lin was wearing at her waist. He stepped forward and happily grabbed the bag of pills. Ye Chao watched Ye Qinghan's smug actions. She narrowed her eyes and thought, "I really got played by their little trick. These heirs have actually made some progress." On the other side, Duan Huangdao was also giving chase to 2 alchemists. Timing it perfectly, he threw a strike that cut both their pill bags. Miaoyan saw the pill bag fall and shouted in a panic. No! She originally intended to reach out and catch it, but suddenly Chu Xingji appeared. His eyes were full of danger, as he used the white moon slash to attack Miaoyan. Startled by the sudden attack, she reflexively pulled her hand back to dodge. Chu Xingji smoothly stepped forward and caught the pill bag. Before leaving, he gave a provocative smile. Thanks for the loot. Miaoyan glared at Chu Xingji and said angrily, You guys are too much. Chu Xingji replied with his usual arrogance. All's fair in love and war, after all. Qin Huai held another pill bag and said with satisfaction, Bag secured. Their pills must definitely be in here. Let's go. Ye Qinghan also turned to leave at this point. Suddenly, Ye Qiao ran up and called out loudly, Ye Qinghan! He turned back, slightly confused, and asked coldly, What? Ye Qiao smiled brightly and reached out to pat his shoulder a few times. While laughing, she said, Nothing, just wanted to call your name. But little did Ye Qinghan know that while she was patting his shoulder, Ye Qiao had secretly planted a butterfly on his collar. Ye Qinghan, hearing such an absurd answer, was disgusted and barked, Get lost! Just as he was about to leave, Ye Qiao casually smiled and said, when experts meet, they should at least say hi. Seeing how bad your temper is, you're definitely going to get cheated on in the future. After speaking, Ye Qiao thought to herself. In the original story, Yun Kuei has so many lovers. The grassland on top of Ye Qinghan's head is already big enough to let horses graze on. Ye Qinghan, suddenly being told that, became enraged and hissed, If you don't speak, no one's going to think you're mute. Ye Qinghan stomped off in a fit of rage. As he walked, he thought, in confusion, This Ye Qiao is truly strange. Suddenly patting my shoulder just to say hello. Am I even close with her? After a moment of being robbed and squeezed, Changming Sect and Bishui Sect quietly stood watching. As the group of bandits boldly walked away, Miaoyan broke down. Our pills and furnaces were all in those bags. Now they've been completely snatched away. Mingsen shook his head. Then it's game over. If we had furnaces, we could still refine pills on the spot. But they're all gone, so what are we supposed to refine with? Suddenly, Ye Qiao stepped forward, full of joy, clapped loudly, and said, Friends, don't worry. Let me ask you, have you heard of a counter-raid? Tomorrow we split into 2 paths and follow my command. From a distance, a figure was staring intently toward Ye Qiao. Shuiyu trembled and cried out loud, Little junior sister. Shuiyu cried harder the more he thought about it. After wandering for 3 days, I finally found you guys. Mingshen couldn't contain his joy either and ran over, speaking hurriedly. Long time no see. I really missed you, Shuiyu. Shuiyu happily skipped over and used an affectionate tone. Oh, Ming Xuan. Shuiyu. That touching scene didn't even last a few seconds. The very moment, Ming Xuan reached out to grab Shuiyu's pill bag. He snorted and said coldly, So you guys were just after my bag, huh? Xiao was happy, but didn't forget to ask. Third senior brother, do you still have Ganoderma for refining? Shuiyu quickly replied, coming right up. When looking at the alchemists, Ye Qiao was stunned, as everyone had a depressed look on their faces. Confused, she said, You guys... Shuiyu sharply noticed something was wrong and asked curiously, Who got robbed here? Mingxuan sighed and explained, We ran into the other 3 sects. They've all learned to play like bandits now. Sigh, people really are heartless. Shuiyu felt a chill down his spine, thinking, Is the grudge that big? To make 3 sects ally. Shaking off his thoughts, he immediately asked, What do we do next? Yeka rubbed her chin for a long time before saying in a low voice, Next, how about we all refine pills together? Miaoyan and her junior brothers and sisters. Everyone stood in awkward silence. Finally, Linlin had to speak up and said, Without furnaces, how can we refine anything? All of our furnaces were inside those bags. Ye Qiao wasn't bothered at all. That news didn't make Ye Qiao break down. On the contrary, she excitedly reached into her sleeve and said, Here, I have this. Do any of you know how to use a large refining furnace? The alchemist's jaws all dropped. When they saw such a massive pot, they said in unison, What? All 5 of them said helplessly, Ye Qiao, we are alchemists, not cooks. Have you ever seen an immortal use a cooking pot to refine pills? Ye Qiao pat her chest with pride and said, I do. Suddenly remembering a key point, Ye Qiao asked, Wait, are alchemists in the cultivation world that rich? Everyone has their own furnace? Miaoyan nodded and said casually, We heirs have several furnaces each. Even inner sect disciples have their own furnaces. Ye Qiao couldn't handle this shock. She said in pain, One person has several? How are you so rich? Ye Qiao collapsed, her inner self screaming. Turns out I'm the only poor one here. Mingsen felt bad and rushed to hug her tightly, while gently comforting her. Ye Qiao, calm down. It's just a furnace, right? Once this is over, we'll take you to buy one. Ye Qiao was exhausted by her own poverty. She weakly grabbed Ming Xuan's hand and said, Second senior brother, have you ever heard this saying, Being poor yourself is fine? but the teammates' wealth makes me want to die of envy. Liu Yun saw Yahello making such a scene, but didn't pay it much mind. He only asked curiously, Yahello, do you mean you know how to refine pills? Or you know how to use a pot to refine them? Yahello stopped her self-pity and casually turned back to reply. Exactly. Why can't you use a pot for alchemy? If you're incompetent, don't blame the tools. Liu Yun didn't believe it and mocked. You sure know how to brag. Fine, you try it then. Having just been struck by reality and then mocked, Yahello couldn't take it, stood up aggressively and said, Try it, I will. She began to open the pot lid. Then I'll just casually refine a heart-clearing pill. Without aromatics, I can only make the scentless kind. Yahello calmly took various herbs and tossed them into the pot. Outside in the observation area, Elder Chin impatiently stroked his beard nonstop, feeling extremely doubtful. Can she really pull it off? On the other side, the elders of the other three sects were hurriedly clasping their hands and praying for failure. Fail, fail. She absolutely must fail. If she succeeds, the cultivation world will see the first person capable of triple cultivation. In the future, won't Changming Sect be so smug they'll float to the sky? The Bishui Sect elder remained calm for now, sitting back and analyzing. Hard to say, her form looks very practiced. But selecting herbs and fire control is just the beginning. Next comes the pill chant refining and pill fusion. One tiny slip-up and the pot will explode. Back on the inside, Yahello was currently hesitating and thinking, how many pill chants should I go with? I can do 10 at a time, but I'll need a long rest after finishing. Thinking it over, she finally decided to drop it and do 5. Linlin's eyes filled with admiration as she cheered. Ah, senior sister, it's 5 pill chants, she thought in awe. Even I can only manage 3 at once. Linlin originally wanted to say a few more words of praise, but Si Miaoyun stepped up and covered her mouth. At the same time, Si Miaoyun whispered, Quiet. She stared intently at that refining pot, worried that any noise during an alchemist's refinement would affect it, especially since Yahello wasn't using a normal furnace, but a giant pot. The chance of a furnace explosion is huge. An elder accidentally glanced at the Bishui Sect elder and suddenly thought, Bishui Sect's best alchemist is Si Miaoyun. Heard she was once blessed by the heavenly Tao. Quite the big deal. That elder decided to speak up and ask, how many pill chants can Si Miaoyun produce? The Bishui Sect elder reluctantly replied, 8. If pushed to the limit, she can manage 10. Elder Teen, standing not far away, puffed his chest out with pride upon hearing this. So what does this prove? It proves our Chow Chow is a genius. She can produce 5 of them. The Bishui Sect elder, hearing Qin Fanfan say that, could only slightly bow his head. True, looking at the proficiency in Yahello's pill fusion, it proves this isn't her first time. If she truly succeeds, I'm afraid the cultivation world will be hit by a massive storm. Back to Yahello. After a period of intense refining, the refining pot finally settled onto the ground. Ming-san saw this and hurriedly asked, Did it work? So it's a success, right? Shuiyu stood by and sighed in relief. It should be a success. I didn't expect little junior sister to be a triple cultivator. Yeah. Hao stepped forward and opened the pot lid. The group behind her instantly let out several gasps. But a second later, once they saw the pills clearly, their attitude immediately shifted. Whoa, this is so ugly. Yahello angrily picked up a pill to eat, while shouting out loud, It might be ugly, but it has a beautiful soul. Why are you all hating on my pills? The video ends here. Thank you all for watching the whole video. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next video. Wishing you all a happy day. Goodbye and see you in the next one. Si Miaoyun couldn't help her curiosity and reached out to pick up a pill from the pot. She slowly brought it to her nose to smell the radiating aroma. Instantly, her face lit up. She couldn't help but marvel. The spiritual energy is so dense. Liu Yun stared wide-eyed from the side and shouted angrily, Who the hell spread the rumor that she has a mid-grade spiritual root? After speaking, he pondered to himself. Can a mid-grade spiritual root really triple cultivate? I don't buy it. If so, let me become mid-grade too. I don't even need this top grade anymore. Wei Yu heard Liu Yun's question and shook his head, replying, It's not a rumor. But little junior sister's spiritual root seems impossible to read. Just as Shuiyu finished speaking, Liu Yun stared bug-eyed at Yahello, who was casually eating the pills, and said with a trembling voice, Then what is her level? High grade, perhaps? Linlin also excitedly offered her opinion from a distance. If we're being bold, maybe it's a top grade hidden from us. Shuiyu silently rubbed his chin and suddenly cut in. If we're even bolder, is there anything above top grade? Si Miaoyun broke into a cold sweat and hesitantly replied, Above top grade is the heavenly grade. Outside the stands, every single elder was harboring the same burning doubt. So Yahello is a 1 in a million. Heavenly grade talent? The Bishui Sect elder suddenly got interested, glanced at Elder Chin, and asked loudly, Kinfanfan, where exactly did you pick up this outer disciple? Maybe we should go look there one day and see if we can find one too. Elder Chin raised his head high with pride and declared, picked her up at Yueking Sect. Elder Yun Yin, who was standing nearby, could only grit his teeth in absolute resentment. The Bishui Sect elder didn't let up. She laughed loudly, feigning innocence. As she said, anyone want to go to Yueking Sect with me? See if we can pick up a triple cultivator. Finding one is pure profit. Elder Yun Yin's entire face turned as black as a pot bottom. He silently clenched his fists and thought, triple cultivation? Back when Ye Chao was at Yueqing Sect, why didn't I see any talent for talismans or alchemy? It's all because of that brat Yun Kuei. If she caused less trouble, Ye Chao was always obedient since childhood. She wouldn't have turned against me over a single Ganoderma. Back in the secret realm, Ye Chao had eaten enough pills, and finally spoke up loudly. All right, now you believe a pot can refine pills. Who's next? The group of alchemists excitedly vied to answer. Me, I want to try too! The results were truly unexpected. Every single one of them tried refining pills with the pot. Even Si Miaoyan caused the refining pot to explode. The four of them were sprawled out all over the ground. Seeing that her refining pot had suffered through 4 consecutive hits, Ye Chao couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward in distress. She hugged her pot and cursed angrily. You guys are insane! Stop touching my pot! Before Ye Chao could put the refining pot away, a hand tightly grabbed her hem and said, give us one more chance. Liu Yun's eyes were incredibly sincere as he said, I've finally caught an inspiration. Trust me, I won't make it explode again. Ye Chao saw the desperate sincerity in Liu Yun's eyes and frowned, standing still for a long time. But she couldn't change Liu Yun's mind. Ye Chao had to sigh and said, once we're out of the secret realm, remember to pay us back for the herbs used and the pots you blew up. Seeing that Ye Chao had agreed, Liu Yun happily stood up and replied with a bright smile. Got it! Time passed and it was late at night. The 4 of them, Lin Lin, Suayu, Liu Yun, and Si Miaoyan, finally let out a tired sigh and sprawled on the ground. All 4 weakly said, the pills are finally finished. I'm dead tired. Ye Chao dusted off her hands and said, all right, before dawn, let's go find those other 3 sects and have some fun. Ye Chao paused a bit for everyone to rest up. Then she boldly gave out orders. Suayu, Mu Chongxi, Si Miaoyan, you guys go hunt some spirit beasts. The rest follow me. I'll lead the way. With eyes full of excitement, Ye Chao took out a few explosives and said, I wonder if you guys have ever heard of guerrilla warfare and striking the enemy? The group in front saw those round objects and were curious, staring wide-eyed as they asked, what's that? Ye Chao gave a sinister smile and whispered, you'll find out in a bit. Stopping, Ye Chao asked Shueyu, third senior brother, do you have any poisonous Ganoderma? Even though he didn't understand what was going on, Shueyu still reached into his sleeve and nodded. After rummaging for a bit, Shueyu pulled out a few stalks, saying some are poisonous, some aren't. But many of these herbs conflict with each other. Take whatever poison you need and mix it yourself. Liu Yun, overhearing the conversation between Ye Chao and Shueyu, was startled. He looked at the 2 before him as if they were evil demons, stammering out, are you 2 even alchemists meant to save people? Ye Chao wasn't having it and immediately retorted, don't you go framing me. I'm a sword cultivator. Liu Yun was left speechless by Ye Chao's words. He thought helplessly, you're a triple cultivator. You just claim to be whatever you feel like being. Just as they were about to leave, Ye Chao suddenly paused, quickly took out a magic tool obtained from the demon race, and asked everyone, right, does anyone know how to use a bow? Lin Lin timidly raised her hand. I know a little. Ye Chao nodded, and without hesitation handed the bow toward Lin Lin, instructing her. Then take this bow, coat the arrows in poison, and aim at them. Fire! Just remember to return it to me when you're done. Lin Lin happily reached out to take it. Got it, we'll try our best. With everything set up, Ye Chao smugly revealed the key point. Earlier, I placed a tracking tool on Ye Qinghan, so their movements are completely in my hands. The situation now is that we're in the dark, and they're in the light. An ambush is the perfect move. Ye Chao led the group, following the magic tool placed on Ye Qinghan, to find the spot where they were resting. A bunch of them were lying inside a barrier, closing their eyes and sleeping soundly. Ye Chao brought Lin Lin along, quietly standing on a large nearby tree branch. Ye Chao looked at the situation below and smirked. The 3 sects are sleeping right there. Draw your bow and fire. Lin Lin quickly nodded. Got it. She carefully prepared, aimed accurately, and fired. The arrow sliced through the wind, rushing toward the barrier, then forcefully pierced right through and slammed into the ground. The loud noise made Song Hangsing's group, and Ye Qinghan snap awake in shock. Song Hangsing sat up dazed, only to see an arrow embedded not far in front of him. Fully awake now, he shouted loudly, someone's here! Ye Chao saw the people below had woken up. and immediately turned to Lin Lin saying, "Let's go, don't let them catch us." As Ye Chao ran off, she thought happily to herself, "Guerrilla warfare means when the enemy advances, we retreat. And when the enemy retreats, we advance. If things look bad, just run for it." Ye Chao's group moved so fast, it left the people below stunned. Ye Qinghan frowned and gave his assessment. "It must be those Changming sect brats playing tricks. Assign someone to stand guard tonight. Chu Xingji, you go first. From midnight onwards, I'll take over." Chu Xingji took the order and nodded firmly. "Understood." Half an incense stick later, Chu Xingji's entire face was filled with frustration. He couldn't contain himself, clenching his fists and shouting,
Is there something wrong with Ye Chao and her crew?
"In just half an hour, they've pulled over a dozen pranks. Every time I rush out to check, they've already vanished." Just as he finished venting, strange noises started coming from behind Chu Xingji again.
Clang, clang, clang.
Chu Xingji was truly being driven mad by Ye Chao. He glanced behind him. "They're at it again, playing those damn drums. They've started psychologically torturing people." The loud noises kept echoing in waves. The members of the three sects couldn't get any rest at all. They had no choice but to light a fire and sit around together in frustration, waiting for the next disturbance from Ye Chao's group. Everything fell into a void of silence. Suddenly, Suzhou scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What are they playing at? They aren't crushing command tokens, nor are they stealing bags. Are they making all this fuss just to scare us to death?" Tinhui said with a hint of disgust. "Just ignore them. Let's go to sleep. Anyway, they wouldn't dare face us head-on." Ye Chao silently eavesdropped on the situation from behind a tree. Seeing that the group was no longer as energetic as before, she smirked triumphantly. Their alertness must have dropped significantly by now. Ye Chao happily turned back and winked at Ming Xuan and Zhou Xingyun. "Let's go." Over at Song Hangsing, Qin Huai, and Ye Qinghan's side, everyone was lying down to recover their strength. Chu Xingji confidently reminded them, "Everyone go back to sleep." As soon as he finished, several mini-bombs were tossed toward them from afar. A few seconds later, only a massive boom could be heard. After several blasts, dirt and dust flew everywhere. Everyone from the three sects was left injured and covered in filth. Chu Xingji gnashed his teeth and roared in fury.
I'm going to kill Ye Chao.
If the Changming sect members didn't run as fast as rabbits, making it impossible to catch them, I would definitely give them a brutal beating. Keeping up that state of anxiety until the next day, the members of the three sects were all exhausted and drained. Suzhou, with dark circles under his eyes, laughed out of sheer anger. "Changming sect is acting like a cornered dog. Since they can't beat us, they've decided to just annoy us to death." Ye Qinghan rubbed his forehead and said, "We're not hunting spirit beasts today. We'll rest here. It won't be too late to head out on the 5th day." He also thought to himself in frustration. Last night's torture from Ye Chao was enough. Our ranking is stable for now anyway. If we don't rest, our mental state will collapse. At this moment, outside in the observation area, everyone was laughing and discussing the events. "This is killing me. So this is guerrilla warfare? I love it, I love it. How do those three sects dare to compete with Ye Chao in being petty? Truly, your daddy will always be your daddy. A pro is always a pro." Meanwhile, someone suddenly spoke up to analyze. In a sense, Ye Chao's objective has already been achieved, using this dirty method to stall the other three sects for an entire day. In this one day, they can kill quite a few spirit beasts. The person opposite pondered for a moment and then replied, "There are 2 days left now. Yueqing sect has 2,000 spirit beasts. Wenjian sect has 1,600. Chengfeng sect has 1,300. Changming sect has 900. Bishui sect has 700. In this situation, whether they can overtake the score depends on how long Ye Chao can stall those three sects." Back in the secret realm, Ye Chao's group was currently silent, standing on a cliffside. Ye Chao frowned and rubbed her chin, calculating to hold back three sects while protecting a bunch of alchemists. The difficulty level feels pretty high, but if we get those pill bags back, it'll be a bit easier. After calculating for a long time, Ye Chao suddenly made a decision. "Track the location of your furnaces. Tonight, I'm going to the enemy base to steal the bags back." Ying Xuan asked doubtfully, "Stealing the bags? I feel like after being raided all night, they'll be on high alert." Ye Chao wasn't worried at all. She smiled casually and replied, "That's why we need to put on a show during the day first. Then go steal them again once it's dark." Ye Chao stepped up and patted Ming Xuan's shoulder with a sly smile. "Come on, second senior brother, join me for the performance." After recruiting Ming Xuan, Ye Chao thought to herself, the other senior brothers aren't suited for sneak attacks. Only second senior brother's talisman skills are petty enough for this. Without another word, one incense stick later, Ye Chao and Ming Shen were hiding behind a rock, not far from where the three sects were resting. Ye Chao glanced at the situation outside and whispered, The core disciples of the three sects are resting now. Chu Xingji is the one on guard. We should be able to see him in just a moment. Chu Xingji, completely unaware, slowly patrolled the area. When the footsteps were only a few feet from the rock, Ye Chao softly called out, "He's here." Instantly, both Ye Chao and Ming Xuan grabbed talismans and hurled them toward Chu Xingji. Chu Xingji could be said to have some skill. He looked stern and quickly used his sword to slash twice. Once he had dealt with those talismans, he snorted coldly. Sneak attacks, cheap tricks. Originally, Chu Xingji wanted to rush forward and settle the score with the attackers. But before he could move, he saw behind the rock two people pulling at each other. Ye Chao's voice rang out urgently. "Second senior brother, run! Let's settle the old and new grudges later." Chu Xingji's face darkened as he barked. "Trying to run?" Ye Chao and Ming Shen didn't care and ran forward for dear life. Ye Chao glanced back and saw sword energy grazing past them. Ye Chao yanked Ming Xuan's hand, and instantly both of them tumbled forward, screaming nonstop. "Ah, I'm injured! That sword energy is too strong!" Chu Xingji, who was chasing from behind, suddenly froze. He thought in a daze, "Why do I feel like my sword energy didn't even touch them?" But a split second later, Chu Xingji's eyes suddenly widened. As if having a realization, he thought, "Could I have become so OP that I can hit enemies through the air?" Outside the observation area, everyone took the chance to laugh hysterically while discussing. Are the requirements for core disciples this high now? Not only do you need talent, but you also have to know how to act. Maybe only Changming Sect is this special. Some Wenjian Sect fans couldn't help but say angrily, "I can't take this anymore." That idiot Chu Xingji was like that even outside the viewing area. But inside the secret realm, Chu Xingji began his peak narcissism phase. He bragged loudly, "Man, let me tell you guys, I just ran into Ye Chao's Changming Sect crew, and I beat them so bad they had to flee." As he spoke, Chu Xingji got more hyped. With just one slash, Ye Chao and Ming Xuan were both knocked to the ground. If they hadn't run so fast, those two would have been eliminated tonight. Song Hangxing frowned and asked, "Are you sure they were actually injured?" Despite asking, he felt like he'd seen this before, wondering to himself, why does this move feel so familiar? Back in the secret realm when we met those two masked bandits, that girl among them handed me a box. I believed her and thought there was treasure inside. But after following her instructions to break the seal, all that was inside was a half-eaten piece of cake. Seeing someone didn't believe him, Chu Xingji suddenly flared up and raised his voice. "You can doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my strength." Seeing Chu Xingji's reaction was so intense, Song Hangxing just laughed it off and replied, "Fine, fine, your strength is indeed very formidable." Hearing that, Chu Xingji puffed his chest out in satisfaction. As for Song Hangxing, seeing Chu Xingji's confident expression, he sighed and thought, Ye Chao and Ming Xuan have low cultivation levels, and one is just a talisman master. Neither can really fight. It's actually possible Chu Xingji managed to wound them. Tin Huai, silent for a long time, finally spoke up. "Since Ye Chao and Ming Xuan are injured, will they still come back tonight?" Ye Qinghan frowned and thought for a moment before giving his prediction. "Probably not. Both Ye Chao and Ming Xuan are hurt. The remaining alchemists have no spine. Let's continue resting for one more night. We can go back to hunting spirit beasts tomorrow." On the other side, Ye Chao's group had gathered together. Ming Xuan was currently marveling nonstop. "This red fruit is truly magical. The fake blood it makes is perfect." Then Ming Xuan burst out laughing. Chu Xingji was such a fool just now. He actually thought he was so cool. Ye Chao stood nearby, feeling equally satisfied. Ye Chao laughed loudly, full of excitement. "Wait until they lower their guard tonight. Then we'll make our move." After waiting forever, night finally fell. Everything gradually sank into the shadows. The people from the three sects were fast asleep. Ye Chao's crew each moved with light footsteps, sneaking in and busying themselves for a while. Ming Xuan happily looked at the pile of bags before him and decisively held one up. Ming Xuan's face was beaming with joy, just like a child who was just given candy, as he kept whispering, "Found the bags! Found them!" On the way back, Ye Chao accidentally spotted some black clothes not far from her. She was instantly drawn to them. With a total hooligan expression, Ye Chao slowly approached those black clothes. Behind her, Ming Xuan watched Ye Chao in total confusion, having no clue what she wanted to do. A moment later, Lin Lin suddenly cheered happily. "Ye Chao and the others are back." Ming Xuan didn't hesitate to shout out, "Snitching, that little junior sister stole Ye Qinghan's clothes. She's such a pervert." Wu Zhongxi asked in shock, "Whoa! Ye Chao, do you have a secret crush on him? To the point of even taking his clothes?" Ye Chao angrily barked back, "You're the one with the crush!" Who told him to throw his clothes right next to him while sleeping? Having said that, Ye Chao thought gleefully to herself, "If clothes are thrown around, of course I'll just conveniently take them. Maybe I can even sell them on the forum." Under the title, private clothes of the Wenjian sect's eldest disciple. After her mind wandered, Ye Chao suddenly remembered the important stuff. She hurriedly took out the pill bags. Right, friends, I got the bags back. Your furnaces and Ganoderma should be inside. Linlin stepped forward to take her bag and checked it carefully. Then she replied, It's them, but the pills are gone. They probably ate them. Jueyu laughed and said, Since we have the Ganoderma, you guys should refine some aphrodisiac pills tonight. Si Miaoyan's entire face turned bright red after hearing that. She waved her hands while asking, Aphrodisiac pills, what's that for? Jueyu just gave a sheepish laugh and replied, It's exactly what it sounds like. You don't get it? They are pills that make spirit beasts go into heat and act crazy. We don't have much time. If we don't use some special tactics, we'll just end up in last place. Si Miaoyan immediately nodded. Got it, understood. Mingshen didn't stay idle either. He immediately took out several talismans. Tonight, we start the operation. Suyu uses the aphrodisiac pills to lure spirit beasts to me. I'll set a trap. Mu Zhongxi will kill from behind, and Lin Lin will assist. Yeko nodded and continued the arrangement. The rest will stall the 3 sects. As long as we hold out until the secret realm ends, victory will be ours. Stopping for a moment, Ye Qiao, with a totally shameless face, stared intently at Si Miaoyan and instructed, You guys have your refining pots, right? Tomorrow, if anyone gets close to you, just throw your pots at them. Si Miaoyan had never used such a method before, so she asked blankly, Throw them how? Ye Qiao slowly raised her voice and replied, Whoever comes, smash them with the refining pot. All living beings are equal. The next morning, the trees rustled as the sun rose high. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by a loud shout. Wake up, everyone! The pile of pill bags gathered in the center has vanished into thin air. Chu Xingji frowned and said, The Bishui sect's bags are gone too. Suju stepped forward in shock. What? At the same time, he took out his command token to check, and it was unbelievable. 3rd place, Changming sect. 4th place, Bishui sect, Suju said doubtfully. The rankings for Changming sect and Bishui sect. How did they get to 3rd and 4th? Then Suju muttered to himself in confusion. In just one night, where did they find so many spirit beasts? Song Hangxing stood nearby, lost in deep thought. A moment later, he spoke up with an analysis. It seems they took advantage of our lowered guard to steal the bags back. As he spoke, Song Hangxing's brows furrowed even more. He sighed and said, Ye Qiao has way too many tricks. There's only one day left until the secret realm ends. We can't keep going like this. Seeing this, Chu Xingji also gave his opinion. We must go out, find spirit beasts, and stabilize our rank immediately. Immediately, the group behind him responded, Understood. Just as the members of the 2 sects were about to turn and leave, Tin Huai suddenly called them back. Wait a second. It's very likely Ye Qiao has set traps along the way. Everyone stay sharp. Don't fall into her traps. The words had just left his mouth when from afar, an arrow shot rapidly toward the spot where Qin Huai's group was standing. Song Hangxing saw it and shouted in shock. Someone's attacking! Watch out! At the same time, a sharp sword strike successfully intercepted the incoming arrow. Chu Xingji, looking completely relaxed, snorted at the arrow broken in half. Who are they looking down on? Ye Qiao, watching their smug expressions from a distance, chuckled to herself. Right. You guys are the best. But the real show's just beginning. Song Hangxing was about to search the area for the culprit when his foot accidentally stepped on a pile of mini-bombs that Ye Qiao had buried underground. Those bombs were triggered by Song Hangxing's weight, and a split second later, loud explosions went off one after another. Song Hangxing coughed violently and thought to himself, Thank goodness I have the diamond talisman on me. Otherwise I would have been blown out of the competition. Meanwhile, Qin Huai coughed while saying in frustration, What kind of devilish thing is this? Duan Huangdao pondered for a moment and then shouted, I think it's Ye Qiao's stuff. This thing explodes, and the blast is so fast you can't even guard against it. At the same time, he remembered earlier, when Ye Qiao used this to blow up a spirit beast's belly. Ye Qinghan frowned and calmly ordered everyone to scatter. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at Sujuo. Sujuo, go confirm the location they're attacking from. Today we have to settle this with them. Sujuo, who had been tortured for days, replied eagerly, Got it. He quickly used his cultivation to search for the location. After a moment of silent searching, Sujuo suddenly opened his eyes and snorted inwardly. Found you! Without another word, he used his lightness skill to leap toward the location, where Si Miaoyan was hiding. He decisively pointed ahead and said, Over here! Si Miaoyan held her breath, waiting in a panic. She hurriedly pulled out her refining furnace, threw it back, and shouted, I'm warning you, don't come any closer. Right when Sujuo was about to charge in, Si Miaoyan yelled again, Get big! Instantly, the refining furnace expanded to a massive size, leaving Sujuo stunned. He muttered, Say what now? Before he could finish, he took the entire furnace right to the face. Caught completely off guard, he lost his balance and tumbled straight to the ground. The members of the three sects watched the scene, only able to stare in shock. As for Sujuo, despite the pain, he struggled to speak. What on earth did this alchemist learn from Ye Chao? All the attention of the three sects was now on Sujuo. Ye Chao couldn't miss such a perfect opportunity. She pulled out several talismans and smirked. Fog talismans. The effect of the talismans was excellent. In just a moment, the area below was filled with thick fog. The group below panicked. What's with this fog now? Where exactly does Ye Chao keep getting this stuff from? Taking advantage of the thick fog, Ye Chao continued to unleash a series of other moves, simultaneously throwing mini-bombs and fog talismans, combined with a non-stop barrage of arrows and stones. Duan Huangdao looked at the situation before him, able to do nothing but cry without tears. Oh God, here it comes again. Feeling helpless and not wanting to get injured, Duan Huangdao immediately used his golden shield to defend. He focused all his energy on creating a solid barrier that could withstand the relentless waves of attacks from Ye Chao. Seeing that everything was stable, Duan Huangdao hurriedly called out, "Hide inside my magic tool, don't go out. It's too dangerous out there." Suzhou and Song Hangsing also quickly took out diamond talismans to avoid taking any damage themselves. Chu Xingji could only try his best to dodge. He cursed angrily. Is Ye Chao crazy? She's even throwing rocks at us. Zhu Huang was also doing her best to evade. She gritted her teeth and said, "How annoying. She wants to drain our spiritual energy and physical strength." Ye Chao, watching from outside, was currently feeling extremely hyped. Brothers, the time for revenge has come. Attack. With a determined look, she pulled out a body-fixing talisman and hurled it forward, landing a perfect hit. The talisman stuck firmly onto Chu Xingji. Chu Xingji was trying to dodge some incoming rocks, but found himself unable to move. He thought in a panic, "Crap, I'm frozen!" Suddenly, while he was struggling to break free from those restraints, a surge of power struck from behind. Chu Xingji only had time to let out a cry, "Ah!" before that sword strike hit him directly. Instantly, a teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. Chu Xingji shouted in frustration, "I hate all of you," before vanishing. Zhu Huang on the other side asked in a daze, "Wait, who just eliminated Chu Xingji?" Ye Qinghan replied calmly, "It seems my sword energy was what hit Chu Xingji." Zhu Huang broke into a cold sweat, thinking his crime wasn't that bad. She whispered to Ye Qinghan, "Eldest brother, even though Chu Xingji is an idiot, you didn't have to kill him during the match." Ye Qinghan felt a bit helpless. The scene was too chaotic. I didn't know the person behind me was Chu Xingji. Besides, he didn't even dodge. In the elimination zone, Chu Xingji slammed the table with a dark face. "Is it because I didn't want to dodge? It's because some brat from the Changming Sect threw a body-fixing talisman on me." Back at the observation area, the fans were buzzing again. Stabbing your own sect mates. That truly is the Wenjian sect tradition. Man, I'm dying of laughter. Changming sect and Bishui sect are now doing whatever it takes to win. I'm telling you again, whoever is the king of dirty tricks in the cultivation world, it's definitely Ye Chao. Whoa, look! Changming sect's rank is making a comeback. Tin Fanfan and the Bishui sect elder were both extremely happy right now. Ye Chao really has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. In stark contrast to those two elders, the elders of the other three sects could only look on with dark faces. Back in the secret realm, Ye Chao shouted heroically, "Keep stalling, don't be afraid of your tokens getting crushed. The worst that happens is getting eliminated. It's fine if we die, as long as the others are still standing." Si Miaoyan was moved by Ye Chao's words. She nodded heroically, "All right," and decisively charged forward. The alchemists, along with the Changming sect brothers, also joined the fray with high spirits. Tin Huai gritted his teeth in rage, wanting to confront Ye Chao immediately. But a moment later, after calming down, Tin Huai thought, "No, first I have to sneak out and find spirit beasts. I can't let our rank drop." Right then, Liu Yin aggressively charged up, trying to run fat chance. On Ye Chao's side, she was about to attack the people in front of her when, suddenly, she noticed Song Hangsing was stealthily setting a trap in the back. Without a word, she decisively grabbed a mini-bomb, spun around, and hurled it at Song Hangsing, saying, "No one is leaving today." Song Hangsing was furious at the sudden sneak attack and quickly stopped his array building to dodge. Because of his agile movements, he easily avoided that strike. Once Song Hangsing regained his footing on the ground, his face darkened as he growled, "You're so annoying." In the observation area, the image of Song Hangsing's rage was currently magnified to the max. Some viewers discussed in low voices, "It's all fog inside, can't really see how they're fighting. But the battle is intense." The person nearby quickly chimed in, "Yeah, looks like someone else was just eliminated." As soon as that person finished speaking, a series of announcements rang out. Suzhou of Yueking Sect eliminated. Si Miaoyan of Bishui Sect eliminated. Duan Huangdao of Chengfeng Sect eliminated. Next, Ye Chao of Changming Sect eliminated. Hearing that even Ye Chao was out, the entire observation area exploded. The crowd burst into laughter. What? Even Ye Chao got eliminated? I'm dying of laughter as expected. Seeing everyone having a good time, someone else joined the fun. I'm curious if she'll get jumped once she's out. Anyway, in the elimination zone, except for her ally Si Miaoyan, everyone else there was her enemy. Right after that, someone replied, getting jumped would be pretty normal. Just look at all the shady stuff she did. Ye Chao deserves it. At this moment, Ye Chao, with a dejected face, was teleported to the elimination area. She took a look around and thought with a sad look. So this is what it feels like to be eliminated. Before she could wallow in her sadness for long, sharp glares were already piercing her from behind. Ye Chao wasn't scared at all. In fact, she felt pretty good, nonchalantly saying, what a coincidence. You guys ended up in the loser zone too? It's cool, I'm here with you guys now. Let's all just hang out here in the loser seats. If she hadn't said anything, it might have been fine. But those words made Chu Xingji, Suzhou, and Duan Huangdao absolutely lose it. The three were about to step forward to teach Ye Chao a lesson, when someone outside suddenly shouted, "Everyone out!" The secret realm has ended. Instantly, the remaining people inside the secret realm were all teleported back outside. Ye Chao happily ran over and called out loudly, "Senior brothers!" Mu Zhongji couldn't wait a second longer and asked, "Are the results out yet?" Ye Chao excitedly pulled out her command token and said, "Yep, we're in first place with 300 points. Yueking Sect is second. Bishui Sect is third." Hearing this, Lin Lin happily slapped Liu Yin's shoulder and said, "So hype, I told you if we followed Ye Chao, we'd be carried to the top." At this moment, Lin Lin was over the moon, thinking, Bishui Sect took third place for the first time, and we basically didn't have to do anything the whole time. Tin Huai refused to accept this, mocking them with a dark face. "Are you done bootlicking? You're still alchemists. Have some shame." At the same time, he was fuming inside. My Chengfeng Sect was supposed to be third, but instead, Ye Chao led a bunch of alchemists to pull off a massive upset. Duan Huangdao walked over dejectedly from a distance. "Eldest brother, the thing is, who wouldn't want to be on the winning team?" As if that wasn't enough, Duan Huangdao added with deep regret, "By following Ye Chao, even the Bishui Sect could turn the tables. Why couldn't this stroke of luck fall on us? I'm about to die of envy." Hearing that, Tin Huai could only sigh and curse helplessly. "You really have no backbone." After a brief pause, Tin Huai vented his frustration by turning around and shouting at Ye Chao, "Hey Ye Chao, you weren't like this before." Ye Chao suddenly gave a wicked smile and replied nonchalantly, "That's because I've mutated." Song Hangxing, standing opposite her, was furious upon hearing that. "So low class and shameless. Would we righteous disciples ever use such tactics like you?" Ye Chao immediately nodded. Right. When you win, you talk about skill. When you lose, you talk about morality. That's exactly how you Yueqing Sect people roll." Just as she finished, an elder stepped forward and spoke up. "This competition has officially concluded. Out of the 3 trial rounds, in the team category, Changming Sect took first place twice, and second place once, earning the highest total score. Congratulations to Changming Sect for securing first place." Everyone in the stands started cheering one after another. "Changming Sect is number 1! Changming Sect is number 1. Who is the craftiest in the cultivation world? Our Ye Chao takes the top spot." The elder paused, waiting for the crowd to quiet down before continuing. "I invite the 5 core disciples of Changming Sect to come up and give their victory speech." Led by the brothers and Ye Chao, they slowly stepped forward under the gaze of thousands of spectators. Ye Chao took the lead, starting by thanking their master. "Thanks to my senior brothers. Thanks to the other sects for helping us grow. And thanks to destiny for bringing us together. I believe in the future, we will all get along happily." Chu Xingji stood to the side and snorted, "So fake." Ye Chao suddenly turned toward Chu Xingji and Song Hangxing, waving her hand friendly-like while saying, "In the end, the road is long, so don't be too crazy. Ye Chao will make sure you have no regrets." See everyone at the individual matches. The members of the other 3 sects all had dark, disgusted faces, thinking she was absolutely insane. Meanwhile, the elder of Changming Sect appeared. He walked toward Ye Chao and said with a face full of pride, "Good work, Ye Chao. I didn't know you could refine pills too. Since you know how, just let Luo take you to choose a refining furnace. Go to the night market and see if you like any." Ye Chao saw that she could finally possess a refining furnace of her own, and was hyped. "Thank you, Elder Zhao. Tonight we'll go pick a refining furnace." Just as Elder Zhao promised. When night fell, Ye Chao's crew changed their outfits and slowly made their way to the night market to pick a furnace. After walking for a bit, Ye Chao stopped and couldn't help but exclaim. Fasheng City is still as lively as ever. Because they were so famous while they were strolling, some people accidentally recognized them. Look, it's the core disciples of the Changming Sect. A few people knowing soon turned into a massive crowd. They cheered, Mu Zhongxi, I love you, or Lady Ya, I like you. And Ming Xuan too. Ming Xuana. The crowd grew larger and larger. The voices became more and more chaotic. Mu Zhongxi reacted quickly, grabbing Ye Chao and saying, Holy cow, why are there so many people? Run! As soon as he finished, they scrambled and pulled each other away at full speed. They ran in one breath and hid in a small alleyway, looking left and right to make sure that crowd couldn't catch up. They finally stopped to catch their breath. Mu Zhongxi panted and exclaimed, Whew! Everyone is way too enthusiastic. We clearly changed out of our sect robes, yet we were still recognized. Ye Chao sighed and took out several silk scarves, saying, Looks like we need a disguise too. The group quickly took them and tied them over their faces, then slowly poked their heads out. Seeing Mu Zhongxi, who was used to acting grandly, now suddenly having to act all sneaky, he couldn't help but frown and say, To be honest, I feel like I look like a creep. Ye Chao didn't even argue. She nonchalantly walked ahead, leading the others. Mu Zhongxi walked while looking around uncomfortably. After a while, he sighed and thought to himself, I don't look like a good person at all like this. After walking back and forth for a long while, Shuiyu suddenly ran back excitedly to see Ye Chao, then pointed toward the furnace stall and said, Look over there are furnaces. Ye Chao nodded. The whole group approached the stall. The owner greeted them with a wide smile. Welcome, young friends. Here for a furnace? What kind are you looking for? Shuiyu quickly chimed in, asking which one was the best. The owner seemed to be waiting for exactly that. He immediately pulled out a furnace to show them. The best one is this high-grade furnace. I've sold furnaces for years, and this is top tier. 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Hearing the price, Ye Chao was stunned and asked loudly, 150,000 high-grade spirit stones? At the same time, she thought with a sigh of relief. Good thing I'm not using my stones, but Changming sects. After hearing the price, Zhui rubbed his chin on the side, seriously inspecting the refining furnace to evaluate it. After a long moment of contemplation, Zhui turned back and said, This isn't bad. Little junior sister, let's take this one. Taking Shuiyu's suggestion, Ye Chao didn't hesitate and nodded. All right. At the same time, from the Yue King sect side, a loud voice rang out. Use your brain for once. Listen and see if it's just filled with water. Song Hangsing, radiating killing intent, scolded Yunshuo. Everything was fine during the match until you offended Ye Linglong. What were you thinking? Are you flying? Or are the sword cultivators unable to hold their swords? After scolding her, Song Hangsing snorted and thought. Now, aside from Wenjian sect, the one sect we can't mess with is that group of sword cultivators from Changming sect. We had a good hand, but this is such a pain. Being chewed out like that, Yunshuo couldn't take it anymore. She glared back and retorted. But they were intentionally targeting me. If she had stayed quiet, it might have passed. But her talking back made Song Hangsing shout in rage. Who do you think you are? You think you're important enough for them to target you? Can't you see the Changming sect is targeting every single sect? After shooting a disgusted look at Yunshuo, Song Hangsing suddenly fell into deep thought. However, with the individual matches coming up, she'll be hard to handle. She's a triple cultivation genius among the core disciples of all sects. Everyone is probably thinking about how to get her eliminated quickly. Suddenly, Song Hangsing turned back to Yunshuo and asked, How's your talisman drawing? Draw one for me to see. Having just been scolded, Yunshuo could only obediently nod. Okay. She hurriedly pulled out the yellow paper and a brush. As she wrote, her hands were trembling. It took half an hour just to draw a few strokes. Seeing this, Song Hangsing was so embarrassed he covered his face with his hand. He said helplessly, Forget it. Come back to the Song family with me for a bit to find a technique that suits you. Don't embarrass our Yueching sect in the individual matches. The more Song Hangsing looked, the more he sighed. Talisman drawing speed represents the talent of a talisman master. Yunshuo draws one stroke and then takes a break. What a waste of a top-tier spiritual root. Yunshuo heard this and nodded aggressively. I will try my best to defeat Ye Chao. Song Hangsing just shot her a look of disdain and thought, Ye Chao doesn't even care about you. The next morning, as the sun hit the corridor, the loud voice of Elder Qin could be heard. Wake up! Wake up! It's already daylight. Why are you still sleeping? Ye Chao, curled up on the bed, answered sluggishly. So sleepy, let me sleep a bit more. There's no match today anyway. Elder Qin showed no mercy. He decisively walked over to Ye Chao's bed and picked her up, quickly carrying her out to the front yard. Elder Qin unceremoniously dropped her in front. He cleared his throat and said, Wake up! I want to discuss the individual matches with you guys. Elder Qin stood with his arms crossed and announced seriously. The individual matches will follow a point-based system. Participants include not only core disciples but also rogue, cultivators, and other disciples from the 5 sects. The 8 great families. There are 3 rounds in total. In the first round, there are quite many rogue cultivators. Anyone who gets eliminated can go back to the sect and reflect. Elder Qin paused and stepped closer to Ye Chao. He pointed at her and shouted, "The individual matches are divided into 4 paths: talisman, alchemy, sword, and tool refining. Core disciples with dual cultivation cannot participate in both, so Ye Chao can only choose one. Understood?" After considering for a moment, Ye Chao made her decision. "Got it. I'll choose the sword path." Elder Qin replied thoughtfully. The top 10 in the sword path go to the sword cave to pick a sword. The rewards for the top 10 haven't been announced yet. If you guys can make the top 10, try your best to get in. The rewards are better than going down the mountain to train. Ye Chao thought about it and suddenly asked, "Sec leader just now, you said the individual matches have 3 rounds. For rounds 1 and 2, how many people can advance to qualify?" Elder Qin nodded and explained. This year, each path has 10,000 cultivators participating. The first round selects the top 1,000. The second round selects 100 from those 1,000. The third round is for the top 10. The first round lasts for 1 month. You must draw lots to duel other cultivators and quickly accumulate points. Then it shouldn't matter if I'm in the last few spots. After analyzing for a bit, Ye Chao's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as she said, "Since for round 1, making the top 1,000 is enough." Mu Zhengxi laughed and exclaimed, "True, if you hit a strong opponent, you beat them. But other cultivators will just forfeit if they draw you. That way you don't have to tire yourself out for points. Saves a lot of trouble." After speaking, he laughed craftily. Elder Qin didn't expect there would be such a method. He stroked his beard and said, "Though your way is a bit of a loophole, it's actually worth a try. Especially you, Ye Chao. Try to reach the golden core stage within this month. Otherwise, the later stages of the competition will be hard to fight." Hearing that, Ye Chao felt a surge of pressure in her heart. She sighed, reaching golden core in 1 month. Now that's a tough mission. A month later, crowds of people flocked to see the rankings. They eagerly called out, "The second round list is out. Hurry and look." Looking at the rankings, everyone laughed and gossiped. Why are the Changming Sect sword cultivators ranked last? Did they barely make the cut? Changming Sect, you guys never change. According to the list, the rankings for the Changming Sect members were all very low. Ranked 900th is Zhou Xingyun. Ranked 956th is Mu Zhengxi. And finally, ranked 999th is Ye Chao. The crowd of onlookers looked at the top few spots on the board with pure admiration. Only the strong can act like that. Just like Ye Qinghan, he doesn't even need to draw his sword, and others just forfeit. Is Changming Sect being modest with their name tags? Aren't they afraid of getting eliminated before the top 100 in round 2? Then again, Zhou Xingyun and Mu Zhengxi are likely fine. They are big names. But as for Ye Chao, unless she can find someone at the same realm to fight and prove that she is actually strong, otherwise the sword cultivators on the board won't proactively forfeit. Stopping for a moment, someone suddenly shouted, "That's right! I heard that a few days ago, yeah?" Chao broke through to Golden Core. Looks like there's a good show coming. After a grueling month, Ye Chao was exhausted, tilting her head back and crying out, "Help! The heavens are trying to destroy me!" Shui Yu, seeing Ye Chao's state, hurriedly asked, "Little junior sister, why are you so demoralized?" Seeing Shui Yu's confusion, Mu Zhengxi explained with a laugh, "Lately her luck has been way too good. She keeps drawing foundation establishment cultivators ranked in the 800s to 900s. She basically can't prove herself." Ye Chao, hearing Mu Zhengxi speak so lightly of it, looked up and wailed, "Do I really have to fight my way up from rank 1000? If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered." Zhou Xingyun, standing to the side, was a bit worried seeing her that discouraged. "At this rate, you won't get any rest. If you want to make it to round 3, Mingsun also stepped up and patted her head to comfort her. "Right, how about letting eldest brother help you? His luck is notoriously bad." Ye Chao suddenly had an epiphany and muttered with a smile, "That makes sense." Without hesitation, she stepped closer, her eyes shining as she looked at Zhou Xingyun expectantly. Zhou Xingyun couldn't refuse her and could only sigh. "I'll give it a try." A moment later, the results were in. She drew rank 190, named Song Gang, an early-stage golden core. Ye Chao was as happy as if she'd found thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Excitedly, she lunged forward and hugged Zhou Xingyun tightly. "Thanks, eldest brother. I finally drew a top-tier expert. I'll definitely seize this chance to let everyone know my true strength." While she was rejoicing like that, Zhou Xingyun could only stay silent, secretly blushing as he stared at her. The day of Ye Chao's match was incredibly intense. The crowd in the stands was buzzing with excitement. Ye Chao drew a golden core stage opponent. Since both are golden core, the fight will likely last a while. The girls down below didn't care about anything else. The infatuated eyes of the fangirls were fixed straight ahead, unanimously chanting, Ye Chao, take first place. Ye Chao, the invincible war god. The men nearby saw the beautiful ladies only, focusing on that Ye Chao girl, and couldn't help but feel jealous. They said, they haven't even fought yet. They're already chanting slogans, what if she loses? Hearing someone say that, the sisterhood paused for a moment and then shouted back, how could she lose? Our Chow Chow is the #1 most powerful in the world. Seeing this, Chow Chow felt a bit bewildered. She told herself that even with all that hype, she couldn't hear them anymore. Seeing Ye Chao like that, eldest brother Zhou Xingyun stepped up to reassure her, while also boosting her morale. Go on, our #1 invincible war god. Regaining her composure, a moment later, Ye Chao stepped onto the martial stage. Her opponent was a handsome man with a sturdy build. He placed his hands on his hips and spoke boldly to Ye Chao. Sanggang, please advise. Ye Chao saw this and cupped her hands in a respectful greeting. All right, the match has officially begun. Upon hearing the signal, Sanggang reached back as fast as lightning, drawing a sharp blade and slashing straight toward Ye Chao. Ye Chao saw the agility and the quick maneuvers of her opponent, but wasn't flustered at all. While dodging the strike like a flash, she praised him a little. The sword is so fast. However, not as fast as me. Thinking this, she began to seriously analyze the situation. This is the first time dueling a golden core opponent other than her senior brothers. She had to probe his strength first. Because Ye Chao's dodge was so fast, Sanggang's sword ended up slamming directly into the ground. Seeing this, Sanggang unleashed a flurry of chaotic and lethal strikes. However, reality seemed to be mocking him. From afar, the two looked like a cat chasing a mouse. But it seemed a cat like him was useless against Ye Chao. The moment his sword swung to the left, our Chow Chow had already dodged to the right. When he struck to the right, she retreated backward. When he aimed for her waist, she ducked low to the ground. Ye Chao laughed out loud while dodging the moves. Missed again, still can't hit me. The crowd watching from below, seeing Ye Chao only defending without attacking, said with frustration. What is Ye Chao avoiding? Her movement is so fast, yet she keeps hiding. If you just run when you can't win, who would fight you? But Ye Chao Chao loves this tactic the most. Sanggang lowered his blade, panting heavily, and spoke resentfully to the opponent before him. A core disciple actually resorting to a war of attrition. Can't you just fight me head on? Ye Chao had toyed with him enough. She said seriously, are you sure? I've had my fun too. Then I'll satisfy you. Having said that, she charged like a flash. Seeing Ye Chao's figure suddenly vanish, his eyes widened as he searched for her. Where is she? Where did she go? Ye Chao answered him. Over here. Hearing the voice from behind, he turned around, only to see the strike Ye Chao just unleashed. Sanggang raised his arms to block the staff Ye Chao lunged with. A current of electricity surged straight into his internal organs. He gripped Ye Chao's staff with both hands, frowning in intense pain. I forgot Ye Chao has a lightning root. My hands are so numb. Ye Chao had only unleashed one strike, yet he thought that was all she had. She followed up, you think that's it? Gripping one end of the staff, she thought it was the perfect time for the bamboo shoot staff's transformation that the little junior uncle taught me 2 days ago. Ye Chao used his own force to push the staff forward, landing a direct palm strike to his vitals. Sanggang could never have expected the power of this move to be so massive. It actually sent him tumbling several meters across the ground. The referee approached to check on Sanggang's condition. After a brief look, he raised his hand toward Ye Chao and said, Sanggang was knocked out of the arena and is currently unconscious. Ye Chao wins this round. The crowd cheering under the stands erupted into non-stop applause upon hearing that. Lady Ye is so cool, she totally dominated. What's up with Ye Chao's tool? It can actually transform like that. The gap between normal people and core disciples is too wide. The crowd below whispered incessantly. These core disciples are truly skilled. Yunshu of the Yuking Sect had the same idea. She took the profound sword and picked a few good talismans. Now she's almost invincible. Someone heard this and asked back, huh? Is that possible? The other person confirmed firmly, yes. I heard she previously gained enlightenment in the way of the sword. Now she's a dual cultivator of sword and talisman. The Talisman Master competition doesn't strictly state that she cannot use a sword. If you're a dual cultivator, you can use it too. Unintentionally, their conversation reached Ye Chao's ears. A dual cultivator of sword and talisman? It seems Yun Shuo, as described in the original story, has obtained the inheritance of the sword path. Unlike the fairly easy victory against Song Gang for Ye Chao, the stage might be a difficult one for Ming Xuan. A sharp scream echoed from the room. Good grief, it's my turn to have bad luck this time. He held up the card and said sorrowfully, I drew rank 78, Yunshuo. She uses the profound sword to fight talisman masters. It's basically reached the point where talisman masters are terrified. Ming-san spoke with tears streaming down his face as Shuiyu patted his shoulder. A talisman master will get beaten once an opponent gets close. A sword master fighting a talisman master is too scary. Maybe you should take some medicine? Mu Zhangxi heard this and said, then she'll also have a time to take medicine. With Ming Xuan standing on the stage, he might get blown away in a single second. Thinking of the scene where he'd be thrashed by Yun Shuo, Ming Xuan became even more distressed. Slumping onto the table, he muttered, if I can't win, I'll just forfeit. In terms of talismans, even 10 Yun Shuos couldn't beat me. Hearing that, he could still stay positive like that. No one wanted to crush his dreams, so they just watched in silence. However, pausing for a moment, he continued, his voice sounding completely choked up. But now that she's a dual cultivator, it'd be a miracle if I won. Zhou Xingyun thought for a bit after seeing that and said, but if she can exploit a loophole, then we can exploit one too. If Ye Qiao were here right now, the brat would probably say something cheeky, like, is there a rule book? I want to find a way to help Ming Xuan find a loophole. Even Ming Xuan himself couldn't have imagined that. The key to the match was aiming for a loophole. Perhaps due to the anxiety, the match day arrived quickly. Today's match is the Talisman Path competition, inviting the two opponents, Yun Shuo and Ming Xuan, to the stage. The referee ordered the match to begin, then left the stage to them. Yunsik made the first move. Yun Shu drew her sword as fast as lightning, heading straight for Ming Xuan. Seeing this, Ming Xuan dodged repeatedly. Mommy, this girl keeps aiming for my vitals. Is she crazy? Zhou Xingyun and the others, sitting in the stands watching, whispered among themselves incessantly. Ming Xuan can't beat her. The arena is too small. Against a sword cultivator, there's no chance to deploy. Ye Qiao also watched the match before her and followed up on her eldest brother's words. That's why I always feel mages are unreliable. In an assassin matchup, they get totally wrecked. She paused for a while before continuing. Luckily, I'm a sword cultivator. On the stage, Ming Xuan suddenly realized the 4-direction array. Looks like I finally found a chance to set the array. A stream of spiritual energy flowed from his hand, wrapping around Yun Shu's body. Just as he released the mist illusion talisman, Ming Xuan's hands moved in a continuous blur. Several talismans flashed with a brilliant golden light. He knew that Yun Shuo understood array formations and could break them quickly. I have to try and stall her and speed up the offensive array deployment. However, the loophole opponents found with Yun Shuo was just a technique, which she could quickly dismantle. Yun Shuo cut through the surrounding golden chains with one sword strike, then smirked and said to Ming Xuan, useless. Your end will be only one, and that is defeat. Having said that, Yun Shu rushed forward and slashed her sword directly at Ming Xuan. The sound of the wind tearing in Yun Shuo's figure, getting closer and closer, terrified him to no end. However, he still managed to break that move in time. Ming Xuan's face turned pale as he thought, I'm dead. Is she really trying to kill me? If you're going to be this heartless, then don't blame me. Ming Xuan asked. Shuiyu, where's your alchemy furnace? Shuiyu, hearing the Changming Sect core disciple calling him, was overjoyed. It's here! It's here! Finally using the loophole in the rules that we researched yesterday. Take action with my furnace. The people sitting below heard this and asked, what's a furnace for? Refining pills? That's probably useless against Yun Shuo. Shuiyu then threw the furnace toward Ming Xuan. Here it comes. The furnace in Shuiyu's hand was tiny, but when thrown, its size increased unexpectedly. The furnace zoomed right past Yun Shuo, seeing the furnace as large as half a person. Yun Shuo was immediately dissatisfied. What is this? Get this furnace out of here! But Ming Xuan wasn't going to back down. He stuck out his tongue to taunt his opponent. Bet you can't hit me. You can't hit me, blah blah blah. Yun Shuo's eyes turned red with rage. Referee, they're cheating! The referee heard this and pointed towards Shuiyu. Changming Sect disciples are forbidden from helping or cheating. Got it? Mu Zhangxi heard this and defended them. Ah, what do you mean helping or cheating? We were just throwing a furnace around for fun. Yun Shu was so angry she was speechless. She pointed her finger at him. You. The people below the stage were curious and asked the referee, I have a question. Whose furnace is this? Mu Zhangxi heard this and answered, Shuiyu's. But since they didn't know who Shuiyu was, they asked further. Who is Shuiyu? Mu Zhangxi replied. An alchemist. Hearing that the answer was an alchemist made them even more confused. Aren't alchemists forbidden from joining the Talisman Master competition? Somehow, Mu Zhangxi was still very patient as he replied. Exactly. Alchemists are not allowed to participate in the match. Hearing this, the referee disagreed even more. But that's no excuse for you guys to cheat. Yichao saw this and then spoke up. Isn't this perfectly fine? He's not participating and didn't even step onto the stage. He just threw a furnace, that's all. But the referee remained completely resentful. You are providing outside assistance. Yichao widened her eyes and said pitifully, sword cultivators can fly on swords, so why can't alchemists fly on furnaces? We aren't helping. He's just Shui Yu and he's simply flying his furnace. This furnace didn't attack anyone, and it definitely didn't harm Yun Shuo. Shui Yu heard Yichao's words and immediately chimed in. Right, referee. You're being biased. Look at how you've discriminated against my furnace. The referee never expected a single match to involve people who talked this much. He glared and said in a stern voice, regardless of the reason, withdraw the furnace immediately. Seeing the referee's verdict, Shui Yu withdrew the furnace and said, fine then, he muttered to himself. Having stalled for this long, Mingxuan must have finished setting up the array. Mingxuan saw quick to withdraw the furnace and thought, perfect. At the same time, he felt secretly grateful. Thanks, everyone. I'm all set now. A golden flame carrying a brilliant light erupted in 4 directions from his palm. The fire array. The flames surged forward as if to incinerate Yun Shuo. Only now did she realize she had fallen into a trap. That whole commotion they caused was just to buy time. Yun Shuo quickly gathered her inner power to counterattack that little snake. Flowing water technique. However, the stream of internal force she carried couldn't reach Mingxuan, and instead seemed to hurt her even more. She clutched her face and knelt down, groaning in pain. Ah, it hurts! Stop it! The light in front of her was blocked out. Mingxuan's legs gradually appeared before her eyes. Looking up, Mingxuan was looking down from a high and mighty position, slowly saying every single word. Yun Shuo, I've won this match. Down below the stands, disciples from other sects were gossiping with each other. 3 men standing together were whispering. Did you guys hear? The organizers of the individual matches changed the rules. Another guy, looking amused, covered his mouth and said sarcastically, now they've banned outsiders from throwing items into the talisman competition, especially alchemy furnaces. The last guy didn't hold back and intentionally spoke loudly so the Changming sect disciples at the very back could hear. Furthermore, the competition for the top 10 talisman masters requires them to draw the talismans on the spot before fighting, using only their own crafted talismans. Hearing this, Ye Chao's eyes sparkled with joy as she said, looks like the talisman path competition is going to be a good show. In her heart, she thought. The novel didn't say much about the dual cultivation level of Yun Shuo. It mostly just described her face that made people's souls go wild for her. I wonder what her actual skill level is. Shuiyu and Mingxuan stood beside her, pouting at their junior sister's thoughts. Shuiyu crossed his arms, looking pensive as he said, the top talisman masters have to focus on drawing talismans live. Isn't that just a public execution? All talisman masters rely on drawing them all night beforehand. Mingxuan's face grew increasingly pale. Sensing a bad omen, he shook his head in dismay. It's over, it's totally over. His handsome face was dripping with sweat from anxiety. He thought to himself, I'm cooked. Most of our Ming family's talismans are defensive types. Usually we just buy offensive talismans. So doesn't that mean I have to practice drawing offensive ones now? Ye Qiao saw her senior brother was worrying, so she placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, late that night. Yun Shuo, along with 3 of her fellow brothers, was focusing on practicing talisman drawing. Yun Shu sat biting her brush in thought and wondered aloud. Why did the rules suddenly change? In her heart, she thought. Losing to Mingxuan today was bad enough. But now the talisman path match was announced too. Required drawing them on the spot. A senior brother replied dejectedly. If you hadn't used a sword as a talisman master, then we wouldn't have to practice all night. Yun Shuo's gorgeous face looked pained as if tears were about to fall, and she spoke petulantly. He's actually blaming me. Another senior brother, holding a talisman in his hand, added to the thought. Little junior sister, doing that really wasn't good. Yunshu didn't think she was in the wrong. Hearing her senior brother say that, she shouted angrily. The people from Changming sect can act like that too. Feeling aggrieved, she thought to herself. Are you blaming me as well? Suddenly they changed the rules because of me. This is clearly targeting me. That senior brother couldn't stand Yun Shuo's personality anymore. So he replied, they only did it for 1 match, plus it was aimed at them. The rule change banned throwing furnaces into talisman matches. However, isn't this also quite good? You can prove your true strength. The eldest brother lowered his head and let out a sigh, then looked back up at the gloomy Yun Shuo, thinking. Based on Yun Shuo's skill level, using a sword against talisman masters could hide her flaws. But drawing talismans against the top 10, she'll just lose face. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. The match featured participants from many different sects. Everyone was looking forward to seeing the brilliant display of talent. Yunshuo's eldest brother, with a confident air, began making his first strokes. Mingsan of Changming Sect was not to be outdone. Each stroke was completed with great skill. The referee, despite having his own expectations, couldn't help but be surprised while watching them, saying, "Barring any surprises, Mingshuan will likely take second." He stroked his chin and looked over at Yunshuo, thinking, however, we have to see what Yunshuo draws. The other talisman masters are almost finished. What on earth is she stalling for? Yunsaku hadn't drawn a single talisman yet, her heart full of fear. She tried to reassure herself. Don't panic. Yunshuo, you can do this. You absolutely cannot fail this time. Yunshuo tremblingly and carefully put her brush to the paper. The final stroke of the talisman was completed. She was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling like two stars. Her heart raced as she thought, I finally succeeded. The people below noticed something unusual in the sky, pointing upward to get everyone's attention, and said, "Ah, that's the Heavenly Tao's blessing." Could it be that Yunshuo received the Heavenly Tao's blessing? Ye Chao standing below was also wide-eyed with surprise, thinking, the Heavenly Tao's blessing. As expected of the Heavenly Tao's daughter, even a random drawing can get a blessing from the heavens. Yunshuo held the talisman in her hand, thinking joyfully, the Heavenly Tao truly is still on my side. This round I must surprise everyone. Suddenly, the talisman in Yunshuo's hand burst into flames. She didn't understand what was happening. Yunshuo was so anxious that beads of sweat rolled down her face. The people below watching the sky added, the vision in the sky has disappeared. Why did it disappear? Ye Chao's heart was filled with cheer again as she thought, what's going on? Is this Heavenly Tao sick or something? Wasn't Yunshuo's joy just a waste of effort? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the anxious Yunshuo. Someone said, this is the first time I've seen a top 10 talisman master fail at drawing. Another person immediately followed up. Exactly, is this the current level of core disciples? Is this the level of the Yueking Sect? The Yueking Sect members couldn't stand this insult. A Yueking Sect disciple spoke up and said, what does this have to do with the Yueking Sect's level? Failure is normal. Who hasn't failed before? Victory and defeat are common in battle. Then he turned to Ye Chao and continued, Ye Chao, surely you've failed before. Ye Chao replied, I have. That disciple continued, see, it's very normal, right? Little Chao put her hand to her chin, recalling memories, and said, back then the brush I used was split in half. That man said with a pout, then you surely took a long time. Chao immediately replied, whatever Song Hunching is like, I am like. Everyone shifted their gaze to Yunshuo's senior brother, exclaiming in surprise, whoa, so fast. The Yueting Sect disciples below proudly clapped and shouted loudly, bravo! This is the true power that our Yueting Sect geniuses should have. That disciple turned to Ye Chao again and asked, my lady, I heard that previously your sect received the Heavenly Tao's blessing. Who was the lucky one? Ye Chao pulled out a talisman while speaking. It was me. I was drawing a talisman and unexpectedly got the Heavenly Tao's blessing. She added, I haven't even dared to use this talisman yet. I can let you guys have a look. As she spoke, she put one hand behind her back and held the talisman out in front of her, saying proudly. Everyone was impressed and shouted, whoa, it was actually you. I want to see. Can you sell this talisman to me? I've never even seen what a talisman blessed by the Heavenly Tao looks like before. Yunshuo was now frozen in shock. From above, she looked at Ye Chao, her heart filled with wordless hatred, thinking it's her again. She stole my spotlight again. The eldest brother saw Yunshuo like that and said worriedly, Yunshuo, stay calm. Careful not to suffer chi deviation. Ye Chao, why are you here? A voice suddenly rang out. Mu Zhongxi pulled Ye Chao's hand and walked quickly forward. As he walked, he said, it's your turn for the lucky draw. Hurry up. Ye Chao ran after her senior brother and said worriedly, right, I almost forgot. An hour later, Ye Chao held the slip in her hand with the name, Ye Qinghan. Ye Chao pouted and said, it's over. I drew Ye Qinghan. After making it into the top 10, the first person I have to face is Ye Qinghan. Peak. Mu Zhongxi placed his hand on Ye Chao's shoulder to comfort her. A woman has to be strong. Ming Shen only then walked in. He asked, little junior sister, let's go home. How was your draw? Ye Chao stood frozen without any reaction. Only Mu Zhong. Stay quickly turned back, pointed at Ye Chao and said, she's fighting Ye Qinghan in the next round. Ming Suen didn't ask anything else. He said, since that's the case, let's go wash up and sleep. Ye Chao finally reacted. With a dark face, she turned to look at her two senior brothers and said, no way. Don't you guys have any confidence in me at all? For better or worse, I'm still a genius. Ming Suen replied, mainly because it's Ye Qinghan. An uncle master walked in holding a bowl of soup and said happily, hey dear nephews, I've come to bother you guys. Come quickly and try this chicken soup of love. The 4 senior brothers immediately backed away. Only Yichao stood there dazed, not understanding her senior brother's actions. Muzhengxi said in fear. You should cheer for Yichao. Cheering for her is enough. Her match is up first. The uncle master excitedly fed the soup to Yichao and said, Is that so? Then little Chow Chow, come drink some soup. Yichao immediately spat the soup out, her face turning dark. This truly is an earthly delicacy. It's too hard to swallow, she thought to herself. No wonder the senior brothers all backed off. This stuff is way too disgusting. In no time, the match began. Everyone around looked down at the stage. Ye Qinghan and Ye Chao were both ready to compete, exclaiming that this match would be spectacular. Ye Chao versus Ye Qinghan. I heard Ye Qinghan recently broke through to the nascent soul stage. A golden core fighting a nascent soul. I hope Ye Chao doesn't lose too miserably. The battle has begun. Ye Qinghan spoke first. Please advise. Ye Chao also replied, Please advise. Ye Qinghan reached out and drew his sharp sword, slashing once towards the front. Ye Chao leaned her body backward. Cough, cough, such a fierce posture. She quickly regained her composure, stood straight, and unleashed her spiritual power. However, I'm not stupid. I won't fight you head on. Ye Qinghan asked, Are you planning a battle of attrition? Ye Chao deployed an array and replied, You guessed right. Ye Chao shouted, Mystic Array! Immediately, in front of Ye Qinghan, there appeared illusions of 2 enchanting beauties. Ye Qinghan, as if unmoved, used his sword to slash powerfully forward, making the illusions of the beauties vanish. Ye Qinghan said indifferently, I won't let you have your way. And then activated. Domain expansion. Yeah. Hao was instantly pulled into Ye Qinghan's domain. She was dazed, not understanding what was happening. The senior brothers, standing outside, saw this and were a bit worried. It's a domain. Ye Qinghan just reached nascent soul and already realized a domain. His innate comprehension is truly high. Muzhengxi beside him added, They've vanished from sight. Ye Chao has been pulled into the domain by Ye Qinghan. Within his domain, Ye Qinghan can create rules to suppress Ye Chao. Inside Ye Qinghan's domain, she had been struck by Ye Qinghan's divine power, freezing both of her feet solid. Ye Chao was a bit worried, thinking to herself, Crap, I can't move. Ye Chao pulled out a defensive talisman and placed it on herself. A roaring sound erupted. Ye Chao shouted loudly. KFC go, the firebird she just summoned, blasted a massive flame toward her. Ye Chao breathed a sigh of relief and said, At least it's a bit warmer now. Ye Qinghan didn't give Ye Chao time to react and continued his assault. Ice Crystal Absolute Sword. The sword surged directly toward Ye Chao. Dazed, she was struck and seriously injured, coughing up blood. Ye Chao quickly took out a bottle of elixir and drank it. Ye Chao felt as if she had been granted a second wind. She said, Your domain is about to end, so now it's my turn. Ye Qinghan asked in surprise, You have a domain too? That's right. Ye Chao activated her domain while thinking to herself. A few days ago, my senior brothers gave me a mission. I accidentally contracted a little ghost who has a domain. It's perfect for dealing with Ye Qinghan right now. Ye Chao regained her confidence and laughed playfully. Welcome to my domain. In my domain, everything will be slowed down, which is to say, I become much faster. While speaking, she used a move to rush straight at Ye Qinghan. Ye Qinghan was struck once and cried out in pain. Ah, then I'll just have to be even faster than before. Ye Chao quickly dodged Ye Qinghan's sword tip, but her stomach was hurting so much she was breaking a sweat. She said in pain, My stomach hurts so bad. She thought, Is it because of little Uncle Master's soup last night? Looks like I have to end this fast. After speaking, she rushed toward Ye Qinghan. Landing a palm strike on him, she said, Try my shadowless kick. Ye Qinghan looked at Ye Chao, unable to react in time, thinking anxiously to himself. So fierce. Why did she suddenly turn into a feral dog? A loud boom echoed as they returned to the arena. Everyone outside focused their gaze on the two, saying, They're back! They're back! What on earth just happened in there? On the stage, Ye Qinghan and Ye Chao stared each other down, tied in power. Ye Qinghan unleashed his spiritual energy with the 10,000 sword art. Ye Chao refused to be outdone, saying, Come and try the talisman I just researched. She then threw the talisman forward. The crowd outside gasped in awe, saying, That's our Yueqing Sect's talisman. Wait, no. It's not entirely our Yueqing Sect style. She added elements from the Changming Sect too. Little Chao's senior brother, outside at this moment, couldn't help but say proudly, Ye Chao really is a rebel, but her talent is undeniably high. Normal people couldn't pull that off. But isn't she afraid the Changming Sect ancestors will find out and beat her unfilial soul to death in her dreams? Ye Qinghan frowned and said, I underestimated you, but your spiritual energy is almost depleted. Ye Chao had some injuries, but her face remained bright and cheerful. As she said, True, she thought, I've spammed every talisman I could. But Ye Qinghan is seriously tanky and hard to beat, especially when my stomach is still killing me. Ye Qinghan's eyes were as sharp as two swords as he continued. If you have any other tricks, show them all. Ye Chao channeled her power and replied, Don't be in such a rush. Is your dad here or something? My bad. I only have one fist seal left. But it can shatter a nascent soul. A loud crash rang out, ending the match. The crowd standing below saw this and went wild. The shouting was deafening. Holy crap, a detonating curse seal, as expected of Lady Ye. Oh my god, she won. Those standing closest to the scene saw the situation and replied, It's not exactly a win. It's a double knockout. Under the eyes of hundreds of witnesses, Ye Chao suddenly began to tremble violently, looking like she was holding something back with all her might. Someone saw this and asked, Ye Chao, do you have any last words? And yet, Lady Yi uttered a wish that was completely unexpected. At this very moment, Ye Chao turned her head and shakily replied, I need to go to the bathroom. Hearing her words, Ming Xuan knew he was truly lucky. There was definitely something wrong with that soup last night. Good thing I didn't drink Uncle Master's soup. Half a month later, the names of the fighters were posted on the board. Curious crowds gathered to see who was fighting whom, and if there would be any epic matchups. Indeed, the recent competitions had been spectacular. In the last match, Mu Zhong, Ziai had left the fans in total shock. Because of that, his name sat proudly at the top of the Hall of Fame. One supporter among them shouted loudly, Mu Zhongxi had a winning streak and even beat Qin Huai. Now he's ranked first among the sword cultivators. Someone looking at the ranking said, It's a bit of a pity for Ye Qinghan. If he hadn't fought Ye Chao, the #1 accumulated score would definitely be his. Others were more interested in the talisman path, staring intently at the results and shouting, The results for the talisman path finals are out. Song Hanking is first, Ming Xuan is second. These results also caught the attention of Ye Chao, who was present there. Ye Qiao noticed Yun Xu's name on the ranking board. In this life, Yun Shuo was ranked at the very bottom. In the original plot, Yun Shuo should have topped the sword rankings. Why is she at the bottom of the talisman rankings now? Could it be because she couldn't get my spirit root, so her talent was nerfed? Qin Huai saw his opponent deep in thought and pensive, and was utterly confused. He walked up to Ye Chao and said, Ye Chao, I just drew your name. Let's have a match in a bit. But unexpectedly, the young girl just waved her hands repeatedly. I'm planning to forfeit. As she spoke, she raised both hands in surrender. She thought, Qin Huai fights by dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy, while taking 800 damage himself. I'm not fighting a savage like him. Qin Huai was unhappy to see her blunt refusal. What's that supposed to mean? You looking down on me? Ye Kao saw his attitude and got quite annoyed. Besides, I'm already ranked 3rd. Beating him won't change my rank from 3rd. Mu Zhongxi saw the tense atmosphere and stepped in to mediate. Calm down, calm down. She forfeits because she respects you. Ming Xuan also chimed in to back her up. If little junior sister doesn't fight Qin Huai, the other rankings won't change much anyway. So today they'll probably announce the final results. Mu Zhongxi heard that and said excitedly, I gotta go snag a good spot to hear the good news. The referee then announced the overall results. After the competition, the 4-month Sect tournament has officially concluded. I'm sure everyone is eagerly awaiting the final results, based on individual points plus group points. The first place of the competition goes to, congratulations to Changming Sect for taking first place. The moment Changming Sect was announced, thunderous applause erupted everywhere. The stands were filled with flowers and cheers. Lady Ye, you're too amazing. I love you. Ming Shen, look over here. Congrats. The two old geezers, listening to the final results, were overjoyed. Elder Zhao was dazed for a moment, until his old friend beside him patted his shoulder. We won! Only then did Elder Zhao snap out of it. A radiant smile mixed with excitement blossomed on his wrinkled old face. Elder Zhao cried out with trembling joy, We are #1! We are #1! Afterward, the referee continued to announce the final rewards. Top 10 talisman masters enter Yueking Sect's Forbidden Land to choose talismans. The top 10. Alchemists can freely go to Bishui Sect to pick spirit herbs. The top 10 artifact refiners can go to Fengcheng Sect to choose materials. And the top 10 sword cultivators can enter Wenjian Sect's sword tomb. You have 3 days to be chosen by a spirit sword. If chosen, you may take the spirit sword with you. As he spoke, the referee pointed toward the cave entrance. He continued with a reminder. But if you aren't recognized by a spirit sword by the end, then don't blame us. Ye Kao also remembered the detail about collecting loot. In the original plot, the male lead, Ye Qinghan, obtains the Duan Shui sword in the tomb, while the female lead, Yun Shuo, gets the Luo Shui sword. But now that Yun Shuo joined the talisman path, she can't enter the sword tomb. Who will the Luo Shui sword belong to now? After hearing the referee's briefing, Ye Kao pulled out several yellow talismans, shining with golden light. I heard the sword tomb is dense with spiritual energy. These are spirit-gathering talismans. Everyone take one and hurry up to absorb that energy. Seeing how thoughtful Ye Chao was, the senior brothers excitedly took the talismans that Ye Chao handed over. The group of Changming Sect disciples eagerly led each other into the cave to find treasures. Let's go in! Manager Ningok looked at the disciples and mentioned the Duan Shui sword, the Jing Hong sword, and the Han Chang sword. I wonder who these famous spirit swords will choose as their masters. This time, inside Wenjian Sect's sword tomb, swords were piled up, in total disarray everywhere. Right now, they seemed to possess a life force, shining with a brilliance that was equally sharp. Ye Chao's eyes went wide at the sight. She asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why are all these spirit swords acting so restless?" Mu Zhongxi saw Ye Chao's surprised face and replied, "It's like a widow who's been alone for years, seeing a group of living men. Being excited is perfectly normal. It's understandable." Su Hongji looked at the path ahead and asked, "There are 2 paths up ahead. Which one should we take?" Ye Chao thought for a moment and replied, "Let's go to the left." She had definitely calculated this answer beforehand. If she remembered correctly, Ye Qinghan's Duan Shui sword was on the right, but there were plenty of good swords on the left too. Just as they stepped into the left passage, the swords they mentioned sensed something. There is a natural-born sword bone in here. Pity he already has the life-bound sword. To think he's like a youth who married early. What a waste. Even if he has a life-bound sword after a 1,000-year wait. I still want him. Wait a minute. That girl seems to have a 1,000-year rare heavenly spirit root. I want her. Thinking that, it shot out from the hard rock and charged toward the gathering crowd. Mu Zhongxi saw the swarm of swords rushing over and screamed, "I already have a life-bound sword. I only need my waifu, the Jiaoxi sword. Stop chasing me!" Ye Qiao saw this and also yelled at the top of her lungs. "He's the one with the natural sword bone. I have nothing. Why are you guys chasing me?" But it seemed their words had no effect. A mass of sword chi completely ignored them and charged straight ahead. Seeing this, Ye Qiao bolted and said, "Fourth senior brother, let's split up and run." Ye Qiao looked toward the other side and shouted to the eldest senior brother, "Eldest senior brother, take him with you. I have a way to shake off these swords." Ye Qiao thought to herself, in terms of sheer attraction, who can beat Ye Qinghan? He doesn't have a life-bound sword, and his talent is insane. I need to find him to draw the aggro away. Mu Zhongxi was now on the verge of tears. Little junior sister led away a huge chunk, but there's still this many. Just how many swords are in this damn tomb? On Ye Chao's side, it seemed the sword chi had surrounded her. She wailed, "Eldest senior brother, save me!" I can't outrun them much longer. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the cave was sucked into the sword carried by Mu Zhongxi. From within the sword, a strange yet somewhat familiar figure appeared. Mu Zhongxi saw him pop up out of nowhere and asked in shock, "WTF, who are you?" Chu Xingyun saw his dazed look and approached him, then said, "Your wife? Looks like little junior sister's talisman worked." The Jiaoxi sword absorbed enough energy to take human form. "Mahjong." Ji couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "No way, this thing is my sword?" The avatar of the Jiaoxi sword looked around, searching for Ye Qiao for a while, but couldn't find her, so he called out loudly, "Where's Ye Qiao? Where's Ye Qiao? Where's my junior sister?" Mu Zhongxi saw his overly familiar and eager expression, so he grabbed the guy's collar and roared, "She's my junior sister." The avatar pulled Mu Zhongxi's hand away, calmly replying, "Fine, fine. I'll temporarily forgive your rudeness. Let's hurry and go find her. I've liked her since the first time she touched me. Now that her talisman helped me take form, I like her even more." Hearing this, Mu Zhongxi's face turned dark. Every spirit sword has a different personality. I understand that principle. But why is my spirit sword such a simp? As for Chu Xingyun, he was also extremely worried. Mu Zhongxi and Ye Qiao were already a handful together. Now adding the Jiaoxi sword's spirit to the mix, there will never be a day of peace again. Ye Qiao hurriedly rushed toward Ye Qinghan, cheerfully waving her hand at him. "Hi, Ye Qinghan. I'm here for you. Take me with you." Saying that, she threw out a red rope, wrapping it around Ye Qinghan's waist and pulling him close to her. When the distance between them was only 3 steps, the young girl finally stopped and said, "You Wenjian sect people are something else. But if you'd let these sword spirits out earlier, today's mess wouldn't have happened." Ye Qinghan heard this and turned around, not forgetting to snap at Ye Qiao to shut up. "Let's head inside." Half an hour later, the two successfully entered the inner sword tomb. Ye Qinghan said, "This is the inner tomb. The swords outside won't chase us in here. The swords inside are high rank and have pride. They won't chase us around." Ye Qiao's eyes went wide as she looked at a glowing sword in the corner and asked, "Then what's up with that sword?" "It followed us in." The sword seemed to have been waiting, just looking for the chance to land in the beauty's hand. However, its simp behavior met a bitter end, with Ye Chao's cold rejection. Sorry, I already have a life-bound sword. The sword was incredibly persistent, pleading, "Oh, pick me! Contract with me and toss that stick at your waist. I'm a flying immortal, the top sword spirit, way better than that." Ye Chao saw how cheeky it was, surprise and interest filling her eyes. "You actually know how to talk?" Ye King Han saw that she was about to be swayed, so he stepped forward to wake her up. "This sword's aura is very weak. I suggest you think carefully. The flying immortal sword is a very extreme blade. Once someone relied on it to become the top practitioner of the sword path. From then on, it earned the title of the #1 spirit sword. But later on, its wielder discovered that this sword scales with its opponent. If the enemy is weak, it becomes weak. It's extremely unstable." Ye Qiao listened to Ye Qinghan and fell silent for a moment, then said, "Strong against the strong? Interesting. A rebel sword." Ye Qiao then leaned down and spoke to Duo Sun. "You will always be my baby. But can I contract with another baby too?" Ye Qiao thought to herself. "In this situation, I definitely have to talk to my main treasure, even though it doesn't seem to be able to speak," she thought while stroking the favorite treasure that had been with her for so long. However, the situation wasn't as simple as she thought. Seeing the flying immortal sword get accepted so easily, the other swords didn't want to be lonely anymore. After being left alone for 1,000 years in the tomb, they all flew over and started making demands. "Heavenly spirit root, take me, bring Lu Ying too." If the flying immortal can be taken away, then I want to go with her too. I'm going with Jing Hong. Wherever Jing Hong goes, I go. Ye Xiao saw how popular she was and started showing off a little. "Ah, look, Han Shan. Jing Hong, Lu Ying. Why are you all coming at once? Are you asking me to choose?" Ye Xiao looked at the 3 swords shining like mirrors, her eyes sparkling repeatedly. "If you guys love me that much, then get in my bag, all of you." As she spoke, she chuckled inwardly. Only kids choose, adults take everything. However, before Ye Qiao could reach out to grab those swords, a slender hand swatted them all away, accompanied by a grumpy voice. "Beat it!" A voice rang out from a beautiful figure. "A bunch of trash, who can't even maintain your own forms, daring to compete with me for her." As soon as the words were spoken, this figure swooped down close to Ye Qiao and said, "I am Bu Jianjun. Please guide me." Ye Qiao's eyes sparkled once again. From a brutal boss to a fragile sword spirit, it only took a second. The Changming Sect disciples were stunned, their eyes popping. "Whoa, so many swords!" Mu Zhongxi stepped forward and asked, "Little junior sister, is this your spirit sword?" "Wait, it's a guy? Didn't they say a spirit sword's gender follows its master's?" Mu Zhongxi's spirit sword saw a handsome face and immediately rushed over to shower him with praise. "You're so beautiful. What a gorgeous spirit sword. Are you Qiao Qiao's spirit sword?" As expected, a beautiful person has a beautiful sword. Can we be friends? However, that enthusiasm was met with total indifference and extreme contempt. But Jianjun looked at Mu Zhongxi's spirit sword with pure disdain. "You're just like the rest of that trash." Mu Zhongxi's Weifu sword didn't even get angry at being insulted like that. He raised his hands to the sky and laughed, saying, "I'm not like them. I'm super strong. See, we're both sword people." But Bu Jianjun was even more disgusted, simply uttering one word, "Scram." Ye Xiao stood on the sidelines, witnessing this awkward conversation, and couldn't help but comment, "Your sword is way too weird." But Jianjun noticed Ye Qiao's intent, gaze fixed on those other swords, and felt somewhat displeased. He asked, "Do you really want to take in those swords?" Ye Qiao sheepishly replied, Maybe you'll have a few more little brothers and sisters." Hearing this, Bu Jianjun's eyes welled up with tears, his voice choking up. "You weren't like this at the start. You already have me, so why do you need other swords?" "Why?" Ye Qiao, seeing this, pulled him into a hug and gently patted his head. "All right, don't be mad anymore. I'll only take 4, just these 4, okay?" Ye Qiao's current situation was truly hard to describe. Be summarized in a few words. If I had to describe it, I could only use the phrase, "The husband wants to take a concubine, but the wife won't allow it." Ye Qiao comforted him while thinking of Duo Sun, who seemed very angry. "Why do I feel like I'm hallucinating about being a mother at such a young age?" Duo Sun, in Ye Qiao's arm, took advantage of the situation to nuzzle into her chest. But this man in disguise had quite the attitude. He opened his eyes to look at the other swords, not forgetting to lower his voice so Ye Qiao wouldn't hear. He said to those other swords, "Trash." The flying immortal sword saw this blood-boiling scene and blew a fuse. "Wait until I take human form. Then I will definitely make this damn sword kneel at my feet and beg for mercy." After a bit of comforting, Ye Qiao turned her attention back to the other swords. She held out her magic bag to suck them all in. "Flying immortal, Han Chang, Jing Hong, Lu Ying, all of you follow me out." Ju Yu just happened to walk past Ye Qiao, with a face as gloomy as soggy bread. "No sword wants me, I don't have a sword." Ye Qiao switched to generous mode and called out to Ju Yu. You haven't found a sword to contract with yet? I remember you have a water spirit root. Ju Yu sadly replied, Yeah. It seems a water spirit root is suited for gentle paths, like alchemy or talismans. The way of the sword doesn't suit me. Basically, no spirit sword likes me. Ye Qiao then remembered Ju Yu's water spirit root. Isn't that the same as Yun Shuo? The water sword that would have chosen Yun Shuo might just choose Ju Yu since they share the same root. Even if it doesn't want him, I have so many swords here. There must be a way to settle this. After thinking, Ye Qiao cheerfully said to Ju Yu, If you're willing to call me number 1, then I'll give you a sword that suits you. Ju Yu didn't hesitate for a second and said, Noble number 1, please take me to get a sword. Ju Yu thought to himself, Actually, even though she didn't win the individual rankings, see, the cultivation world has secretly acknowledged her as the number 1 of the competition. Then Ye Qiao, seeing how sincere he was, agreed. She reached out, grabbed the soft hand of the junior brother, and pulled him forward. As she walked, Ye Qiao shouted out loud, Eldest senior brother, 4th senior brother. I'm going now, I'll be back. Saying that, she sped off without waiting for their response. 3 days later, the Changming Sect disciples filed out of the cave one by one. The crowd waiting outside saw 4 people walking out from within and cheered. They're out, and everyone told them. You contracted with the Duan Shui and Thon Tuit swords. Well done, just as I predicted. Having said that, he glanced over to the other side, where Ju Yu was hugging a green sword. Luo Shui's sword was indeed contracted by Ju Yu. But Luo Shui's personality is so arrogant, yet it chose Ju Yu. It truly is a surprise. Suddenly turning to Ye Qiao, his voice truly went out of control. Ye Qiao, tell me, what on earth are you holding? Ye Qiao took the chance to casually flex her treasures. He continued to lament and regret. Flying immortal, Han Chang, Jing Hong, Lu Ying. How could you all not think this through? As he spoke, he fumed over so many treasures, following one person. And importantly, someone from Changming Sect. Even if I lose face, I want to take back a few swords. At most, I'll just be mocked by the other sects. Thinking that, his face darkened. Su. Hongji saw this and said, Lo Shui and Duan Shui are lover swords. What do you two think? A pair of lover swords were supposed to be together. Why were they taken by our Wenjian Sect senior and junior? Ju Yu heard that, and was also extremely surprised. To be honest, you guys might not believe this. I got this sword by following Ye Qiao. Initially, no sword would choose me. Hearing that, the Wenjian Sect elder was stunned for a moment. Ye Qiao actually helped? If she helped my core disciple get a sword, and I take the swords back from her hands, wouldn't my Wenjian Sect be ungrateful? The Changming Sect elder looked at his disciples. Suddenly, he noticed 2 unfamiliar faces behind them. So he asked Mu Chongxi and Ye Qiao, Are these your spirit swords? To think they've already taken human form. Truthfully, he was so happy he could bloom. But he had to maintain a humble appearance. This sect tournament, our Changming Sect, truly stood out. Stroking his beard, he gently said, Not bad, not bad. Since the competition is over, go back and pack your things. Tomorrow we head back to Changming Sect. Xie Yu and Ming Shen had already taken their rewards and rested. Finally, the master and disciples of Changming Sect returned to the sect with a glorious victory. Ming Shen excitedly welcomed everyone, his eyes curving into witty crescents as he smiled. His clear voice rang throughout the courtyard. Little junior sister, you're finally back. Come help me take these spirit stones. Look, a whole bag. Ming Xuan pushed into their hands, a bag that was indeed massive. Ye Qiao saw such a huge reward, and her eyes widened in shock. Stepping forward to open the bag, it turned out to be filled with large stones, shining with a brilliant, transparent blue. She said very happily, Whoa, suddenly the fatigue of the competition feels worth it. She raised both hands high and told everyone, to celebrate us getting rich winning first place, we must have a feast tonight. Mahjong, I saw her so happy and also came over laughing to ask, What are we eating? In the mind of this gluttonous junior sister, the menu flowed like a fountain. But there was only one thing making her mouth water. Grilled meat skewers, of course. As dusk fell and the moon slowly climbed overhead, the Changming Sect disciples gathered around a warm fire. The sound of fat dripping from the meat onto the flames made a pleasant sizzling noise. The aroma of the skewers filled the air. It truly was a worldly delicacy. Su Hongji and his group saw this from afar and wanted to join. He quickly spotted her and called out, Ye Qiao! He wasn't shy at all, even with dozens of eyes staring at him, and simply said calmly, I'm here to mooch a meal. But she wasn't in the mood to let him share the goodies. One must eat alone to fully savor every bit of flavor. Ye Qiao didn't even turn her head as she shooed them away. Scram, scram! Sunday. Hongji thought everyone was friendly, but he never expected them to flip the script so fast, leaving him a bit stunned. and completely caught off guard. Ye Chao didn't give him the time of day. While chasing them off, she muttered, "A bunch of shameless freeloaders. I don't even have enough for myself, and you want to mooch?" Duan Huangdao stood up to play peacemaker. "Everyone's a friend. What's wrong with eating a bit of your food?" But our Ye Chao doesn't play favorites with anyone. She gave a curt rejection. With her mouth full, she replied, "Who said I'm friends with you?" The aroma of Ye Chao's barbecue also attracted the attention of the people nearby. They swarmed over like bees to a fragrant flower. The crowd kept drawing closer. Some were even drooling unconsciously, without even realizing it. Someone who couldn't stand it anymore finally spoke up. "Your grilled meat smells amazing." Seeing this, Lin Lin offered up a treasure at this critical moment. "This is spirit wine, infused with lingji from our Bishui sect. Drinking it has a soul-nourishing effect." She even took the chance while no one was looking to slyly whisper to Ye Chao, "I stole this while Liu Yin wasn't looking." However, Liu Yin didn't play along and quickly pushed forward to interrupt. "Meow meow, don't think I didn't hear that." Mu Zhongxi didn't care who it belonged to. He just lunged for the wine jar and poured it for the bros. 1 cup for everyone. "With wine and meat today, I'll drink first." The crowd caught the vibe and got hyped up. Dozens of cups clinked together, making a pleasant, clear sound. At the same time, they all shouted, "Cheers!" Half an hour later, full of meat and tipsy from wine, the crowd was cheering and dancing rowdily. Ye Chao was also getting pretty drunk, her eyes dreamy and her cheeks burning bright red. Su Hongji stepped forward, taking advantage of her clouded mind to get a win, and tease her for once, since he could never mess with this savage girl on a normal day. "Hey, Ye Chao, I am your father. Do you remember who I am?" Seeing him openly messing around like that, Mu Zhongxi stepped up and kicked him right onto the ground. "You bastard! How dare you try to take advantage of my junior sister?" Duan Huangdao saw Su Hongji get kicked by Mu Zhongxi, but since he wasn't the one getting hit, it didn't hurt him. He continued teasing her on behalf of his group. "The fact that you owe me 10 million spirit stones. Do you still remember that?" Mu Zhongxi heard him say that, slapped a plate onto the kid's face, and pushed him away. "Her life is hard enough already. Your Qingfeng sect is so rich. Why are you still trying to scam her?" Ye Chao, after being hassled by this rowdy bunch for a while, finally snapped back to her senses. With a hint of wine in her voice, she said, "I'm drunk, not stupid. You guys move aside." The group saw her shooing them away like that, and immediately lined up in front of her. Liu Yun enthusiastically replied, "How about we play rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins gets to pick someone to take off their clothes, okay?" Who knew that, in this ancient era, these guys could be so open-minded? Wajung Ji heard this and wasn't shy at all, boldly agreeing. "Bring it on, let's go." The crowd sat back down and started arguing loudly. Laughter and chatter filled the entire corner. Competitive Liu Yun shouted, "I won! Haha, strip now!" Yakato watched these men playing around like this and let out a slight smile. Truly, no matter how big a man grows, he's still just a boy at heart. Still, days like these are pretty fun. The past was never as joyful as it is now. The next morning, they didn't get up until the sun was directly overhead. Their voices calling out to each other were lively. "Zhou Xingyun! Mingxuan, Xie Yu! Mu Zhongxi! Ye Chao, everyone's awake, let's head back to Changming Sect." Ye Chao quickened her pace and didn't forget to reply. "Coming." The whole group had gathered. Despite partying hard all night, none of them looked tired. Instead, everyone's spirits were high, refreshing, especially for little Ye Chao, who started shouting before even leaving the door. "From now on, I want to keep hanging out with my brothers and having fun every day."